our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap is good. Kick on its way. End over end, and it is good! And the Giants have beaten the Packers 24-22. What a win by the Giants. The DeVito family going crazy. Kansas City may have Taylor Swift, but Jersey and New York will take the DeVitos any day. Manja!
Wow. Giants Radio with the call. And with that, we say good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 4 games last night, 2 upsets in the NFL, 2 close football games, and we get a DFW sweep with the Mavs and the Stars, which we'll get into in a little bit, but we start with the football.
Holy cow. I don't even know where to start with that call.
Kadarius, well, they went back, and, yesterday they tried to... Another call.
Another call. Yeah, the other one, right? No, it's what a crazy night. And what a disaster for Miami on the other side of that. What a disaster finish. Like, they could not have asked for anything worse to happen to them in a game that they completely gave away on multiple fronts. And the Giants are just morons. Just morons. They can't get their own way. It's great.
And they're going to hopefully fall into this DeVito
They're
hype.
going to fall into it.
DeVito versus Danny. DeVito, Danny draft pick.
Danny DeVito.
T-shirt that he probably has the trademark to already. This would be so Giants. Get farther away from a better pick. DeVito versus Danny. And if you are in range to take a quarterback, would they bypass one because of Tommy Cutlets, a.k.a. Derek Holland, and what is happening in New York right now?
Man, that's a great photo that you posted, the side-by-side. I don't even know if you did it or not, but I saw you repost it.
Well, I put out there first that red Teletubby. I don't know if that's the right cartoon reference, but that warm-up thing that he was wearing, and I was like, that looks like a young Derek Holland.
It does. It really does. It really, really does. But they're going to fall into it. They're going to fall into that trap. They're going to fall in love with the local kid. Hey, I'm from Bloomfield. I grew up right next to Pizza Land and the Bada Bing. And we're going to go there, man. That's what's going to happen. My dad, he was a plumber at the Bada Bing.
I got some Giants fans hit me up saying I'm starting to hate the Giants because of DeVito. The family may make me hate them. They know the camera's on them, and they're trying to put on a show. So I got some New York. The meatballs are slowly turning on DeVito. 17-21 for $158. $158, a touchdown. Big play late. The QBR was an 81.7. Big throw to Wan'Dale Robinson. Saquon at 20 for 86. And, oh, man, my Green Bay Packers. Oh, Jordan Love. Oh, what a bad loss. You talk about a bad loss for Miami. A really bad loss for Green Bay as well. Jordan Love, 218 yards. That is it. As they fall to 6-7, the Giants improved to 5-8. They're probably going to start talking playoffs today in New York. And then we'll get to Miami in just a second.
They had a real chance of, Green Bay had a chance at the division still. The way Detroit's playing, with Detroit still having a game against the Cowboys coming up. They had a game against Denver still. They had a chance at the division still. And then the Giants, the Giants, I guess they could sit there and say, hey, we went out. The meatballs are my people. It's Christmas time. We got the Feast of the Seven Fishes coming up. I got to do that. Mom's making a big Italian no-no.
What?
Having Christmas Eve dinner, not on Christmas Eve. It's a big deal.
Christmas Eve dinner, not on Christmas Eve.
She doesn't want to work. She has 4 church services to do on Christmas Eve. She doesn't want to get home and work. I told you, she's getting lazy in her old age.
Good for her. The 4 services. The 4 services, the 4 fishes.
I know.
The allegiance to God may win out.
I know.
And the tartar sauce and then the tilapia.
She was talking about maybe because she wants to mail it in. She's going to go Long John Silver's for one of the fishes.
Your fiance loves to cook. She has an appreciation for it.
She does.
I propose she take over the dinner and prepare at least half of it, or just say, Mama Choppy, we're going to go into your house. You guys roll in with the groceries, and by the time your mom gets home from the 5th service, bam, everything is done and laid out. I think Sarah could pull it off.
I think she could pull it off.
What
There's no
are the
doubt.
fishes?
There's cod, there's eel.
Eel?
Yeah, there's
Eel.
squid.
Those are the fishes?
Yeah, there's all
Like
kinds.
calamari?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you do with the eel? You rolling up sushi rolls?
Honestly, I have no idea.
You
Like,
don't eat eel like that.
I don't care for that, but I don't know what they do with it. I'm a food moron. You know me. I look at the food, I just eat it. I don't ask what's in it. I don't ask how they make it. I've never been inquisitive like that about food.
Is it 4 or 7 fishes?
It's the Feast of the Seven.
Feast of the 7. Okay. I would like to know what they are. The 7 and what is the significance? Why 7? Here we go.
You're asking me. I'm an idiot, man. I don't know. I don't.
You don't know?
I am a terrible Italian.
Baked cod, clams casino, cod fish balls, deep fried calamari, deep fried cod, and deep fried fish/shrimp. I mean, I know eel up in here. Well, I don't know bacala.
Bacala.
What is bacala?
Bacala is.
See, look, Tommy DeVito's taking over DFW. We're sitting here talking about all this. A lot of cod up in here.
There's a lot of cod. You can add in.
I like cod.
Oh yeah, you can add in octopus. You can add in scungili. It's another one. Lobsters. Oh yeah, marinated or fried eel. Because you can put in all those different fishes. You just got to come up with 7.
Got to come up with 7 of them. All right.
Dolphin.
Meanwhile, what a perfect segue.
Yeah.
Cooked dolphin after the other game.
They're at the 3.5. Second down. Give Henry. Turning the left side. Diving. Touchdown. Tight though. Derrick Henry has knotted the count with 1:49 to go.
Titans radio, obviously, with the call. Tennessee pulls out the 28-27 victory. We're scouting Miami for the Cowboy purposes. And this is a 10-7 game at halftime. And you're like, ooh, maybe Miami is not that team. They're playing at home, too. It was a 13-10 game after 3 quarters, and the Dolphins trailed. But Tyreek Hill gets hurt early in this one. He tries to come back. He still finishes with 4 for 61, but it sounds like that ankle is going to be pretty bad. Miami falls to 9-4, but they're still the number 2 seed in the AFC.
They could have been. They had a chance at the number 1.
They're a game clear of Kansas City, Jacksonville, and Cleveland, but Baltimore's on top of them at 10-3.
Yeah, and they had a chance. Baltimore's got a loss maybe against San Fran coming up. Miami just wins out. And they've got it. And they left 10 points on the board in the first quarter. They had, on their opening drive, they were at about the 2-yard line. They fumbled the snap. Bad snap. And then they had a blocked field goal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it should have been 20-7 instead of 10-7. Should have been 20-7. And then you have, Bradley Chubb makes a personal foul. They're up 14. They scored to make it a 14-point game. I had them at 13.5, and I'm like...
Oh, you took them at 13.5?
I had them at 13.5, and I'm like, I'm going to bed. Game over. No chance. 4 minutes to go. And then I wake up to pee at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, what the hell? They lost. The Titans aren't coming back from 14 down with 4 minutes to go. They did everything right. They went for 2 and everything.
How did you take in the 2 football games last night? I did decide to... Because I can't get Channel 8 still until I cut the cord, went on with the Mannings. And I didn't go on with the Mannings. I'd like to go on with the Mannings.
Yeah.
Checked out the Mannings for the simulcast.
Well, at halftime, I was pretty bummed. They were both 10-7. I was like, well, this is going to be a boring night. Let me check the Mavs and Stars going on. And then all the games got really, really good. I mean, but I take it as 2 moral victory wins for the Cowboys. The Giants got better. They faced the Eagles twice in the last 3 weeks of the season. I mean, you just think the Giants win one of those games, and the Cowboys could have the division wrapped up. And then the Dolphins, they have an all-time worst choke, in their history. So, I mean, it was good for the Cowboys last night as well.
It was weird. It was like Miami was playing. They were just farting around with them. It felt like they were just trying to run the ball. Yeah, we could beat this team. We're not gonna do anything crazy. They ran the ball 35 times. Nobody runs the ball 35 times anymore. And they just fart around with them. We'll get up 14, and they just blew it. They blew it.
And 2 months ago, you never would have thought this would be the case. The team we have to worry about now getting the higher pick in the division is Washington.
Yeah.
As you look at Tankathon, can you all run through And guess who has the first pick in the draft right now?
Carolina, but it's given to Chicago, right?
Yes, the Chicago Bears have the number 1 pick. Then AFC.
Then it would be, is it
New England?
New England.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Third pick, back to the NFC.
Arizona.
Yes. And then Washington's in the 4. So then Chicago would pick at 5. So Chicago with the 1 and the 5 as it stands right now. The Giants have bumped themselves down to the 8. So that's where things stand. Checking out the rest of the division for Tankathon.
Dude, if you're the Bears, like, you have to trade out of 1. Assume you keep Justin Fields.
Yeah. Which is becoming a conversation.
Trade out of 1 and then trade out of 5. I mean, you could wind up getting 4 first-round picks this year if you trade back enough, or 4 first-round picks for next year. Like, it could be like one of those. This is going to set up for you big time.
So that's the NFL. Then it's always a mini sweep in DFW when you have a night like this. The Mavs without Kyrie and the Stars against the Red Wings. Next on Sean and RJ, we have a Green Day ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. They're starting to melt down. They're all starting to turn. Those weasels are starting to turn and filthy. We'll bring you that at 6 o'clock. And Jerry Jones live at 8:30. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ just getting started. Coming up.
force other guys to beat them.
Fade away, no good. Lively, though, with the jam. The putback dunk by Lively.
How about the rookie? Putting up the double-double last night on Bally. We talked about the 2 Monday Night Football games. The Mavs get the W over Memphis, awaiting the return of Ja Morant, but Derek Lively with 16 and 16. Jaden Hardy with his season high off the bench with 19. Luka dropped 35, 8, and 6. He hit 5 threes. He was 12 of 13 from the free throw line. And the Mavs win without Kyrie Irving and Tim Hardaway. They beat the Grizz 120-113.
I thought they could sit both Luka and Kyrie and still beat Memphis. Memphis is a bad team. They are a bad team. That shows how impactful Ja is. But, man, anytime you can sit Kyrie and still win, or sit Luka and still get the win, it's a great night. And Luka is just an absolute monster. I mean, he really is. He really, really is. He's improved his free throw shooting, too.
They had some big performances. They got 41 from Jaren Jackson. They got 28 from Desmond Bane, but the Grizz are 6 and 16. Hopefully, far enough out and away to make some noise when Ja comes back, because this is normally a 2 or 3 seed in the Western Conference. So the Mavs have won 3 straight games, and they are the 3 seed right now in the West, behind Minnesota and Oklahoma City. How about that? The T-Wolves lead the West by 2. Oklahoma City leads the Mavs by 1. The Mavs are right there with Denver. So Denver's the 4, Sacramento's the 5, the Lakers are the 6. The champs with the banner, putting up a banner for the in-season tournament. Are you kidding me? The Rockets are the 7. Hey. The Clippers are the 8. The Suns are the 9. And Zion, answering back to Stephen A. Smith, having a monster night last night. The Pelicans are the 10, with Golden State the 11 seed. So Minnesota, Oklahoma City, and the Houston Rockets surprising in the Western Conference, 3 of the top 7 seeds.
Then the Pelicans are the 10. They just made the Final Four, did they not?
Of what?
Of the in-season tournament.
Do not reference that like that.
It's the Final Four, baby.
Oh, my gosh.
Man.
The Lakers put up an in-season tournament banner.
I was wondering about this. I was wondering what your take was going to be on this, because it's like
Kobe rolling over right now for sure.
I like with a franchise that has so many titles and so many retired player jerseys. Like, do they put up Western Conference championship banners?
No,
they do not. I don't know if they. I looked. And
there's a clip from Kobe back in the day saying, like, we don't put up any banner but the title.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then they surely wouldn't put up a division banner.
That's a Mark Cuban move right here.
Yeah, I get it. Like, I use North Carolina as the example in college because, like, Lakers and Carolina kind of the same, right? Just legendary. Like, they put up Final Fours. They put up Final Four banners. They put up ACC championship banners, but they don't put up, hey, we were the Maui Invitational champs. That's what this is. This is like putting up the Maui Invitational banner if you win. Now, they said they're only going to do one. And if they win it again next year, they'll just add a year onto the banner.
All right.
It's going to be a different color. It's going to be away from the other ones. That's okay. It's tasteful.
That's better than multiple banners.
Right. It's just going to be one banner, and then however many years they win, they're just going to add the year to it. Fine. I can live with that one. But this almost feels beneath the Lakers. If the Thunder do it, if the Mavericks do it,
yeah,
fine. Like the Lakers, I don't know, the Celtics, it seems beneath them.
Meanwhile, 2 for 2. Whenever it happens like this, all the games and all the action, Stars did their part.
He's good. Over to Hintz. In front. Tip. Score! Surgical. Joe Pavelski. It took a handful of seconds. The Dallas power play has 2. They get it right back, and they're up by a pair.
Bally with the call. They double up the Red Wings, who are having a nice year.
They were.
6-3. Miro scores 2. Stars score twice in the first, twice in the second, twice in the third.
And the Stars had like a little...
There's 3 goals in every single period of this game.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun hockey game to go to. The Stars, they had hit a little rough patch. I blame myself 100%. Because I went to the game against Vegas the night before Thanksgiving. And since then, they had lost to good teams. I was the jinx. Since that game, they lost to Vegas twice. good team. The Rangers, good team. A very mid Flames team twice. The Panthers, the defending Eastern Conference champs. The Lightning, who are okay but not great. And I think how you fare against the good teams is a great indicator of how you do in the future. And then this was a good win against a Detroit team that's on the up and coming, but still not like ready to win a title or anything. But that was a kind of a sketchy star stretch, losing to Colorado and Vegas a couple times. Tough stretch.
So you're like the opposite of Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, I'm the jinx. But so I have to go to the game. I have to go to a game over the holidays. Reset the market.
Sad news that we did not get a chance to get to yesterday, but Frank Wycheck passed away. Part of the most famous play in the history of that organization.
Easily.
Apparently fell and hit his head.
That's scary.
Scary.
At first, I was like, "Oh no, what happened?" Like, this the first thing you think of when a football player dies young. Oh no, was there CTE involved? And just fell and hit his head. That's just, obviously, anyway, dying is terrible. And I was in Tennessee during that Music City Miracle. I was actually driving. So I was driving back to college from here after the Christmas break, because it was like the first weekend of January. And we were driving through Nashville, listening to the game on the radio, and you could in the car, you could feel the city explode. Even literally driving right by the stadium. We were driving past the stadium at the time. It was. I'll never forget it. And it was the most overrated play that's ever happened, because it never should have happened, because it was a complete forward pass.
With all due respect to Frank Wycheck, that was a BS play.
Total BS.
Are you disagreeing, Bobby?
You think it was a backwards pass?
That was not a lateral or backwards pass.
That was more off in front of the line of scrimmage than Kadarius Toney.
Nope. If you go back and you watch that play, it's the most vivid, most famous play I can recall in my lifetime. I didn't get Stanford Cal. It's not 3. I didn't get Stanford Cal, and I also didn't have to listen to it on radio, sir. I actually watched it live on television.
I got to see a replay once or twice, 5 million times since then.
Okay, don't need to hear that. Just like I can watch a replay of Stanford Cal, doesn't count. So if you watch Wycheck, no, it's dead on a line. It's not backwards. It's not forward. It is dead on a line.
That's not a lateral.
No, you can throw it directly lateral. That is it. That's, you know what lateral means, right? Lateral movement. You know, lateral doesn't mean backwards.
Have they done a sports science on this?
Yes. Forward. I don't know if they have or not. I'm just making that up.
So Frank Wycheck, he fell and hit his head inside his home on Saturday. They found him unresponsive. Did have lingering head issues sustained in his football career. Of course, that's going to get thrown into these articles, but Frank Wycheck gone at the age of 52. Bad.
Very bad.
Bad news. 877-881-1053 is the TruckWreck.com text line to hit us up here. You hear that Bobby Belt is in studio early with his crazy plain lady sweatshirt, looking very, very nice. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. We want to hook you up with Green Day tickets in the 7 o'clock expressway. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But, oh, man, this is so good. I just sat back yesterday and bathed in the hatred and the venom of the Philadelphia media and fan base turning on the Eagles. We got an update on Justin Herbert, whether he's going to play or not. Joe Flacco is out in Cleveland. What is up with that? And more KC fallout. Did they take back the whining and the crying over the Kadarius Toney play? We'll take you inside the Star on the Home of the Boys next.
Take your Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, let's do that, announcer man. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys Insider, Roberto Bobby Bell, along with Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we go inside the star on your home of America's team. Mike McCarthy sang the crowd on Sunday night. Does not know if he's ever heard a louder one at AT&T Stadium. So there's Coach yesterday giving props to the crowd. Outside of the Eagles facility, Bobby, you would not necessarily sign off on that since you were there. Were you there?
I was there, Mickey. It was loud. I don't know that I would have put it up there as like, oh, the loudest I've heard that crowd. That crowd's gotten pretty loud a couple different times over the last few years. But I mean, it was loud. I just didn't view it as different than any standard home game where they were winning.
The Eagles, Choppy, are demonstrating even more outside of the team facilities. The fan base with a fire Sean Desai sign. He is their defensive coordinator. And there was 2 garbage cans yesterday that came out on the internet. One was no play slay. And the other trash can was just simply labeled Bradbury. Well, not much creativity. They need to listen to our headlines segment to come up with some comedic gold. So they got the secondary and the defensive coordinator on trash cans outside of the Eagles practice facility.
A time-honored tradition. Lose 2 straight and you want to fire everybody.
Yep.
Or just lose a game in the NFL and you want to fire everybody. I mean, they wanted to fire their DC. They went to the Super Bowl last year. Number 1 defense, sack record, all the things. And so that's what they want to do, man. They just want to fire everybody.
They might have an argument this year. That defense is so bad.
Yeah, but is it because they lost guys attrition, or because
they lost some linebackers? Like they didn't lose enough that they should be worst defense in the NFL over the last 6 weeks.
Yesterday you were asking in the commercial break. I was wondering why you were asking Bobby about all the Georgia players. This is supposed to be a dream front 7. Dream.
Yeah.
Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, both of them like kind of fall into their laps. A future Hall of Famer in Fletcher Cox, who's long in the tooth, but we saw what he did the other night. Nakobe Dean, I don't know what has happened to him. He was causing us all to freak out on draft weekend when he ended up falling to them.
What a steal.
Nolan Smith. I mean, and all those guys, their PFF grades are like in between like 65 and 70 something. So they're above average.
Dak leads the NFL in touchdown passes right now with 28. The Eagles have allowed 29. Like they are that bad in coverage right now.
Yeah.
They've given up Dak's stat line. They have 29 touchdowns allowed and 6 interceptions.
They acquired Byard. You look at Byard, Slay's names back there.
I had somebody, and I know we've all kind of assumed it, but I was chatting with somebody with the Cowboys on Sunday.
Wow.
And we were talking about
the
Shaq Leonard.
The guy in the prime rib line.
We were talking about Shaq Leonard, and the guy told me, he was like, "Yeah, you turn on the tape, you watch those Eagles linebackers, you understand why Shaq Leonard went there. He knew he was going to play over there because they're bad."
Now you add Shaq Leonard on top of all those names.
Yeah,
all that hype. It's like the reverse on the other side of the ball with the dream team that they built, the Vince Young squad years ago.
If you get a weak spot in the secondary, it's going to be exposed. Cowboys, part of their secondary was exposed against Seattle when they had 3 really solid receivers to be able to choose from. The Eagles don't even have guys that can cover 2, and it's a problem up back there.
Pepe, put this on your resume. You haven't been able to put something on there in a long time, but add this.
Has he updated it?
All the hits and all the attention that his spying segment got yesterday, spying on Filthy Radio.
Yeah, Ryan, I believe it was Ryan, threw up the Philly spine on the YouTube.
Oh, Ryan, put that on your resume.
Yeah, your resume.
Ryan gets credit.
Yeah, Peyton doesn't get anything. Peyton, now we're just balanced from his crappy Philly spine last week. So, it actually has like 20,000 views on the YouTube channel in 18 hours. That thing blew up.
Move over Mike Florio, right?
Yeah, that's right. And Tiffany Gomez. So, look, the spying segment that all the Tolos asked for has been pretty weak since Angelo Cataldi left. Angelo was the loudest, blowhard meatball that these morons, for some reason, all tuned in and listened to. He retired after a long, legendary career. Well, Angelo went on a podcast the other day, and Angelo is bailing and jumping ship as well. This is the meatball that we've been missing while spying on Filthy.
These are the views of Nostradamus, all right? The man with the schnoz. All right, anyway, here we go.
Stop.
The Eagles will lose to Seattle, all right? They will lose.
I think so, too.
Even if Drew Lock is the quarterback, they will still lose. In that environment, they are so lost, they will lose next Monday night. Then they will win the next 3 against awful opponents, the Giants, Arizona, the Giants. The excitement in Philadelphia will build back up, but they will not get the first seed. They will then go and they will lose the first playoff game. The Eagles this year are not going anywhere. They'll make the playoffs because they were one and done. I guarantee it, Danny. It's over. This team stinks defensively. They stink.
There he was on with Dan Cilio. They will lose to Seattle Monday night. And thanks to Papa Bear on Twitter, who found and sent me this audio as well. They will then win against the Scrubs and they will be one and done, according to the great Nostradamus.
That's
pretty good.
That's clever. I got to give him that today. I can't believe Dan Cilio is still out there doing radio or whatever he's doing now. Didn't we see him at a fight?
Who cares?
We saw him at a fight one time.
Yes, we saw.
That's Philly though, right there. What he just did, they will take the complete, like, whatever's the best possible situation or the worst possible situation from anything. If they lose, the sky is falling. It will never be good again. And if they win, hey, we will never lose again. I don't see a chance. They are a teenager. Philadelphia sports fans have the same emotional capacity of a teenager.
AT&T Stadium employee was arrested for letting in ticketless fans on Sunday night in exchange for cash. So people are just paying someone to let them into the stadium. What?
I can't get anywhere around that stadium with my badge that actually lets me get into places. They stop me from getting into places where I'm allowed to be.
And they don't let you in?
No, they'll just stop you from like, you can't be down here, you can't be over here. Yeah, well, I can. This has been well established, but I guess we'll have this fight. I'll have to walk around to the other side.
It's been well established.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and talk to anybody on the beat how much they love AT&T Stadium security. But, of course, you can go ahead. You can just hand over a couple Washingtons and sneak into the Eagles game. Or
that's right down your alley.
Are those dollar bills?
You can put on a vest and then go sneak into Dak's press conference after they lose to the 49ers in the playoffs. So, great job. You guys are catching the real crooks here.
Well, this will really help you gain extra access now.
Yeah, right.
I thought we...
I've already had my credential. The photo... Security's already taken a picture of my credential twice in the last couple of years.
Well, look how stupid it looks. It looks fake.
No, it wasn't like that. They took a picture like...
You should blame the Cowboys PR for that.
No, well...
They put up that dumb picture of you every year, and they're like, okay, this is obviously fake. We got to double check it.
That's true.
Dak Prescott with some thoughts relayed from Peter King.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. Dak has always been a guy who, I block out the noise. I don't listen to this. I don't do that. But he did maybe tip his hand a little bit. And there are times where we see it. When he won Offensive Rookie of the Year, he stood up there with the trophy and he said, thank you to the 31 teams that passed on me, or thank you to the 130 times I was passed on, or whatever he said. So Peter King talked to him after the game against the Eagles, reached out, had a conversation with him, and he had asked him specifically about winning MVP. And Dak said, winning MVP would be great. Every now and then that thought crosses your mind. It'd be cool. An award like that would be great for Cowboys fans and the people that doubted me more than anything. But my main goal has always been the Super Bowl. And Peter King writes, great for the people that doubted me. Behind the friendliest exterior in the NFL, Dak Prescott hears the skepticism. At Buffalo, at Miami, Detroit at home, those are the things that will determine this team's fate this season and Prescott's. And that's the thing. As much as everybody talks about blocking out the noise, we've had this discussion here several times. Blocking out the noise is an impossible request of a player when they play for the Dallas Cowboys. You can't. It's almost negligent to have that be your mantra. Is we'll just block out the noise. Keep the noise out. No. Like, the noise is getting in. You've got to learn how to deal with it. Dak deals with it in a way that tells you he doesn't hear it, but he does hear it. He hears all of it.
Yeah. And he's got his brother to relay all of it for whatever he misses on social media. Stephen Jones was on with KNC yesterday talking about Dak's evolution throughout this season.
The really great ones just get better with time, and I think Dak has continued to improve. He was adamant that he was going to improve off of last year when he had an uncharacteristic number of interceptions, and he knows that those things can get you beat, and rarely does the team who wins the turnover battle not win the game, and he understands that better than anybody, but he's playing at such a high level, and his teammates have complete confidence in him, our coaching staff complete confidence, and he's not only a great football player, but he's a great leader and certainly doing everything on that end as well.
Stevens has caught whatever's going around DFW.
No, it was the loudest the stadium's been on Sunday night, and Steven was contributing to that, just screaming his voice out. It's interesting when you hear. I always wonder how players take that, and he didn't say anything specifically there about McCarthy or anything else. But when somebody like Dak plays at a certain level, and you see guys take big steps up, I wonder how much those guys go, I need the credit for just becoming the player that I've always been or whatever else versus like how much credit you do give to talking about, well, McCarthy brought this out of him or Brian Schottenheimer, Kellen Moore, whoever it is. It doesn't have to be McCarthy. But I always wonder how the players take that when they hear the credit for their improvement in play coming from somebody coaching rather than what they're doing on the field.
7:20, that very topic this morning will be a fun little battle here during the Expressway, and we hook you up with Green Day tickets. But how about the way that Jerry and Steven are talking about Dak now? The great ones just find a way.
Yeah. Complete confidence. This coaching staff has complete confidence. They trust him implicitly.
Yeah.
You know, we knew it was uncharacteristic Dak's turnovers. Really? Because you said you had to change the entire offense to make sure
they
he
changed
didn't
everything up. They changed the entire offense up. They wanted him to not throw the football. Basically, do anything he can possibly. Don't throw. I mean,
throw it, but throw it 2 yards.
Throw 2 yards. Definitely don't throw it over the middle, downfield.
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely don't do that.
Only half of the side of the field.
Let's cut the field in half. You're only going to throw on the outside of the numbers deep.
Yeah.
That's it.
If I was Dak, I'd be rolling my eyes at all this. And then Jerry.
Make him pay.
And I'm bringing this up intentionally towards the end of the segment. But Jerry now putting Dak in the Romo discussion of my greatest regret was not getting Tony a Super Bowl. I will feel the same way about Prescott. Has Dak Prescott reached that Tony Romo level, RJ Choppy, you may as well just turn your mic off, to where it makes sense to bring him up in that same discussion and sentence? I wonder what their numbers are throughout. That's an RJ research project. Their numbers throughout the same exact amount of games and years.
It was much easier when Football Outsiders were still in business and they had their database went back that far. It's tougher to find now. Certain numbers. I think Romo at his peak was a little bit better, but I think Dak's floor is a little bit higher. Like Dak could be more, Romo had, I mean, they both had stinkers.
What I'm trying to get to is like the timelines. At the end, Jerry was saying this, the end of Romo. Obviously, we're not at the end of Dak yet. Like Romo at the end versus Dak now. Has Dak done enough to be put into that same regret that Jerry always talks about here on the station?
Sure. I mean, Dak's they're a perennial playoff contender. I think the other thing is, I think at times, the team is also more consistently better now. Like they had a really good run, 2007 to 2010. That was I think that team had a bigger opportunity to win a title than this one. Or not necessarily this team, but the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Like that 2007 team was. We forget how great
that
2007
team was the best team they've had since the Super Bowl years. Yeah. That team should have run through the NFC. It's a tragedy they didn't.
Yep.
But it's interesting the language, how that flips a little bit from being what the quarterback owes you and owes the franchise versus like now it seems like it is that shift of Jerry's talking about what he owes them.
Yeah.
Like in theory, most organizations would say, we have invested in you, you owe us. And now it's kind of starting to get that flip a little bit.
Well, because no matter what they say and how much they talk, they're about to owe him again.
They are.
So they can talk all they want. And we need to ask Jerry today at 8:30 about paying him.
He's earned it.
I forgot it last week. I regretted it last week. We need to ask about paying him and getting out in front of it. You may have already missed the boat. You may have already missed the boat, and it's going to cost you dearly versus trying to get something done or rearrange things sooner rather than later.
What will it be, his fifth year? Sixth?
Always.
And I wonder, like, if they just pay him now versus, let's say he wins a Super Bowl, what's the difference in salary, right? Like, he may just reset the market either way.
Right.
Like, he just may get the number one salary by a penny, regardless of what he does. I mean, he's playing at that level to where, I mean, he shouldn't be judged at this point whether he wins the Super Bowl.
Are the Dodgers cheating? Major League Baseball? What the hell is going on? Are the Rangers about to be really, really cheap? And the fallout from the KC controversy in Kansas City. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But there is no controversy about what you should do next if you have been thinking about a job and career shift.
and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Did Shohei Ohtani and the LA Dodgers cheat the system? Are they just more brilliant than the rest of us? Or yes, all of the above? Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We would like you to win the Green Day tickets that we're going to give away in the 7 o'clock expressway here on your home of the World Series champs. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell. And the news comes out yesterday that Shohei Ohtani is going to just make $2 million, RJ, for the next 10 seasons of this $700 million contract. Next 10 years, $2 million per, so that the Dodgers can spend away and add more players. Maybe this is some Yamamoto money, and they can continue to build around Shohei, the ultimate sacrifice, Tom Brady move. And then, between the years 2034 and 2043, Shohei Ohtani will get $68 million a year.
It's insane. Now, their competitive balance tax number for these years is in like the $40 million range each year. I don't know how they calculate that. I have no idea. So they will get taxed on that, but they won't have that money they'll have that extra money to spend on Yamamoto, which they're among the favorites, if not the favorites for him. And I wonder, having Shohei on the team, how that impacts him wanting to come on over as a recruiting tool.
There was a report from Yahoo Japan that Yamamoto wanted to play with other Japanese players.
Okay.
How many do the Yankees have? Because they apparently met with him.
Well, they just traded Kyle Higashioka, who is part Japanese.
Wouldn't it be great to be a Japanese scrub and you're like the Jack Haley factor of sticking on a roster, or Giannis's brother? You get to stick around on a team.
Thanasis.
Just because Yamamoto wants to play with
so?
fellow countrymen.
Jack Haley, that's good. It's a good one. So I don't know how this impacts it. If it does, I'm sure it does a little bit. But this is wild. Like, I've never seen anything like this, and there is no rule against it. Like, the Major League Baseball allows this. Don't know why, but they do. They allow it, and the Dodgers absolutely would love to do this, because now you could say, well, why would they want to pay a guy $68 million for doing nothing? And the answer is simple: is that they put this money into some kind of a trust or a fund, and they make money off it. So I did the numbers last night, and I did a very basic scan, the very simplistic one, but if you use a standard interest,
use your easy tip calculator.
I went online, I googled it. If you just do like a standard interest and you put $68 million into a fund, say you put it in this year, in 10 years, that $68 million is worth over 90. So now they're not paying him $68 million in 2034. They're paying him whatever.
90 minus 22.
Well, 68 minus 22, because they're getting the extra 22 million. So they're paying him $46 million that year. But if you go to the 20th year, they're making over 100. That money is worth over 120 million. So they're almost paying him nothing, and they're pocketing that money. And it's brilliant from their standpoint, because they're like, $1 today worth more than $1 tomorrow, yada yada yada. Shohei, he's getting it though, and they also get this: they don't have to pay him interest. They aren't like with Bonilla. It's all interest. They're paying him interest on that loan, or on that deferred payment. They're not doing that with Shohei. I have no idea how this is allowed.
And Bob Nightingale says it's a stroke of genius for tax repercussions. If he's not living in California, once his deferred payments start, he will not be subjected to the heavy California tax.
That's what I was curious about. I was curious if is that the benefit for Shohei here? Is that he's going to get most of this money at a tax rate that's not the California tax rate, which
then move to Texas.
So exactly. So it's a little funny the way the taxing works with these athletes anyway, because I guess a lot of people always go, well, you're not getting taxed the same way, yada yada yada. But I guess you get taxed based on where you play, like not just each game. So like if he plays this many games in California, he'll get taxed at California rates. But If he's playing against the Diamondbacks, he's getting Arizona state taxes there. If he's playing against the Rangers, he's getting Texas state taxes, which is nothing.
Right, and I think Arizona's tax-free, no tax. I
have no idea.
But like I know a lot of players like
we tax that ass.
They will. This is a big story. This is a big story with like A-Rod and Jeter because they made their residence in Florida, and they were able to get away from New York taxes.
They're all offshore accounts,
right? So they Florida's a no state income tax place. So that's what the spring training facility is. So that's their permanent residence.
So yesterday when Peyton found this story, initially reported from The Athletic before all these crooks took it and confirmed it on their own, we had outrage on our text chain. I'm not feeling that same outrage this morning. Is it just because it's 6:30 in the morning? And we were all like, it was a mixture of, I think, outrage, jealousy, envy, whatever you want to throw in there. Should this be the case? Should this be allowed?
Yeah, so
the Dodgers, we got to just give it up for being smarter, and Shohei for being sharper and more unselfish in the present than everyone else in the history of the sport that's ever gotten a contract.
So I'll be honest, I wasn't going back and forth on the text chain when we were talking about this because as I was reading it, like when I saw it, it was so just irritating to know that they have that it's just like you look at it and go, okay, all right. And so I just kind of put my phone down like, all right, this is annoying, but good for them. They found the loophole. They found somebody who wanted to agree to it. You get all these sort of advantages. That's great for them. Great for them. But it is just it's annoying. It's a loophole that they do. I would think at some point, this is so above the top, like way over the top that you would think at some point Major League Baseball would say, okay, well, we got to kind of do something about this. But I just don't know how much Major League Baseball has the power to do something like that to really affect change.
Players who will make more money than Shohei this year. Austin Hedges.
How many numbers are on your ass?
He's getting $4 million.
Austin Hedges doubles him up. Carson Kelly, Garrett Thompson, Dylan Moore, Jace Peterson, Colin Ray, Max Stassi will make $7. Now, people are like, does Shohei not realize how expensive California is? Well, apparently Shohei made $40 just off the field in money last year. His off the field money would have made him tied for the third highest salary in baseball. Shohei Ohtani made more money from the Nippon Ham Fighters when he was 22 than he will make from the Dodgers in 2024.
Wow. Yeah, he's not hurting for money.
Right.
He'll be fine. Shohei is good. I mean, there is not a product. I'm assuming not a product in Japan he won't endorse. Or he wouldn't be able to endorse if he wants to. There was like parades over this contract in Japan over the weekend. Like they were just so elated that their guy got $700 million. It was like a badge of honor.
Yeah. And Bobby Bell, this is for you now.
Oh, no.
How great does this make Shohei Ohtani look after you tried to recruit RJ Choppy for your smear campaign?
I succeeded.
You succeeded. You had RJ join you. This guy hasn't said a peep, and you haters managed to turn on him when we don't even know what his voice sounds like. And here he is being the ultimate unselfish player and teammate saying, nope, I don't need this money until I'm well past my prime and playing days. Let's continue to build. I want the championships. I want the rings.
No, it's still a financial benefit to him. Like we just talked about, he's not going to have the same tax. He's ultimately going to see more of this money than he would have. He's got the money to go ahead and do what he's doing now, so he gets to just relax, sit there, do his sit with his dog, Nomar or whatever the hell he named it, whatever Dodger,
Mookie,
whatever
Freddie.
He named the thing, exactly, Koufax, whatever he named the dog. He gets to just chill with the dog for 10 years and get his $68 million a year.
And why hasn't anyone else in the history of the sport done it?
I think you're going to start seeing some people go, let's do this.
I think you are. If I was the Dodgers,
He was the first.
Yeah, if I was a team that was playing in a high tax place.
Wait, that's a great point. He is the first. So he is just so me-focused and so selfish that he became an innovator in the way to cheat the system and get as much money as he can.
I support this guy now.
Scrooge Ohtani.
Oh, you're back?
I'm back. I'm back.
Nope,
Now,
Scrooge Ohtani.
I didn't care for...
Joe Ohtani?
Scrooge Ohtani. He's just
Scrooge.
Mr. Yeah,
Scrooge.
that's who he is. He's Scrooge. He just wants as much money as possible.
I didn't care for the secrecy aspect of it, but I think I respect the hustle here with the brains to do this. Big time. Now, I think it's cheap. I don't think the baseball should allow it, but if I was a team like the Dodgers, the Giants, or a team that played in a high-tax state, 1,000% I'm doing this deal
this
from now
doesn't
on.
knock the Dodgers. Like, this gives the middle finger to all the competitive balance. This does not take the Dodgers. Like, they're not out of Yamamoto now. Like, you give $700 million, the rest of baseball should be able to spend and even things out. No, not the case. The Dodgers are just going to keep spending more.
Like, if I were like the Mets, who wanted Yamamoto, the Yankees, the Giants, Angels, high-tax place, I'd be like, yeah, Yamamoto, here's $2 million a year, and we'll pay you $400 million. Because we're just going to invest that money. We don't have to really pay you because we're investing the money to use against you, and then we'll basically use that to pay you down the line.
I just ultimately, in terms of the egomaniac thing, I just go back to the dog, Sean. The dog. Because I sit here and think about if we were interviewing somebody on the show and the handler reached out to you directly and said, hey, Sean, this is not a great analogy because we wouldn't have seen his dog, but they were like, don't you dare ask him what the name of that dog is. You go like, you would either go, oh, okay, and then immediately ask him what the dog's name is, or you go, we're not doing this interview, thanks, you're canceled. Because it's an egomaniac move. I don't want to tip my hand. What does it matter tipping your hand if you already had this deal worked out with the Dodgers where you're going to game the whole system?
And then on the other side, you got the Rangers, who apparently are going to lose out on Jordan Montgomery and maybe some other high-priced guys because of their TV contract, according to Ken Rosenthal, who wrote about Jordan Montgomery and Clayton Kershaw the other day. The Kershaw aspect of this totally got lost until I went and just actually read the whole article myself. He said, as a free agent, Kershaw would first need to choose the Rangers over the only team he has ever known. Then he would need to recover from surgery to repair the ligaments in his left shoulder. The Rangers facing financial uncertainty, blah, blah, blah. Kershaw would be less expensive than Montgomery. A number of other free agent starters would be as well. And in the postseason, the Rangers demonstrated the value of pitching depth. They used 3 starters as glorified openers or relievers. The team, according to sources, has the same idea in mind for 2024. The Rangers could sign Kershaw, wait for him and DeGrom in the second half, or they can go for second-tier free agents who would be ready to pitch opening day, like Michael Wacha, Sean Mania, and Frankie Montas. And perhaps Owen White and Jack Leiter would provide a second-half boost.
Montas had some shoulder issues over the last couple of years, but when he's healthy, he's a pretty good pitcher, and you might be able to get him cheap. I think Kershaw, now that Shohei's there, I wonder if Kershaw just stays there. They're going to be the prohibitive favorites to win the title. Maybe he just tries to stay there and steal a.
Man, he was probably going to stay. This is a Hall of Fame souped up version of Goran Dragic. That's all this is. Kershaw uses us. He uses us every time to get more money in LA. He ain't coming here.
Is it? So that's what I can't figure out. That's a good point. It may be the Dragic thing where it's just we're constantly going to be told, oh, he's coming, and then he never does. And I was thinking of it more like he's Darren Williams, which is there's going to be all this chatter about, man, he'd really love to go home and play, and then he doesn't actually come home and play till it doesn't matter, and he's not very good.
Did last night move Dak even closer to the MVP? How are we feeling about the Dolphins on the schedule now? And then has anyone changed their mind about the KC controversy after yesterday? That's all next here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Platinum Ford.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
And the resilient Titans beat the team that everyone thought might put up 70 again tonight. They didn't. They put up 27. Final score, Tennessee 28, Miami 27.
2 games, 2 upsets. That was the call last night on Titans radio. Miami and Green Bay lose to the Titans and the New York Giants. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby, your home for the most and best, the most football coverage in DFW, and your home of America's team. We have a Green Day ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock Expressway. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. There's no way that guy is who you're saying he is, Choppy. There's no way.
That is the guy on the TV last night with the fedora and the black pinstripe suit.
Matt Drudge.
Boy, that's a really good reference.
Thank you.
No, that is Sean Stellato. He is Tommy DeVito's agent.
Peyton, Peyton, did you look at this guy?
Yeah, I saw him with a top hat and everything.
It's not a top hat, it's a fedora.
Same thing.
Well, but it kind of is not Abe Lincoln, but yes, same point. He is. Boy, he played it up too because he had the gold wristband, the gold bracelet on.
Wow.
He is being inducted.
What's his name?
Sean Stellato.
Looked like he's in the mafia or something.
Might be. You never know. He is going into the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame this week in Chicago.
No.
Yes, he is. And he is. Wow. They call him a longtime agent. I don't know. I've never seen this dude before.
This is an industry plant. That's what that is.
Has to be, man.
Is this a bit?
Look at this website.
His whole life is a bit.
This is his agency website with the little Italian flag. Tommy DeVito News. And it looks like it was made in like 1998.
Tommy is like his only client. This is like, this guy could be my cousin for all I know.
This is a bit, man. I'm looking at his other Google images. He doesn't have that fedora on in any other one.
No, he doesn't. But he does have like there's some photos of him with a regular hat on and these giant glasses. I mean, he's got some GTL in him. There's no doubt about it.
Oh my gosh.
Here's another
his
one.
website. I've never seen an agent's website like this.
Ryan, if you can get that picture up, I just retweeted it at 105.3 SS. Get this agent's photo up on the fan.
This is his sports agency website, and he's got a whole section there of Sean's 7 steps to success, and where he lays out all the steps to professional success that he can help you with. And he's also got like an entire section on this thing called No Backing Down, where he just like basically posts inspirational messages and things like that.
Maybe I should use this guy for our next contract negotiation. Just give him a call. And
we should interview him.
We should.
You have every other sketchy Italian in your Rolodex.
I do.
Of hookups. I haven't gotten sick of them yet. I haven't gotten sick of Tommy Cutlets yet. Now, last night, I was watching the Manning cast, so I wasn't all in on one with the features and all the highlights and all the mentions probably that took place. The sick part of me also wants him to thrive and succeed, so the Giants commit. So the Giants end up committing to him as these idiots. Only the New York Giants are stupid enough on their 4th quarterback to only have the 8th pick right now in the draft today. It's not a top 2. It's not a top 4. It's not a top 5. They're sitting at number 8 with their 4th string quarterback as they get the win. Bobby, your other takeaways from the Monday night doubleheader?
I mean, the Dolphins I cannot figure them out.
No.
They are the biggest mystery in the NFL.
They embarrassed our power rankings.
Oh my gosh. They are either they'll step out there, they'll do things like put up 70 on Denver, or they'll look, like, man, you cannot stop this offense. They're never going to punt again. And then they do things like they did last night, which is just I'm sure they're so glad they've invested all this money and capital in Xavier Howard and Jalen Ramsey at this point to not be able to cover a 50-year-old DeAndre Hopkins in the final 5 minutes.
It was wild, man. Like, they had, so just think to lose this game, they had a bad snap inside the 5-yard line. That's probably at least 3 points, probably 7. They had a blocked field goal. They won the turnover margin by 2 since 1989. Shout out Bo for giving me the stat. If you lose the turnover margin by 2 or more since 1989, You are 147 and 1,759 and 3. You lose almost 93% of the games if you lose the turnover margin by 2 or more since 1989. And not only did Tennessee lose the turnover margin by 2 or more, they also were down by 14 with like 4 minutes to go.
But that's the wild. That whole game was wild. It's a tie game with like 7 minutes to go. And then all of a sudden, it's a minute later. It's like, oh, we're up by 14. And then you fast forward 5 minutes. It's, we lost the game by 1. It was one of the more wild 5 to 7 minute stretches in a football game that I've seen in forever.
And I'm thinking to myself, just going through this, like, man, they are farting around with this team. Like, they don't look like they're trying to actually score. They're just like running the ball and let's just not show anything. It was very odd. It was a weird game.
I did have one takeaway outside of just the negative of I can't figure Miami out. And I know Tennessee's sort of irrelevant at this point, but there is just something about Will Levis. Like the way that he plays there's like some gamer to him. I don't know.
That's what DeAndre said afterwards.
There's like some intangible stuff there. And I mean that throw he made on the first touchdown where he kind of rolls out and then he throws across his body and like fits it into that tight space. He's good. There are a couple of really interesting quarterbacks that have come out here. Like with Levis, Richardson before he got hurt, Stroud's been really impressive. This is an interesting class.
Ryan's got the photo.
Oh,
look at that. Look at that guy. My word.
Maron, as the kids say.
What's he got on the wrist too?
That's the gold bracelet thingy.
Gold bracelet. Wow.
Look at that capo. Look at
that. So, how long is Tyreek going to be out? And what happened in the MVP race last night with Tyreek's injury and Tua playing without him? Tyreek still ended up with... Now, look, Tyreek is never going to give it to a non-quarterback anyway.
He sprinted off the field. He came back, too.
He had an adrenaline rush, he said, and then his wife texted him. Apparently, he was looking at the phone at some point, and she goes, you better get your butt back out there. So he decided to go back out on the field. He also got videoed walking in with a little McDonald's bag for the pregame.
Are they going to suspend that guy for filming him with McDonald's, too? You're not allowed to film Tyreek Hill without the NFL suspending you?
Tua 23 for 33 for 240, no touchdowns. The QBR was a 29.4. So right now as it stands.
The sacks killed him on that one, right?
This is a 2-horse race right now.
Yeah.
This is Purdy and Dak. And this stretch of games that Dak is about to play will go a long way in deciding this thing. Because
for sure.
We got to see it against some real teams.
The stretch, against Buffalo on the road, Miami on the road, and then obviously Detroit at home, but you got home game there, and they usually play well at home. Like the Buffalo game, I think is going to tell me more than anything.
Just have a really hard time seeing. Dak has been the best in the NFL over the last 6 to 7 weeks. Purdy has not been far enough away from his level of play, I don't think, for it to make the difference of San Francisco's probably going to be there, or they've got a good shot at the 1 seed. They're definitely going to be a division winner, no worse than the 2 seed. I don't know that it's enough to separate that if Dallas ends up with the wild card, which is still, for all of Philly's struggles, the likeliest thing that happens is Dallas ends up with the wild card.
If Purdy gets the 1 seed, I think it's his. Whether that's right or wrong, that's the way it's going to wind up.
The numbers are insanely close. Purdy has 48 more passing yards than Dak. He has him beat 7.8 to 9.9 in yards per throw.
It's an absurd number, 10 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
10 yards per attempt. Dak has 3 more touchdowns, 1 less interception. There's a 3 sack difference between the two. That's not, I'm just throwing out numbers that are close. The QBR is a 0.1 difference. Purdy's a 74.7. Dak is a 74.6. This is all basically identical. It's crazy. Dak has thrown about 60 more, attempts. 359 to 450. Dak has 450. Purdy has 359. So basically 90 more pass attempts for Prescott. I would say that Purdy's probably because of the things that Bobby said with the standings and the way that they just revert back to that. Purdy's probably the slight favorite right now. Slight favorite, even though Dak's numbers are like slightly better.
Yeah, and look, I don't...
Except for the yards per pass.
Yeah, and I don't think that it's going to be tough because the next few weeks, you've got Purdy going up against Cardinals, Ravens at home, Commanders on the road, Rams at home. That's not the same as, Dak is, regardless of if the weather's kind of nice or whatever, you're going to have to go to Buffalo in December. Yeah. That's probably not going to be an opportunity for him to throw for 400 yards in that game.
It'll be windier than what.
Yeah, who knows how Miami shows up and plays in that game on Christmas Eve at this point. You may be resting against the Commanders in the final week if your position is kind of solid and sold. So I don't know. It feels to me like I would have the odds a little bit more favoring Purdy at this point. Dak would have to play so far above him, I feel like, in the final few weeks.
And I guess I should take that back real quick. Like, the only number's really better. Dak has more touchdown passes.
Fewer picks.
You can make the argument that Purdy's numbers are better. By the way, right now, Sunday in Buffalo, partly sunny with a high of 46, a low of 38, 12-mile-per-hour winds. That's the forecast today.
I mean, you could not dream up a better Buffalo weather day in the middle of December than 46 degrees. Yeah, that might happen once.
Because today the high is 40 with 30-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, you get a lot of wind. Boy, random stat I just found here. Brock Purdy, on passes that he has made, has gotten defensive pass interference called against him or against San Fran or the other team in their favor just 3 times, which is basically league average. Dak's got 14. So, like, that's I think there might be a skill there, like not a skill, but like a knowledge you're throwing into cover. You're getting guys calls.
Wide open guys help. You don't have to get pass interference when they're wide open.
No, that's a good point.
And let me say this about Purdy. I tweeted this on Sunday because it is a fascinating topic over whether he's a system guy and who could be doing this. Are San Francisco's receivers open? Yes. But Brock Purdy makes a lot of big-time throws. This is my opinion. This is Sean Shreve saying it. Brock Purdy makes a lot of throws that other quarterbacks would not be able to don't make. They just don't make in the same situations. He's got touch. He's got accuracy. It ticks me off that he's still got the arm strength to make a lot of the throws. I think Brock Purdy is legit.
It's anticipation. There's a lot of anticipation on the throw. Same with Tua. Tua doesn't have a great arm, but he anticipates. Like that throw to Tyreek down the road where Tyreek just almost went out of bounds, like he just toe tapped at the end. That just went out the reach. That was an anticipation throw. It was a good throw. Like Purdy does a lot of that. He's a great decision maker. He finds the open man. The guy is open, but I mean, it may not be the first read. He may be going through the progressions, just finds that guy. Like, he is a good decision maker.
Justin Herbert looks like he's going to have surgery on the fractured finger, so he's out for Thursday and the Chargers as Brandon Staley continues somehow, some way to hang on. So Justin Herbert continuing to annihilate and destroy my fantasy football team. I'm plummeting like LA is.
Zero chance they keep Brandon Staley at the end of the year. I feel like they can't do it, man.
I agree, but man, I'll tell you, why wouldn't they just fire him now? The team has obviously quit on him. Well, they scored 13 points in the last 2 weeks.
I think they may not want to taint Kellen. Like if they're thinking about promoting Kellen, don't throw him into this mess, chaos, him in charge, have people turn on him. Just fresh start in the offseason. I don't know. That's a possible theory. Or maybe their owner's just a freaking idiot. Jerry Jones joins us at 8:30 here on Sean and RJ. We got the Mavs, Stars. We have some Green Day tickets to hook you up with, and how Mike McCarthy helped Dak Prescott discover the game of football. It's all on the way on Sean and RJ. 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you to BetterHelp.com.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, that's a very good question, to which I don't have an answer. Oh, bang! I got an answer for that, though. Luka has put Dallas up by 20.
One of his 5 threes, 35, 8, and 6. Mavs win their third straight, and they made it a 2-0 night for DFW. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you on DFW Sports Station, your home of the commercial-free expressway that starts at 7:20 with Green Day tickets to hook you up with. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Luka hit 5 threes. He was 12 of 13 from the free throw line. Derek Lively with 16 and 16. Jaden Hardy had his best night off the bench with 19, and they won without Kyrie and without Tim Hardaway. Those guys give you 40 a night. And did anyone else get the Mike Bassick phone call after the show yesterday?
I did not. I get that. I thought he was in Austin or College Station.
Oh, they have phones that work still.
After the show, yes. After the show, I did. I missed the call, though. I didn't see it till way later.
Okay. He called and asked what I thought about the Dwight Powell-Kyrie injury. And we didn't have a chance to talk about it yesterday, but man, that was ugly. Dwight Powell catching some wrath from Mavs fans for hurting one of our own, but
Dwight Powell is a better player.
He landed straight on Kyrie's legs at all that height and all that size.
Oh man, it's like it's amazing that something doesn't break when you have something like that. But
heel contusion.
Yeah, I did not get that phone call.
Luckily, he only weighs, Dwight Powell weighs about 160 pounds, even at his 6'11" height or whatever he is.
More than that.
And so he was able to handle that weight. I got to say, though, last night's another example of, please, for the love of God, just let Jaden Hardy grow with this basketball team. Like, give him opportunity, let him get out there. We saw how much growth he had at the end of last season and how good he looked, and they've just, again, kids kind of stubbornly kept him where he has in these first few weeks of the season. But, man, He was really good last night, and I did for a little bit there after he made that 3 to put him up. I think they're up 21 in the fourth. I did start worrying a little bit when it's like, all right, it's been 5 minutes since he scored. All right, we're about to cut this to single digits.
Yeah.
They're about to blow this.
People are saying this is the funniest and most cutthroat thing that Stephen A. Smith has ever said on television.
Oh, my God.
And it has to do with reports over Zion Williamson's weight. The first clip is actually from the Stephen A. podcast talking about the Pelican star.
Zion Williamson, he looks fat. He looks fat. While LeBron James had dropped 30 in 3 quarters and had completely dominated and looked in peak physical condition, Zion Williamson, who's more than 15 years younger, went to the free throw line. I saw a belly. When he took a deep breath, his belly bounced. That kind of belly. I mean, damn. But you look like you showed up to the game having just ate a buffet. Not something from the buffet, the buffet. Like you ate the damn table. Get in my belly. That's what I saw. I know they got a weight clause in this contract. They got to. He got to be violating that. So he's addicted to food. I'm speculating, but it's got to be. But Zion Williamson, in basketball parlance, is fat. It's got to change.
Wow. Damn. Thick. With 2 C's. And like that's what he's calling him. He's calling him fat.
But
like
then
just fat.
Yesterday, so here's the one that people are like lost their minds over with laughter.
He didn't stop. He kept going in.
He's actually like trying to report this. This is like a food report that Broadus will be proud of from Stephen A. on the streets of New Orleans.
You got chefs in New Orleans. I'm not exaggerating. I'm quoting people. You got chefs in New Orleans who love him. They're looking for him. Every chef there wants to meet him because they know he'll show up to their restaurant. The word out on Zion Williamson is that he'll eat the table. I'm quoting. He'll eat the table. What in the hell is going on with Zion Williamson?
Damn. Is this below the belt? Is this cheap?
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Does he struggle with a food addiction?
I don't know if he struggles with food addiction.
Chef there wants to meet him.
He has an issue with his weight.
Sure.
He does.
Is it below the belt? Yeah, I mean.
Last night, by the way, he scored 36. So he answered back 36 points for Zion last night.
Yeah, like I don't care if he's not shredded, because like shredded doesn't mean you're cardiovascularly fit. Like, can you get up and down the floor? There are plenty of people who aren't shredded that can get up and down the floor. He can't get up. That's his problem. He can't get up and down the floor. Like, he can. It's just not at the same rate that he'd be able to if he shedded a few pounds. Like, that's his issue.
Belly.
So yeah, like it's a problem for him. It's
He's
still
playing
pulling the belt.
He's playing 2 minutes less than the last 2 years. He's playing 31 minutes a night. He was at 33.
This is tough because like the conditioning aspect of it and things like that, those are things that we talk about with athletes and are, I think, fair game in terms of like, okay, are they in playing shape? Are they doing this and that? I think that's fair. The extent that he takes it, where he's like just going like, the chefs want to meet all of him. They, they know he's their ticket to success. They'll be able to retire thanks to Zion's appetite. Like, that's maybe a little aggressive, but I don't know. I think I just view it differently because it's like the Stephen A. character, and he's saying it in such a like Stephen A. way where it's like he's trying to be funny.
No, but I think there's more seriousness in this than funny.
There is, but just like the way he like delivers it, I think is a little disarming, I guess. And so I don't view it the same way, but it's probably a little unfair.
Okay. If I was a Pelicans fan, I would want him to listen to it, but the world of bullying that we're in, I was just wondering.
He'll eat the table.
You can't say this about a music performer, but that weight has nothing to do with them versus Zion on the court.
You talking about Lizzo?
I'm not.
Jeez.
Good Lord. Dallas Stars, play another clip.
He's good it. Over to Hintz. In front. Tip. Score! Oh my. Surgical. Joe Pavelski. It took a handful of seconds. The Dallas power play has two. They get it right back, and they're up by a pair.
Valley with the call. Better effort from the Stars. Red Wings were really banged up, and it showed. Did not have two of their top forwards. Their entire fourth line was called up from the minors, and the Stars took advantage. Heiskanen with one of his better games, 2 goals and an assist. They have Ottawa on Friday, followed by St. Louis on Saturday. 2 other winnable games after that Star stench you were talking about against the tough team.
They had a little bit of a rough patch. I blame myself. I said it earlier. I blame myself on this one because I was at the start of this. I was at that Vegas game. They lose in overtime. And since then, they lost to Vegas twice. They lost to the Rangers, who are both good teams. They lost to Calgary twice. They lose to the Panthers. They lose to the Lightning. They had played Colorado in that stretch. That wasn't a great stretch. And those were against, quality opponents. This was a good team. They're on the up and coming, so they're not like this, like already set, stable, solid team like Vegas is. But I blame myself. I'm going to go back to another game and reset. I'm very superstitious. Very superstitious.
It's good that Miro's bouncing back a little bit because when I wore my Miro jersey for when Amazon came in here, and that's probably why they didn't throw me up on TV afterwards.
Yeah,
we had a meeting later that day, and you remember that got the hockey hawk going a little bit. And he's like, that guy's got to play a little better. That jersey you're wearing, he's got to play a little better. He needs to step up.
Kansas City fallout after the Kadarius Toney play. What were they saying yesterday, Choppy?
Man. Dude, the Chiefs are just annoying, but I'll tell you this. They're saying that he did not look back at the official before the play. Andy Reid on some why do coaches do these? Is he not doing it at the podium? He was in his office doing some kind of Zoom thing.
Here's Andy Reid explaining how Kadarius could have avoided the penalty.
Yeah, so listen, normally he looks over to the sideline and just gets an okay. And on that one, he just happened not to. So that would be the coaching point. Just make sure you check. Make sure you check with the guy on the side just to see if you're aligned. I mean, he's not lining up off sides on purpose. And listen, he was 2 inches away from or an inch from being legal. So I mean, you can always, like I said, you can argue both sides of it. It's for both teams. There are things that happen where people. Just it happens like that. So I guess the league's trying to clean that up from what I heard by one of the broadcasters last night.
Couple inches. Women around the world are saying this is what men say about a couple inches. They're 5'9". They say they're 6'2". It was a foot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what in the girl math is Andy Reid talking about? Saying that whole foot was 2 inches? Are you kidding me?
It's crazy.
No.
And by the way,
And he admitted he didn't check in. You just lost the argument.
Yep.
Now to the other side, and I'm curious, was there any analysts on TV that changed y'all's minds yesterday, as everyone in the football world had to break this down and give their opinion? Brian Baldinger, weekly guest on the Gag Nation, said guilty. Orlovsky went and watched every play, and he had at least four different times where Kadarius was lining up kind of like that.
Yes.
So the argument that goes along with that is, well, you let me get away with it. Why did you call it in the most important and crucial moment in the game versus letting me get away with it all the other times?
That's not unfair.
I'm stunned Orlovsky is trying to argue for somebody being a foot away from where they're actually supposed to be on the football field. That's crazy. Patrick Mahomes, though, he spoke yesterday, said he probably regrets acting like that, said I regretted the way I acted towards Josh Allen after the game because he had nothing to do with it. Still hot, still emotional, but you can't do that, man. That's not a great example for the kids watching the game. So he is a role model, unlike Barkley.
Look, there is something to, if they've been calling it that way the whole game, to change things up. I've got a problem with that.
Yeah.
You should call the game in the fourth quarter the same way you call it in the first quarter. Or you call the balls and strikes in the ninth inning the same way you would in the first.
Yes.
Now, look.
You agree with that, Bobby?
Yeah, I didn't see all the examples that Orlovsky would have had, but I can't imagine there's anything as egregious as that one. That was
they were all pretty. A lot of them were pretty similar.
I've never heard the referees get as sarcastic with their official statement like they did there, where it's we're not going to have much grace when he's blocking our view of the ball. And so to them, they felt like it was more egregious than anything else they'd seen that day.
Yeah, and look, now maybe there's the chance that they're publicly saying all this to protect Tony, so they don't pile on him publicly, and they're taking care of this in-house.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I respect that. Don't call the guy out. But the problem is, I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they think they're the NFL's darling. How dare you do this to us in the middle of this game? And I think that's a problem. I think there's something going on there.
Well, a lot of people think Mahomes is just venting his frustration because his wide receiving core is a comedy of errors.
He's got some guy named Rice, and that's about it.
Yeah.
By the way, we need to start talking about the Taylor Swift curse. That needs to become more of a discussion. She is really skated by at this point.
Well, is there a record to go along with this?
They
lost 4 of their last 6.
Yeah, she's roughly been around there. They're like a 500 team, I feel like, since she showed up.
God, you hate her.
Old Yoko Swift.
Yoko. All right, there it is. A recap of everything you need to know for your Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. We have a Green Day ticket giveaway. And Mike Bassett, this segment is for you, boss. How Mike McCarthy helped Dak Prescott discover NFL football. Listen to this audio and Bobby lose his mind in the expressway, commercial free after this.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
1st and 10 at the Giants' 41. Snap to Prescott, well protected, deep down the right side. Gallup in the end zone. He caught it. Touchdown to Michael Gallup. What a throw and what a catch. 41 yards.
Brad Sham with the call on this radio station. This is your home for America's team, and this is the Expressway, y'all. We are commercial free for the next 40 minutes with a Green Day ticket giveaway coming up at some point in time this segment. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan setting us up live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. And oh man, I've been waiting 24 hours plus to play this clip for Bobby because he was not able to.
You guys enjoy this segment. I'm hungry. You guys can play this audio.
Well, you don't even know what it is, and you're prejudging it. Mike Bassick has been very excited for me to play this audio for Bobby as well.
Tells me everything I need to know right there.
On the telecast, Bobby was at the stadium, couldn't hear Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. The two of these guys start waxing poetic.
Oh, I love that phrase.
Now, what does that really mean, waxing?
You're just...
I know what it means, and you don't know either.
I have no idea.
These two guys just start going overboard about their sit down with Dak Prescott before the Eagles game and what his experience has been like in the Mike McCarthy offense. Bobby, turn the radio up.
When we see Dak before the Giants game, week 1, he's talking about this footwork and trying to time it up. And then before the San Francisco game, now it's like he's preaching to us. Almost like, you guys should try this, really. It's almost like somebody learning a language and then learning how to speak it fluently.
Yeah, and he was like selling us something,
right.
Wasn't it? It was unusual, and like, guys, I can't believe it's taken me. I played football all these years, and it's taken me this long to figure out everything I was doing was wrong. And now all you got to do is go 1-2, and then you take off and run. And it was like he had just cracked the code on the game itself.
Wow, what an endorsement for Mike McCarthy, helping Dak basically discover what playing quarterback could be like. 1-2 out. He's cracked the code. That Dak was going overboard and selling these guys. You got to try this. I'm telling you, this is something that's revolutionary, and I didn't know about this until I had Coach run this offense.
It's almost as if Mike McCarthy's won a Super Bowl before, and he's not the bumbling boob that people make him out to be. Just to give Sean Payton a little more credit,
and that he's worked with some Hall of Fame type quarterbacks. May know
maybe
something
two
about
of them.
The quarterback position.
May have an idea. He may know.
Would have been great to see that on display the first 5 weeks of the season before the quarterback had to take over, huh?
I mean, look, it's you're not wrong. However, it's not like there's no concepts of McCarthy, his offense going on right now.
Hence, it looks much more like the offense last year than the one that was in the first 5 weeks of the year.
Incessant curl routes.
See if this is dumbing it down too much. What they were showing also over and over is part of the reason that Dak is using his legs so much better is the quick decision of 1-2 out. Orlovsky was showing the Brandon Cooks throw yesterday, and he's like, if Dak Prescott hesitates, remember he had this issue with that extra hitch where it looked like he was indecisive, what we're seeing a lot of from Jalen Hurts right now.
Yep.
When he gave that 2.5 hitch, the play's over, the window's closed, you are sacked. And that hitch is not taking place anymore. And the way I'm dumbing it down, Bobby, in all seriousness, even though I would like to troll you and get you worked up here in this segment, I'd like to calculate the number of 2-step, 3-step drops that Dak has had this year compared to years past and even earlier in the season. When I saw the 1-2 out, 1-2-3 out, and everything was a 3-yard pass, a 4-yard pass, a 5-yard pass, these slants, lack of deep balls, I was like, okay, that is clear to me with my eyes that this is what Mike McCarthy wants to do. And I was expecting the 1-2 out, 1-2-3 out to be gone at this point in time now in the year after McCarthy, Dak, whoever did it, made the changes to go more downfield. So that's the way I'm thinking about it in my mind. I'm like, oh, they're still highlighting 1-2-3 out, and that is West Coast in my head. More West Coast. And that's how I was saying, okay, maybe maybe this is a McCarthy impact that's still being felt. That's the way I was taking it in.
I
do believe that Mike McCarthy, and I agree with the change to start the season, scrapped a plan. Somebody scrapped the plan. I'm just trying to figure out how much of what McCarthy wanted to change is still in effect today with his offense versus Kellen's.
Look, we've talked about this. It does not, you don't have to have like a PhD in football or even have the all-22 or anything else to sit down, watch the offense on Sundays and go, something changed after week 5. Like you can see the offense is not the same one that they were trying to get into place. Everything that he was trying to do with the rhythm, the timing, and the tempo, and get the ball out and keep the ball out of the middle of the field, that has gone away. I think that just logically, if somebody were to look at it, what are the odds that McCarthy just on his own went, well, let's scrap everything that I've been trying to install the entire offseason after 5 weeks, especially when it came after a week when CeeDee Lamb was incredibly animated on the sideline against San Francisco, was incredibly frustrated. And then when we hear Dak and CeeDee talking during the week, they talk about how, yeah, look, a lot of us as players we talked about some things and said, hey, let's air these things out. Let's get everything out on the table, talk about what we need to do, yada, yada, yada. That, I think, is more indicative of, I think the likeliest thing, you can piece some things together and say, the likely scenario is that the coaching staff got a lot of feedback from a lot of players that said, hey, we gotta change some things up. And to his credit, they did, it looks like.
And Basic's point in calling me yesterday, besides talking about Dwight Powell hurting Kyrie, was, yes, you go on TV and you hype up your coach, you say nice things. Mm-hmm. This clip was really overboard. Play it one more time, Pepe, and then we'll get to Dak sitting down with Jason Garrett, which I thought was very insightful as well. It seemed like this wasn't your normal, usual pregame interview complimenting those you work with.
When we see Dak before the Giants game, week 1, he's talking about this footwork and trying to time it up. And then before the San Francisco game, now it's like he's preaching to us. Almost like, you guys should try this, really. It's almost like somebody learning a language and then learning how to speak it fluently.
Yeah, and he was like selling us something,
right?
Wasn't it? Yeah. It was unusual, and like, guys, I can't believe it's taken me, I played football all these years, and it's taken me this long to figure out everything I was doing was wrong. And now all you got to do is go 1-2, and then you take off and run. And it was like he had just cracked the code on the game itself.
Yeah, he didn't crack the code. It's just like, it's the natural progression of an athlete as they get older. They figure things out. It's not even just an athlete. It's anybody at work. It's anybody like it just clicks. Like, and Sims has talked about this for years. Like when he got older, he got like 36, 30. He's like, Phil, my body broke down, but my brain had never been smarter about the game. And the trick is to be healthy enough when you figure the game out to where you have this amazing stretch where you know the answers to the test and you can still make all the throws. Dak's no different. It's not a change in anything. It's just that he's figured out the game. Like he's making decisions. He's processing things quicker. That's all quarterbacking is. Yeah. Quarterbacking isn't having this cannon of an arm. It's just processing things.
That's why Brock Purdy's off to such a fast start. You know, he is this Sean McVay, Jared Goff connection that we heard about early in LA, and Purdy is executing what Kyle wants on the field despite not having all the physical advantages. And then you have Dak sit down with Jay Jeezy. I thought Jason Garrett did a nice job. If I ever awkwardly run into him again as he's eating a salmon cone and drinking some Camus red wine, that's what I'm going to tell him. I'm gonna be
Great
like, man,
salmon cone.
Well, you did a very, very nice job with the Dak Prescott interview. And Dak talked about with Jason Garrett on NBC what changed after the 49er embarrassment.
That one surprised me. You know, that one went into that game prepared, went into that game ready. Personally, thought the team did, thought we were ready to go. And just to get punched in the mouth the way we did, it was a great wake-up, humbling call for us and for this team, and understanding, it's about our journey, but we've got to make sure we're crossing our T's, dotting our I's, and doing every little thing right when you play other great teams like that, because they got the best of us that day, and we didn't fight the way that we should have through the end. And so I think, that pissed everybody off, everybody in the building off. And so raised the focus up a little bit more, heightened the detail, And I think as a few of us changed, we went to the game plan, changing how we want to attack guys and being able to throw the ball more, spread teams out. After the game, I realized I need to use my feet. I need to be more mobile. Maybe it's, extending plays, allowing these guys to get open after the initial play. And a lot of good things have happened since then. At this point, we're really just trying to build and put the best versions of ourselves out there each and every week, getting better.
Wow, great answer. And Bobby has a question for Jerry at 8:30 was that San Fran thing something that maybe saved the season? Because that was their intervention. That was their intervention moment of this has to change, something has to change, and it has.
Because you and I walked in here the next morning, and we just kind of I don't want to say we laughed. We were like, what are we going to do? Like, we were not distraught.
Yeah.
We were like, this is that showed us that it's over.
It is.
We know where we are.
It is what it is. And then he talked a little bit more with Jason Garrett about the concerted effort to push the ball downfield more.
We want to be aggressive, and you've got to take your shots. And I don't think we were doing that early enough. I mean, Coach McCarthy would be the first to say that. And so now it's about you give us one-on-one and you want to challenge us. We're going to challenge you. See if you can keep up and you can run with the guys that we have. And we're going to take the top off of it. And then from there, we'll open up other things and play the game that we want to. And so. We've got to be aggressive, and you're going to get our fastball, and that's taking the shot.
How do you maintain it?
Continuing to be who we are and build off of what we've done. We can't get away from taking our shots. I can't get away from being mobile. Can't get away from our tempo and our speed. And at the end of the day, when adversity comes, stick together. And that's what's so special about this locker room, the brotherhood, the culture, everything that we've created is we've got the men to do that, and we've got something special building.
Look, I think that the interesting thing there is we weren't taking enough shots early, which is something that whenever we talked about that, you remember McCarthy was getting annoyed how every week through the first 5 weeks it was like, so where's the deep passing game? And Jerry too. They were getting annoyed with it. But I think
Stop asking me about Brandon Cooks, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's something where it starts to move the needle when the players start asking, where is this? Why is that? And that's essentially what Dak just told you, is that they got to early on in the season, they were not taking enough deep shots. And he goes, I think Coach McCarthy would be the first to tell you that, would agree with that. Because I think that they've had an evolution to realize, okay, you can't just pressure everything horizontally across the football field and run all these West Coast concepts. It's not working. I remember I came in after the San Francisco game and I said to you guys, the first thing at 6 a.m. was, you have to pick your scheme or your quarterback here. Like, you have to pick which one you want to be married to. If this is the scheme you want to be married to, fine. Get rid of your quarterback then, because the quarterback's not going to function in this system.
Right.
And I think they all had that same reckoning and realized, all right, we got to change some things up. And it is different. This isn't just implementing things. They weren't holding stuff back for the first month of the season. Whatever you had in your bag, you were going to throw at San Francisco. And I think how often have we seen in the last couple years, San Francisco has forced their hand, made them go, oh, we got to go become a more physical football team. Oh, we got to change this. It happened again. It just happened in mid-season, and I think people didn't realize, and they think it all came to being. No, it's San Francisco pushed them again to go, time to change, got to change things again.
Yeah, I mean, they did. I also think there's a chance that, and I don't want to say they were holding things back, but I do think a lot of teams now do this. They look at the first handful of games of the season and then adjust to how it's going, and maybe not roll out a 2.0, but have things ready to go when that time hits, that they've gone through those 3, 4, 5 games and they need to make adjustments.
What I'm dying to really know, and it'll happen, may never happen. If it happens, it'll be off the record. What I'm dying to know is, does Dak Prescott really love working with and respect Mike McCarthy's offense as much as that NBC clip says? That's what I'm dying to know off the record. Because it felt like everyone was a fan of Kellen, and I would just love to hear compare and contrast. It'll never take place on the record, but off the record, if all this is like 1,000% legit, like, oh my gosh, he changed my game. This West Coast offense is a basic foundation of what we're doing. Yes, we changed things up to go more downfield. I'm just dying to know what he really thinks about McCarthy as an offensive mind. Bobby, homework.
I think they're in a good place right now. I really do.
Mm-hmm. They are.
I don't think it's always been great between them.
Yeah.
And I think that's something. I think Dak is a pro, and McCarthy's a pro, and they're not necessarily going to air out whatever friction is there. I don't think they view it as productive, but I think it'd be a little naive to believe that the 4 years they spent here working together, it's just been a great time the whole time. I don't think that's been the case.
And I think you can see the improvement on the sidelines, that you can see their chemistry with each other and the body language. Now, look, they're kicking everybody's ass, so a lot better and easier to get along during that. But you can see Dak and Mike, ho-humming it up, with the back pats. And, oh, wow, you want to give him an award for the appendix surgery? You think that's, you want to give him the Medal of Honor? You don't say that stuff unless you're closer with someone.
I think it's gotten to a point where I think they are good right now. But that's just the thing, is that I think that by contrast, again, not everybody, people aren't going to want to air those things out there, but I think it's easy to tell that heading into this season, Dak wasn't thrilled with some of the discussion that was coming out of the Cowboys coaching staff.
Yeah, because they wanted to neuter him.
And I think that, and the reality is you got rid of two coaches that he was really close with. That's regardless
Kellen
of it, and Doug Nussmeier, the quarterback's coach. Regardless of if you are in a good place there or you recognize, they're doing things for my best or whatever else, no one's going to be happy with that. And that's, I think, just a reality. And it's taking some time, but I think they're in a good spot right now.
Peyton, what are the Tolos saying before we get to Ask Reddit?
The 216 says Mike McCarthy is just clearly better than Kellen Moore. Just admit it. 469 says McCarthy's a future Hall of Famer coach already. And McCarthy, another Tolo texts in, McCarthy isn't an idiot. He also had Rodgers and now Dak Prescott.
Wow. A lot of Mike McCarthy support.
Probably needs another title.
Yeah, he's not a Hall of Famer right now. Yeah. A lot of McCarthy support on the truckwreck.com text line. Let's ask Reddit, and then a Green Day ticket giveaway.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It is time for Ask Reddit. This is where we take some of the most viral questions after we've thinned them out a little bit. Not all of them are good for air. We can't go through the top ones, as I already tossed out a couple that I said, we probably can't use these this week. But the 45 million user forum over there, Ask Reddit, and they kick around some just, tough questions or some interesting questions, and we take the most viral ones from the last week and then kick them around here in the studio and also on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and also get your thoughts on the Twitch and the YouTube. Sean Sharif, what's one thing that sobered you up real quick? What's your one thing?
Sobered me up?
Mm-hmm. What's the one thing that just sobered you up real quick?
Like, literally, he was drunk, and then all of a sudden he was not drunk
Something
anymore?
that snapped you out of your inebriation pretty quick. You went, okay, yeah, time to be alert. I know mine right away happened 4 months ago or whatever, and it was Wycheck getting in a fight with those people on the beach.
You were really that scared? Well, I was on the opposite side. You were right next to me.
I wasn't scared, but I was sitting next to Zach, and I did not know these people, and Zach was getting really confrontational with them.
Yeah.
And I immediately, I felt okay, come on, stop. Be a little aware of your surroundings. I don't know who these people are. And I told Eric, I leaned over and I told Eric, I was like, are you drunk? And he's like, no, I got a buzz. I was like, just stop drinking for a sec. I was like, I want to be aware of what's happening here. And Zach is talking a lot. And so that one snapped me where I immediately, stop drinking and sober you up real quick.
Paddy wagon for me in college.
Paddy wagon.
Once the paddy wagon pulled up, I knew that I was in trouble. Started putting the pennies in the mouth. Whatever the theories are, the myths to try to lower the BAC.
You probably got hepatitis from putting those pennies in your mouth.
Yeah, and ended up with a stay behind bars for a short period of time. So, yeah, paddy wagon showing up, being put in the back of that thing. Sober up real quick.
Chop.
College is a blur. I'm sure something happened there. But I'll go recent. When Sarah's dog died.
Oh.
We had just gotten the pool last year, and it's middle of the day. Now it's getting into early evening, and I'm just completely hammered. And I walk in and I see her dog not breathing in the bedroom. And it was an old dog. It was like a 14-year-old dog. She was clearly not well anyway. And I checked, and the dog was not breathing. And we sobered up real quick.
Yeah.
And we got that because I had my kids over there. They had some of their friends over there, and I'm just like, I shouldn't have been drunk anyway. But we took the dog to the hospital, the vet hospital, right then. It was, shouldn't have, but sober me up real fast.
We got EJL Viking on the Twitch says a bar fight had everyone acting sober when the cops showed up. A lot of people on the truckwreck.com fan text saying red and blue sirens. 214, a dude was acting like he was grabbing my girl's behind in a saloon. I knocked his beer out of his hand, shoved him in the chest, and cops broke it up. So that woke him up real quick. Peyton, have you been drunk before in the, like you just started drinking? You're 20, how old?
Yeah, 27. So I've been drinking for, on air, six years, I guess. Yeah. No, but, freshman year of college, went to my first apartment house party, and cops busted it for a noise complaint. And obviously I was not of age, so I had to act sober, clear all the beer away from me, and just walk out like a normal human being.
And you got away.
I got away.
Boom.
You were looking for a window to, the movie Escape.
Yeah.
Like, get out there.
Hide in the closet.
See how far the jump is down.
Do an ask right here. RJ Choppy, to win $3 billion, you have to survive 24 hours getting chased by a horror villain of your choice. Who are you picking?
A horror villain of my choice.
So we're supposed to pick the scariest one?
No, you get to pick who
Your
is a
favorite
villain.
one to chase you.
A villain in a movie. Like, which one do you feel like I've got the best chance of outrunning for the next 24 hours?
Frankenstein. Frankenstein for me. He's slow. I could outrun him.
You got Frankenstein? Okay.
Is he a legit villain?
Yeah. Oh, he's scary, man. He's bad.
214, the shark in Jaws. I just won't go near the ocean. It's a good answer right there.
I'm thinking I think Chucky.
Chucky, Chucky.
Short legs, man. I don't think he can keep up. Michael Myers, another one. He always walks. He chases you by that's it. Michael Myers never runs. He chases you by walking.
817, Freddy Krueger. I can stay awake for 24 hours. Got that one. Sean, who would you be avoiding?
I don't know. I'm trying to look up movie villains.
This is easy. Stinky Pete from Toy Story 2. It's a doll. It's like half a foot tall. He can't even, when I'm around, he's not even allowed to be awake. Those toys have to go down whenever you're around in the room. Mm-hmm. So I'm going with that because Stinky Pete's not going to be able to just track me from behind the whole time for 24 hours. So that's how I'm getting my $3 billion.
And what was Reddit's top answers?
Let's see here. Scary Terry. Who else do we have here? The horribly slow murderer with the incredibly efficient weapon from, I don't know what movie that is. The thing from It Follows, just drive, fly far away. So those were some of the Reddit answers. Next question here for you, Peyton Russell.
I'm trying to think. I don't really have an answer, but I'm trying to think of video games and cartoons and stuff like that. Yesterday, I was sitting there on the couch with my wife, and we were talking about video games, and I said, you ever surprised? I was like, maybe I'm going to get into video games back again. And she's like, no, please don't. And I was like, you ever surprised that I was never a gamer at all? Mm-hmm. My wife told me that I was too lazy to play video games. She goes, no, because that would require some physical effort. That's what she told me. Straight face. And I was taken aback. And I said, you know that playing video games is like moving your thumbs, right? And she's like, yeah, I know. And
wow.
And I was hurt. I had my feelings hurt for about 5 seconds, and I did not let her forget that the rest of the day. I said, basically what I do on my phone is what it does for a video game. She said, no, you like to sit, chill, and try to turn your brain off sometimes when you do. But she basically called me too lazy to play video games. That's what I thought of right there and thinking of villains and characters.
Man, at least she didn't
One of the most insulting things, maybe the most insulting thing she's ever said to me.
What would have been more insulting, that or saying that your hands wouldn't be able to fit an Xbox controller?
Hands. I'd much rather her make fun of the hands and call me too lazy to play video. That's like saying you're too lazy to watch TV. That's insulting.
I love Amanda. She is a savage, and she can
be mean.
Way high on the list of people that I would not want to make angry at me.
She Hispanic, man.
Man, she is. She's
just very blunt with stuff.
Yeah.
Just no. I'm like, you need to dress this stuff up. If people think I'm blunt, you need to put some tahini on that. Put some tahini on that statement.
All right, Peyton Russell. Give an example. How weird are you, really?
Oh, boy.
Because it's like the old line in Stand By Me, where he says, am I weird? And then River Phoenix says, yeah, but everybody's weird. Everybody is weird in some way. What's your weird thing?
You know, I have a lot of intrusive thoughts, like just like driving, like, oh, what if I just like went and drove into the person next to me, just something like that weird. I won't actually do it, but like, you know, it just runs through my head. Oh, what if I just like knock this guy out right now? What if I just push him off, you know, the road?
I am blown away because I have the exact same thoughts.
Yep.
And I thought I was just a psychopath.
Me too.
But I have
these scenarios. I'm like, what happens if I took my hand off the wheel here for these 2 seconds while I'm driving into work and like the road like winds to the right, like they ain't even gonna find me if I run into this tree.
I did try it one time. I drove down a dark road with no street lights or anything. I was like, what if I just turn the lights off on my car? It was like midnight, and I did it, and then I couldn't get it back on. I couldn't find where it was, so I was driving blind basically. And then I couldn't
turn the lights back on.
Like,
Too dark.
I was like 16, 17. I turned it off, and then I went to find the little button, and I couldn't find it immediately. I got really scared.
Oh gosh, I mean,
you
things.
could take up the rest of the segment.
Yeah.
Bobby Choppy has a segment planned here called "Does Bobby Have It?" So he has a list of things with you and your what are we calling it?
Ailments.
To just figure out, does Bobby have it? But you are by far, and I don't even think there's a close second place, the weirdest one in the building.
Yeah.
I think Kevin Hagelin might. I used to think Kevin was a lot weirder. I'm trying to think who else would be in the weird
I'm trying to think of something that y'all don't know, though, because I'm pretty upfront with like we already know my food can't touch. I can't shower within 2 hours after the bathroom has been used for number 2. You know, this one dawned on me the other day. I was like, don't ask me how I got here, but I get somebody criticized me for being super weird that when I do go number 2 in the bathroom, if I'm wearing jeans like I am now, they will not go past my knees. I just slide them off just enough to where they're at the top of my knees. They will not go down all the way to the floor.
Because you just don't want to touch the floor.
I just don't want all of my jeans to touch the floor. I want to just use as little space as possible to do that.
I totally understand that. I don't take that same. I mean, I just put them down there as I accept.
Do they always touch the floor? I'm trying to think.
You might get the belt buckle to touch, or
and I don't know. I like the idea of. You know, I've seen too many movies where somebody's in the bathroom, the pants are around the ankles, then they have to make a quick getaway and they stumble or something like that.
What kind of getaway do you have to make? What do you?
I don't know. I don't know what situations I'm going to find myself in. Peyton's intrusive thoughts. He comes in the bathroom, starts trying to attack me or something. I can't predict the future.
The great thing about Bobby's weirdness is he tells you. He broadcasts
the
it
villain
all.
in True Lies coming into the bathroom.
That's the exact movie I was thinking of. Was True Lies.
Jeez.
Oh, gosh. 214, everyone has those thoughts, so y'all don't have to feel bad about that. Let's see here. What else do we have? I saw 214 says they eat a bag of sunflower seeds a day.
Ooh.
That seems like a lot.
I don't know if that's weird.
But that's a lot.
That's a lot of sodium. I got a lot of food ones, but like my main one is I don't touch my beverage until after I'm done eating.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is a weird one.
I will drink it beforehand, but while I'm eating, I am laser focused on the meal. I'm like Tom Brady down 28-3.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Sean, this one's perfect for you. What's one food everyone seems to go crazy for, but you just don't understand the hype? Press box steak.
I felt this way. By the way, someone on my Facebook contacted the chef at AT&T to ask about this back and forth yesterday. What was that? I'm not the biggest sweets person, but what was that fudge or chocolate that everyone went crazy for a while?
Fudge?
No, out of the can.
Nutella.
Oh, Nutella.
So I never got into the Nutella craze. That's the last biggest one where I can't understand oysters because that's the only thing I'm physically allergic to. So the oysters I can't try, but Nutella I never was I'm dying to try this.
I never got into that. Ranch.
Oh,
I hate ranch dressing.
Why?
I don't get it.
You don't get it. Do you like blue cheese?
Yeah, I like blue cheese. But I didn't like blue cheese when I was 20.
So it's not a cream thing.
No, just don't get it.
You don't get
I don't get it. I don't get it on pizza. The people who put it on pizza, you should be thrown out of America. I don't understand that either.
I don't like ranch either.
And you don't?
No, I can have it in a salad, but I can't have it on any other food. I don't like it.
Carrot stick dipping? You don't. You just.
I mean, I get it. If I have to, if that's what it's there.
Wow.
But
ranch.
I would get if I get wings, I'll get blue cheese instead of ranch.
Yeah.
I don't get mac and cheese.
What about ranch Doritos?
Is it the blue bag?
Yes.
I'm a red bag.
But,
I'm
but
a
will
red
you
bag.
not, do you dislike the ranch Doritos?
No, I don't disagree. I never dawned on me that that's ranch dressing.
I'm glad you brought up. Go ahead with your mac and cheese take.
Like, mac and cheese is good.
Yes.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's not this elixir of society. And I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm about to love you.
Somebody's only eating Kraft over here.
I'm sorry. No, the truffle mac at AT&T Stadium is top notch. Top notch. You did not grow up with mac and cheese on your Thanksgiving plate. That did not happen. That came around about 10 years ago.
Ooh.
Nobody had mac and cheese in Thanksgiving 30 years ago.
You need to be very careful here, New Jersey.
It doesn't belong. I'm sorry.
You're talking to a Texas audience that absolutely has had macaroni on their plates for years. I'm just saying, be careful here.
In 1973, mac and cheese was not on your Thanksgiving plate. It wasn't.
I mean, I wasn't alive.
All right, it wasn't on your Thanksgiving plate. It's something new. That's fine. It's great. Everybody likes mac and cheese. It is not the greatest thing in the world. It's not. Noodles, the only thing on noodles is marinara.
Here's my hot take about mac and cheese. Just way more people don't cook it right. With it lacks flavor 7 out of 10 times. To get a great mac and cheese is very, very difficult. But a lot of times it's flavorless boiled pasta. I love mac and cheese when it's done right.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
But a lot of time it's not done right. There's a lot of bad macaroni and cheeses, in my opinion.
Boy, the truckwreck.com fan text is blowing up right now with answers. And the two most common ones I'm seeing here, avocado, which I refuse to touch for forever.
I love avocado. A lot of people don't like it. And now will you?
Yeah, I like it now. I just had a certain, I think I had preconceived notions on what I thought it tasted like.
Yeah.
And then
it's mushy, it's green.
Yeah, Kristen told me one day, she's like, it's almost like nature's butter. She's like, it's very like, it's almost like butter when you eat it. And so I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. So I came around on that. The other one that's really popular here, and I agree with, this was going to be mine, is elote. I don't like it.
What?
Kristen loves it. That is one of her like pleasures. She is obsessed with it.
Sour cream, mayo, bunch of bad, terrible things in it.
Gosh.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
No, gross.
Yeah, mine's the State Fair corn dog. Never got the hype of it.
Whoa!
I've had it with and without mustard. It doesn't hit me like it does other people. I don't know if it's just like you got to try it because you're there. You got to have it.
Do you like corn dogs in general?
I do, but I never crave them.
Yeah,
it's like
that
if you give it
sweet, like breading.
Yeah,
maybe
I could live without it.
Okay, I like it. Very productive edition of Ask Reddit every single Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. Speaking of Tolo, thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Peyton Russell is going to hook you up after I tell you the Major League Baseball signings that will happen the rest of this offseason, and will the Rangers be too poor to be involved? What's next for the champs after this? Let's get you. Giveaway. Yeah.
All
Choppy.
right, RJ and Tolos. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Green Day in concert on September 11th, 2024 at Globe Life Field in Arlington, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Zerez. Let's get that carpet clean. Flash sale.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30 this morning here on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell with you. Thank you for being a Tolo. Congrats to whoever won the Green Day tickets. We'll do it again tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Of course, the big baseball story is the details of how Shohei Ohtani is going to be paid. It basically is taking $2 million for the next 10 years so the Dodgers can spend more now to surround him. And apparently it was Shohei's idea. So $2 million for the next 10 years. Then between the years 2034 to 2043, he'll get $68 million per.
I don't care for that. I don't care for that at all.
Me
think
neither.
It's cheap. Think it's a way. It's a loophole. No, nobody likes loopholes more than me. I love a good loophole.
I was going to say, this is right up your alley.
It is. But it's going against me here. That's a problem. Okay, I don't like that.
Oh, my God. If the Rangers did this, we'd be throwing another parade today.
Parade, because it's smart. It's genius.
Rangers may have to do it out of necessity, not just to pay if they're not going to get their TV deal done.
Yeah, for sure. But, the Dodgers do this, and it's like, no, it's like Walmart finding a tax loophole. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want that. I want Ma and Pa over here to have a tax loophole. I don't want Walmart. But whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't have the Oakland A's and their suggestion would be can we pay you $1 million for 700 years? That would be that you can't. That's what you'd run into. The Dodgers are the payday is going to come quicker than the Bobby Bonilla thing even. They are going to have the end of the contract, then they've got 10 years or 9 years, whatever it is, to pay off that $680 million remaining. But this does feel like something that this can't be good for competitive balance or anything else.
No.
And as much as John Heyman and some others were going look, at the end of the day, it's good for baseball that the Dodgers got Ohtani. Ohtani needs to go somewhere like that.
Yeah.
I think you can make a better argument that no, there should be an environment fostered where Ohtani can end up with a team like Milwaukee or
Toronto.
Whoever. Yeah. I mean, honestly.
And I love these types of things. This is before the $2 million a year came out. Just putting Ohtani's contract in perspective. I love this type of stuff. $191,780 per day. $191,000 per day. Per hour, Shohei would have been making $7,990 per hour.
This makes me sick.
$133 per minute and a measly $2.21 a second.
Broke boy.
If you just do,
his $70 million average annual value, $8 million more than the Athletics' entire payroll in 2023. It's $1 million more than the Orioles, $5 million more than the Pirates, and $9 million more than the Rays. His $70 million a year. His $700 million eclipses the money spent on all players across the first day of NHL free agency in 2023. NHL free agency saw $646 million spent in the first day for the whole league. Shohei wiped that out, and he'll make more in a season than the entire Minnesota Wild active roster cap hit.
Garbage.
What? This was before we figured out he was getting $2 million a year.
Yeah, so the $2 million a year, $68 million deferred, and the Dodgers. I did some numbers. The Dodgers could put this into a fund, a CD, a trust, whatever they want to call it, and they can earn interest on the money, and then they pay them. So if they were to do it right now, just a very basic standard interest on a 10-year note, that $68 million, they put the $68 million all into one note. It's worth $90 million at 10 years. So instead of paying him $68 million in 2034, they're going to take the $22 million off the top of that, really only going to pay him $46 out of pocket. Then if you go to the 20-year mark, so 2043, that money is worth $121 million. So instead of paying him $68 million there, they're going to wind up paying him basically nothing. They're essentially going to break even on that last year and pay him zero. It's brilliant from their perspective.
What about the rest of the offseason?
All right, so ESPN predicting the 20 remaining big-time free agents, like Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell, And this hurts, man, because I went and looked, and I was thinking, okay, Rangers in this one. No. Rangers in that one. No. Rangers are not predicted to be the landing spot for any of the 20 big free agents the rest of the way.
Rats.
Including, now they're in the mix for some of these guys. They're in the mix for, like a Blake Snell and a Jordan Montgomery. And in terms of Montgomery, the write-up says this. Texas was the heavy favorite to re-sign him at the start of the offseason.
Who's writing this?
ESPN did. ESPN wrote this.
What, is there a specific writer?
Yeah, it was David Schoenfeld.
Okay.
Friend of the show.
Yeah. Heavy favorite. But as his rumored price continued to escalate potentially into the area of $140 million, there have been reports the Rangers have backed off. And then you throw in the status of the TV contract. Now, there's a degree of durability compared to Snell that he offers that Snell does not. Montgomery has 3 straight seasons of 30 starts. Doesn't have that strikeout number, though. He made 2 good playoff starts with the Rangers, scoreless outings against the Rays and Astros. And now in the other 3 starts, he had 23 hits, 11 runs, and 15 innings. They just say don't rule out a return engagement with the Cardinals. They predict the Yankees where he goes, and the Giants get Blake Snell.
Plus, while reporters were all tracking Shohei to Toronto falsely, you were tracking Montgomery's wife, and you've followed those breadcrumbs and stalker alerts to where he's really going to sign.
I did. Boston. Why? He is already living there. He is living in Boston right now. Why? Because his wife started a residency for her doctor of dermatology or whatever in Boston.
Are you saying dermatologists aren't doctors?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, very flippant. Very flippant of the dermatology.
Pimple Popper MD.
Yeah. That's my reference.
So he's living in Boston now. And if he wants to see his wife, he should sign with the Red Sox.
He should sign with the Rangers.
Or right? So, that's
hi, honey.
Yeah, that's what
you get for calling me lazy.
It's all it stinks because he's already there. He's getting the vibe for the city. He's already living. Nobody lives in Boston in the wintertime.
Yeah.
If you don't have to.
Right.
And he's already doing that.
So let's go to Chicago for 3-month stay in the winter.
In December, January, and February.
Right.
So I think that him going to the Red Sox is completely likely, and since her residency is basically forcing her to stay there, that's where she got it at least.
I mean, are we really having a conversation about Jordan Montgomery versus Blake Snell? Are we really talking about these two as the same level of option? Because that's ridiculous.
It is bang for your buck, though.
Yeah,
and I mean, when you look at, Montgomery.
Because Blake Snell won the Cy Young.
Yeah, Montgomery was great though the last 6 weeks of the season.
He was.
He was one of the better pitchers in baseball.
We gotta weigh the moment and what you think about the clutch versus what Jordan Montgomery actually is.
We're buying high on both.
That's yes.
You're buying high on Jordan Montgomery. This is as high as his career value's ever been.
Like Blake Snell's going to get more money than Jordan Montgomery.
Oh, yes.
Let's not make a Tyson Chandler error after a championship where you go it's kind of the best he's ever played. He only just kind of figured it out when he got here, and we don't really want to pay. And then he goes on to New York and becomes defensive player of the year.
Isn't that the smart way to build a team?
Is to let the defensive player of the year walk out and your team spirals? No.
But you were going to overpay for Tyson. It's bad to overpay for people.
Yeah.
And, if Jordan Montgomery has been this his entire career, then the last 3 months of last year, the playoffs, he was something else.
When you're right. Like, for instance, in the Mavericks world, they were wrong to say that's overpaying for Nash. They were wrong to say that's overpaying for Jalen Brunson. That's the way to view it when you're right. But you got to just make sure you're right. You may think you're overpaying for Montgomery, and then you're not.
Look, he's been a great pitcher. He's always been not a strikeout guy, which teams value, but he's always been a very durable 30-start guy.
Before you book your travel for the holidays, let's figure out the top lies that pilots tell you and the John McEnroe Travis Scott tennis shoe that has leaked audio going along with it, all followed by Jerry Jones right here on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls.
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or to go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. Jerry Jones is coming at you at 8:30 here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt. You got two close games last night in the NFL, two upsets, and the Mavs and Stars get it done as well. But how about this? Half of it is a sports story. Travis Scott and John McEnroe are coming out with a shoe together. They're doing a collaboration on a shoe?
Most random pairing of all time.
Nelly and Tim McGraw on that big song a couple years back was pretty big.
At least they're both musicians.
That's true.
You know?
Yeah.
John McEnroe is a...
Hang on. What do you know about John McEnroe, Peyton?
Absolutely nothing. He's a professional... nothing. Sport. Tennis.
Okay.
Tennis.
All right.
There we go.
But you don't know anything else?
Nothing else.
Okay. And
He was very chill, very mild-mannered.
Very
Like he was known for just having like this even keel approach, like very Peyton Russell.
very much like Arthur Ashe.
Yeah,
Same
for
thing.
sure. That's
Good
why
job,
they
Bobby.
that's why they have a John McEnroe award for
You
that.
just you just showed off your knowledge. Very impressive, Roberto. I'm proud of you. Now, Bobby, do you know anything about his big rival then back in the day? He had a couple rivals.
Bjorn Borg.
The other one who had a hot temper.
I don't.
Jimmy Connors. Do you know who that
Jimmy
is?
Connors. Yeah, I know Jimmy Connors. I didn't know that was one of his big rivals.
Good job.
But
Yeah.
those shorts, man.
Oh, man. Bulges everywhere. So Travis Scott he's in the shoe game. Big time in the shoe game. Got a golf shoe out. Good luck getting it.
You can't get it?
And what happens is that they sell them at, whatever store, and then people buy them up and then sell them in the secondary market. The entire shoe market.
Oh, they're like Costco golf clubs.
Exactly. The entire shoe market is basically third party now. You can't good luck getting a new pair of shoes without trying to go to StockX and paying $220 for them, right? So he's got this shoe coming out with John McEnroe, the Nike Mac Attack. It releases, a week from today, on December 19th. It's going to retail for $120.
Oh.
All right? Retail. Again, good luck. Well, this Zoom call was released where McEnroe is on there with Travis Scott and a couple of other people, and you don't really hear the other people talk. But McEnroe is upset that he wants to name this shoe the Cactus Mac, whereas Travis Scott wants to name it the Cactus Jack. And they go back and forth on this release Zoom call, and you can absolutely tell that Travis Scott wants no part of John McEnroe. Probably has no idea who he is anyway.
Damn it, Travis. Jenny's right. Okay, let's have a bit of a compromise here. Her suggestion is to do a Cactus Mac thing for this one shoe instead of Cactus Jack. Okay,
but John, like, I mean, somebody on here got correct me wrong, but this is my first time even hearing about this shit. Cactus Mac was never a thing. Like, Lena, somebody.
Come on, man. Show a little respect. This is my shoe.
Lena, I mean, I'm not really, like, feeling it. It's like something about it just feel a little off. It's like a burger or something. Like, well, I ain't trying to take nothing away from you. I ain't trying to disrespect. I ain't trying to do nothing like that. I just, trust me, I know more about the knowledge of the shoe than probably anybody, but like right now, the young Rangers really the ones that's kind of pushing the needle for what's going on right now. I mean, you just got to trust me on this, bro. Like,
wait a minute. Look. Take a look at this, okay? You see this picture?
No, I'm not trying to see no old photos.
In gratitude for being Nike's fire all these 10 years, okay?
Come on, bro. I'm trying to take note. Man, I ain't trying. Hey, look, where you going?
John laughed.
John!
Hey, Trav.
John! Hey! No, hell no.
So John left the Zoom meeting like Bobby does in crosstalk a lot of times.
Yeah.
So unlike him.
So unlike him to get all upset.
Choppy, I hate to do this to you. I always do this to you nowadays when you send these things. Very interesting story. If it was real. This is so fake.
It's not. What's fake?
It's fake. This is fake. This isn't real.
Marketing.
How?
PR.
Man,
You're so gullible. You're so gullible. This is what TikTok has done to you.
It's not TikTok.
I know, but this is what TikTok has done to you. It makes you think that all these things are real and they're legitimate. I would love for this to be real, but there's just no way it is. There's just no way.
See, you just think everything's fake. You don't believe anything.
Because it is.
So everything's fake. Everything's fake.
Yeah, this is my statement on this conversation. This MFer is not real.
Yeah.
According to the Tiffany Gomez shirt.
Are you with me, Bob? This is brilliant marketing because I had no idea that they were even doing a shoe until you sent this story. It's got 6 million views. Man, John McEnroe, act like a fool like that.
That's what he does.
No,
he is a fool.
He is a fool. He's playing to the reputation.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I think he is. Show a little respect. Like, no,
Look,
I'm not buying it.
Listen, I'm not the one. I didn't come up with the story. I'm just passing along what is out there.
Yes.
I don't care if it's fake.
I
don't care if it's real.
No,
it makes no difference to me whether it's real or fake.
Of course, Chop. We're not saying that like you brought an intentionally
don't
fake
act like
story
I'm John
here.
Morosi here.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Oh no, I'm not insulting you for bringing us the story.
No,
I'm
our
just saying
evaluation
I think
is
it's fake.
It's a marketing ploy. They're clearly presenting it as real. So that's not the question.
Yeah.
The question is it's similar to the Aaron Rodgers question. Like, we have to talk about Aaron Rodgers potentially coming back, even though the whole time I was going, this is fake. This is a marketing move. This isn't real. It's the same thing. They're presenting it as real. I'm just saying my sense of it is that it's fake, and my opinion on the shoe is that they are like dreary, old Nike Air Max shoes is what they look like. They look like Nike Air Max with just an ugly color scheme.
So this is a tennis shoe? Tennis? Like for tennis?
Yeah, it's a designer shoe, right, too? Like, so people will wear it without tennis.
Okay.
And I mean,
what do I looked up to see it? Cactus Jack or Cactus Mac?
Here, it's just right here. It's this shoe. It's that.
Oh.
It's just a Mac Attack, Nike Mac Attack. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, it makes perfect sense for it to be fake because they just happen to be releasing this a week before the drop date. But they don't need any promotion for this because people are just going to gobble this up like they're doing, like you said, with the Costco golf clubs, where you get basically tailor-made ripoffs for a third the price. And people are buying these things at Costco for $400 and selling them online for $1,600. Okay? And I've got a big problem with that because, like...
You got a Costco membership?
I do. I have a Costco membership. The reason I pay for that every year, like we all do, is so you go get things at wholesale price.
Others?
Not because some idiot could go buy a dozen of them and then sell them online. Now, if I was a drop shipper, I would do the same thing, but I'm not, so I'm a hypocrite because I'm a hypocrite. I'm one of the 5 biggest hypocrites in America. I'm proud of it.
Who else is on that list?
Top hypocrites?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'd love to hear some of these names.
Man.
Remember, Gavin is awake and probably listening.
I don't know. That's a good
you
question.
call Spittle a hypocrite,
No,
Bobby?
nope. I'm saying this could have gotten. No, I'm saying this could have gotten political, is what I was
Dawson,
saying.
you think is
No.
on the top 2?
Wow,
Top 2 on your list? Oh, his Dak takes yesterday? You called him a hypocrite?
I'm saying the list should not get political. And then Choppy's gonna, like, if Chopper to throw out political names. That's what I was saying.
Great question. I don't know who the top 5 hypocrites are. I know I'm one of them though.
Okay.
I will put my record.
I'll put my name on it that I'm a hypocrite.
Choppy is second. Number 1 is Shohei Ohtani.
Here you go.
I'm
By the
so
way,
humble.
people want their John Morosi. People are mad at John Morosi for losing money on a Shohei bet.
Bettors in Canada took a bath on this John Morosi report, burned by him, and they want answers. They want answers. They want him fired. They want to sue The Athletic and John Morosi.
Oh my gosh.
For this report. Their odds were all over the place. What a swirl.
Sue John Morosi.
Sue John Morosi and sue the company he works for allowing this frivolous, erroneous report to get out there.
Nope.
Own it.
What do they call betting? It's
free will. It's your choice. It's a calculated risk.
Calculated risk. Jerry Jones joins us live on Sean, RJ, and Roberto to celebrate the win over Filthy next.
Let's get you some hair put on top of your head.
It is now time for the Jerry Jones Show every Tolo Tuesday at this time here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And it's brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. The toughness of Mike McCarthy. How about Stephon Gilmore? Ooh, he did not like the ageist remark coming from A.J. Brown. He said, AJ said that to me early in the game that got him worked up. The greatness of Brandon Aubrey. Mike McCarthy saying that may be the loudest crowd that he has ever experienced in Arlington. And, of course, Dak Prescott MVP. And have they waited too long to pay Dak again? They're going to be 0 for 2 in paying Dak sooner rather than later? Or was the price going to be the same as it was 6 weeks ago?
Yeah, I think there's a thought within a lot of NFL circles, like I think a lot of teams subscribe to it, that the idea of quarterback prices are always going to go up and you're always going to be, that's not going to be impacted at all. So you might as well just get your cheap years out of it as long as you can. Like run out the contract as long as you can, get whatever you sign them for before you have to inevitably say. So if it's going to always reset and the market's going to keep going up, there's no urgency to go out there and sign something.
And I mean, let's just say they save $2 million. What do you really what impact player are you getting for $2 million? I mean, you're probably not even getting
Shohei Ohtani.
You're probably not even getting a depth role guy at that point, right? I mean, you're getting a reserve.
All right, let's bring in the Hall of Fame owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, man, Sean, RJ, Sean, good to be on there.
Jerry, congratulations on that win against Philadelphia. Let's just talk about the game a little bit and why you think that may have been the best win of Coach McCarthy's Cowboys run.
Well, I first of all know it's been in every facet as far as the importance of the game. And I don't know when we played any better against a quality opponent since Mike's been here. And so when you add those two things up, and then when you actually look at the overall balance of the game on both sides of the ball, a complimentary football, as Mike has to say, when you weigh that all, I really do stand by that. I think this is a product of what he's about, probably more so than any one game that we've played since Mike's been the coach.
Even more so than Tampa in the playoffs last year on the road.
Well, I'm well aware of the Tampa game, very proud of that game in the playoffs, but we all know that a playoff win advances you better than we're sitting here right now, but we've got that ahead of us too. But as far as the game itself, the quality of the opponent, I like this one.
Coach, here I am saying Sean, RJ, Sean, and now Coach Jerry Jones. Jerry, talk about the connectivity between the players and coach. After he had the appendix issue, we felt like there was going to be a galvanizing factor in the guys wanting to play for coach. Did you see that after the news came out? And just talk about his connection as maybe a player's coach with that locker room.
Well, of course, Mike is very much respected for all the right reasons. He's very fair. He's very even-handed. He's very knowledgeable. He's won a Super Bowl as a coach, which is rare. Everybody recognizes that. But then he's the busiest man there is in Dallas, Texas, I believe, because he's not only the head coach, but he's also the offensive coordinator. And the term is, if you're going to call them, you got to install them. And that is on offense, that's quite a very big, cumbersome, long week that you have preparing, and more so than anybody really. And so he's all of that, and then to have made that work in the middle of to put that together, function at that level, at the same time have his appendix removed. He was bound and determined to make this basically a cause, if you will. We all know that anybody that's had their appendix out early in the week is standing on that sideline for 3 or 3.5, 4 hours on Sunday is under some stress and under a little physical pain. So he was able to do all of that. It meant a lot to him to do it. It meant a lot to the team for him to do it. Really showed just how much the game means to everybody involved.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Of course, all the attention has been on Deron Bland in your secondary, but talk about the job that Stephon Gilmore did the other night against A.J. Brown and that Philly passing attack.
Well, I don't know when we've had combinations of secondary play as any more impressive than the other night against Philadelphia. All across the board. You mentioned Deron Bland. Of course, Ron's had his ups and downs, but if you look at the really the definition of a great secondary player, especially a corner who's matched up pretty good with any given top receiver most of the time, then you basically need to be looking at our secondary because we were outstanding. He led the way at his corner play, but we were outstanding with Bland as well. We were outstanding with our safeties. We played as well at safety as I can ever remember us playing. It reminds me, as a group, the Woodson days. And again, I'm just impressed because we all know this was an outstanding opponent for this day and time, and we rose to the occasion.
Jerry, when did you believe that Brandon Aubrey was your answer at kicker, and what is a kick that this guy can attempt that you don't think he'll make?
Well, I think the key thing is that when he does attempt one, we know he's got a chance to make it, and we know he's got a chance to make it. Every time that he lines up there to do one of those big plus, especially those long field goals, but really any of those field goals, you've got to hit it right, and he's about as consistent when called upon in those clutch situations as you can ask for. And what a story, beautiful story for a guy that has not only distinguished himself as a kicker and a competitor, but has also become an integral part of how this team wins. And we don't have that kind of kicking out there Sunday, and we've got a different ballgame.
Jerry, you guys sit at 10-3 now, which is the same record you had through 13 games last year. You were 9-4 the year before that. Obviously, those seasons didn't end the way you wanted them to, but what is your greatest reason for optimism that this year is going to be different?
Well, I really think that Dak playing the way he's playing, in coordination with what Mike's wanting it to be on the offensive side of the ball, understanding with maybe as a result of the time that he and Mike have spent together, but the understanding of just the field position, the complementary football. And what a head coach that has been around what I call a walk-around head coach that has been walking around or been around all phases of the football. They have a little different perspective when they're calling the plays on offense if they're the coordinator as well. And it's more complimentary. And I think we're getting the benefit of that. But I think Dak's adaptation to what Mike wanted to, the direction he wanted us to go in is big.
Jerry Jones on us here, 105 through the Fan. We have talked about all year or late last few weeks. This run is great. Want to see them do it against a team with a winning record. Did that against Philadelphia. It was a great win. Is there another hurdle or benchmark that you want to see this team kind of hit before you get towards the postseason?
Well, this game we're playing this weekend against the Bills, but they're a dangerous team, and they can be at any given time. They can be as good as anybody in the NFL, in my mind. And they've got the kind of players, they've got the quarterback, and they're just a good team. And we're going to play them at home. Of all the places that a home field advantage is different than the normal games you play, is Buffalo, New York. And I don't know what the forecast is right now. Maybe you guys do, but still, But this game coming up here will be as good a challenge as we could have. And I'm going to use the word again, it's formidable to step up there and come out of here with a win. So no farther. We don't have to look any farther up the road than about 5 days from now.
Jerry, right now it's looking like a high of 46, partly sunny with 12-mile-per-hour winds. Will you take that?
I'll go with it. Here we are in the middle of December in Buffalo, New York. The gods are looking out after us.
Speaking of home field advantage, Jerry, and what a big boost it can be to a team, you guys have established one of the bigger home field advantages in the NFL now. 15 straight victories at AT&T Stadium. You guys have consistently put up 40-plus points there all year. Given how well you guys play at home there, do you think it's more important for you guys to gain home field advantage than, most teams or really any team in the NFL?
It is great to be before the largest crowd in the NFL, and that's what we are. And that has to account for something. I think the fact that we have this streak going, it shows that it is an edge. I know that it completely playing at our place eliminates the weather factor in any way. And we obviously are comfortable playing there. So I think if you look at all of that, I would say that the kinds of things that you can do short of your preparation, short of your being as close to where you want to be on player availability, that's probably right there in the next 3 or 4 important things on a 5-fingered hand. So it's big, and that's why you play as hard as you do for it. That and to be in front of your own fans, and that's big.
Jerry, I've never necessarily cared for the way the seeding works in the postseason. If you all win out and Philadelphia wins out, you're both 14-3. And then the loser of the division would be on the road against a team currently under 500. Is the way the seeding is that fair? Should the league look into changing that a division winner, regardless of record, gets home field over a team that could have 14 wins?
Yeah. It's according to which side of that equation your team is on that given year. And we lose along the way. That fair thing gets mitigated a little bit. And it's like fair in business being fair in so many things. It's almost a misnomer. And those are the rules. And we start off everybody understanding what they are, and you live with them. I'm not so sure what the success ratio of that team is that has that lower record, relatively speaking. I'm not for sure what it is. I ought to look it up. But it can't be a high percentage of them that go on through. The one that just is burned in my forehead is that New York Giants that came in here and beat us when we had the number 1 seed, and we'd won 2 regular season games against them. And then they go up what I call the backside and win the entire thing and win the Super Bowl. Now that is good for football, bad for the Cowboys when that happened. But the fact that the seed that had a, may I say, average record during the year was able to win it all shows how ready you need to be to play playoff football.
Talking with Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, Dak Prescott did a sit-down interview with Jason Garrett ahead of the Sunday Night Football game, and he told him that the loss to San Francisco was a real wake-up call for a lot of guys, especially on offense, and that things really changed in the game plan after that. As tough as that loss was, do you think that may have sort of inadvertently saved the season, that you guys had that pivot point?
I don't know that I will say save the season because, each one of these games, especially in those early games of a season, each one of them are formative. And you're learning a lot of things that dictate the direction you're going to be going or have you evaluate the direction that you want to go. And so I think that's the case. And I think we saw that some things that we needed to do on defense. I think we saw some things that we need to do with Dak, probably get his legs involved in things a little bit more. And so those are the kinds of adjustments we made. The big thing that I would say about that game is that was then, this is now, which is a natural thing for me to say. But really, we have evolved in execution in our offense. And we're closer to the kinds of things that Mike had in mind when he started putting these, may I say again, adjustments into the offense last spring. And so we're executing those. More importantly, the players believe in those things, those nuances of this offense. Now, that's been the big change on how we're able to play offensively.
Jerry, we know how much respect and regard you have for Romo and vice versa. The other day, you put Dak's name in that category of wanting to get him a Super Bowl, as you mentioned that as one of your biggest football regrets. Can you just talk about that a little bit, why you decided it was time that Dak can also belong in that type of conversation?
Well, he's earned, if you look at what he's brought to the table during his career, we should have been smart enough to put enough around him that have gotten him up there competing for a Super Bowl. And as it turns out, you really do need, I don't care what your role is in the NFL, ultimately, if you don't have a Super Bowl, being near it, being around it, but if you don't have a Super Bowl, that thing has a really, you have to put almost an asterisk beside it if you get the kind of recognition as an individual or a player. That's what we put on the value of the Super Bowl. But get it, and it erases a lot of the frailties that particular team, coach, player has. So that Super Bowl does a magical thing to the performance of a player or a team in the year you win it.
Jerry, there was a lot of discussion when Dak Prescott got his last contract that, oh, wow, he was able to get all the way to the end of that contract. They weren't able to take advantage of the last year of his rookie deal where they could structure some things differently. And you've headed, you're entering the final year of his deal next year as well. And there's sort of been this discussion point that have they waited too long on quarterback? Are they allowing him to up his market value, and then ultimately you're having to pay more than you would have had you just got it done earlier? What do you have to say to that line of thinking or that question about should you try to take care of the quarterback's contract as early as possible?
Yeah, and you started your question. It's a long one.
It is.
But you started your question with there's been a lot of discussion. And that's how you start your question. So I'm going to cut right to the chase. Don't pay any attention to discussion. It's meaningless. The only thing that is factual here is what I decide and what we decide as a team and what Dak decides. And so all of that should have the nuances of that relationship as to that team and that player. And that's the way that it is. So but we know exactly where we are on the contract, years left on the contract, and we should be and are about as close in on that type of communication, the kinds of things that you would hope that they have at least body language signals. You'd hope that all of that was alive and well. And it remains the timing on it remains to be seen.
Jerry, I have a Zeke Who T-shirt after you guys capitalize on that marketing opportunity. What have you done for Here We Go? What is being planned in the Jerry Jones, Charlotte Jones marketing mind to get that somehow on some merchandise?
Well, I know this, that if you were ever going to have different merchandise, let's say, in the marketplace, the time you want to do it is times like now. And obviously, you can't keep enough merchandise and enough unique slogans relative to merchandise. You can't keep enough of it out there. So that's all great. I would remind you, and I'm not so sure that's your question, but we're the only team that I know of in sport that I'm aware of that build our own merchandise. We build it. We have it done in different countries, plus the U.S., and we then bring it in and we directly distribute it wholesale-wise, and we directly work with the retailers to get that done. And we're the only team that does that, so it gives us enormous flexibility on being able to chase the market, so to speak. And the market's exciting time, hot time, and boy, we want every Cowboy fan there is to have something that commemorates this season.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Random question I've been wanting to ask you for a while. How has the Netflix filming gone? Can you give us any little tease, and what are we going to get to see as Cowboy and football fans when it eventually is done and finalized?
Well, you're talking about my new best friends. We're together constantly. And we are together in and around for the preparation of the team, the many sensitive meetings regarding that. We, of course, to get the right stuff, you need to get it all. And so we're in some very sensitive places. They were with me constantly. My grandson was involved with his last game at home with the Longhorns in Austin. They were all there then. They were with me all the way up in Missouri, out deer hunting with me, and and with my entire family. And at that particular time, it amounts to about 40 or 50 people. So they've been every place with us during this past few months, and will continue to be for probably a year or two.
Jerry, I wanted to get your take on the Kadarius Toney Chiefs ending, that penalty. Was it right to give him that penalty there in that situation if they hadn't been letting it go all game or without a warning? I know it's a point of emphasis this year for the league.
Yeah, we've had that several times. They will often warn you. They'll certainly do it early in the game, and they'll certainly do it on the first time. I don't recall being warned at the end of a game in a critical situation. I don't recall us being warned. I'm sure we have been. But that's a part of that competition right there, is when you're in a hurry up, you're either running out of time or you're under stress, you're tired, the players are tired. This is a part of the challenge of playing football. And so to the end that you should have something that let's see somebody about a lineman pre-snap and let's get it right to help save the play, is just not a part of that officiating playbook. And so the penalty doesn't surprise me at all.
Jerry, last thing, just want to ask you this as a businessman. The Shohei Ohtani baseball deal, not sure whether you saw it, but $700 million. And yesterday it came out, they're going to pay him $2 million a year for the next 10 years to defer the payments to help the Dodgers spend now. Do you just have business thoughts on that, where the contracts have gone? And we're a little bit bitter and jealous that the Dodgers are going to be able to get away with paying him $2 million a year for the next 10. Just any thoughts on the biggest deal in the history of sports?
Well, when I bought the Dallas Cowboys, this is my thought. When I bought the Dallas Cowboys, the amount that I paid for the team, for ultimately the entire team, the amount that I paid, take about 15% of that. And that was a guaranteed a total overall cost for Herschel Walker. Well, the rules are that if you guarantee a contract, you've got to put that in escrow. You've got to put the equivalent of a letter of credit. You've got to assure the other teams that the money is going to be there to pay it. We hadn't done that, the Cowboys. And so as a part of me buying the team, I had to not only go up and guarantee the pension plan, but I also had to guarantee Herschel Walker's contract. And even at those times, 1989, that represented 10% of the entire value of the team. And so put it put it apples to apples, what $1 was then as opposed to $1 now, and those kinds of things, to put it in perspective, are there. That's a part of pro football and pro baseball.
Thank you for the time and the awesome answers as always. We appreciate it, and have a warm trip in Buffalo.
Thanks, guys. Let's go get them, boy.
Yes, sir.
That's another nail biter. Thank you. Bye-bye. Jerry
Jones, brought to you by Ford. Let's react to Jerry and why RJ thinks the Bills may sneak out of the AFC still. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday next. But first, let me
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap is good. Kick on its way. End over end, and it is good! And the Giants have beaten the Packers 24-22. What a win by the Giants. The DeVito family going crazy. Kansas City may have Taylor Swift, but Jersey and New York will take the DeVitos any day. Manja!
Love it. Had to play that for you, Bobby. Giants Radio with the call. 2 games on Monday Night Football, 2 upsets, and the Mavs and Stars get their wins. Final hour, fist pump time, Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby after Jerry Jones just joined us.
The meatballs never learn. They never learn. They got duped by Jeremy Lin. They got duped by old Shane Spencer. Now they're going to get it again.
And Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. But this is like the viral sensation guy. This is different. They're falling for the viral sensation again. Fine. If you don't like the Shane Spencer name chop, Ricky Lede, whoever. I don't care. They fall for the sensation once more.
Kevin Moss.
And now here they are,
Kevin
and they're
Moss,
falling in love with old Tommy Cutlets.
They do. They fall hard. They will fall hard, man. There's no doubt.
Who has the balls in New York today to be like, this guy is still a bum, and we need to throw some Alfredo on the cutlets?
Are you remotely aware of who lives there?
New
of
Yorkers?
what? Of who dominate? Like that is you can't. I mean, you could
Like that Sean Mraz point. This guy who you hear on the Sports Minutes that works for our company, like that's a New York type of sports take. You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Is this the one that I sent yesterday?
Yes.
That wasn't about Tommy DeVito, though.
No, but just in general, we're talking about the New York state of
Oh,
mind.
yeah. Yeah, they look, they're lunacy. They're lunatics. He was talking about how about being angry that the Bills, so they were talking about the Patrick Mahomes stuff.
Yeah.
And how fans are angry at Mahomes. He's like, how about being mad at the Bills are allowing Sean McDermott to coach in the game after he finds out that he admits he used terrorists as a motivation tactic?
Yeah.
That was never a fireable offense. It was a dumb thing to say.
Yeah.
It was never a fireable offense.
So that's like a New York sports take. So this will be, this guy has the it. This guy has, he's got something. And they'll want to go ahead and bypass taking a quarterback at number 8 after DeVito has not thrown for 192 yards in his last 2 games. He has not thrown for 192 or more. I'm happy for him. Good story. Cool. But I'm dying to see if they fall for it.
You can't have nobody in that town would have the guts, and they shouldn't, because the mob will get you. You can't go after an Italian in that town.
Oh.
You do that, you're asking for it.
Or his agent.
He's trying to blend in. He's trying to culturally appropriate is what Sean's trying to do there. Wow. But when you look at I kind of wonder is this a Brock Purdy effect? Like, are teams like the Giants and other teams, are they just so in love with the idea of like, man, we got to find the Brock Purdy. We got to get the guy, put him in there. And clearly he's not playing anywhere near where even Purdy was last year. But it does feel like there's a little bit of this fascination, and we get it sometimes, like with a Jeremy Lin or somebody else, where you find teams start trying to figure out, like, how do I copy that? How do I find that diamond in the rough? How do I do that? And it feels like the Giants are trying to will Tommy DeVito to be a Brock Purdy, when in reality, he's not that good.
I mean,
when I watched him, he looked like Ben DiNucci.
The goal, we all admit, the goal is to find a quarterback that's an undrafted free agent or a 7th rounder.
Sure.
And have them basically be free. But don't 4 years.
Don't force it, though. Let the game come to you.
That is dream scenario. What the Niners have, dream scenario. What the Cowboys have with Romo, dream scenario. What the Cowboys have with Dak, first 4 years, dream scenario.
Right. The game came to them. The Giants are trying to Russell Westbrook a situation out of this and just put up 50 shots here. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's, Romo set the bench for a couple years.
We'll talk about what we saw with Miami last night. A future Cowboys opponent, the Tyreek Hill injury with Patrick Walker, 920 DallasCowboys.com. But speaking of the Cowboys, what are we taking from the Jerry Jones interview with a new show?
Hey, man, Sean, RJ, Sean. Good to be on there.
Sean, RJ, and Sean.
Sean, RJ, and Sean.
Yes. Look, it had been the RJ and Choppy show. It is now Sean, RJ, and Sean. Either way, I'm getting cut out.
And Bobby and everybody.
Bobby and everybody.
We did get Bobby and everybody. I think he's just going to eventually we're going to get him on here for one of these interviews, and he's going to go, "Good morning, Peyton. Like we're going to get that eventually.
Yep. It's a good show. It's a good show name either way.
No, but I think that it's interesting. He came in. I wonder if it's the sense of, because he felt this way after the game the other day too. I wonder if this is starting to feel like real to him. Like the ability for this team to compete. And we see a team like Miami that's supposed to be one of the top contenders, and they just, do what they do last night, and Philly struggles, and you see all these issues. I think that within that organization, and probably with Jerry as well, that they look at it and say, San Francisco's the only real hurdle for us. That's the only team we're not confident, like that we haven't proven we can beat. And so I think there's a little bit of business approach to all of this right now when Jerry talks in a way that is not normal. Usually he's just riding high. He felt very serious right from the jump. And I think he recognizes, hey, there's a lot of work to be done, and this is a good opportunity for us to really actually have a chance to win a Super Bowl again.
But I think the system is going to screw them. Just the system in general that the league has, just that
the playoff seeding.
The playoff seeding. I think it's really going to hamper. It's going to screw the whole thing up too, because their second round will be on the road against San Fran today.
One of the I always like to go to Twitter when we're doing the interview, and then right after, just to see all right, what is the beat zeroing in on? What do they think is the headline? And John Machota zeroed in on that last question we asked about Dak, where he says that it sounds like Jerry's pretty confident about their ability to get the next contract. And I agree. That's what I took away from that. It sounded like he was like, hey, we know exactly where this stands.
They're going to get it done.
Oh, you mean this question about Dak?
Jerry, there was a lot of discussion when Dak Prescott got his last contract that, oh, wow, he was able to get all the way to the end of that contract. They weren't able to take advantage of the last year of his rookie deal where they could structure some things differently. And you've headed, you're entering the final year of his deal next year as well. And there's sort of been this discussion point that have they waited too long on quarterback? Are they allowing him to up his market value, and then ultimately you're having to pay more than you would have had you just got it done earlier? What do you have to say to that line of thinking or that question about should you try to take care of the quarterback's contract as early as possible?
Yeah, and you started your question. It's a long one.
It is.
But you started your question.
That's okay. That's still. I just clocked it. That's
still, don't say anything. Don't say anything. How long do you think that question was? How long did it feel?
It felt like 46 seconds. I'm going to say it was 23.
Okay. You brought up Chiafalo. I want the totals to listen here, and we will see which one was longer. This was with Steven?
Steven Jones. Yep.
Eric Chiafalo. Which one was the longer, more drawn? I told y'all this in my awful announcing interview. Jerry Jones is a journalism professor. If you ask double barrel questions, if you ask yes, no ones, if you get it wrong, this guy could teach a journalism class. He will pick away. He only does it really with Bobby, and that makes me love him even more. Let's see if Chiafalo beat Bobby's length again.
One of the things, Steven, I think most fans are, really curious about, not just with the Cowboys, but really across the league. It's one thing that fans and people like to talk about is just, what the process is of making these in-game decisions in the moment. And it always really ends up falling back onto the plate of the head coach ultimately. But the process involved, how many people are involved in these decisions? For example, Greg Zuerlein, 59-yard field goal. Some people would say, hey, maybe you should go for it there or whatever it may be, or calling a timeout or, any type of in-game, in-the-moment decision. And I'm curious kind of what is the process like? Ultimately, when it's in that moment, is it really just Mike McCarthy deciding for himself kind of based on the knowledge he has in lead up or whatever it is, just kind of a gut decision for him? Or are there people in his ear saying, hey, we should probably kick the field goal here, or hey, we should call the timeout here? What is it in game, the process like when it comes to making those sort of game management decisions?
Well, you covered a lot of territory there.
1 minute, 3 seconds.
Okay, let's put the stopwatch.
It ain't even close.
Let's put the stopwatch on Roberto to see if he could get anywhere close to Chio.
Jerry, you know, there was a lot of discussion when Dak Prescott got his last contract that, oh, wow, he was able to get all the way to the end of that contract. They weren't able to take advantage of the last year of his rookie deal where they could structure some things differently. And you've headed, you know, you're entering the final year of his deal next year as well. And there's sort of been this discussion point that have they waited too long on quarterback? Are they allowing him to up his market value, and then ultimately you're having to pay more than you would have had you just got it done earlier? What do you have to say to that line of thinking or that question about should you try to take care of the quarterback's contract as early as possible?
Yeah, and you started your question. It's a long one.
36.
36. I had 35.
I had 35.
35. Pepe, you have the actual numbers. This versus Eric's?
Yes, Bobby's was a lot shorter at 36 seconds.
36?
Eric's was about a minute 2.
Minute 2. All right, so he double jumped. There's nothing worse than listening back to that, though, right?
Holy cow.
I won't. I took it off. I took my headphones off. I listened to Eric's. That's enjoyable.
Took
but
the headphones off.
I'm not going to listen to mine.
So there it is. And now his answer to paying Dak sooner rather than later.
Yeah, look, I mean, that was a long question and a long playback, and so now we're finally getting to the answer. But he said, don't pay attention to any of the discussion. It's meaningless. The only thing that's factual here is what I decide and what we decide as a team and what Dak decides. And when he gave that answer, he had said that, you know, he felt like they were as in close communication on this as you could possibly be at this state. And so it sounds like they are well aware of where things are at and that this is something that's going to get done. It has to get done. Yeah. They cannot let his contract run out because he's exposed to the open market then, and now you're in trouble because there was a stipulation in his last contract where they can't tag him at the end of it. And so that's something where they don't have that protection if they want it. They would be exposed to the open market. It has to get done in the spring.
The question that I have is, will waiting 7 weeks cost them more, a lot more, or is it basically going to be just the same? Dak going to take less? Is going to reset the market? Maybe Shohei will inspire him to go ahead and we can work out. Maybe we just gave Jerry the framework of a Shohei deal with Dak just making $2 million a season and then getting it when he's retired and enjoying sitting back.
They kind of try to do that whenever they do all their restructures.
Yeah.
They build in those void years at the back so they can shift money.
Yeah.
So they do their best to do it. But then obviously you got to pay the piper. You come up here and it's okay. Well, there's $60 million.
$60 million on the cap hit.
And basically, how much did waiting within this season cost them? That's going to be my question. At the end of this,
it
after
cost
this MVP run.
It cost them from the standpoint that other quarterbacks jumped the line. And his performance, he can win the Super Bowl. I don't know that his contract's going to be a single dollar more than it would be. He's just going to go to the top. Right?
Yeah,
either way, he's going to go to the top either way.
But he wouldn't have had as much of a case to go to the top before this hot streak.
Right, but no quarterback necessarily has the case. They still do it.
Yeah,
they still go. You know what I mean? They still go to the top.
I'm trying to think of the last quarterback that was good that slid in though, versus just went to the top. Obviously, Lamar leapfrogged, Watson leapfrogged, Dak leapfrogged, Mahomes, Allen. Maybe there's not one.
Burrow, all that.
Maybe he just would have gone up top anyway.
Yeah,
maybe you're right.
or close to it. And I think the other issue is that there's a case to be made that there's no such thing. If the quarterback's elite, any cost is fine.
Yeah, but we didn't think he was elite before this. Some of us, you and I didn't.
Yeah, no, that's great and elite. I think we're different.
Yeah, but he's hit another level.
Yes.
What do we think about one of the Cowboys' future opponents, and how serious is the Tyreek Hill injury after last night? That's next with Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan. But it is the most
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
They're at the 3.5. Second down. Give Henry turning the left side, diving. Touchdown, Titans! Derrick Henry has knotted the count with 1:49 to go.
Titans radio with the call. And you had two upsets last night. Tennessee beating the Miami Dolphins, a future Cowboys opponent, and Tyreek Hill gets hurt with the ankle. Speaking of primetime football, thanks to Tolo Diego, and Choppy saw this as well, Al Michaels is out of NBC's NFL playoff coverage for this year, a move he was not expecting per the New York Post. There's been long time tension between Al and top NBC executives, though they have done their best to hide it from public view. So Al Michaels not going to be on the NBC playoff game.
Nope, he did the Jags-Chargers game, and he was widely criticized for him and Dungy for a lack of enthusiasm.
And they get the 2-point conversion to tie it.
In that game. So they're going away with it. And what they're going to do is Tirico and Collinsworth are going to do both the playoff games this year. One will be on Peacock exclusively.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Good morning, Patrick. Were you paying closer attention to the Dolphins or the Giants last night?
I was watching both equally. I had them running on multiple screens.
Wow.
What
a flex, Pat.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. You're higher than my tax bracket, my friend. But no, I mean, I was paying attention to both equally for different reasons, but obviously it's because it both impacts the Cowboys, one directly and one, indirectly until, 2 weeks from now. But when you look at the Miami Dolphins, the question still becomes, can they? It's funny that the narrative was kind of following the Cowboys unnecessarily, but here we are. Can the Dolphins beat one of the better teams in the NFL? They've not yet to do that. When you look at who they've lost to, the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Eagles, and then you're at home and you're this big favorite against Will Levis and the Tennessee Titans, and what do? You give it up. And Will Levis throws for over 400 yards. He had a comeback game-winning drive against you on your own field, and they take that win despite giving the ball away 3 times. That has to give the Cowboys a lot of confidence going into that game next week. Now, they should not overlook Buffalo whatsoever. They got to take care of business in front of them. But as far as me, I don't suit up for the team, so I get to play analyst, and I get to look ahead a little bit. And the Dolphins look beatable at home, obviously, with the Titans, and then you flip over and you look at what the Giants were able to do. They've now won their 3rd straight game with Tommy Cutlets, and they're only 1 game out of the wild card spot. So guess what? They have something to play for now, and they have to play the Eagles twice. So it's getting real fun here in December as it gets down to the wire.
Where do you stand on Tua?
I think Tua is a really good quarterback. I don't think he's an elite quarterback. I think he's a really good quarterback with elite talent around him, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's not a knock against Tua. It's just the fact of the matter. And you saw what happened when Tyreek Hill went down with that ankle injury, and that offense completely went stale until Tyreek came back. And then even then, because he was hobbled, offense didn't get kind of fired up again as it was early in the game. So that's not a knock against Tua. I mean, Tyreek Hill, he's a future probably first ballot Hall of Famer, easily one of the best wide receivers to ever step foot in the NFL. So when you lose a player of that caliber, of course, you're going to take a step back offensively. But, I mean, I think Tua is a really good quarterback, really good person. I mean, I'd take him as top 15. I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback without a talent like Tyreek Hill around him. But, again, that's not a knock against him, because if you're a top 15 quarterback in the NFL, that means you're one of the 15 best on the planet. So that's kind of where I am with Tua. I think he can definitely blow a game open if his receivers like Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, and then those guys in the backfield he has, Mostert and A-Chain, if they help get him going. But is he on the same caliber as, a Patrick Mahomes, a Dak Prescott, and, some of these other elite guys? I wouldn't put him there. Not as far as being able to elevate the talent around him. I think the talent around him is already elevated, and they're elevating him.
Patrick Walker on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline every Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. What's more likely to happen for the Eagles? Losing at Seattle this upcoming Monday night, or losing one of the two Giants games? I'm basing this off of your tweet yesterday.
You know, I think both things happen.
Whoa!
Wow.
Let's start with Seattle really quickly. I think the Cowboys had kind of a win-win in the Seattle game because they were able to escape with that victory in convincing fashion as far as the offense was concerned. Defense had a bad day at the office. But what it did was it woke the Seattle Seahawks offense up. Now, of course, the following week they were without Geno, but you saw them competitive. They were very competitive in Santa Clara against the 49ers with Drew Lock being thrust into the role. And for, let's say, 3.5 quarters, they were right there. And now we'll see, but reports are they will likely get Geno Smith back. So if they get Geno Smith back, and that's the same Geno Smith and DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and JSN that came to AT&T and put, 35 on the board, then against that secondary that Philadelphia has, they are in absolute trouble because if they are playing from behind, forced to play from behind double digits, they don't have necessarily the ability to do that. They have to stay close, and the Cowboys showed that against the Eagles. So I think the Eagles, and they're also playing in Seattle, so that whole 12th man thing, it's real. So I think they could lose against the Eagles. Now, I think the Eagles can lose against the Seahawks, so bird-on-bird crime there. As far as the Giants, I think the Giants can split. I think the Giants can absolutely split. They're only one game out. They're confident, and don't underestimate what confidence can mean for a team. They're confident. They're kind of punching above their pay grade, above their weight grade a little bit. So I think they can steal one. Now, would that be the first or the final one? Kind of remains to be seen. But the fact that they are on a winning streak and the fact that they are only one game out of the wild card spot, and the fact that they could play spoiler to the Eagles as far as keeping them potentially out of the number 1 seed or even the number 2 seed down the stretch. I mean, don't go counting out the Giants. They got a lot of reasons to start punching the Eagles in their mouth.
We're talking with Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. Pat, when you look at this victory over the Eagles, and the idea is that, well, they still hadn't beaten any of these top contenders. They obviously handled business in this game this past weekend. What is there left for you on the checklist? Obviously, San Francisco is the big one, but they're not going to get that opportunity. What is left on a checklist? Would it be these back-to-back road victories against the AFC? What do they still need to prove?
It's exactly that. Regardless of if these road games are NFC or AFC, the fact is these particular teams, we're talking about Buffalo and Miami, regardless of what conference they're in, they are two of the better teams in the NFL. Miami more so, even though after that upset last night, they're more beatable than we thought they were. But, I mean, they're still up there. Let's be honest. And the Bills, especially at home, they're still up there. So the Cowboys right now, yes, they're 7-0 at home, and, they're racking up, 40-point games fairly easily. But on the road, they're only 3-3, and things get turned down a little bit this season when the Cowboys are on the road. So, they've checked off every box except for the 49ers, like you said, and except for the reality that they need to show that they can not only win on the road frequently, but they can win on the road in hostile territory against some of the best teams in the NFL. And they have two pristine opportunities to do that. If you walk up into Buffalo and you take that from Buffalo this coming weekend, and then you fly back to Dallas, and then the next week you go all the way, south to South Beach, and you take that from Miami in a situation where Miami is trying to stay ahead of Buffalo in the division race, and they have a lot to play for, as do the Cowboys, then, after that, there only leaves two check boxes remaining. One will be the 49ers, which you probably won't see them again until the playoffs. But then by checking off that box, if you can check off the 49ers box, then inherently you check off the other box as well, which would be a deep playoff run, because you probably, if things remain as they are, you probably won't see the 49ers until the NFC Championship. So, again, if you check that box off, then guess where you find yourself? You find yourself at Allegiant Stadium in February. So right now, eyes forward, what's right in front of them, go handle the Buffalo Bills, and then double up and handle the Miami Dolphins, two top NFL teams on their field. yeah, that would be looking real good going into the back end of December.
Rank their next three opponents: Buffalo, Miami, Detroit.
Detroit, Miami, and Buffalo. So invert that order. That's my ranking. I think Detroit, although they've struggled and they dropped one here recently, they were upset, but I still think Detroit is not going to say. I know Detroit is one of the better teams in the NFC. And just like the best teams in the NFC, they had a bad day at the office. Cowboys had one. It's called Arizona, right? Eagles might have, well, they've had two, but those were against the top two teams in the NFC. But I think they're going to potentially drop one to Seattle, maybe drop one to the Giants. We'll see how Kyler Murray decides to play against the Eagles. So they're going to have some more bad days at the office, hopefully more than one. But the Detroit Lions, they're still formidable. Their coach, Dan Campbell, you got to love him. He's as scrappy and as blue-collar as it gets. He has that team playing hard. And there's no given Sunday that you can look at the Lions and assume that they're not going to compete and assume that they're not going to give you a handful. So Lions are the best of the three for me. Miami, that speed is just dangerous, but Vrabel put a blueprint out there for you, so follow that. And then Buffalo is up and down. They're 50-50 with me. It just depends on where they're playing, who they're playing. They can either be lights out dangerous or they'll wet the bed.
Great stuff as always. Thank you, Patrick. Enjoy the day.
Thanks, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com every Tuesday and Thursday. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Mike Bassick is ready to go for his return in KMC Crosstalk next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Trajan Wealth. Have you hit up Jeff Jr. and his team yet over at Trajan?
In America, they're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
To force other guys to beat them.
Fade away, no good. Lively, though, with the jam. The putback dunk by Lively.
Valley with the call. 16 and 16. Yeah, thanks. Screwing up the Rangers. Derek Lively, 16 and 16. Mavs win and the Stars win. It's the return of Mikey Bassick for KMC Crosstalk here on The Fan. Corey Majors, what's coming up?
Guys, the leader of the Jericho Appreciation Society will be on with us today at 10:45. Chris Jericho, one of your best friends, will join the show.
He has the list, right?
That's the Kardashian mom, right?
He does have the list.
The Kardashian mom?
Yeah, Chris Jericho, isn't that who that is?
That's Chris Kardashian.
Oh, who's Chris Jericho?
All right,
Jericho. He's the Ayatollah of
rock and
roller.
He defeated.
Oh, he's a musician.
He defeated The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin in the same night.
Grace Pop.
And then clowned Sean Sharif in our old studio.
I don't even remember what you're talking about.
Oh, I can refresh your memory because it was one of my favorite moments in the history of working at this station. It's when we were up on floor number 12. First of all, I think you rubbed him the wrong way because you got up in the middle of the interview and walked out to get some coffee because you asked me if I would sit in with y'all, and I was really excited. And then he was coming out with this third book, and I was like, hey, in your second book, you talked about, and you looked at me and you go, oh, listen to this guy. Oh, in your second book, blah, blah, blah. And Chris Jericho.
I was doing well even back then.
Chris Jericho looked right at you and he goes, yeah, God forbid somebody did their research to ask good questions. It was the best ever.
It couldn't have been serious. You think he was dead serious?
He looked serious in that moment.
No, some real dialogue from a wrestler.
Yeah, just tell him, be like, yeah, have a real profession, and I'll do some real research.
What else, Corey?
He'll show you his bank account. I think it's a pretty real profession.
And right out of the gate, inside the cap genius of the Dodgers.
Genius.
All right, Michael, I've been very excited for your return today.
Thank you.
Ohtani, tax, sounds like you guys are doing that. Zion Wait, the McCarthy teaching Dak football, or the Chiefs offsides controversy.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Can I also want to tease our noon segment?
Yeah.
Is Dak Prescott the same quarterback or a different quarterback? That's our noon segment today.
Before Mahomes, real quick, I'll
because you've talked about the Chiefs receivers for a long time.
Yeah. Before he obviously went off in the press conference, what did I text to you?
Well, the receivers had broken him.
Yeah. Like, as that game was getting to the conclusion, I'm like, these receivers have broken him. He throws the ball to areas they're supposed to be in. They don't know their routes. He throws the ball perfectly to Kadarius, I shouldn't be in the NFL, Tony, and he drops it. He throws it to Valdez-Scantling, he drops it. He throws it perfectly to Valdez-Scantling, he runs the wrong route in the end. Like, they're horrible. This is the worst wide receiver core in all of the NFL. Nobody's worse, and they finally broke him. And I think that Mahomes, I don't want to say did a good job, but he's so broken by these receivers that he took it out on the referees because they drop passes. They don't know what they had to call in a game where it's very close late. They had to call a timeout late in that game because the receivers had no clue where to line up and what routes they're supposed to run. This is reminiscent of when about 96, where when Michael Irvin wasn't playing, you were dealing with Billy Davis and I don't even know if
Patrick
Kevin Williams
Jeffers.
was like, yeah, it was horrible. And that's when Troy was going off on the sideline where you see the audio of like, I'm tired of having to be the head coach and the quarterback and tell these guys where their routes are supposed to be. This is pathetic.
Dak handled it.
And so
he's always had, great weapons, Silver Spoon.
But
oh my God.
The other two quarterbacks that he mentioned have Super Bowl championships.
Mahomes is broken right now because he is dealing with the worst wide receivers in the NFL. Sky Moore's a bust. That guy shouldn't be he'll be in the NFL another 3 or 4 years because people will think he's fixable. Like when you get a guy with that much athleticism, you're like, we can fix him, and then they'll have him for a year or two and like, he's not fixable. And he'll just move on from team to team.
What about the call?
It's the right call. He was offsides. I don't know what you're supposed to do about it. It was an unbelievable play. In the moment, It was an unbelievable play. I didn't recognize how far off sides he was to start.
Yep.
But then, I mean, I'm not trying to rag on you at all, Bobby, but Randy Gregory got a sack the other day for San Francisco.
Well, I'm not Randy.
I swear he lined up off sides by another yard, and I was like, I can't believe that Randy can literally. Now, I guess if you line up off sides every play.
Did he hold too?
You're going to get. He didn't ride that donkey in the end where like, oh, a guard's pulling. Let's ride that donkey. But I understand Patrick Mahomes. I'm just seeing here headline. He regrets outburst interaction with Allen. He was so I don't mind that at all. Like when you have just lost another game because your receivers are complete and utter trash. I watched last night a little bit, and I just think I know that they were out of money, but God, if they had DeAndre Hopkins, what a different team that would be. And he was just going to cost.
He's 70.
But he's still really good. He's just played on trash teams for his whole career. And I just think if they would have gone out and got DeAndre Hopkins to start this year, how much better would Kansas City be if DeAndre Hopkins was their one and all the other trash were their 2 through 5s?
Which topic is farthest away from right now, Kevin?
We can talk about whatever the heck you want, Sean.
Okay. McCarthy teaching Dak football. Ohtani deal.
Help me out here because I'm sorry I missed the segment because I know you teased it yesterday and did it today. Dak went out of his way. Am I right or wrong here? Dak went out of his way to talk to Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. They're I don't know, is it 15 to 20 minutes you get with each quarterback before a game, the day before or 2 days before?
The way they tell it, he went out of his way. I guess I didn't hear him say it.
Let's play it. Did you remember hearing this?
Yeah.
All right, let's play this, Pepe.
When we see Dak before the Giants game, week 1, he's talking about this footwork and trying to time it up. And then before the San Francisco game, now it's like he's preaching to us. Almost like, you guys should try this, really. It's almost like somebody learning a language and then learning how to speak it fluently.
Yeah, and he was like selling us something,
right.
Wasn't it? Yeah. It was unusual. And like, guys, I can't believe it's taken me, I played football all these years, and it's taken me this long to figure out everything I was doing was wrong. And now all you got to do is go 1-2, and then you take off and run. And it was like he had just cracked the code on the game itself.
Oh, wow.
Was that a humbling experience for you to hear, Bobby?
No. Because I know, look, they have.
Say it's a lie, Bobby.
Oh my God!
Say it's a lie.
Is that what you think?
That was overboard.
No. The
the
retelling is overboard. I would actually love to hear exactly how it was phrased and what led up to. I'd love to hear the context of it instead of just a retelling of it. I'm dead serious. But again, I think that they are in a good spot right now, the two of them, and I think that the offense looks remarkably similar to concepts they were running last year. And the first 5 weeks did not, and that's when everything was going to hell.
If we had Kurt Warner on tomorrow and we said, hey, man, how much of McCarthy influence or change do you see in this offense in the last 5 weeks? What would he say?
There's definitely some. It's not identical to what they ran last year, but a lot of the big concepts they're hitting are what they did last year. There's definitely some in it, but it's not what they were trying to run the first 5 weeks that was not working.
So does that mean, in your estimation, McCarthy deserves some credit?
For ruining something and then going, yep, you're right, I guess I'll let you run the offense the way you want? No.
Okay. So I heard you guys yesterday talking a little bit about my guy, Trevor Lawrence. Oof. And so I'm going to do this.
He is your guy.
I'm going to,
Get that on the record, your guy.
I'm going to do this, Bobby. So this is how you're supposed to do this in life.
Oh, my Lord.
Please lecture me as my quarterback's about to win MVP.
I agree with you guys that Trevor Lawrence is not living up to expectations. He's not as great as he should be. He is not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm admitting that he is not.
Which is wild because a week ago they were a win away from being the one seed.
Right. And look, he played with a high ankle sprain, all these things. But when I listened to you guys yesterday, I'm like, look, I can't argue this strongly because those are somewhat factually right. I know that it's an opinion on how do you think a person's playing, but you can look at stats. You can look at, if you watch the game, you're like, he's not as good as he was projected to be. Now, is he bad? No, he's not bad. He made the playoffs last year. He won a playoff game. They're 8-5. He's not bad, but where was the bar on him? The bar was he is going to be the next Peyton Manning, or in a way, Andrew Luck. And I know Andrew Luck, that was a little bit of a weird situation, but let's just go back to Peyton Manning. He's supposed to be Peyton Manning. timing. Does he have time to become great in his career? Sure, he has plenty of time. He dealt with Fingers Magoo his first year. So this is where my argument comes in is, hey, you guys are right. I am wrong about Trevor Lawrence up to this point, but I'm not giving up on him being a great quarterback in the NFL. I feel like at this
Good for
point,
you, Mike.
Bobby, you have to give up this Mike McCarthy just went back to Kellen Moore's system and just said, I quit my system, because that's not what Dak told Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. He said, we're running somewhat of a Mike McCarthy system, and it is working, and it's amazing how it's made the game easier for me, and I am at my best now in my career. He right now is the MVP. He is going, as long as these last 4 games go his way, he's going to be the MVP of the NFL. I give all the credit to Dak, or I shouldn't say all. I give most of the credit to Dak. You always give the player credit first. Sure. But Mike McCarthy has something to do with this Dak greatness.
Did that look like a legitimate NFL offense the first 5 weeks of the season?
Did it look like a great NFL offense? No.
Did it look like a playoff offense?
Yes.
I mean, they did put up 70 points in their first 2 games.
Right,
Granted,
and we talked
teams.
a lot about how it was like there was a special teams touchdown, there was a pick six. The offense was struggling a great deal. What I'm saying is
9-8 is going to be the 5
which
seed.
is more likely at week 6 they went back to concepts players were comfortable with, or it all of a sudden went from being inept to the greatest offense in the which is more. I'm asking you this as a question that's just flat out, because look, there are certain things that guys are going to say on the record versus off the record when they're midseason. I'm telling you to just connect dots here. That which is more likely, take the Rangers.
A third more likely is the quarterback said, "You know what? I just got my ass thumped. I need to go ahead and maybe listen to this guy."
Well, I also think there's another third one, which is they may not have done either one, and like Dak is just making better decisions. He's processing things.
Okay, so that's
like
Jerry. That's a Jerry.
Gotten better.
That's a Jerry quote with the interceptions. Well, he's just not putting the ball in harm's way. No, he's putting the ball exactly where he did. They're throwing the ball over the middle of the field now. They were not doing that early in the year. You can just look at the charts of the way the ball was being thrown. He said it in that interview with Jason Garrett. We weren't pushing the ball down the field enough, and Mike McCarthy will tell you that. Like, it was a thing. This is something where they are running an offense that is more closely related to what they ran last year than the first 5 weeks of the season. You can see those concepts are not the same. It was 1, 2, 3 ball out. That's what they were doing the first 5 weeks. And since then, Dak has been running more. Dak told Jason Garrett, I decided I needed to run more. And they're running concepts that were more similar to last year. I mean, look, the Rangers. Take the Rangers, Mike. Have you not known, just over the course of your time being around the Rangers, haven't you known that there are certain people who will get credit for things along the way that you go, I know because of my discussions with people inside that building that person's getting way too much public credit?
Sure. If you want me to answer in a yes or no,
just a generalized way.
Yes, but somebody deserves some credit here. It can't just be all Dak.
I'm not saying it's Dak.
I think Dak would say, wouldn't Dak be honest enough to say, boy, we're running a lot of the same concepts. I'm comfortable. Like, why would he, like, the way he did that, and Jerry does work a little bit off of public perception. He just pretty much told Chris Collinsworth and Mike Tirico, give Mike McCarthy a 5-year extension because this guy's unbelievable. Why would, if he doesn't want to work with Mike McCarthy anymore, why would he give that much fuel to the public to say Mike McCarthy is the guy I want to be quarterback for the rest of my career? Because
what's happened is at this point, and this is where we were talking about earlier in the show, is that what's happened is Mike McCarthy has kind of gone, all right, hands off, let's go back to what you're comfortable with. And if Dak's going to say, all right, he's going to let me do things the way I want, all right, fine. You stay out of my way. We'll do this.
Did you guys hear how long Bobby's question to Jerry was?
Not 6 seconds.
It was really long. Really long.
Should we play it again?
No,
for
Does it beat Chiafalo though?
No.
It's like half of Chiafalo. It's like 35 seconds.
Chiafalo still doubled it up. We are back tomorrow morning. Enjoy the return of Mikey Bassick and the KMC Masterpiece next on this radio show that Jerry has once again renamed.
Hey, man, Sean, RJ, Sean, good to be on there.
Oh, who? That was my walk-off, Peyton.
Yeah. We're giving you your... Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Chris Strong, and making his return, Mike Bassick, ladies
Holy
and
cow.
gentlemen.
There's a lot going on in the world of sports.
There is a lot going on in the world of sports, and at 10:45, we will have Chris Jericho in studio. I am stoked about that, but we're actually going to start with the Shohei contract because I think the Dodgers are business geniuses, genii, if you prefer.
I don't prefer genii.
Okay. Well,
Actually,
when the deal came out, I was like, that's a stupid figure. The way they did that is dumb. And then I said, but supposedly there's a lot of deferred money in there. So let's wait. Let's see how it works. The deferred money in there is 97%. So he will make...
It's insane.
It is amazing.
I thought multiple people were lying to me on multiple fronts.
For
Obviously, I see quickly from people Shohei signed with the Dodgers, and I'm like, that makes all the sense in the world. That was Saturday, I believe, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm like, all right, that makes sense. And then like 15 minutes later, my 13-year-old son comes out and says, did you see that Shohei signed for $700 million? And I'm like, all right, stupid, you got that number wrong. Like, I didn't say that to his face, but I'm like, I get it. Like, I've heard multiple things from you guys, and then I go in and look at it, and I'm like, no, you're wrong on this. And I'm like, there's no way they gave him $700 million over 10 years. And so then I look at it, and I'm like, son of a gun.
Yep.
This is true. And then yesterday, as I'm driving, I think back from Austin, when the news comes out that Shohei's deferring all the money except $2 million per year. And I'm like, what stupid website put this out that people are believing this and my friends are believing? Yeah. And then I'm like, oh, this is real? Like, this can't be real. This doesn't make any sense. And then I talked to my agent and he made it make a lot of sense. If teams are going to pay 25 to 30% more than you're worth to defer the money, and then it makes sense, especially if you're going to play for a team in California.
Yep.
It's genius on both sides. Yes, the Dodgers genius. For the player, especially that he's going to live in Japan when he's making $68 million a year and not have to pay 13.3% in California taxes on it. Genius.
So that's where I do have a question. Kevin, I know you want to break this down a little bit more, but the concept of it, is there an agent creative enough to come up with this idea? Or is it the ownership that was creative enough to come up with this idea?
Well, and supposedly Shohei Ohtani made this suggestion, but again, like, I'll take that for face value. I was not privy to those conversations. And if that's the case, this deal makes even more sense to me because he makes about $45 million a year in endorsements.
Yeah,
and so
I saw 50.
Okay, so 45 to 50 million. And so that essentially is his salary, right? And so he's like, fine, you pay me $2 million per year right now. I don't really care. And then he gets the lump sum payments every single year once he is out of Los Angeles. But what makes this amazing and makes me wonder if the team pushed this and Shohei's like, well, let's push even more of the money to the back is, I was doing the calculations. You pay about 65% on the dollar for your competitive balance tax payroll. I so desperately want to say salary cap, but technically there's not a salary cap. And so essentially Shohei's going to count $46.2 million against their competitive payroll tax every single year. And if I told you going into this, Shohei's going to make $46 million, you'd be like, okay, sure, that sounds good. And so that's what they're getting away with. And I have no doubt that the Dodgers owners have plenty of money. And so now I'm really curious, to your point from earlier, how many other teams will look at this when it comes to Soto or whoever and be like, hey, can we work this same kind of deal? Because he's not counting $70 million against the cap or the tax. He's counting $46 million. That's an extra $24 million. Or even if you thought he was only worth $60, that's an extra $14 million you have to play with.
Can you explain to me real quick he's counting $46 million?
Okay. So you get a discount on deferred money for your payroll tax, but you don't not get to pay it. Like, Shohei is not counting $2 million per year against the cap. I know. I'm just going to keep saying cap.
That's fine. That's the basic way to explain it, especially for majority people listening right now are football fans over understanding the collective bargaining agreement in Major League Baseball.
And so from all the stuff I've read, he'll count about $46 million. So I did the math. That means if you do deferred money, you only get charged 65% of that actual cost for right now. So that's why the Dodgers they're not paying $2 million per year on their cap, but they're not paying 70. They got it down to 46 million. So this number feels very carefully calculated to be, hey, you'll have the highest cap count against any player in the league, but we're still paying you $70 million per season eventually. And I think this is amazing. If you're only having to pay 65% on the dollar, if you defer other money, I had no idea you could do this much deferred money.
Yeah, it's unlimited.
Yes.
You could defer your whole salary. I know I'm taking it to the Rangers here, but Ray Davis, you just got shown the way.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
If you're worried about the TV contract, you're going to get a good TV contract. Maybe a year from now, maybe 3 years from now.
Somewhere.
I'm not sure. Obviously, right now, a lot of things are up in the air. Sign everybody to $1 million contracts and defer the money. Now, the player has to agree to it. The agent has to agree to it.
And now let's stop right there, because something that you brought up earlier, and you actually brought this up a really long time ago, is how many players would this work for? Because I have a feeling it wouldn't work for Juan Soto. I'm not saying Juan Soto has no money,
right?
But he's not making $45 million a year in endorsements or $50 million. That's why this works for this particular player, because he's like, that's fine. Yeah. I'm literally making that amount of money in endorsements. If you're not, and let's say you're making $2 million a year in endorsements, and they're like, we'll also pay you $2 million right now. I can see how you'd be like, oh, that didn't really work for me, Chief.
No, I'm with you. And the other thing, too, is I'm going to bring up specifically Jordan Montgomery. I believe he lives in Massachusetts in the offseason. So if he deferred money when his career's over, he's going to have to pay state taxes on that money, where if he was playing for the Texas Rangers while he's a Texas Ranger, he's not paying state taxes on that because he's working in the state of Texas. So there's certain things that are different. But the thing is agents aren't upset about this. Because if you can get the client to agree to this, you're going to get 30% approximately more money. So if you're worth $100 million contract, I can get you $130 million.
Yep. Will the agent get that money down the road, or will he get it now?
No, it's negotiate. It's when he gets the money.
Okay.
I can't pay you if I don't have the money.
Yeah,
so when I get a paycheck for, to make it really easy, if I make $12 million a year, I get $1 million per paycheck because I get 12 paychecks over 6 months. So when I get that paycheck for $1 million, I now owe my agent 4% of that money.
Okay.
Now, you can also do it at the end of the year. If the agent's like, at the end of the year, after you get your $12 million, obviously you're not seeing all that because of taxes, but you're still paying me off of the $12 million, you can send me a 4% check off of that.
Yeah, he just set his agent up for future life. Nothing, doesn't have to worry about anything.
No, you're absolutely right about that. And then I saw some people were like, oh, is this really going to get pushed through by the Players Association? I was like, yes. Yeah. The highest contract ever was $426.5 million. Now it just went to $700 million. You think they're going to reject that? Yeah. I realize the vast majority of players will never see anything like that, but you just upped the game. Yes, they're going to take it.
In a weird way, just think of it this way. I know it's even these numbers are fake to me because I did not make a lot of money playing baseball. But if your agent comes to you and says, hey, I can get you a 5-year contract for $100 million, or I can get you a 5-year contract for $130 million, but you're going to see that money over a 10-year period, not a 5-year period. That becomes a very talkable discussion with your family, that you're like, hey, here's the deal. I get all of it in 5 years, or I get all of it in 10 years, and it's $30 extra million. Now, I'm going to get a lot less over the first 5 years, but I think we can survive. Let's just say if I'm getting $5 million a year, so I'm going to get paid $25 million over the first 5 years, and then I'm going to get paid $105 million over the next 5 years.
Somebody asked, actually a couple of people have asked, can you do this in the NFL, or would they do this with Dak's contract? This is actually, it's a different version of this, but this is kind of already in place in the NFL with the voidable years. Like, for example, we've talked about it, is Dak's contract runs out after 2024, like technically, but they have those 2 voidable years on there where you're still facing a $36 million dead cap. So that's how the NFL has addressed this. You still get your money now. But
the way different part, though, is it's 100% $700 million guaranteed. There's no fake like true. A lot of times we get fake numbers in the NFL because you're like, well, how much of this is guaranteed? Now over time, what you're talking about is they guarantee it over time. But right now, unless Shohei Ohtani gets in some sort of skiing accident or basketball accident, like you can void contracts through that, or a Wander Franco situation,
surfing accident, A hawk attack?
Right. Anything that's like, hey, you got hurt doing something that has nothing to do with baseball or training for baseball.
Mountain climbing.
That can be void your contract. I hear what you're saying. Cal Ripken Jr., for instance, got put in his contract. If he gets hurt playing basketball, still 100% of his contract is guaranteed because he loved playing basketball and getting ready for the season by playing basketball as his cardio. So he made sure in his contract, if I blow out my knee playing basketball, I still get all of my money because that's part of my workout.
Do you think that Joe Kelly had a great solution for the jersey number conundrum? He would like them both to have the same number and for the back of the jersey to say Joe Hay. And then he could enjoy some of the benefit of those sales and everything like that. And he goes, oh, yeah. He was like, oh, this is really simple. We can make a jersey together and call it Joe Hay.
I think the thing I like about Joe Kelly so much is he doesn't take himself too seriously.
Fair.
Like he just he's like, hey, man, we're all here. Let's all have some fun.
Can I bring up something on an owner standpoint?
Sure.
I'm assuming the Dodgers ownership, and I know like Magic Johnson owns 1%, so I'm not going to say Magic Johnson is the owner. I'm sorry,
Right.
I don't have it on the top of my head who the Dodgers primary owners are. Can you imagine, though, if 9 years from now, they're like, we want to sell the team, and then a person's trying to buy this.
Partners.
So the Guggenheimers want to sell it. And then Mark Cuban comes in. I'm just throwing his name out there. And he goes, hey, man, I want to buy this. And he's like, I owe Shohei Ohtani $680 million over the next 10 years. He's not even on the team.
Yeah.
That's an amazing point.
Just what comes along
So
with
I'm
it,
assuming
man.
like
Price of business.
you feel like you're going to own the team forever because if you did this, because what's to stop the Dodgers? The collective bargaining agreement still has 3 years left on it. I believe it was a 5-year agreement and they've gone 2 years into the 5 years. I'm not 100% sure about that, but let's just go with it's a 5-year collective bargaining agreement. They're going to do this with more players probably.
I think you're right about that.
So there might be a bill like later on down the road where they're owing $150 million in player salary, which don't even count on player salary. It's just going to be
So do you think in 3 years they're going to be like, hey, we need to figure out like a cap on deferred money or how it works with the
I
tax?
do think owners are now going to have to look at this, especially your mid-market owners, and go, hey, we usually get that money. We benefit from the tax.
Yeah.
And now you guys aren't letting us benefit from the tax because you found a workaround, and the players love it because they're making 30% more salary than they were going to be owed.
Agreed.
So I do think that I don't know if the Rangers will fall in this category, but the Pirates, the Las Vegas A's for now at least, or something like that, are going to look at this and go, what the crap, man? Like, we can't really do these salaries. I don't think the Royals are going to offer Bobby Witt Jr. 4 years from now $600 million with 550 of it deferred.
Probably not, because right now the A's, Orioles, Pirates, Reds, Brewers, Royals, Marlins, and Guardians are all projected to have payrolls of less than $70 million. So there you go. And by the way, my favorite part about this whole situation, Bobby Bonilla Day ends in 2035, and Shohei Ohtani Day begins in 2034. So if you're a big fan of potentially retired players still getting lump sums of money, we will keep that tradition going until the 2040s.
I saw Steve Phillips, who gave that contract out, who was my former general manager with the Mets, said, I'm off the hook.
Woohoo!
But, you know, you guys explained it yesterday. It was very beneficial for the Mets to do that deal that way.
I could see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about those victorious Dallas Stars. Plus, we will chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, before we do that.
Across the line, steal. Final second, they score! Lindell! They'll check the clock. As Lindell looks like he got a buzzer beater to sneak in and give Dallas the lead.
K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Dallas Stars are victorious 6-3 over the Red Wings. This felt like a pair of points that the Stars
needed.
Yeah, it really did. And it felt like you needed to see a little bit something from Jake Ottinger.
Good
and
God, yes.
he played significantly better than he has, though still, I think you see room for improvement defensively.
So,
not just him.
I'm with you because I watched this game. I'm going to be honest. I watched the game in condensed form. You know how they make it a 15-minute game on YouTube? Because I missed watching the game last night. Daughter got home from Austin, and so I wasn't watching sports as much live as I would like to last night. And watching it, it made me think this. Stars obviously get a 6-3 win. Great job. Is casually do the Stars need to upgrade their defense through like trades when that time happens?
I think that is an excellent question. Keep that in mind. We're going to get back to that in just 1 second because I'm with you on that, and I think the answer is yes. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
The answer is definitely yes, since I was at the game Saturday afternoon.
Oh, man.
That was like, what was that score against Vegas? Like 73-1?
I think that was the equivalent of what hockey would be.
Yeah, that one was pretty dang bad.
I don't know the last time I've left an event before it was over. I had seen enough with probably 5 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah.
I left early when I watched Jason Witten destroy Bishop Lynch. I was like, how are they open? Like, I'll tell you what, Jason Witten, I know this isn't a Jason Witten segment, but man, the way that he runs an offense, because he's not getting the most talented kids at Frisco Liberty, a very small little private school, but he has those kids running 5 to 10 yards open on so many routes.
You know, you should have been here when Jason Garrett was here, and I can't remember if they've continued to do it or not, but they would bring in some high school kids, some of the kind of underserved schools or whatever, and they would have basically a play day, and they would name several of the players. I don't know how many. Sometimes they had 10, 12 teams, and they played flag football. And you should have seen when Jason Witten was the captain, like the guy ahead of one of those teams, and he would serve as the offensive coordinator. I can't tell you how serious he took that stuff. I mean, he was grinding those kids to get them ready to play the games, and then it was kind of an elimination tournament. But it's like we'd sit there and look and go, oh, he's got head coaching written all over him at some level if he wants to do it.
So he wasn't out there like, run the oop-de-oop, the hook and ladder. He was like, no.
No, he was coaching. They were running plays that the Cowboys ran. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Now, something that I don't know if you heard about this, something not really cool. Did you see that a Cowboys employee got arrested on Sunday night for just letting people into the game and taking cash when those people didn't have tickets?
You know, I think I heard something about that. I mean,
this wasn't you though, right?
It got reported. Well, no.
Okay.
Yeah. If I was swindling that much money, yeah, God, I probably wouldn't be doing radio with you, right?
Fair point.
What I didn't see in the article was he taking $20 bills, $100? Like, how much was he taking? How much did you get into the game for?
I didn't see that part. You know what it reminded me of? Way back, I was covering a Missouri football game at Nebraska, and this would have been late 70s, and two of my roommates came with me. So I was working. They were just going to come and, try to get a ticket to go to the game. Well, it was kind of sold out. Well, next thing I know, I saw them from the press box. They're in the stadium. I go, oh, well, they must have found tickets. No, they didn't find a ticket. They found a guy that had a Nebraska. He was on the team, but he wasn't playing, right? Back then, they redshirted so many people at Nebraska.
Right.
Because everybody from Nebraska wanted to play at Nebraska, right? And he had a Letterman's jacket. And so they had an entrance for the Letterman to go in. So for like $20, he gave one of my roommates his jacket. The guy walks in and saw him, Letterman jacket, okay. And then he goes in because they recognize him, gets the jacket, comes back out, gives it to the other guy, gets his $20, goes in, and then he walks in again, gets the jacket, and, and he scammed $40 right like that. And he probably did it for an hour before the game.
That's the way to do it right there.
What? That's your takeaway from that story, Corey?
Look, this whole country is based off people just pulling up their bootstraps.
Scamming.
Yeah, and
man, that is tough to argue with.
I saw it. You know what? I saw it at the U.S. Open tennis one time. The Cowboys opened the season, and the U.S. Open was going on a Saturday. I took the train out there. I said, I can buy a scalp ticket, right? Well, they were going for $400. I didn't want to pay that much, so I'm just kind of watching. And I saw this guy and he was talking to a little group of people. He handed them all tickets, and they went to the gate. They all walked in, handed the ticket guy their tickets, and all got in. And then one guy came back out. Well, the guy that had the scam going was giving the tickets were being given to his uncle, and the uncle didn't tear the tickets. He held on to them, and he walked back out, gave him the 6 tickets. He did it again. He did it again, and I'm going, okay, if he does it one more time, I'm doing it, right? They got to the gate with that last group, and the uncle kind of gave him the sign, and he looked at everybody, goes, oh, no, we got to go back. And he handed them their money back, and somebody gave him the high sign that they were going to get caught.
Oh, wow.
But he did it like 3 or 4 times. 6, figure it out, $20, $30, and you weren't going to get a seat, but you got on the grounds.
Right.
And then he was explaining to people as the stadium matches go on that you would be able to find a seat later in the match. But as long as you were in the grounds, you were good, and you can stand and watch.
And that's why I carry a ladder with me everywhere I go, Kevin, because nobody's going to question a guy who has a ladder.
Who has a ladder.
They're like, he's got to do work, and I don't want to be involved with it.
It feels like the amount of effort to carry that ladder would not end up paying off for that one time it hit.
Think.
You might
That's
be
why
right.
nobody suspects it.
You're going to go over the fence? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, that is exactly what he's telling you, Mick. We found out from Stephen Jones yesterday, high ankle sprain for Jonathan Hankins.
Yeah.
Which it seems good and bad, I guess, because when you get carted off, you feel the absolute worst. And I realize a high ankle sprain is not an easy injury to deal with, but it could have potentially been worse. What do you think about the injury and then the potential for Mozzie Smith to get a little bit more going?
Yeah, I'm thinking a high ankle sprain for a guy that weighs, 325 pounds,
right,
is a pretty serious injury.
Yeah.
Because the funny thing was when he was on the field and everybody was around him, we couldn't see exactly who it was. And I had my binoculars, and I thought I recognized the biggest thigh I think I'd ever seen, and it said, "Oh, that's got to be Jonathan Hankins down there," right? And sure enough, Mozzie Smith. For sure. And then remember they signed I think he's got some years on him, Carl Davis, to the practice squad. They did that back, it was late in the summer, and he's been on, I'm sorry. It was mid-November. And so he's a guy that's got a little bit of experience, and he's a defensive tackle. So they, would have 3 elevations for him if they thought they needed more help in the middle there. But, yeah, I would think, Mozzie, you better be ready because this is your big chance.
I heard McCarthy say in the post game Sunday, I like this stretch of football because it's like playing. This is playoff football. We have to play somebody who's out for something each week. Do you agree with him on that perspective right now?
Well, you'd rather be playing a bunch of cream puffs, right?
Yes,
agreed.
But since this is what you got, you might as well kind of make the best of it and say, yeah, this is great training for the playoffs. And since I think Kevin pronounced the Cowboys are in the playoffs.
Facts.
And you're playing, basically what you're doing is you're playing playoff quality teams.
Yes.
And so, and you'll find out where you are, where you aren't. And, as you're moving forward with these next 3 games, and 2 of them on the road, and not a great time to be on the road in Buffalo. Heck, it's not a great time to be on the road in Miami. You never know what the humidity is going to be, right?
Then again, I have no idea what Miami is going to do on a game-to-game basis.
Well, that's true too. But I think it's a good testing ground that they're gonna. Well, if you think about it, they're gonna play 5 teams in a row that had winning records coming into the game. If you go back to the Seattle,
that
Philadelphia,
is true.
and
That's
then
true.
3, that's a pretty tough streak, right, to continue. And, I keep hearing, well, yeah, if they run the table, well, that's 9 consecutive wins you're asking. That's a pretty long streak, right?
That's true.
Maybe it's fortunate for Philadelphia that they've lost 2 in a row, so now all they got to do is win 4 in a row to run the table.
Maybe so. Yeah.
I mean, I wonder what the percentages are. So I'm sure somebody's got that out there. What are the percentage of winning 9 consecutive games?
I'll have to get back to you on that. That is a good question.
2%. I'm sure there's something out there, right?
Yeah.
Because, well, the last time I would think the Cowboys won more was Dak's rookie year, right? They won 11 straight after they lost the opener.
So you're saying it can be done?
It can be done, but boy, that's a tough road there this late in the season.
Do something historic, man.
Yeah.
Go be history.
You win 11 straight, maybe that'll have you in the Super Bowl. At the very least, the NFC.
Yeah, they don't grandfather you into the Super Bowl either. By the way,
that would be so cool.
Now you got to win 2 or 3 more straight to get there.
I know. Stupid jerks. That's why we can't get there anymore. All right, thank you very much, Mickey. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, sure thing. See you.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike, he did say something right at the beginning. He was like, I was at that game.
Yeah, the Vegas game.
And the Stars do need defensive help, and that was one of the concerns we had going into especially last season. I don't know if everyone had the same fear, but still – you knew defense was going to kick up its head. And I know Detroit's a good team, but Vegas is a really good team. And that's why I was worried that you just got smashed.
I even mentioned last week, it just seems like to me like Vegas and Colorado are just better. There's nothing this year. Now, there's plenty of time to get better, to improve, but it just seems like if you play Vegas or Colorado in a 7-game series, you're going to lose that series. Now, maybe everybody else in the Western Conference, right? The Western Conference, that you're better than, whether it's Minnesota, Seattle, Detroit, whoever it is, it seems like, hey, man, we can handle these teams. But there's 2 teams that, to me at least, seem they're just better than you. And there's not much you can do to beat them in a 7-game series.
At least at this moment, you position yourself again. We've talked about with this Cowboys. Keep as much distance between you and those teams in the playoffs as possible. And then you still have significantly more options for trade deadline and everything coming up.
I've loved watching hockey. I don't want to sound like an expert at all, but it seems like they get really sloppy when they're trying to clear the puck and the puck can stay.
Agreed.
And then obviously there seems to be free skaters a lot of times around the net. Now, maybe that happens all the time. I don't watch the New York Rangers versus the New Jersey Devils. I'm not watching, like I'm not that into the sport yet where I'm trying to watch other teams play, but it seems
less
like
of that when the playoffs roll around.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of freedom around Ottinger or Wedgwood. Like there just seems to be like a lot of freedom to do whatever you want.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next in studio, we will have former multi-time world champion, current AEW superstar, and the David Bowie of wrestling. It's Chris Jericho next right here on the Fan.
Don't you hate it when you wake up and realize you've missed breakfast by only a few minutes? At Jack, breakfast has no limits. For only $4, you can make anytime breakfast time when you get 2 of our fresh new breakfast bagels with freshly cracked eggs and melty American cheese on a toasted bagel.
Roanoke, we are coming to your city on
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, the song might have tipped you off. We have former multi-time world champion, current AEW superstar. It is the David Bowie of wrestling, Chris Jericho. Good morning, sir, and thank you for coming in.
The David Bowie of wrestling. Finally, my mission has come true.
You did it.
Yes, I did it. I made it happen.
And now if you could star in a Labyrinth sequel or something like that, I think that would be
dude, that'd be amazing. That'd be do like the rebooted Extras, call Ricky Gervais a stupid little fat man. I'd be all set.
Yes. Okay, I'm here.
Chubby little loser.
I'm here for all of that. Is Dynamite is going to be at College Park Center tomorrow night in Arlington, and then y'all are pretty much taking over the Metroplex for the week because
we are.
Final Battle Friday at the Caldwell Center in Garland, where y'all have done a bunch of Winter is Coming, and then Collision Saturday at the Curtis Caldwell Center in Garland.
That was the 1 hour. I went to the 1 hour match.
It was the Winter is Coming in 2021. He had not seen. I took him to Dynamite. He had not seen like in-person wrestling since the 80s. And the very first match on the TV show was the hour draw between Bryan Danielson and Hangman Page.
Oh, good.
And at the time,
wow.
we're about 30 minutes in. He goes, "Your matches like usually this long?" And I go, "No, you definitely are not." So this is
that was a special night for sure.
It really was. And Mike, can you tell Chris or tell everybody your experience with that versus we were just talking off air the way it used to be in the 80s?
Well, obviously, I had a lot of fun. I hadn't been to wrestling since a kid when it was at the Sportatorium and the Von Erichs and stuff like that. And so I was honestly loving the heel. I loved being
MJF,
at the event.
he loved too.
Right.
And it was just, he did a great job of inciting the crowd, and the crowd was really into it, and it was a blast. But it was obviously lasting a long time. I'm like, gosh, I do watch quite a few here and there WWF events or AEW events. I'm like, they don't feel this long when I'm watching on television. So obviously.
Once in a while, you get the long match. Exactly. So, yeah, that's just the tradition here in Dallas of doing the Winter is Coming. We always make sure to put on a great show. It's kind of one of the tent poles of our year. And the tradition is to do it here in Dallas because, once again, it's a great wrestling city, it's a great AEW city, and it's a great Chris Jericho city.
At what point do you get very fatigued in a match?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I ever really get fatigued at all. And I think all of us are equipped to go an hour if we had to. Thankfully, that doesn't really happen much. So usually matches, especially for TV, you're talking 15, 20 minutes. And you're always fatigued, as in you're giving it your all, and it's not easy to do. But I think, not to sound too cliched, but most of us are highly conditioned athletes that are used to it, and you just go out there and do it. It's what we do.
So I'm a former professional baseball player, and my career ended at 30 years old, like a lot of guys do. There's special guys that they get to play into their 30s, and when you talk to those guys, they have to do so much maintenance to have their body ready to play in a Major League Baseball game, let's just say in their mid-30s or late 30s. And I see you as a professional wrestler being able to do it into your 40s and now 50s. How different is your day like getting prepared to do your thing from 25 years old to 45 years old?
Quite honestly, exactly the same as it's always been. I think because I've been doing this for so long that you talk about the David Bowie of wrestling, that goes for your training regimen too. Like, I don't lift weights anymore because I think that as you get older, that's kind of more of a detriment than a help because on your joints and your tendons. So it's a lot more kickboxing now. It's a lot more long distance bicycling and that sort of a thing. Much more cognizant of diet than I've ever been before. So I think all of those things contribute to you just keep doing what you're doing. And obviously wrestling is a little different because there's a show business element to it. You can kind of control what you're doing, but still, anytime you step into the ring and take a bump, take a fall, as we call it, take a bump, you could hurt yourself. So I just think that there's a little bit more longevity because you don't have to throw the ball or hit the ball. You are basically just telling stories, which is way more important than the matches that you have, is connecting with the audience via the characters that you play and the stories that you tell. That's really the most important thing about the business.
And then the maintenance also, you got to take out your own stitches. Is that the way that it all works?
Well, the funny thing, so I just did that on Instagram a couple of weeks ago. I got some stitches in my arm, And when you get them, it's like 10 days later, you have to get them removed. I don't have time to go to the clinic and, wait there for an hour to have some doctor cut the stitches out. I can do that myself. So I do, and that's no problem. And I had my daughter film it, which was funny because she started feeling really queasy and nauseous. I'm like, why? And I didn't realize it's probably pretty traumatic to watch your dad take out his own stitches as you're filming it for TikTok.
Yes, that makes a lot of
It's
sense
the world
to
we live
me.
in. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, sweet. I didn't even really think about it.
Just what I do.
What's the big deal? Just take the stitches out. Who cares?
Now, when we make reference to being the David Bowie of wrestling, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, it's because of your ability to reinterpret who you are or your character time and again.
Yeah, it's reinvention. It's evolving. It's always staying ahead of the curve, never getting stale, and always keeping people guessing as to what you're doing. Obviously Bowie did that with his whole career, changing the style of music that he played and kind of the character and the persona that he had. And from a very, very early on into the career, especially when I started with WCW and then into WWE, realizing that we're on TV 52 weeks a year, you can't look the same all the time or do the same thing or have the same rap because it's going to get really stale and really boring very quickly. And so that's kind of always, once again, staying ahead of that and never wanting to be a nostalgia act, which I think gives you a lot more legitimacy, and it gives you a lot more longevity and all those long L words that I can barely pronounce.
Right.
But yeah, it really does kind of keep things fresh, and you're always keeping people guessing, which I think is exciting.
Was there ever a pivot then? Like, I understand everything that you just said. Was there ever a pivot that you were hesitant because you thought either this was working so well or you weren't sure how accepting fans would be, for better or worse, of the new direction you were going?
I think probably in about 2008 when I realized that Y2J was kind of done. And so I had cut my hair and I went from long tights to short tights, dropped the countdown entrance that I had. But more specifically, I had a kind of a company-wide edict that you're not allowed to call me Y2J anymore. Don't call me that on commentary. Don't call me that in any ads that you print or any publicity that we're doing. It's done. Don't refer to me by that name anymore, because people need to know you're serious about it when you want to change. And once again, going back to rock and roll, which is how I kind of analyze everything. You look at when Kiss took off their makeup in 83, like that was a real sea change. Like they're letting people know this is different. We're taking our freaking makeup off. So, people will see that and go, what did they just do? Why are they doing that? And that's kind of what I wanted to do when I dropped the Y2J thing, was I wanted everyone to understand this is different. I'm taking this seriously. I expect you to do that as well. And I kind of do that throughout my career. When I first went to AEW, when we started, one of the reasons why I didn't want to go back to WWE and I wanted to do something new is I didn't want to go back to doing the list. I knew that people would want to see the list again. And it was so huge. The list was so popular, but I felt if I go back now 3 years later and start putting people on the list, it just doesn't feel right to me. It feels kind of lame and contrived. And
the Festival of Friendship is still amazing. Like, I realize we've moved on.
One of the greatest moments in Raw history, and I say that with all humbleness. But yeah, so that's why I wanted to do something when we came to AEW and do Le Champion and do the Demo God, and then you're the Wizard, and then it's the Painmaker, and it's all these different things, the Ocho, constantly keeping it fresh. And I like that. And sometimes maybe I might cut off something a little bit too early, but if I feel like I want to take a left turn, then I just do it.
Even wanting some more. We had a guy in the radio business once when I was very early in the stage of this say it's an addictive business. You'll always love it, and I have. I've absolutely loved the enjoyment of being on air and everything. What is the addictive part of your business? What makes you go, I have to keep up?
I just think if you love what you do, that's the addiction. You know what I mean? And if you don't like what you do, then you have to change it. So it's exciting. When AEW started, wrestling became exciting for me again. And it became, the passion was there that I hadn't had for a while. And that makes it, that makes it addictive. Like you said, you want to continue to do it. And it's fun to continue to create cool stories and have cool matches and all that sort of stuff. And that's why I'm still doing it. You know what I mean? If I didn't feel this 1,000% from a mental standpoint, you can't be in the business anymore, because you got to be all in, no pun intended. And that's kind of where I'm at, and I still, I can still have the best match on the show on any given night, not every night, but some nights you can still do it. And as long as I can know that on any given night I can have the best match of the show, I'll still continue to be involved and telling these great stories that we've been able to tell as well.
Chris Jericho here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Chris, when it comes to your personal life, you've been married now for 23 years.
Mm-hmm.
I get to read or see these articles of wrestlers talk about their career, and they talk about how kind of crazy the lifestyle is. How have you been able to stay married for this long? Because in baseball, obviously, we have a home field where half of our games are in one place. Obviously, half of our games are all over the country. You're going all over the place. It seems like all the time. How tough is it to kind of keep that life?
I mean, that's the good thing about what we do and how the business has kind of morphed into 2023, where it's much more based just around television. And that's once a week, and for AEW, yes, we have, for example, this week, like you said, Dynamite on Wednesday and Collision on Saturday and a pay-per-view on Friday. But, most of the time we're working once a week. And sometimes it might be twice a week, but it's a lot different from the days when you were working 4 days a week. Sometimes even 5. And that was a little bit harder to do, but it's easier now because there's a lot of time at home. Especially like I said, if you're working on a Wednesday and you leave Tuesday and you're back Thursday, it's pretty, you're home most of the week. So things have changed. I mean, when I first started, I remember in WCW, I was working, I think 23 or 24 dates a month. Like that's insane when you think of that. And WWE as well, 20 dates a month, 22 dates a month. There's no way I would still be doing this if that was the schedule nowadays. And I think that's another reason, like if this was 1985, Chris Jericho wouldn't be wrestling at 53. But in 2023, the business has morphed into where we're at now, where you can still continue to wrestle. I mean, Sting is 64 and still kicking ass. He's getting ready to have his final match in February. But, that's when he's decided he's done. I mean, that's 12 years away from me, you know what I mean? And so
you got another 12 in
mean, you never know, right? I'll have to start putting some face paint on maybe or something along those lines. But, it's one of those things. I remember when I first started at 19, I was like, I'll probably wrestle till I'm 30. That sounds good. And then here I am, 53 thinking, well, I could probably go another whatever. I don't know. I could explode into a puff of dust tomorrow. But as of right now, I'm feeling great.
It'd make for great TV, if nothing
else. It would.
Else.
If I'm gonna do that, let's make sure we put it on pay-per-view.
Yeah, exactly.
Most memorable moment ever.
Would you be okay with staying around for another segment? Love this conversation we got going.
I'll be happy to, as long as you guys will have me.
Yes. Outstanding. Yes. I'm really glad that you said that. And we need to tell you on the other side, the amazing last time that you were here. You just made my day. AEWTix.com if you want to check it out. Dynamite tomorrow in Arlington. Friday, Final Battle at Colwell Center in Garland, and Collision Saturday at the Colwell Center in Garland. Coming up next, we'll have more with Chris Jericho right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got Chris Jericho in studio with us for another segment. Tomorrow night, you can hear from him and Kenny Omega, the Golden Jets. I knew you already knew that, Corey. At College Park Center in Arlington for Dynamite. Final battle, Curtis Colwell Center in Garland on Friday. Collision, Curtis Colwell Center in Garland on Saturday. AEWTix.com if you want to check that out. Thank you very much for being here and for sticking around with us another segment.
I got nowhere else to go, so what was I going to do?
Awesome. I like that.
So we got to talk trash about Sean Sharif in the break.
Is the elevator a place for conversation or peace and quiet? What's your take on that?
I think it's just an uncomfortable moment all the way around, so I think just be quiet.
Okay.
Be quiet and just stare at the wall. It's the best way to do it.
The thing that's tough about our elevator is this is one of the few floors where you have to scan your badge to get up there. So I always hope that somebody breaks to the left in the elevator, not to the right, so I don't have to be like, hey, I'm sorry.
But once again, it's hard because even if you're the friendliest person in the world, you can't have a conversation in 45 seconds.
Right. It's tough.
So it's hard to, you can't get started because they're really, how's your day? Good.
Yeah.
Have a great one.
Yeah. Because I kind of want to be like, do you really care?
Yeah, and then that's my point. Like, why do we even want to do this?
Yeah. That's a fair point.
So speaking about why do you want to do this, I'm intrigued by, you said at 19 years old, you get into wrestling, you want to be a wrestler. Obviously, you can do wrestling in high school, but it's a different type of wrestling. What made you kind of in high school, right out of high school, go, this is it. This is what I want to do with my life?
Jeez, I feel like I'm on Oprah or something here.
I'll loan you one of his books. You
need a
check it
blanket.
out.
I was a fan of wrestling as way before that as a kid, and I just thought it'd be really cool to be involved in it. So it wasn't like right out of high school. It was probably when I was about 13 or 14 years old, I started really thinking about it, and not just like, oh, I want to be an astronaut. I want to be an archaeologist. Like, I really think I can do this. Like, what a cool idea of being in the wrestling business. So then I started kind of looking as to where could I even learn how to do this. And I was watching Stampede Wrestling out of Calgary. And at the end of the show, they would always have an address, learn to be a wrestler, Hart Brothers Pro Wrestling. So I wrote a letter, and then they said you have to be 18 to go to wrestling school. And I graduated from high school when I was 17 because when I was born. So I had to kill some time. So then I went to college for a couple of years, journalism degree.
Nice.
So when I was 19, I'd already had this whole plan ready to go. So I was able to kind of think about it for a few years and get all my ducks in a row, so to speak.
Yeah, I was just scared to death because I was like watching The Great Kabuki, and I'm like, I don't know what's in that green mist he's putting out of his mouth, but I want nothing to do with it.
A mixture of poison and sulfuric acid. So be careful.
You got to avoid it. Yeah,
it messes up your eyes, man. Guys wear eye patches from that stuff.
I've never seen. I've worked with Kevin for a long time, and I never see him read a book ever. But every time we travel, he has one of your books.
Mm-hmm. And there's enough of them. There's like 73 of them.
Yeah, but he's always. I'm like, hey, dude, you never read. And he's like, yeah, but I find this interesting. And so you autographed this one. This is our first item for Peace-a-thon next year. We raised $88,000 for My Possibilities this year.
Congratulations.
And item number 1, thank you very much. So we're on the airplane, and he's sitting next to me. We're going to Oxnard, California for Cowboys camp. And he goes, hey, will you count for me? And it has your top 10 favorite matches. And I started counting, and there's 1, 2, 3, and I counted 11 matches in here.
Yeah.
And I was just I've always been curious about this. Why 11 in your top 10
Wasn't
list?
there one honorable mention?
It doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't say honorable.
You got to actually read the book, my friend.
Okay.
Heaven forbid someone do their research and ask a good question around here.
Sean Sharif.
God, I did, didn't I?
Yep.
Well, there you go.
See, you tried to stump me, and you realized, I didn't even bother reading it.
That book, by the way, Mike, I think you would get a kick out of this book in particular. Like, he has
not this one specifically though, because it's going to charity.
it's going to charity.
Gotcha.
But that one logs every single match in his career.
So I kept a list of every match that I ever had.
Wow.
From my very first one, October 2nd, 1990. Literally wrote it down. I don't even have to do that anymore because they have websites that track that now. But up until, I think, October of 2020, every match I ever had is in that book. In chronological order, where it was, who was against, my personal star rating.
Your payoff?
My payoff for a while. The crowd. All that stuff. Because when I was in wrestling school, I asked the trainer how many matches he had, and he said it was a stupid question, and we don't keep track of that stuff. And I remember thinking, I don't think it's a stupid question at all, because if I want to know how many games Wayne Gretzky played in the NHL, I can go look it up in a book, or now it's online. But you know that information, and I just thought, how stupid is it that you don't know how many matches you've had, Mr. Wrestling Trainer? You're the stupid one. And I thought, well, I'll just keep a list of every match I ever have, and that's what I did. I used to carry around a little binder and write it down, in pen after every match.
I really think
that's awesome.
You would get a kick out of progressing his career, watching all kinds of things the way they play out. Yeah. It is a super neat book. I would encourage everybody.
When I did that, but then I did top 10 matches, and I had people write their favorite Chris Jericho stories, and then I was even my win-loss percentage. When I remember if Bad News Allen, who was one of my mentors, would have found out that I kept track of my win-loss percentage, you would have flipped out, because you weren't supposed to do that. Don't be a mark. Who cares if you win or lose? And I just thought it was interesting. I've lost way more matches than I've won, by the way, so who cares? Now, it was cool to have that information.
I hope this is okay. We were talking about this before the show. Corey said, when did you first start watching Chris Jericho? And I said it was in WCW, and I was not a fan at first. Obviously, I went back. I saw Heat Wave 96 and that amazing TV title match and all that great stuff. But at first, I told him I didn't like you because I didn't think you had a character, and you just came out and were like, "Come on, baby!"
Right. Well, I didn't. You're right. I didn't have. A
okay, and I just wanted to make sure that was a fair critique.
Which is funny, because prior to WCW, I was hated in Japan, one of the top heels in my company there, and adored in Mexico, one of the top baby faces in the country. But when I got to WCW, they didn't really know what they wanted me to do. So I was kind of neutered, which it took a while to kind of find out what my character was, but it didn't take that long. It took about a year.
Yeah.
And then I kind of stumbled on to the character, but that's when I turned heel. And when you're at that position in your career, it's always easier to get people to hate you than it is to get them to like you. But they wanted me to be this kind of, milky white baby face, which in 96, 97, nobody wanted to see anymore.
Especially with the NWO having hit that same year.
Right, and Steve Austin was on the rise, and I knew it, but you got to play the part that the director wants you to play. But once I was able to kind of turn heel, then it was easy to find a character, because I'd played that character for years, just not on the mainstream platform.
This is kind of maybe a basic wrestling question, but you're awesome on the mic. If you go back and you watch what you do, and today, how quick do people know I'm going to need a handler because I just can't sell what's happening here?
I mean, I think it's within you. In high school, I was cutting wrestling promos, and in high school, I was playing, Bill Sykes in the musical Oliver, the bad guy, the heel. And early on in wrestling camp in 1990, wrestling school, we were doing promos. I could always do it because you just have a personality about you. And some guys, I remember I went to the two of us that kind of made it out of Calgary was Lance Storm and myself. And Lance wasn't the talker that I was. He was just a freak athlete, one of the greatest athletes I've ever been in the ring with. So from the work side, he picked it up way quicker than I did. But on the personality side, I had it right out of the gate, because either you do or you don't. And when you have that kind of that personality and that character and that charisma, you just got to continue to hone it and work on it. And what character am I going to play? What is this role that I want to do on the show? And it comes fairly easy if you have that inside of you. If you don't, you're probably never going to have it. You can't force somebody to have a personality. You can find their personality,
right?
And figure out what that might be. And even Lance figured that out years later with, let me be serious for a moment. It just takes some time for guys to figure it out. But the most flamboyant, guys like that, Shawn Michaels or MJF, Chris Jericho, you have that probably from birth.
Another thing that changed in the business over the years is you didn't have to have a daytime profession to be a wrestler. There used to be a time where you had to have a daytime profession. I'm hoping you can tell everybody listening who's not familiar, sadly, I remember this character. What was the character of the Goon, and did it get pitched to you back in the day to go to WWF?
Well, there was no really getting pitched. It was, I was working in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and then I had morphed to going to Japan, where I was really doing good there. And then I got a call from Jim Cornette asking me if I wanted to play one of these characters. They're going to bring in these characters that were the way it was pitched to me, that there'd be jobbers, but they'll have a gimmick and they'll get a ring entrance, but you're still going to lose every match. And I was like, well, that doesn't really sound like much. It's like, I'll just continue doing what I'm doing, which is, killing it in Japan and Mexico and all that. And he's like, all right, well, it's a good opportunity for you, but I guess we'll just leave it. Leave. I'll mark you with an asterisk. I was like, no, mark me with a no. Like, I'm not doing it. And I'm not saying that the goon was ever pitched to me, but knowing that I'm Canadian and knowing that, I had worked for Jimmy where he had this idea of doing penalty box matches. I mean, what was I going to be? Salvatore Sincere or the TL Hopper, the plumber? No, I'm pretty sure that I would have been earmarked to be the goon. Which would have been, the worst thing I could have probably ever done for my career. This is a guy that came to the ring dressed as a hockey player, and his wrestling boots were like molded into looking like hockey skates. Yeah. So the bottom of his boots had like a wedge instead of a flat surface because it was a skate. And I was like, how the hell can you even walk on that? Never mind wrestle on it. So yeah, the goon was the one that slipped away from me.
And the bell would ring, and he would throw his gloves off.
Google it, and you'll see some amazing. He had the hockey hair and everything. It was hilarious.
I think it's interesting where you're talking about earlier. It's easier when you're younger or at a stage to get people to hate you than it is to get them to love you.
At any time. It's always easier to get people to hate you.
We had a segment called "Are You Better?" where Kevin would say whether or not he was better than whoever's birthday it was.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes you were involved because it was your birthday.
Right.
And Kevin, what was the line that you would throw out there if you were better than somebody?
Better.
And now it's a calling card.
Really
but we don't even do the
made people
segment
mad.
anymore. We don't even, we
It's
moved on
catchphrase.
from it,
Yeah.
but it's a catchphrase
Yes.
that's stuck around with him for a long time.
Nice.
This is Alec Medford. He's a part-time producer, part-time radio host extraordinaire.
Nice. He just kind of showed up and kind of
I
plugged in his headphones. I'm assuming he's supposed to be here.
Yeah, we waved him in. You have to show him the picture, though. He has a picture with you. I know he doesn't maybe look super old now, but then he looks even young.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying, right, Alec?
Yeah, he's recently bulked up and now looks up in his 20s.
What year is this? Oh, for the second book, yeah.
This was 2012. So,
Nice.
I was 11 or 12 back then. This was right down the street at Dallas Market Hall. I waited in line, I think 4 or 5 hours with my dad to get at the front of the line to meet you there. And yeah, that was a core memory.
Good looking kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's how we talked about the books. There's five books. And back in the first 2 books, maybe the third, you would do extensive book tours at these ancient places called bookstores.
Mm-hmm.
And then they all started closing down and it all became an online thing. But yeah, that's pretty cool that you were there.
Well,
was I nice to you?
Yes, you were great because I think you realized that
Which
we
is
were
why
there
he
for
wore
a
a
long
rock shirt
time
today.
Yeah.
I
sorry.
used to hate when people would do signings and they wouldn't even look up. There's a couple guys I can think of in my head. I won't say their names. That would just not even look up, just sign, pass along, sign, pass along. I never liked that. I'll at least give someone like, hey, what's your name? Joe. Joe, Chris Jericho.
That's exactly what you did in this book.
See, look at what is it?
To Alec. Yeah.
To Alex. See, and then so at least you're asking a question. What's your name? Thanks for coming. Sign it, and at least you get your 10 seconds with the guy. I mean, when there's 500 people in line, that's all you can do. But at least you remember it as a positive experience, and that's what I always still try and do. At least give. Ronnie James Dio told me, give people their moment. You won't remember it, but they'll never forget it. Here's a perfect example. So thanks to the wise words of Dio.
Yeah, it was incredible because we waited outdoors. It was freezing cold in January. And my dad woke me up on a Saturday at like 5 a.m. We got to go. We got to go sit in this line. Core memory for us. But I got up there and first thing you asked me after you asked my name, we're like, how long were you there?
Yeah.
Like, because you saw me sitting. I was like, 4 or 5 hours. And you're like, for me? And I said, yeah, absolutely. And you gave me my moment. I keep this book with me. I've read it a few different times, unlike Corey. And it was a great memory.
That's
and
cool, man.
appreciate you taking the time for that because seriously, I have had some less memorable encounters with some people, like you mentioned. So giving me that moment at 12 years old was pretty cool.
There you go. Give everyone their moment. Ronnie James Dio.
At 12 years old, I was a big fan of Kerry Von Erich. I know the movie The Iron Claw is coming out on the 22nd.
MJF is an executive producer of that.
So I wanted.
Is he?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if that's true or not.
It is true.
Okay.
You went to the premiere.
I did.
So I don't.
They cut him from the movie.
There's so many questions
Well,
here,
that's
but
because he's the producer. He can't do both.
if there was a Jericho movie, what would the title be and who would play you?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. The story of a dreamer, the story of a full-time dreamer, and David St. Hubbins from Spinal Tap would play me.
Okay. And then I'm super interested, obviously, growing up as a
Brad
kid.
Pitt would play me. It's called the greatest man in the world. The story of the best person who ever lived.
Is something like this, because you've lived through
This guy over here is asking these Barbara Wawa questions.
Sorry.
If you were a tree, what would you be and why?
Did you ever get to wrestle against a Von Erich?
I've never met a Von Erich.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm not being
Yeah.
rude. I'm not being rude
Yeah.
or mean, but Von Erichs had such a huge lineage, but they passed away so quickly that I think by the time I started in 1990, I think Kerry was still alive, but he passed away maybe 94.
Yeah.
So I think tomorrow I'm going to meet Kevin at the show. Probably the first time I've ever met a Von. I was saying I've never met a Von Erich before.
And his sons are going to be at
his
the
sons are going to be there
Dynamite
as well.
too,
So
yeah.
that'll be the first time.
And
You got to understand, like growing up in Canada, Dallas might as well have been Mars. You know, grew up in Winnipeg at the time. You know, you read the wrestling magazines and you'd read all about the Von Erichs, but never had a chance to meet any of them.
Hell, I didn't know the Von Erichs went anywhere besides the Sportatorium. Then I found out, they're wrestling all around the world. But
Everywhere, yeah. That's actually pretty funny. I think world-class championship wrestling, was super popular in Israel.
Yes.
Like they were like gods in Israel. For whatever reason, the tapes made its way over to there. And, you know, it'd be like the Von Erichs would be huge in Dallas and Tel Aviv or whatever it was.
If you get a chance, ask Kevin about his first time over there.
All right.
And making eye contact, because he told us a story that is,
Amazing.
we were so shocked to hear the
Right,
story.
right.
It's a very interesting story. So if you get a chance to
I will.
talk to Kevin
I'm
about
going to try and
that.
get him on Talk as Jericho. So I'll ask him that question if he does it.
And Ross and Marshall did invite me out to Hawaii to stay at their house once. They were like, "Yeah, come on out and stay out." Do you think they were being serious, or do you think that was just a nice thing?
Yeah,
to
no,
say?
you would have showed up at the gate and they would have had the security escort you out. So on that note, come on over to my house anytime.
Awesome. I can't wait. This is awesome.
I really want a video of him getting drug away by security.
Standing there going, "What's going on?"
From the 972, I'm taking my kiddo tomorrow night to Dynamite, front row. We love Jericho. That is so awesome. And it's AEW Tix.com if you want to go to the show tomorrow night in Arlington, or Final Battle or Collision Friday and Saturday at the Culwell Center in Garland. I've been to every single one of y'all's Metroplex shows. It's always a blast. Anything else people should know if maybe they haven't seen AEW in person? What would you tell them?
I mean, it's just a blast. It really is a great time. It's a party. That's kind of what we started our whole company on. And I think the biggest thing is it's just fun, you know, and the shows go by so fast because the matches are always hard hitting. And like I said, we tell great stories. We got every show we do, I feel, is like a pay-per-view, you know, and winter is coming, like I said, is a tent pole for us. And tomorrow's going to be a big show, and I'm excited. I haven't been on the show for a few weeks because you do an injury angle. I got beat up a few weeks ago, so it'd be kind of cool to go out there and say a few pointed barbs at Ricky Starks and Big Bill. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy that I came back in Dallas. I'm happy that we have a whole week of shows here. And Dallas, like I said, it's a great wrestling town. It's a great AEW town. It's a great Chris Jericho town. So we're going to have more evidence of that this week.
Man, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the time. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Jericho, everybody. Coming up next.
Better!
Oh, wow. Oh, man, I love that. We'll talk Mavs, Grizzlies, plus the absurd banners and adjustments to the in-season tournament that are on the way. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. And
we actually need to talk about this.
Okay.
Chris Jericho left his trash in our studio, and it's just sitting there. He has a water bottle, and it looks like a...
You can auction it off for my possibilities.
Yes! I was going to ask that question.
There's no way anybody out there would bid on Chris Jericho's trash that he left in the studio after that awesome interview.
A water bottle and a energy bar.
877-881-1053.
Would you bid on Chris Jericho's garbage that he left in here?
Alec will bid on that right now.
For Peace-a-thon next year, because Kevin will keep it and hold it just in
I've already
case.
got a stockpile of things. And Chris, by the way, you need to save him saying better.
Dude,
right there. That
he
was
said
awesome.
That is legendary.
Hey.
Yeah, that's legendary right there.
So I'm hoping to give you guys your Christmas gift on Friday because obviously their vacation kind of starts. We'll all at some point
We'll still be here.
Somebody
but
on this show will be here throughout this whole thing. But I'm really just a little bit of a hint. Christmas and better is your hint for your Christmas present.
Oh, wow. Okay, because I really like the gift I got you. I wanted to start, and we'll get to the in-season tournament because I want to talk about that a little bit more as well. But I want to specifically talk, if we can, about Dante Exum. I realize big night from Lively, the Mavericks shorthanded, have some injuries to deal with. They get the win, but what have you thought about the play of Dante Exum? Because I know they're not doing the same thing by any means, but he's reminding me of Derrick Jones Jr., at least in the last bunch of games of, did you maybe find something out of nothing?
So Mark Cuban, I'm not going to give him all the credit here, but he's always talked about fallen angels, and that's higher draft picks that just stunk it up the first 4 or 5 years of their career. Brandon Wright didn't destroy the Dallas, he wasn't great for the Dallas Mavericks, but he was a dude who looked like he was done in the NBA. Dante Exum, done in the NBA. Obviously wasn't playing in the NBA last year, but the Mavericks have found a role for him. So one, I give Dante Exum a lot of credit for not giving up on his career and saying, hey, I'm going to try to figure out how to get back into the NBA. And then two, whatever scout it was that saw him playing overseas.
Good on them.
And said, I think he can help out the Mavericks because he fits what we need. And he is a guy who is working his tail off on defense and has some offensive game.
And can I tell you, that's the part that is so surprising to me because I knew he could play some defense. And I just assumed that's why they were bringing him in. But he has shown flashes on offense that I did not expect at all.
Is it 3 straight or 4 straight games now that he's been in the starting lineup with them?
I think it's 3,
and they've won those 3 straight. And it is just a body with length. He also has the ability to do some similar things to Luka. I'm not saying by any means that he is Luka, but he can do some similar things. And like you said, he's given that effort on defense. I think when you get that to start the game, you have a pretty good lengthy team.
I'm going to take out Omex Prosper because right now his assist to turnover ratio is 8 is an 8 assist ratio, which means he doesn't turn over the ball. But Omax is not making any difficult passes.
Right.
But he is right now leading the team if you take out qualifying. If you look at Luka Doncic, now he's going to turn the ball over a lot because he has the ball in his hands a lot. 2.2 assist to turnover ratio. So for if trying to explain this basically, would you say 2.2 assists for every turnover he has?
Yes.
It's the basic way to say it. Kyrie Irving, much better, but doesn't have the ball in his hands as much as Luka, 3.8.
The more volume you have, the more likely it'll be that ratio will drop. Though not always.
Dante Exum, a lot of the times on the court, is playing kind of a backup point guard role, is 4.9 assist to turnover ratio.
Wow.
So he is doing a great job he's not making the most difficult passes, but he's not turning over the ball. He has the ball in his hands at times and is making good decisions, and the ball is staying with the Dallas Mavericks when he makes a pass.
And plus, does he not fundamentally address an issue we had last year? How many people on this team can dribble up the court and pass the ball?
A lot more.
Yes. Yes.
A lot more than last year.
Last year, after trading Spencer Dinwiddie, you had a maximum of 2, and that would be Kyrie and Luka, and that was it. And honestly, before that, you only had 2. You had Dinwiddie, who wasn't as good at it as obviously Luka or Kyrie, and that was it. It was a weird way to put a team together. They intentionally said, we want nobody to be able to dribble and pass a basketball except for Luka. I was like, that doesn't make sense, and obviously it didn't. Dante Exum, fills a role. I have a buddy of mine who doesn't watch a lot of Mavericks, but does like the Mavericks, and he's like, not a big fan of Dante Exum. And I said, well, he's doing what is needed on this team. For example, Jaden Hardy last night had a great game. Jaden Hardy's not a point guard. I don't know if he'll develop into one at all or not, but he's a horrible ball handler, decision maker, but a good scorer and a good potential player in the NBA. But Dante Exum fits the role that the Mavericks need as a backup guard on this team. I don't want to say perfectly, but very well.
And this seems to have really taken hold with Exum and with Prosper since the start of the month. So you're only talking about like a couple of weeks and a handful of games, but it does seem like starting once the in-season tournament was over, and I'm not saying that's the reason why, but like that seemed to be the inflection point of when they've made a couple of adjustments here.
Isn't it major? Would you say more major injury? Not major as in guys are out for the year, but injury.
Grant Williams and Kyrie.
And Tim Hardaway Jr.
That's
and
true.
now Josh Green is out. And so it's kind of given opportunity here.
And that is one of the, look, in most cases, injury is obviously a terrible thing.
Yeah. Dwight Powell's good at injuring his own team.
I know. Once in a while, though, you do get to see how much more usable depth you have than you thought.
Yeah, that 20 game window, does that change things? You know, you get about, was it Nico that said I need to see about 20 games from
early
this
on
team
in the
first.
year. Yeah.
And you get that and you say, okay, let's make a slight adjustment here and here to these minutes and see how things go. And if they take advantage of the minutes, keep playing them. Ride the hot hand.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if this team gets completely healthy, and I don't know when that can happen. I mean, Dwight Powell can ruin things by jumping on somebody else's.
I know.
I
But
wonder,
at least the injury wasn't worse. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, crap.
I just wonder if Dwight Powell feels bad that once a year he injures one of his players for weeks. When they get
Mike.
He does.
I know, Mike.
Why did Luka miss 3 games against the Utah Jazz in the playoffs? Who hurt him? Was it a Utah Jazz that hurt him?
No.
Because I think it was Dwight Powell who hurt him.
Utah Jazz that hurt him.
It was his own teammate. Okay, getting away from that point, because we all love Dwight Powell. What a great guy. When they do get Grant Williams, Josh Green, and Tim Hardaway Jr. healthy, and Derek Jones Jr. just recently had to miss time. When those 4 guys are healthy, what happens to Dante Exum? What happens to Omac? Because to your point, Dante Exum, your point, Kevin, and then to your point, Corey, kind of Omax Prosper, like they look like they can give you 10 to 20 minutes a night. And then honestly, Maxi Kleber hasn't played this year.
And that's why I see more of a path for Omax potentially is, you know, I know he can obviously swing a lot, but I would be curious, play the swing position. I would be curious if they could evolve the role in which they're using him just a little bit.
There's also before this season's over, there will be another move. Before they get to playoffs, there's going to be a move that puts somebody else, moves somebody somewhere, moves somebody into the Mavericks fold, and that's where we really got to dive in on that group after that.
To your point, last night, if you're watching that game, if you're a scout for the Chicago Bulls or you name the team, a crap team that's not going anywhere, Detroit Pistons, you watch a guy like Jaden Hardy, and you watch a guy like Omax, and you go, wait a second, they're not going to play on the Dallas Mavericks this year. Most likely when they're healthy, those guys are going to watch the basketball games. We could use those guys. Like, is there a veteran guy that they want where we can that guy can play 20 to 24 minutes on our team every night? And I'm not saying the Mavs should trade those guys. I'm not suggesting that right now. But what I'm saying is
the right
other
deal
teams,
comes along.
when those minutes become available through opportunity, through injury, then you look at those guys and go, hey, they can play in this league. They're just on a team that, especially at guard, that 90% of the minutes are eaten up by the 2 guys, Luka and Kyrie, when Dwight Powell isn't jumping on him and trying to hurt him by accident.
So I want to pivot just a little bit here.
You're right.
From the...
If Dwight would just pivot instead of
yes,
jumping on
I'm
people's
aware,
knees.
Mike, from the
Okay.
210. Do y'all realize the fans know 0 about the in-season tourney and don't really care? I don't believe that is the case anymore. I agree that it's not as big of a deal as the NBA has tried to make it. Like, is this fundamental changing thing and everything like that. And I do think it's ridiculous that the Lakers said they're going to hang a banner for this.
Oh, hey, do you want to play this?
Yeah, do you want to play now? Let's do it.
All right, so Mike, this is what Kobe Bryant had to say about the Lakers. Actually, this
is not new audio.
This is what Kobe Bryant had to say about them hanging a banner in their in the arena.
You know, this franchise does not hang division banners. It does not hang conference championships. We hang one banner and one banner only, and that's NBA titles. Right? So you have to start there. You have to understand that that's what this is. And you may not like it. You may think it sucks. You may think it's not great sportsmanship. Get over it. It is what it is. It's a city of champions for a reason.
And that is
Duncanville.
That's from I knew right when I heard that, I was like, Mike's gonna go Duncanville. But that's the backstage Lakers backstage interviews with Kobe Bryant, previously. But that is a very solid point. That's what that team has always been known for, and now they've changed their way because the NBA said we're instituting this new thing.
They did say they were going to hang one banner, and if they win again in the future, just add it to the same banner. But to the point about people not caring, I was with you not with you, but I was with that line of thinking at the beginning. But the numbers are saying different things. So you take out outside of Christmas and the playoffs. This was the highest. Saturday night was the highest rated NBA game in 6 years.
I couldn't watch it because Channel 8 was blacked out for DirecTV.
And I do wonder if it being Pacers-Lakers, how big of an impact that was. Because if it was Pacers-Grizzlies, would it have just died?
Yeah, it would have been dead.
Yeah.
LeBron and Lakers sells everything.
And so
that's why the NBA has refs that are crooked, because the league tells them we need this. Not saying that they're going to allow the Lakers to make the NBA Finals, but there's a reason they sway the game to the superstars and everything, especially in the NBA. They saw what Magic and Larry did for the league, and then Michael Jordan carried it on. They're like, oh my gosh, if we can kind of help out these types of players, it makes our product better.
They've been comparing broadcast window over broadcast window year over year. The in-season tournament games for the same NBA windows last year, they're up 26%. For the final, it was up 45% from a year before when it was Celtics-Warriors in an NBA Finals rematch. And so I get that the Lakers are a big part of that, but it does seem like there is a contingent out there that cares. I personally don't care, but there is a contingent of people out there that do care.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know who they are, but they
exist.
Did. Yeah.
By the way, I'll tell you maybe a little bit later. We'll figure out a way to wedge this in. Is they're talking about changing up the in-season tournament to include a playoff factor in it going.
So this
forward.
in-season tournament is, to some people, is what the XFL is to our friend Carter.
Oh, I can see
it's
that.
Very meaningful, very
Live or
important.
die.
But
Yeah,
for me and Mike,
I can
it's like,
see that.
All right, it happened.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy double Monday Night Football updates. Or excuse me, upsets next on The Fan.
All right, we'll have those updates.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
They're at the 3.5. Second down. Give Henry. Turning the left side. Diving. Touchdown, Titans! Derrick Henry has knotted the count with 1:49 to go.
And they would, of course, go on to win that game. We're going to talk about some double Monday Night Football as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip!
I have no clue who's good in the AFC.
Okay, I promise, we'll get back to that on just one second. But Justin Herbert is in fact having season-ending surgery to repair his fractured finger. It was really weird that
to get away from Kellen Moore's offense.
Yeah, this is the best offense he's ever played, and all the numbers suggest it's the greatest ever. As they scored 6 points the week before and got 7 this week. Did it end up just being 7? I stopped following the score when it was like, I thought they were going to score 0. I was going to text Bobby. I was like, they've scored 6 points in 2 straight games, but then they got 7. And I'm
was
not
that
a
with
Kellen
Herbert
Moore.
or without?
Most of it was with Herbert. At least the majority was. But, like, I'm not a Kellen Moore hater either. I think he's a good offensive coordinator. But I do feel like some people have built him up to be, like, maybe more than he should have. He should have done more this year with Justin Herbert. But part of that's also on Justin Herbert.
Absolutely.
There was discussion that I thought
there was going
to be more to that. There was discussion that he was going to have surgery, and then of course he was ruled out for Thursday Night Football, and I thought, well, sure. But now he is going to be out for the rest of the season. Let's go to, do you want Titans-Dolphins first then, or Giants-Packers?
I think that was a bigger upset, the Titans beating the Dolphins at home.
Agreed. And it was 28-27. Throws the Dolphins into some chaos right there. Great for the Ravens.
Corey, I'm assuming you kind of watched that game. Didn't you assume when with about 5 minutes to go approximately, maybe a hair under 5 minutes, when they made it 27-13, you're like, all right, this makes sense. At the end, they're going to win by at least a touchdown or more.
Yes, I did think that was going to happen.
And then you couldn't play worse football for 4 minutes and change than what the Dolphins did.
Yeah.
And the Tyreek Hill story is still fascinating to me about what happened last night, Kevin, he was missing. And I'm playing Giafalo in fantasy, and he has Tyreek Hill. And so I'm like, oh man, that's the only thing that could bust this up for me. And he's just not there at all. And I'm like, what's going on?
It was because he needed to show that he was the MVP by sitting out for a half.
That is an interesting theory.
I don't know.
I like what you're saying there, but I feel like Dak is doing everything possible to be the MVP of the 2023 season. But he's also getting some help from candidates dropping off the face of the earth in the last 2 weeks.
Now, you can also attribute it to, this is the exchange that Tyreek Hill said he had with his wife. He said, when it first happened, my reaction was, my ankle is gone. My adrenaline kicked in. I ran off the field. I sat for a while. It got stiff, and I got through a lot of pain. Then I just made up my mind. I came in at halftime, texted my wife, and I was like, this S hurts. And I needed an ankle massage tonight. And she's like, you better get your ass back in that game, dog. And I was like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it sounded like that massage from her was contingent on him getting back in the game.
Let's add this to it, though, Kevin. That part where he said, so I just made my mind that it's going to hurt. It's going to suck tonight and tomorrow morning. I just went back in the game on my own. I don't know if you heard the audio from the Seahawks game of Dak Prescott, and they're on like the 10-yard line or something, and Dak's talking to his offensive line. He's like, I know you're tired. I know you guys are worn out. I know y'all here, but I'm here with you. I'm this, I'm that. He's telling the guys, I know it hurts right now, but we got to get this, and we're about to get this. That's why Dak could win MVP. That right there, that leadership quality that everybody talks about all the time, and then he delivers.
Yep.
So this is a good moment for Tyreek Hill to say, okay, I got to get back out there. But that's that quality that it takes, Mike. You were just talking about it. In sports, in athletics, there's something that drives you even deeper and further in that next place. And is it you telling yourself that, or is it somebody else? And it's Dak. Dak's the voice in everybody's head on this team.
I agree. Is that woman that Tyreek Hill's married to, is it the same woman like 4 years ago that looked like it was going to end Tyreek Hill's career?
I do not know.
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
That's what I was wondering, because what was the quote from his wife?
You better get your ass back in that game, dog.
Doesn't sound loving.
Maybe that's how he needs to be motivated, though.
Yeah, maybe
I
so.
don't know.
And maybe that was like his remembrance of how she said it, but maybe that was how
Yeah.
I didn't see the text.
I'm sorry, but I just know, like, when that quote came out, I was like, is this the same one that they have issues, or they did have issues with like 4 years ago, as they might have been talking to each
Okay. It said he was previously engaged to Crystal Espinal, and this is a different person.
Okay.
This is the sister of Kenny Vaccaro, is who he's married to. So,
And then my
fact.
next question, because you asked a question last week that we both said yes to, and now after 61 yards in that game might be no to. It's the 2,000-yard situation. Do
Yep.
you have the math on that after only getting 60 yards or 61 yards last night?
We'll do that math super
He
quick.
has 1,542,
Okay.
and he has 4 games left. So
He can do it. He can. I mean, it's less than 500 yards.
He's still on pace for 2,016 yards.
I say under now
You think he doesn't get it?
because he has an ankle situation.
I think he gets it against the Cowboys.
Oh.
I'm not saying they win, but I think that he gets big yards against the Cowboys, and because he's a tough cover, man.
I understand, but I don't know. Like, his part of his thing is not only running fast, but being able to cut on a dime. And I don't think with that ankle, he's going to be able to maybe get look, he's probably going to still have 1,900 yards. But now at this point, I'm like, man, if I would have made that bet, I'd be feeling bad because he's going to play the next 3 to 4 weeks on an ankle that's not 100%.
They do have maybe not the Cowboys, Kevin, because they have the Jets.
That's in like 2 weeks.
They have the
right?
Jets next, and so he would need like 200 yards a game.
gosh.
But I still think in 3 games they haven't clinched. By the
CJ
time
Stroud threw for 3 yards against the Jets.
by the time they get to the Bills, which is their final game, I think he'll have
God,
gotten
how
it.
that game was the game of the week at noon. I was like, God, can we get off this game?
And since you brought it up, CJ Stroud did in fact go into the concussion protocol after getting knocked out of the game in the 30-6 loss.
Now we're going to talk about the Penguin,
the
huh?
Jets. Say it again?
Danny DeVito?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's go to cut number 5. It is Tommy DeVito.
He's come out of that couch fully naked and ready to go.
It's not that same Danny DeVito. This is the part where you play cut number 5.
DeVito calls signals and takes the snap. Back to throw. Looks to his right. Rolls to his right. Looking for someone on cover. Throws to the end zone. Touchdown Giants! Isaiah Hodgins made the catch. Got the feed in. What a throw by DeVito. And Tommy does the Italian thing.
Now,
the Italian what did he do? Like eating? What's the Italian? Oh, the Italian.
Yeah.
Thing.
It's the don't feed the goats.
I taught my kid this yesterday at dinner.
Oh my God!
I don't know if you can do that on the
Which
fan.
is remarkably similar to the sign for thank you, which is
Mhm.
kind of weird.
Which is the opposite of thank you.
You seen his agent?
I think you is part of it.
So that is true. Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate that. You're doing great work. Yes, I saw his agent. I don't know how to appropriately describe it because people are circulating pictures. Tommy DeVito's agent looks exactly like you would think he does.
Yeah, somebody said that
Like
if
Tony
you
Soprano?
typed into AI generator Tommy DeVito's agent, this is what would pop out.
Now,
And he does.
Here, I know this is a very specific stat, but it is pretty amazing.
Look it up real quick, Mike. It's dead on.
Since QB stats were first tracked in 1950.
Danny DeVito's agent.
No, only one quarterback has completed 80% of his passes in a game while also rushing for 70-plus yards, committing no turnovers, and taking no sacks. That one quarterback is Tommy DeVito.
Oh, okay.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
He was the worst quarterback I've ever seen in my life that first half against the Cowboys. I thought
now he's going to upset the Eagles.
And now you're like, maybe he will with his agent who is calling it a hit.
And
it does look like what you would think, right?
Take out Daniel Jones.
And their defense, there were moments, man, I will tell you this. Matt LaFleur looked furious at times last night with his Packers. The Jordan Love didn't look great on a lot of throws. There were moments it was late in the first half. Hey, I need you to get out of bounds. The guy who gets the ball decides, you know what? I think I'm going to tear up field here. I'm going to go take this on. And LaFleur's going in. I think it was Patrick Taylor at the time. So there were moments where they just looked bad in communication, and the New York defense was pretty stout against them last night too.
So this is for maybe tomorrow to tease, because I was watching NFL Network on Sunday during the game, because I was like, I can't watch this Jets-Houston game. As much as I want to watch Stroud, this is horrible. Let me try to get more Jacksonville stuff in me. And unfortunately, that didn't work out well.
Yeah.
But he said, one of the guys that came on at 3 o'clock as they kind of change people, as the games change, he said, I think we're learning a lot more about the NFL this week. And I was like, after this now Monday night football games are over, I'm like, I know less about these teams than I ever did. I have no clue what's happening in this NFL, except San Francisco and Dallas are awesome. The rest, I don't know.
And what's crazy about that is the Packers and LaFleur had won 16 games in a row in December, going back to 2019 was the last December loss for the Packers. And so this one clearly hurts a lot. Obviously, we hope the Giants are on the upswing and can pull off an upset for the Cowboys' benefit. Couple more notes for you is Drake May declared for the NFL draft and will not go through his bowl game. And Justin Jefferson is considered day-to-day after his chest injury, which required hospitalization. They say they think he's on track to play this weekend.
Just take the rest of the season off. Enjoy being alive.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Everybody enjoy being alive, not just one person.
Fair enough.
Valid.
Coming up next is Dak Prescott, the same QB that he was before. 877-881-1053. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm really curious how the feedback goes in this segment. So, simple question, potentially a complex answer. Is Dak the same quarterback? So we got a whole bunch of feedback when we were talking about something totally different. I'm going to read you a couple of these. From the 972, Dak is still the same quarterback he always was. But they mean that in a positive way, not in a negative way. From the 214, this is not a different quarterback. This is the same guy he's always been, just playing a more appropriate NFL offense, which I would argue does mean that that person is different.
Yes.
I think Dak is a lot different this year, but there seems to be a group of folks that are like, no, not really.
Yeah, when we were discussing, and this is, I guess it could come down to semantics on this more than anything, and what you feel. I feel like I'm watching a different quarterback because of the throws he's making, the decisions he's making, the two-step drop that he's like, hold on, this is completely new to me. Why haven't I been playing offense like this? Why haven't I been playing the quarterback position like this my entire career? Oh, maybe I was never taught how to play it like this. Maybe I never played in the West Coast offense before, and it took me some time to really understand the nuance of it and truly understand the why of what I'm doing. Why is it so important for me to only take this amount of steps and throw the ball? Why is there a rhythm to what I'm doing when there wasn't a rhythm to what I was doing before? And so whenever I watch the way he's playing, and this goes back to the Aaron Rodgers audio. If you heard Aaron Rodgers a while back talk about Dak Prescott and say the things that he's doing at the line, the things that he does within the play, all of these things, Aaron Rodgers was excited about it because he loves the West Coast offense. There may be nothing more Aaron Rodgers loves in life than the way the West Coast offense is supposed to run. He thinks it's the most beautiful thing in the world.
We're talking to Pat McAfee.
That's why I'm saying I'm putting it right. He loves the West Coast offense even more than that.
Wow.
And I say that also because there's a lot of things Aaron Rodgers doesn't love. But he loves the way that it looks because he feels like it's a ballet that he's watching or something like that. And so whenever he's watching it, he's breaking down what Dak's doing. He's saying, I've never seen Dak play the position like this before. So when I say he is a different quarterback, I agree that he has all the qualities of toughness. I agree that he has all the qualities of leadership. I've never doubted that by any means. I agree that he's the same human being in physical form that was playing before. But now he has a new skill set to add to everything. And this does come to, like, are you the same person you were whenever you were 19? Hell no, you're probably not. More likely you've learned your lessons, and then you've fixed them, and you probably won't make them again, or you'll end up in jail, Kevin. But that's what I'm watching with Dak Prescott is I see a person who is making different throws, making different decisions with his own body, and he's putting his team in a better situation, drive in and drive out, than I've seen over the last few years even. And even earlier in the season before up to the San Francisco game.
Yes, he's better because he's smarter. And we always talk about this when it comes to us former pitchers talking about pitching is sometimes when you really start figuring out how to manipulate hitters, your arm doesn't work the same way it used to work in your 20s or maybe up to 30 years old. And
Which
you're like,
just feels
son of
so
a gun.
cruel. Yeah.
It's like, I'm really starting to figure this out from an educational standpoint, but my body won't do the same things I want it to do. And you'll even hear guys that were like, Oral Hershiser, for example, was my pitching coach. And I would hear him talk about how he had to become a different pitcher after getting hurt in 1989. He still was very successful for another decade as a pitcher, but he was a totally different pitcher because of injury. And I think Dak, through the injury that he had, is finally healthy / trusting his ankle because he's way more aggressive running the ball than he ever has been since the injury happened. But he also is smart with the ball. He understands down and distance, I think, a little bit better. I just think, to me, he is a lot better. That being said, I will go to this. If he loses in the wild card or divisional round, it means absolutely nothing. I hate saying that, but that's what it'll mean. So for somebody saying he's exactly the same, I think they're waiting for him to win a divisional round game to get to the NFC Championship or win an NFC Championship to get to the Super Bowl for them to change their mind, and I'm okay with that.
Can I ask you a question about that specific? Because I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's say, because San Francisco is awesome, and if both teams were to win out, the Cowboys would get the number 5 seed. Potentially, I know there's other things at play.
Right.
Play the 49ers in the divisional round. They lose that game 34-31.
Right.
And Dak doesn't turn the ball over at all. And then the 49ers go on to win the Super Bowl. It would seem like maybe they're the second best team, but do you still think it's like, but you still ended in the exact same spot?
Yeah, it'll be unfortunate. That will be the storyline. And you'll look at, if you lose 34-31, yes, you'll say the defense didn't do this or that, but I do think that then they'll point to a specific play, a specific situation where they had to punt the ball or something. Something will happen in a game. You're not going to be perfect. You're not going to be 32 for 32 for 450 yards and 6 touchdowns. Like, it's just not going to happen. There's going to be an incompletion. There's going to be a sack. There's going to be something that happens where you can blame Dak in the game. And I think Dak will be blamed. And unfortunately, that's life. That's where Tom Brady's the greatest of all time. Why is he the greatest of all time? He has 7 championships and he went to 9 championship games. So I hate saying that because I do think Dak is better. I do think Dak is playing the best football he's ever played in his life. And it's not even, to me, it's not even close. Because in 2016, if you want to go to kind of statistically his best season ever, he had no effing clue what he was doing. He was a rookie in the NFL. He wouldn't audible. He was just doing everything that Scott Linehan and Jason Garrett were telling him to do, and he did it.
Yeah.
You have to give him all the credit in the world for it, but he couldn't read defenses. He couldn't do certain things from 2016 to 2023. Like Corey said, he's a totally different, almost person when it comes to quarterbacking in the NFL. But this has been really fun to watch. He's been great. I'll eat crow. Now, I'm not saying he's the MVP already. That'll be determined 5 weeks from now. But to me, I never thought he would be a true MVP candidate. And he really is. And I won't say worst case scenario, he's probably going to finish in the top 3, if not number 1.
I think you're right about that.
I do think he's different. I think this has been incredible. I didn't think he had it in him. I did not think he could ever be this good.
And see, 2016, I understand the numbers are closer to that. I did want to rule one thing out from the 7-1-4. Are we sleeping on the start to 2020 when Dak was averaging over 350 yards a game? All right, let's just go back real quick. The reason why he was averaging so many points is because their defense was so awful and they fell so far behind. In that Atlanta game, he had 450 yards because they were behind by 20 points. And remember, I think that was the miracle onside game, right? In the Seattle game, they were losing by 15 points. In the Cleveland game, they were losing by 27 points. They were getting destroyed. And that's the game where he threw for 502 yards because the Browns didn't care anymore. So, like, if you want to compare other seasons, I'm here for that. 2020 ain't one of those seasons, man.
Yeah, I don't want to. Okay, imagine growing up in a small town and you have a teacher who's a very good teacher and or a coach who's a very good coach, and they're teaching you how to do this way. And that's what you grow up knowing. And that's all you ever really know. And then you go to college and now you got drugs. All right. Now you have teachers who are advanced beyond their years because they've experienced these things they've been teaching at this level for so much longer. Are you going to go back and say everything you learned was useless? No, you're going to say that was what built the foundation.
Yeah.
And Dak Prescott has a really good foundation. Right now, he does have, on any given play, you have an opportunity to check down. You have an opportunity to make a huge play. You have an opportunity that the levels of what you can do and accomplish in each play with Mike McCarthy's offense, I think, are different than what the levels were with Kellen Moore's offense. And it added to. It's like going and having your bachelor's degree and then saying, now I'm a master's at it. And Dak went up a level. Now, I don't know exactly when that changed. I look at the numbers this year and I feel like, this is just my own personal feeling, and just listening to Jerry Jones and Steven and even Dak, and Mike McCarthy, I feel like the San Francisco game was that moment for him. Look, we talked a whole lot of trash. Everybody, remember all week, all offseason, during camp, all the way up until that game. They didn't care about any opponent, which is one of the reasons they looked over Arizona. They didn't care about any opponent except for San Francisco. And they went to San Francisco and said, we're giving you our best shot. And San Francisco said, shoo fly, we're done with you. And the Cowboys had to sit back and reassess. What are we doing? What do we need to do better? And I think that's when Dak said, there are some of these details that I've been being taught that I really have to focus on and be better at. I mean, the rest of the team has to do their job too.
For sure.
Absolutely. The defense has to do their job and all the other guys. But even CeeDee Lamb wakes up and says, hey, it's time for me now. I want the football. And that's why I think this is different than what I've been watching the last few years with Kellen Moore and Dak.
I felt like the Seattle game, Corey, is your point. The defense has been really good this year. But most of the time when you said, Dak, sorry, we suck balls on defense.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we should go ahead and
dump
do that.
Dump that. Shouldn't have said that.
We stink.
Sorry. We're not very good today. Rephrase this. And Dak said, that's okay. I got you. I don't feel like he's really been, I get there's moments against teams. There's been moments. I don't feel like he's ever been able to carry a team that way. To your point, you made the point of, hey, we're down 27-3 at halftime. All right, well, the game's kind of changed. He was good from the start to the finish and said, all right, we stink on defense, and I know the defense made a couple plays late in the game to secure the win to help you. But Dak said, that's okay. I'll win this by myself. And that's been rare in Dak's career to say, I'll do this by myself, guys. Now, I know he needs the offensive line to block. He needs guys to catch the ball. But that was a big game for me when I watched that Seattle one. And they blew out Philadelphia. He was part of the blowout. He was awesome. But I just feel like now, if you get in a shootout, if there is a shootout situation in a playoff game, I think he can win it for you. And I've never believed he could really do that.
Okay. I want to point to a specific thing that happened in the Philly game that for me locks it in as different, that he's a different player right now. Not to say that he didn't have like some of the characteristics and everything, but what was the thing we heard definitely last year for Dak and probably the year before as well, was his wide receivers aren't getting open.
Okay.
Like they're not creating any separation. So you go back to the game on Sunday night. Dak threw into a tight window a season-high 31% of his attempts for 99 yards. You might not think that sounds like a lot, but think about this. That's the most tight window passing yards by a quarterback in any game this season.
And we know he can throw in a tight window.
Exactly.
Those numbers have been his entire career.
Exactly. And so you see almost a third of the throws that he made were into tight windows. And what was the result? More tight window yardage than any quarterback in any game all season. That's something that I don't think you say last year. You don't say 2 years ago. And then I saw people saying he's got the more appropriate offensive system, but that's when the argument comes in with Bobby. I know Bobby didn't say that, but like we're led to believe that this offense is mostly the same. Well, it's got to be one or the other. It can't be totally different and mostly the same. Like, I think there's a shade of gray in there. I think there is a lot of carryover from Kellen Moore. But I think whether it's the two-step drop or whatever else you want to say, there are new additions that make this offense different.
Yeah, and I'll even add this. We talk about Romo's greatest quality, and it was anticipation. And Mike, for the last 5 years now, what has been our agreement on Dak? That is that he waits till guys are open. I'm not seeing that from him right now. I'm seeing a dude that's throwing out in front of receivers more than I've ever seen in his career.
Yeah.
That throw to Brandon Cooks right before halftime was on the money.
Yeah.
And exactly where it needed to be. And Kevin, in the offseason, I showed you some pictures that were dumb of Jalen Tolbert. And I was like still behind him a little bit.
Yep.
Those things, that goes back to the quality of, hey, this pitch, it was close, but it needs to be here to be a strike or to be something they're going to swing and miss at. And that's where Dak is now. Yeah, that throw is close. Now he's at a point where that throw was exactly where it needed to be. And those are, again, small things. I think he's grown and developed. He's become better. And I don't know I'll give a lot of the credit to Dak Prescott for putting the work in for it. And also, if people were saying, hey, you should do this or you should do that, or here's what we're going to do, he absorbed it. He said, okay, I'm going to go full bore with it. And that's where the process is. And I think that's where a lot of it's semantics on this. He's a different dude right now than he's been in a while.
And at this moment in time, he's the favorite to win MVP. I'm not saying that'll be the case next week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks. But right now, through 13 games, he is the favorite to win MVP. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush. Bochy believes in Leclerc and Spores for 2024. But do you? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys.
and the Astros are down to their final strike. Leclerc ready now. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball. Second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe. And hello, World Series. The Rangers have won their third American League pennant. They stream out of the dugout and are jumping up and down between the mound and first base.
Just delightful.
What happened after that?
We won the World Series, Corey.
Okay. I cried again about this because I can't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday. I'm watching football. I think it had to be Sunday. And I flip over to MLB Network just to see if anything's happened, like signing, and they were re-showing Game 5 of the World Series. And I just, like, teared up again. Like, I was like, this is just amazing. I have no clue who was calling the game, though, because it wasn't Smoltzy and the other dude, and it wasn't, obviously, our radio broadcast.
Joe Davis, the dude we had on the show?
I forget his name all the time. I'll remember it at some point in my life.
Think about it. He doesn't always remember our name. So what chance do you think that Joe Davis has for this?
Yeah. So anyways, I was like, I don't know what broadcast this is. Maybe they're playing the radio national broadcast of this game on television. But it was just awesome again to watch the Rangers win again.
Yeah, it is a pretty cool thing, Kevin. I don't know why you're always hating on it.
What? I support this. It's Peyton that hates on it. Peyton. He was like, it's been a month. Get over it. And I'm like, well, you know what? I will not. Now this is going to tie in a little bit of Will Smith here. All right. So this is all about the bullpen. Bruce Bochy was talking about 2024. And he said, I'm really, really confident. That saved us with those two finding their game at the right time, talking about Leclerc and Spores. But we talk all the time about how bullpen doesn't always translate, whether it's the bullpen as a whole or individual pitchers. It doesn't always translate from year to year. So I wanted to start with, do you have confidence in Leclerc and Spores for the 2024 season? And then we'll go from there.
I'll say yes, Corey, because of this. Spores was an up-and-coming pitcher. Now, I'm not saying he was a top 5 prospect or anything like that, but it was like, hey, he has a lot of good stuff, and I think he's kind of found his stuff in and around the zone to be a very successful pitcher. He has one of the best sliders in the game. And then Leclerc, it looks like he has confidence. I mean, it doesn't look like he obviously did. He pitched, he was your closer for a World Series championship team. But he kind of found his confidence and his ability to throw the ball how he wanted since Tommy John surgery again. So I'm not saying you have the perfect 1-2 combination and they're the best 1-2 combination in the American League or even Major League Baseball. But I do feel confident with those two guys. Do I feel confident right now in the bullpen as a whole? No. And I think that Chris Young doesn't either. And hopefully he'll keep working on it. I know you have Kirby Yates now, but hopefully he'll keep working on it.
Nobody views that move as like, we did it.
No. And as we found out, I might be low on the market when I was like, Chapman 1 for 6, and then Will Smith signed for 1 for $5 million with Kansas City over the weekend. I'm like, man, if Will Smith got $5 million, I might be low on Aroldis Chapman's number.
But he wins championships. So why Kansas City was like, we're going to win a championship this year.
That is a good point.
They might need to sign some hitters.
Or they are hoping that they can get that moment where we signed him to trade him. Like some team might need a veteran relief guy. Let's trade him away. Let's not use him too much. Maybe that's the case. I look at for Spores, he gave up 4 hits and 1 run in the entire playoffs. 4 hits and 1 run. And that is just dramatically different than what he was during the regular season. So for him, during the regular season, I will say I still have my thoughts on him. And hopefully they use him right. But whenever it comes to big time games, I feel like the dude will, hone in and know what he's supposed to do. Leclerc, we've been waiting so long to see this version of him.
Or see it again, right?
See it consistently.
Yes.
And we waited most of the season to see it consistently. And there were times, Mike, I'd come in, I'd be like, "You see Leclerc last night?" And you were like, "Let's see it again." And then we'd wait, and that 2 nights later, he was back to, not looking. And you could see it on his face. Leclerc is the kind of pitcher where you can see the entire situation on his face.
Yeah.
Except for in the playoff run where he looked blank the entire time. He looked like I'm hypnotized. I'm in my zone. Don't get me out of this zone. And I know we had the one moment, was it against Houston, where he gave up the bomb, and I know that was that situation. The rest of the time,
Game 5, yeah. Altuve.
That was the rest of the time though. That dude just looked like it does not matter who's in front of me, and it does not matter the task. So I do trust those two guys. Now the rest of the bullpen to get to that point, that's something that I'm not quite certain of at the moment.
And Mike, you were talking about what Will Smith got and what Chapman could get. Is Will Smith 1 year, $5 million paid by the Royals. Now, maybe the Royals paid a little bit more because they're like, hey, nobody wants to play for us. But we talk about developing pitching all the time in terms of your starting pitching. But here's where it's a huge deal.
Yeah.
If for your relieving pitching as well. Look at 2024. Josh Sborz through arbitration is probably going to make about $1 million, give or take. Jose Leclerc, who closed incredibly well throughout the playoffs, $6.25 million. So just think about these two players that the Rangers have had in their system and largely developed. Those two, which were your primary two bullpen pieces, will make a combined $7.25 million next year. And Will Smith, who we couldn't get off the team fast enough, will make $5 million. Aroldis Chapman, hell, to your point, he might make more than those two combined by himself. So that just shows how important developing your own bullpen pieces are in addition to starting pitchers.
Pitching costs so much money. And the Rangers are dealing with that right now, as we want Jordan Montgomery back.
Yes.
But he's a number 2, number 3 starting pitcher. You know, I lean towards what he showed me last year in the playoffs. I can lean more towards a number 2 starting pitcher. Yeah. Those cost close to $30 million. And number 1, we just saw number 1 cost $40 million. We saw what Jacob deGrom cost with even his injury history. And you just look at it, and when you don't develop any of it, you're like, all right, let's start doing it. It costs $100 million to have 5 free agent pitchers that you really are impressed with and like, because your number 4 and 5 cost a combined $25 million. If you're just going after 4 and 5s, that's the St. Louis Cardinals. They have 73 of them on their team now. And so I look at it and go, at some point, if you don't develop starting pitching, you're going to go back to 2017 or 2018 quicker than you think. I love this offense. I love the veteran players on this team. I love the young hitters on this team. But if you can't develop pitching, then you're going to have to ask Ray Davis to spend approximately $150 million a year on your starting pitchers / relievers. And it doesn't look like they have the budget to do it, because if you want to stay around $240 million, that means you only have $90 million for 13 or 14 position players.
And we probably can't convince every single player we signed to defer 97% of their deals until 10 years later. So that's probably not going to work.
Can I add something to Josh Sborz? And I'm saying I am confident in him, but it's interesting when I look at his numbers. What do you guys think his ERA was post All-Star break? Obviously not including playoffs. This is after the Washington trip that I got to go on. After the All-Star break, he threw in 15 games, Josh Sborz. What do you think his ERA was in those 15 games heading into the playoffs?
0.54.
He had a 4.54 pre-All-Star ERA. Post-All-Star ERA. 7.98
my God.
in
gross.
15 games. He pitched 14 and 2/3 innings, giving up. It looks like 15 hits there. I'm just trying to go down to walks because it goes down to, that can't be right. 4 walks. His numbers overall aren't 259 batting average, but of 7.98. Obviously, ERA is a little bit tough in 14 and 2/3 innings, but it just goes to show that came out of nowhere. His playoff run, literally, if you look at his, go to September numbers. Well, he pitched 4 games in September. So you're like, well, what about September? Maybe he got in those 4. He had a 14.54 ERA in his 4 games in September. So what Josh Sborz was able to accomplish, his confidence level, what he was going into the playoffs with, was not very good. And then he just pitched his butt off.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there for potential. This is another positive for the Rangers. Actually, I got 2 positives for you.
Name them.
Is tomorrow, some Texas Rangers players are going to be at Medical City Children's Hospital. And I just think, again, that's super cool. Their season's over. It's been over for a while. And they're like, hey, you know what? There's a lot of people who are less fortunate than us. Hicksey's going to be out there. Marcus Semien is going to be out there. And just really cool that they continue to do the work. Cody Bradford's going to be out there. Emily Jones. They continue to do the work that goes along with like being a part of this community, and it is made even better by being the world champion. So
How's that work, Mike? Do they come to all the players and they're like, hey, here's a sign-up sheet? Do they go to how does that work? I don't know how behind the scenes things happen.
I've done it before.
And probably with the holidays, it's tough.
They obviously know they're going to ask players that live here.
Okay.
Cody Bradford lives here. Marcus Semien lives here. I don't know if Jonah Heim's doing it or not, but I believe Jonah lives here now. Like a guy like Nate Lowe right now, because his mom has cancer and doesn't live here. And I don't think Nate lives here like year round.
I gotcha.
So they're probably not going to ask people that don't live here year round. They're going to find the guys that live here year round and do stuff like that.
Okay. All right. I've never really quite understood like how all the behind the scenes actions on
And
those.
so
It's really cool.
in a weird way, I think that I don't know who it is, for the players. I know who it is for alumni, but they'll usually also send out an email and say, hey, we have an event coming up where we would like 3 alumni players to be a part of it. Please email us if you're interested in doing this.
They ask you to do that?
Yeah, sometimes.
So they're not sending it to Odyssey
This
email.
one, no, if they did, I'd never get it.
Oh, no.
But yeah, they'll have certain things where they ask, hey, are you interested in this? Sometimes it's specific to certain guys, and then sometimes they throw out kind of a mass email, hey, we need 3 guys to be at this event for the Texas Rangers.
Fascinating.
Do you want another positive thing, or do you want to move on to something else?
I love the power of positivity, especially around the holidays.
Okay.
Unless it's like x-rays.
It's not a positive x-ray.
Does that mean bad?
Yeah.
Positive for a break.
Positive.
Yes.
It came back negative.
Yeah.
Came back positive.
Great news, it's negative. That sentence makes no sense.
So's the picture.
That's fair. Is Bleacher Report has their updated farm system rankings for the offseason. The Texas Rangers, I'm sorry.
Number 1.
They're not number 1.
Lies.
But they are number 5.
Is Evan Carter still count?
Evan Carter still counts. He's at number 1, and Wyatt Langford is at number 2. We can talk more about that in just a second, but something encouraging on there, the Astros dead last. The Angels are 27th. The A's are 24th. Now, the Mariners farm system looks pretty solid. Not as good as the Rangers, of course, but this is a great spot to be in. Clearly, Evan Carter had a big role in this World Series title, but you just won the World Series, and your farm system is still top 5. That's pretty remarkable.
It really is, but like Mike said, the pitching has to be able to be pro at some point.
And pitching prospects are so much, in a weird way, they're more valuable than position player prospects. So if you are like, hey, we want to trade Justin Foscue. He just comes to mind right now because we're not trading Wyatt Langford and we're not trading Evan Carter. We want to trade Justin Foscue for your 21-year-old prospect in AAA who looks like he's going to be a number 2 starter in the major leagues. They're going to say, too bad.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Do you know how hard it is to develop pitching? We are not trading what we think will be maybe an everyday player batting 6th in a lineup. We are not trading our potential number 3 starting pitcher 2 years from now, but our number 5 starting pitcher next year for him. So that's the thing about pitching. It's really tough where the Rangers are built up. They're built up with position players. They are not built up with premium pitching prospects.
Because who's their most premium pitching prospect right now? Somebody
Brock
who's
Porter.
20 years old who got drafted last year. And that has consistently been an issue about talent development for the Rangers is it feels like they have all these amazing prospects at rookie ball or high A. And then as they develop, you see their value diminish. So,
and I hate saying this, but the saying in baseball is you're not playing real baseball till you play AA baseball. I'm not trying to take a shot at college baseball. College baseball is phenomenal. I hope and pray that my boys get to play college baseball. And A-ball is a very high level of baseball. But but they say really the first time that you get to play real baseball is if you make it to AA, because that's where the talent is tremendous and people are making adjustments, and you can't just throw 3 curveballs in the dirt and a guy swing at all 3 curveballs in the dirt because you have a really good breaking ball. Like, guys will start making you pitch. Hitters will make adjustments. Pitchers will make adjustments. It might not be super quick adjustments. You might go to a Frisco Rough Riders game and see a guy walk 5 out of the first 6 guys and have to take them out. There'll be moments like that, but there's less and less of those moments. And you're watching, if you go to Frisco, you're watching some really high-end baseball.
Now, Corey, I'm going to go to you first to answer this question because I think I know the direction Mike might go. What's the bigger future matchup? Is it that Lionel Messi and Inter Miami are going to face Cristiano Ronaldo's team in Saudi Arabia in February? Or is it...
That's pretty brilliant.
For
that
sure.
Is pretty brilliant.
Sports washing at its
Wow.
finest. Or is it part 5 of the state championship game between Duncanville and Galena Park North Shore? What is the bigger happening in sport?
Yeah, this one's not even close, Mike. It's the Duncanville Galena Park North Shore. That's the most important thing happening in football, the real football, they say.
Are big 6A schools just furious with these two schools?
Gotta be, right? This is the 5th time in 6 years they've played for the title.
I know how great you guys have covered high school football. This doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, there's teams that are great. Allen was great with Kyler Murray, but then after Kyler Murray, they kind of dropped off a little bit, always making the playoffs, but not in the state championship game year after year after year. And these two teams at the same point, I grew up in Duncanville. Duncanville made the state championship game one time before this Galena Park North Shore situation. And they beat, I believe it was Converse Judson in Houston in 1998, if I have my year right. And that was it. That's the only time Duncanville had ever been in the state championship game. And that was 5A back then, was the highest level. I don't even remember what Galena Park North Shore was when I was in high school. Never heard of that school in my life. And now every year it's the same thing.
You see it more at the lower classifications with your
Alito.
Alito's clearly been amazing the last 15 years, but like Brock and Dangerfield and Canadian at the lower levels, you see them always in that mix. But
I get it, Rodney. Hot Rod.
Oh my God. So Galena Park North Shore is up in this series 3-1. They won on the Hail Mary in 2018.
Yeah, I was there. I quit.
I'm sorry. They won in 19 and 21. And in 2021, they won on the touchdown pass late in the game. But last year, Duncanville won. And so now you get part 5 in the last 6 years. So think about it. They're playing for the 5th time. None of these kids could have possibly been involved in the first one.
The school was invented established, my apologies, in 1962, Galena Park North Shore.
Okay.
Did not win their first state championship until 2003. And then they won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then were state runner-up in 2022.
Okay,
So
well, they're more known than I thought.
Yeah.
So it's just wild.
Because I just
like,
think
that
of when we
long.
thought of Houston schools, right? Converse, Judson.
Yeah.
There's a couple. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blanks right now off the top of my head, but I just never heard of Galena Park North Shore until this whole rivalry thing started. But hey, I know South Oak Cliff, 3rd year in a row in the state championship game. That's
going for the 3-peat.
For DISD to not have a state championship forever because they don't count the Carter one in '88, if I have my year right. And now for South Oak Cliff to be possibly going for a 3-peat is amazing. And I'm assuming this, I'm sorry, I didn't look. DeSoto has to be in the championship game, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because
they're the real.
I hate saying this, but no matter what, like national rankings or state Texas high school rankings, even though DeSoto's in the lower 6A, they beat Duncanville, so they would be, to me, like if you looked at the whole state champs, you'd say they're the whole state champs. They played each other and won 49-35, I believe. So
I think that is correct.
Congratulations, Patrick Creighton. You finally beat us.
If you get a chance, Kevin, go take a look at some of the notable alum that have rocked out of Galena North Shore.
Okay.
It's pretty interesting, like Dorrance Armstrong, other names like that. So, according to Wikipedia.
I would love a Dorrance Armstrong, Mike Bassick roundtable this week
to
talk about. That would be amazing. Let's get Joe on the horn, see if that can happen.
You guys have 9 former major league players at Galena Park.
See, and this is why I want the roundtable. All right, right now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so you said let's get to Wyatt Langford in a little bit because you knew that I was going to be talking about it. So
but he's second on that list of prospects behind Evan Carter.
People have asked me and you, Kevin, a lot about Wyatt Langford cards. They have come out. Wyatt Langford does have his, I guess you'd call it a true rookie card. However you want to do it, it's his Bowman first. So if people are kind of wanting to get into sports cards, they're like, I want to get Wyatt Langford cards. They finally came out. They are super duper expensive. And I mean, at this point, I'm going to tell you something. I hate saying this because I want Wyatt Langford cards. Wyatt Langford at this point, to validate his prices right now as they have come out this week, if you'd have to pull him out of packs, he would have to hit 800 home runs, have a career batting average of 300 with 3,000 hits, have probably 6 World Series titles and 5+ MVPs to validate the prices on his cards. And I love Wyatt Langford, and I think he's going to be great. But I can't predict he's going to hit 800+ home runs, and I can't predict he's going to have almost 4,000 hits, and I can't predict he's going to have 5 to 12 MVPs.
Right.
But that's the way
those seem fair.
That's the way the hype is. So if you want for Christmas, it doesn't matter. You just want to get one, you can. But I'm telling you right now, if you do pull Wyatt Langford cards, no matter how big of a Ranger fan you are, if you're kind of wanting to make money, you sell that card immediately because there's no way Wyatt Langford can live up to this hype. It's impossible. It's the same with Wemby. Wemby's cards are stupid expensive.
Yeah.
Like at this point, he'd have to double up what LeBron James has done in his career. If you think that Wemby's going to be 2 times better than LeBron, win 10 championships,
then you should do that.
Win 10 MVPs and score 1 million points, then Wemby's prices make sense.
By the way, the Spurs lost their 17th consecutive game last night.
Now,
17 in a row.
The product is called Bowman, or Bowman Draft is what the product is called. So if you're looking for Wyatt Langford cards, it's called Bowman Draft. Well, he is the second person driving this product. His cards are the second most expensive. The most expensive cards in this are Tom Brady, I guess you can call them baseball rookie cards.
Oh.
As he is in his Montreal Expos uniform because that's who he was drafted by as a catcher out of high school. So Topps has a great commercial here about selling the Tom Brady rookie card, and it is a whole bunch of people talking about, picture it here, the Montreal Expos Tom Brady.
Absolutely. You know why Tom Brady won 7 rings? It wasn't because of his game calling or his arm.
It was because of his hitting. 649 home runs. What a power hitter.
Excusez-moi, 2 poutines with extra Tommy, merci.
There's no question. Brady's the greatest. 23 seasons, 7 championships, the greatest comeback of all time against Atlanta.
Yeah.
I caught a lot of Expos fastballs. But now, here's my pitch to you. Come on down to Brady Auto and catch some major league savings. Now sing that.
That guy just never let us lose.
Except to the Giants.
San Francisco
Twice.
Giants.
Yeah, twice. Without him, they would have moved us out of Montreal.
So stop right there. We're good. That's good. Those people talking were Larry Walker and Pedro Martinez, former Montreal Expos, obviously of a team that probably was going to win the World Series or have a great chance to in the strike-shortened season of '94. But so a couple of those voices there are like famous Montreal Expos talking about how Tom Brady's the greatest Expo of all time.
I'm so glad they included my favorite or least favorite part of local commercials. It's like, hi, I'm Darren Woodson here for
Darren Woodson would never talk that way.
And he was like, come down here. Your deal will be a touchdown. I hate that so much.
You'll never strike out here.
Yes, I hate it.
So Tom Brady, his cards have hit the market, this Expos card. I'm just going to give you a couple of these listings on eBay with 1 day and 8 hours left. 58 total bids. Now, his cards are short printed. They're not easy to get out of this. If you hit a Tom Brady card, you've hit something very special. That card right now with over a day to go. So it'll more than double this price. It might be 10 times the price of this. I don't know what it's going to end at. Is right now at $1,009 for this Montreal Expos 2023. This one is numbered to 150. But if I go up a little bit further, there's one numbered to 99 with 2 hours left. It's already over $1,700. His one that is not numbered has 2 hours left, and it is at $700. And look, when I say this, it's not just going to go up $5 more. The bidders bid furiously with less than a minute to go. Yeah. So these will end after our show is over, but these cards are going for a whole bunch. But really, for Ranger fans, if you want Wyatt Langford cards, they are out, but they are very expensive. They're more expensive than this in Mookie Betts, than this in Ronald Acuna Jr. Just to give you an idea, they're pricing him that he will be better than Mookie Betts. He will be better than Ronald Acuna Jr. He will be better than Juan Soto. He'll be better than Aaron Judge. You name a player, right now his price is Wyatt Langford. Love him, but he is now pretty much in this Bowman first category, the highest priced card that you can get.
How much of that is the Rangers' success with also the Rangers fan base knowing what he did and was all like feeling like he was like, how much of that is Rangers oriented?
There's a little bit there, but really it is what he did in his 50 minor league games. So now they're projecting for every 5 games he plays, he will hit a home run the rest of his life. He will at least get a hit every game he plays in. He will bat .335 with about 55 home runs every year, about 200 hits. I mean, that's what they're this is always the hype. And I love Wyatt Langford, and I hope he makes the major league team very quickly on the Texas Rangers, and he produces in the way that people are paying. I hope that if you're paying for Wyatt Langford, I do hope next year he gets American League Rookie of the Year with 55 home runs and 240 hits. But that's what you're paying for.
That would be good for the Rangers.
At this point, he will be a disappointment in the card world unless he gets about 200. I'll say he'll be a disappointment unless he gets 230 hits with 50-plus home runs.
That would make him...
The MVP. That would make him the MVP.
If he doesn't do that, is it just Trevor Lawrence?
Ohtani's out.
Like Trevor Lawrence
don't have to compete against
Trevor Lawrence has been disappointing compared to the hype level.
Compared to the hype. I think that's a huge factor is like you could say Trevor Lawrence has had a good career for anybody else. But for Trevor Lawrence.
That's what I say about Bryce Harper is unquestionably a very good baseball player.
Right.
I think he has fallen short of the hype because people were like, he's going to be the greatest baseball player you've ever seen. And he's not.
Did he say that though, Kevin? I don't. Because you act like he said it. That we should hate him.
It was on the cover. No, don't hate him. But I'm pretty sure that was on the cover of the Sports Illustrated.
Oh, yeah. He said that?
Before we get to Corey's Corner in the C block, I wanted to talk about driving to and from Austin yesterday real quick. That's not the most fun thing to do. I was very happy to pick up my daughter, but to drive to Austin in approximately 3 hours and then to say, hey, let's pack up the car and drive right back to Dallas.
Done that before, yeah.
Did you have to pack up a lot of stuff?
Shocked how much stuff you can have in a little dorm room. I'm like, what the crap is going on? Like, how do we have this much stuff? And aren't you coming back here in a month?
Yeah.
But, Mary Grace had a lot of stuff. I also brought her roommate back, so she had stuff too. So we've definitely filled up the car.
Yeah.
And then you think to yourself, boy, when your kids go off to college and maybe you drive 3 hours to pick them up and you have a 3 hour drive back, which ended up being 4 hours because of 4 o'clock traffic in Dallas. That was beautiful. I was really excited. Since you talked about Medical City, I love that her roommate lived right next to Medical City. That was a really fun drive.
I don't think he means that.
But anyways, you'd think, well, what was the conversations like? Were you talking about college and what's going on and this and that?
Listening to the fan.
What do you think? What do you think those two girls did for approximately 3 hours?
Were on their phones.
Good guess.
Slept.
They slept.
Oh.
My wife will sleep.
Is that
why you were texting us so much yesterday?
No, I was texting you going there because I was listening to you going there. There was no way I was getting away with 2 teenage girls that are at UT throwing on 105.3 The Fan and Sports Talk Radio. So I honestly, from approximately 1 o'clock forward, we were listening to music. But I guess I was listening to music as they were both taking a nap.
What music were you listening to?
I put
was
on
it their play? It was your
no,
music.
It was at first. It was Austin City Limits Radio. I think that's 91.7 down there.
Fun.
And then when we got out of range there, by the way, strong in Waco. We are the official sports talk radio station of Waco.
Hell
what do you think?
yeah.
Because
Let's go.
we are coming in strong, like a fajita.
Oh, like a what?
Fajita?
Did you say fajita? Okay.
We are coming on strong.
Yeah.
Waco's.
I don't think that
We
is
are
right.
coming on
That
strong.
is definitely
Okay.
not right.
All right.
I don't know if we need to dump that or not.
If I were to name a radio station in Waco, I'd name it the Growl.
Because of
For
the
a-
Bears?
For Bears.
Yeah.
For
What do you
Baylor
think?
Bears.
What do you think?
I don't know. My last time in Waco, Kevin made me go to Quiznos.
Waco has a lot of restaurants now. I
convenient.
remember when I went on my recruiting trip, I was like, oh, this is nowhere Magoo. But it's a lot bigger now.
You okay, Kevin?
That's it,
That
man.
was very humorous. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I want to talk a little bit about what Jerry said this morning regarding Dak. Plus, we get into Kevin's brain.
Oh.
Next on The Fan.
Good news to the
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're a reminder this Friday we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Roanoke.
Not Waco.
Not Waco if you want to come see us. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. What if we invaded Choppy's house while we were out in Roanoke?
I think he's going to make an appearance.
I bet we could go to his house and do the show from there too, and take all the Buffalo Wild Wings people with us. Even just take the whole Buffalo Wild Wings operation.
If there was going to be anybody who would allow that, it's Choppy.
Absolutely. He'd be like, bring the bar. As a matter of fact, I got my own bar. Everything's fine. It's going to be a blast.
That's
Friday's
not
going to
bad.
be really fun. All right, guys, let's. I got a couple of things. I'll dip into Kevin's mind in just a moment because
I'm concerned.
I saw something in Kevin earlier that I don't think I've ever seen before.
Okay.
And I liked it. Let's go ahead and talk with Jerry Jones from this morning. He was on with Sean and RJ and Sean. And if you didn't hear
Can we play that part again?
I don't know if we have that audio. Chris, by the way, Chris Strong has been running our board for the last 2 days, and he is going to be with us all week. Everybody send a shout out, some love to Chris Strong for doing a strong job.
Plus, that means if he beefs it for Masterpiece of the Week on Friday, it's all on him.
Yeah, you can't blame somebody else for the content, so it's all on him to have the nice, generous audio that makes Mike so funny. That's what it is really trying to make Mike happy. Jerry Jones, let's go to cut 10 here. He was asked, is Dak in the same conversation of Tony Romo, where you're going to regret if he doesn't win a Super Bowl as well?
Well, he's earned, if you look at what he's brought to the table during his career, we should have been smart enough to put enough around him that have gotten him up there competing for a Super Bowl. And as it turns out, you really do need, I don't care what your role is in the NFL, ultimately, if you don't have a Super Bowl, being near it, being around it, but if you don't have a Super Bowl, that thing has a really you have to put almost an asterisk beside it.
So when I was listening to this kind of put me in the same mindset of our conversation about Dak Prescott and everything kind of unlocking for him and the way he's playing at the moment. Now, again, the way Dak's playing at the moment, can he play against the Niners in the playoffs like that? That'd be awesome.
Sure.
So that's the next level. It's like beating the boss, and then you got to go to the next boss.
Yep.
The final boss is the Super Bowl. But
it feels kind of like San Francisco's the final boss. You're right. It's just not.
San Francisco's the boss that you just you haven't figured out yet.
Yeah.
And it's the most difficult one.
We're back to 1994 or 93 or 92.
Yeah.
Hopefully not 94.
Explain that feeling.
The real Super Bowl was the 49ers Cowboys. Everybody knew they were the best two teams. Buffalo, obviously San Diego Chargers, they couldn't compete. The Pittsburgh Steelers, yes, somebody had to be in the Super Bowl, but everybody knew all the strength was in the NFC. And then obviously Green Bay and Brett Favre came along and started challenging those two teams. And they were the third best team for a little bit. Then they became the best team in 1996. But the AFC was not good. And it's weird because I didn't see that coming into this year. But now you look at it, and I think San Francisco and Dallas, that's the Super Bowl. Whenever they play in the playoffs, as long as health, there's still a lot of time in this season for bad things to happen health-wise. But as long as those teams stay about where they're at health-wise, those are the best two teams in the NFL.
It's a really interesting point and an interesting way to look at it. I like that. What sounded to me, though, was it sounded like Jerry Jones it just now made sense to him. Maybe he took it for granted that those Super Bowls came so easy.
Yep.
And that the talent level on his team was just a product of that's just what you get whenever you're the Cowboys. You're going to get the best players. And what you just heard him say is, look, I learned from Tony Romo, and I'm trying to apply it, or we are trying to apply it with Dak Prescott, that you can't just have moderate pieces out there. You have to have world-class pieces to go win a Super Bowl. You have not just a few of them. You have to have a roster full of talent. And I would say, and I don't know exactly, I think the way Jerry tells us and the way that we see it the most is the credit is spread across the board for who gets the credit on building this roster right now. But this is the most talented roster we've seen in a very long time.
Do you really?
I really believe
Okay, that was what I was going to ask, because I think I do too.
Now, do I feel like if Diggs was here that it would be better? Yes. Obviously, that's a different talent that you'd have on the field right now. You're not getting bland season with Diggs on the field, though.
See, and I'm glad that you said that,
are.
because I don't need you to start that, because then I'm going to think we could have Diggs and Van Der Esch and Overshown, and then I'm going to get carried away, and it's not going to be productive for any of
And
us.
I know that on the defensive side, your injuries now are forcing you to lack in some areas because, like you said, Overshown, Van Der Esch, Hankins is out for a period of time here.
Yep.
But like the way that it's built right now, man, please, do yourself a favor, go back and watch Tyron and Tyler right there. The way that they're playing right now, it's fun. It's just fun to watch the offensive linemen playing at this level right now. And I'm hoping more out of Terrence Steele as we go along. And I'm probably taking Zach Martin for granted here, but watching Tyler Smith and at his age doing what he's doing. He is a man, dude, and he is handling some of these other men out there on the field. It's pretty awesome to see. So that's where I feel like it almost sounded like to me, Jerry Jones was like, I didn't realize, and I took for granted how important roster building was for so long.
Oh, that's a pretty big.
And we should have been better for Tony Romo.
Yeah.
And we're trying to make up for it all with Dak Prescott. And so that's just kind of, I heard that this morning and I wanted to dive in on it just a little bit. Here is the other one. Let's go to cut 7 here. How important is home field advantage for everybody in the playoffs?
It is great to be before the largest crowd in the NFL, and that's what we are. And that has to account for something. I think the fact that we have this streak going, it shows that it is an edge. I know that it completely playing at our place eliminates the weather factor in any way. And we obviously are comfortable playing there. So I think if you look at all of that, I would say that the kinds of things that you can do short of your preparation, short of your being as close to where you want to be on player availability, that's probably right there in the next 3 or 4 important things on a 5-fingered hand. So it's big, and that's why you play as hard as you do for it. That and to be in front of your own fans, and that's big.
Okay, obviously, if you're talking about a 5-fingered hand, that is an objectively amazing thing that he said.
He went through his list of things, and he was like, and I've got 5 fingers.
Yeah.
That's my 5-fingered hand. But I've always been curious about this. I feel like every athlete we talk to has a different perspective on why home field advantage is important.
Right.
The Rangers didn't have home field advantage, and they won the World Series. I guess they had it in the World Series. But throughout the entire playoffs, they didn't have that advantage, and somehow they were able to come away with it. And I do feel sometimes, I know, Kevin, you get really worked up about home field, and I think it is hey, look, we were the superior team, and we established that the entire time, and we get that advantage for it. Sometimes I'm like, if you're going to be the team that's going to beat them all, you get it. Like, you're just going to be that team. But obviously, Jerry's like, look, you get a home game. You're in front of your fans. They're cheering for you, not against you. All these other factors go into it.
And my mind can be changed over the next 2 weeks, right? Because if you go on the road, you beat Buffalo, you beat Miami, then that feels like a different deal. But right now, we look unstoppable at home, and on the road, mediocre at best.
Middling, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody did say.
Wait.
Okay.
We'll play on the road the next 2 games.
That's what he just said.
I know.
He was just reiterating it, Kevin.
Appreciate it.
I can't. It's like whenever you write a story, you can't just have one quote.
What do you think Flavor Flav did for Chuck D? He was just making sure the point was made.
How did
I'm
that
Flavor
go?
Flav.
Well, give me an example of how that would go.
For Flavor Flav?
And Chuck D.
Chuck D would do his rap or whatever, and then Flavor Flav would say,
"Yeah,
boy!"
There you go.
There we go.
And then he'd snap on him.
Thank you. Back to
He'd
you,
snap.
Corey.
Never mind.
Snap like that. I don't know if that's me. That's not Flav.
That's you.
Flav.
But yeah, so I've lost all track of where I
Fair.
was going with that.
How are you supposed to?
What time is it?
I got this. All
Look
right.
at my giant clock necklace.
Now we interview Kevin because
Oh,
Kevin,
no.
I saw something that I don't think I've ever seen before. And much like you spilling the beans about some things off air, I will now spill beans on air.
Okay.
Kevin, were you nervous this morning when we had Chris Jericho on?
Yeah, I think I was.
I noticed it. And I don't know if anybody is. I've never seen Kevin like really nervous about stuff.
Yeah.
He's usually just kind of cruising through things. But I just kind of had this, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm a seer or something like that.
Sure.
I was like, I even asked you, are you nervous? And you said yes.
Yes.
And I said, why? Please give me your reason. What did you say whenever you said, yes, I am nervous?
I forgot what my answer
Kevin
was.
said, because I want him to like
Oh,
us.
yeah, for sure.
To like me.
For
and,
sure.
And I was like, but you see me all the time. And then you said, yeah, but I feel like at
Too
some
late.
point.
Look, first of all, either I've got you to like me or it's never going to happen.
Uh-huh.
We have known each other for 17 years. If you don't like me by now, it ain't never going to happen unless, like, I pulled your kids out of a fiery car accident or something. And then I feel like begrudgingly you'd have to be like, well, I guess. But other than
but
that,
I'm still not inviting him over for Sunday dinner.
and see, and what's the time frame that passes? And you're like, that person doesn't like me now. They're not ever going to like me. Surely 17 years is long enough. But what's the
Valid.
thing? Is I wanted Chris Jericho to like me.
Okay. And that was something that, and I'm kind of curious why. So that he comes back on the show?
Yeah, look.
Just
Corey,
because.
I have these fantastical ideas that not only will he come back on the show, and I think this about like probably too many people, is like we'll become legitimate friends and like he'll hang out and be like, hey, do you want to hang out before the show or something? I know that's never going to happen.
Oh, there's that Kevin guy up in
Yeah.
the stands. Bring him down here.
Is Corey your best friend?
He still hasn't come to my house. Until he comes to my house, I can't say that. But here's the thing. The Von Erich boys, who will be at Dynamite tomorrow in Arlington.
Aren't they men now?
That's true.
Fellas.
They set an unreasonable standard because when I saw that at the movie premiere, they were like, dude, we're so happy you made it.
Very valid.
And like they asked about Brandon. I showed them pictures of Noah. They set an unreasonable standard for what this friendship could be.
Well, Corey and Jericho have something in common. They both dislike underwear.
Oh my God. Are you going on air with this?
Well, he got up out of his chair and his shirt raised up and his pants went down.
What did you see? He cracked on him. Oh my gosh, Mike.
I was really hoping that
Are you
he
a
would-
serial crack looker?
Maybe
Is that
I
what-
am.
is that
I
what's-
don't mean to, but it just happens. You're just like, oh, okay. I was hoping that he'd have on his trunks underneath his jeans.
Like his Jericho trunks?
Yeah.
Do they say Jericho?
Maybe he
on
gets
them?
tired. Maybe that's why he doesn't like underwear. He's like, I wear underwear all the time in the ring.
Would you have said something to him about that if you're like,
he had his trunks
all
on?
sparkly and stuff?
I would have been like, guys, he's always ready to wrestle. Or he wears really sparkly underwear.
Yeah, I would love if Mike had kind of leaned in if he had his trunks on under, and Mike's like, "Hey, you show us your trunks."
Oh my God!
Now you don't
Jericho's
wear
like,
underwear because it's just
It's
uncomfortable.
uncomfortable. Yeah, I found more comfort with. But Mike, I'm more self-conscious about it than I've ever been before.
Maybe Jericho's like, at one point I didn't really wear a lot of hats. I'm like, I wear hats all the time. When I play baseball, I'm wearing a hat. I don't want to wear a hat. He's like, I wear underwear all the time when I'm wrestling. I don't want to wear underwear when I'm not wrestling.
Well, Kevin, I will say this. I think I loved the interview.
I did too.
I am not you know how I am with wrestling. I enjoy it. I enjoy trolling you with it. It's a lot of fun. Talking about Rock Hot Steve Boston and
I hate you so much.
Hornswoggle.
Wait, I don't know who Cornswoggle is.
Hornswoggle, he's a smaller Irish person who would come out and dance around, and they would play really stereotypical
the Nacho Man,
Irish
Randy
music.
Travis.
Come on.
I always enjoy that.
Oh,
But
yeah, he came out to the song Whippoorwill. I remember that guy.
But and I'm gonna love you forever. That was his exit song.
Oh my God.
But you know how I've always been about that. I've always kind of felt that way. But I really enjoyed the interview. He was great personality,
He
great,
was.
very personable. And at the very end of that interview, he threw better out there.
That was awesome.
Like he'd always done it before.
That was awesome.
So
He's
Kevin,
a professional.
I think he left this building going, I like that show. And he's always welcome to come back on our show.
So do you think
he's made my list?
So you think it's at least possible that when I post the picture of him there and then he follows me on Twitter,
he'll
and then
like
he
it,
sends me a DM or something?
No, that's not going to happen.
Has that happened? Has that happened? Like, has a famous person besides me been like, all right, you got it, man. We're buddies now.
I don't know how many of these pictures I post are after segment pictures I post.
I was thinking about this with the current Texas Rangers. Obviously, we've got to know some of the current Texas Rangers. They're great guys. But Jose Trevino was just like above and beyond. It's like,
cool.
We're like friends.
Yeah.
Taylor Hearn, the same thing,
Yep,
right? It's like,
same
we're like
thing.
Friends. We're not just like,
He
hey.
sought us out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like really cool. And
Tony Beasley, we see in the clubhouse, and arms
great.
wide open. He's like, guys, and comes and gives us hugs in the clubhouse. We're just like, what is this? Is awesome.
And I'm not saying the Ranger, they're great, right? You just talked about some of them are going to Medical City. They're great, but it's like you run into these small situations where like, oh man, these guys are really cool, and they're really like okay hanging out with us.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man, and that's why one of the things I love about this job too. Gets us those situations.
No kidding. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Any Given Sunday, all hail Jaden Daniels, and we'll talk about the first NIL concert fundraiser because that's happening too. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Here's Daniels on fourth down. Gonna launch it to the end zone. Neighbors holds it in again.
That's Jaden Daniels right there with one of the many highlights that led him to win the Heisman Trophy. A really funny thing that I saw happen on Saturday night is Michael Penix had the names of all of his teammates inside his suit jacket, and Jaden Daniels did not. And people complained, and I saw somebody go, man, his defense giving up 35 points a game. He doesn't need to put his teammates in that jacket.
No, they're not worth putting on there.
Woo!
They're not a playoff team.
You good with Jaden Daniels winning Heisman Trophy?
I am. I mean, you look at all the numbers compared to the previous Heisman winners of around like the last 10-ish years at quarterback, and he compares better to or similar to most of them. So, and if you want to truly do like the best player in the country, that was Jaden Daniels because he had to be.
And you know what's really interesting about this is going into the season, Jaden Daniels 10-1, Michael Penix Jr. 14-1, Bo Nix 16-1, and Marvin Harrison Jr. 25-1. This year and 2018 are the only two times in the last 15 years that all the Heisman finalists have been 30-1 or less. So, like, this is only the second time in the last 15 years that all the people who ended up in New York are people who you were like, I could see that.
Yeah, in 2018, I mean, I'm surprised because Tua was the runner-up that year. Kyler won it, and then Dwayne Haskins was third, if I remember right. So Kyler and Haskins, I get that, but I'm surprised Tua wasn't higher. I guess he was new at that point, and he'd only had that second 26 in the national championship game the year before, but that's surprising.
So if it wouldn't have gone to Jaden Daniels, would you have gone Penix then?
Yeah, that was my preseason pick, so I was just happy that I sometimes I know things, and I thought he was going to be good.
Predicted Washington straight away.
Yeah, but the saddest thing to me is that the top three finishers all played in or have played in the Pac-12 in its final season. Now it's going away.
And it's
so
gone.
The conference really did have a hell of a send-off this year.
I want to go and fire off cut number 14. I'm curious how you feel about this game because this was the only game we got over the weekend.
And now straight ahead, Levitine did not get there, I don't think. Or did he? It's going to end on the 1 foot line.
So Navy lost to Army 17-11. They had the opportunity to obviously potentially do things down the stretch. I care about this game because my brother-in-law was in the Navy and they care a lot about this game. But I know for everybody, maybe this isn't their favorite game.
It's not because it's usually a rock fight. You know, I think the over-under was set at 28.5, so we were getting to Iowa territory.
Yeah.
I called into the Fan Jam this weekend with Alex, CA, and Blake to talk about college football, and I had this game on. And before I went on, I think it was Gary Danielson on the call on CBS. He said that in last year's matchup, there wasn't a completed pass until the fourth quarter.
Awesome.
Well, we got one like 10 minutes into this year's game, so you already knew it was going to be a more entertaining game. I had it on because it was the only game going on at that time, but it really did end up being a very entertaining game down the stretch.
And like that could have potentially tied the game because I know they gave up the safety, so it was actually 17-9, and so Navy would have had an opportunity to tie the game. But I think it's neat. We've talked about this before. We dropped the ball this year. I would love to go to one of those games because I heard the atmosphere there is just amazing.
Yeah, and it's outside of OU Texas, it's probably the premier neutral site rivalry game. I mean, there's really not that many. Like Florida Georgia is the only other huge one in Division I that I can think of. But yeah, and especially because it's usually in Philly. So even if you're just gonna have casual fans, you know how Philly fans can be. So I'm sure between the both schools being there and then the just people in the city, like I'm sure it's an incredible environment. Mike, you've been, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been twice. It's really impressive. The game isn't, but the atmosphere is.
Yeah.
To your point, you're sitting there and you're just like, they run the ball a lot, don't they?
Yeah. The game will be over quickly.
And but yeah, it is the environment the pregame stuff. The thing is to really enjoy it, which, look, it is what it is. It's a whole day.
Yes.
Like, let's say the game starts at 3 p.m. I mean, you really want to be at the stadium at 11 a.m.?
And I was talking with my brother-in-law. Those kids, depending on where the game's at, they get bussed over in their uniforms. And he said they were frequently have to get up at like 2:30 or 3 in the morning, which is absolutely wild to me. But it looks like an amazing tradition, and I would love to see that live. Now, you talked about how rabid the Philly fans could be. Do you think this Vanderbilt player should transfer out there because hilariously named B.J. Anderson for Vanderbilt was arrested after he bit 2 bouncers?
Oh, my gosh.
You have to be in a tough state of mind to bite one person and think, we got more.
Yeah, well.
And then bite another person.
I mean, you could be hungry, and or maybe you're just a biter.
He's not in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, though. Those guys,
exactly.
They weren't edible mascots. They were just bouncers.
Now, this is bad timing for him because he's been at Vanderbilt for 6 years and has now declared himself eligible for the NFL draft.
Just wanted to point out, Kevin, real quick, that Carter has told all bouncers in DFW, you're not as good as edible mascots. You're not an edible mascot.
True.
You're just
You'd
a bouncer.
rather take a bite out of a giant Pop-Tart than a giant human.
Having never bit into either of them, I'm going to just go out on a limb and say the Pop-Tart mascot will taste better.
I think you should go out there and try. Try both options first and then come back with
All right.
a complete.
Would you rather take a bite out of a giant Oreo or go in that other studio and take a bite out of Eric?
I'm not going to do it.
Weak.
I'm not a cannibal.
I'm not a cannibal. I wouldn't eat Oreos, but I won't do that either.
It's amazing, though, little kids, how biting is like a big thing.
It's their only way to express. It's the only way they know how. And when Kevin, with an adult here in this situation, he had no other way of expressing what he needed to get out there other than I have to defend myself some way. I'm biting.
It's kind of in our nature to bite. You kind of have to teach kids, like, please stop biting.
Now, what do y'all think, as we've got Carter Freeman in with us, what do y'all think about the Georgia Southern NIL Concert Collective? So now we're not just taking money from businesses. We're having straight up concerts. We talked about, I think it's North Carolina State, who said, hey, I need you to donate money so I can get players. Now we're doing a concert.
Did Thurl Bailey give?
I don't know that.
Who's performing at this concert? I need to know who the performers are in order to know whether or not this is really going to bring in some money. Because
Dennis Smith Jr.
If it's like
this is for Georgia Southern.
Oh, Cole Swindell and friends. Okay. All right.
I know that guy. He's a left-handed pitcher for Cleveland and some other teams. I thought he went to University of Texas, though.
Because all right. No, they're two different people.
Greg Swindell? I had to think it over. So Jim Mora, who coaches UConn, said if you're not going to help us get players to beat them, then you're not entitled to bitch when you don't beat them. So
or
Corey,
gripe.
That's what he said.
Yep.
If you're not attending this concert for your school, you can't complain.
Yeah, you hate Georgia Southern, clearly.
Wow, I like this approach. This is a smart approach to try and get money into their pockets.
I feel like it's just the beginning of, it starts at a smaller FBS school like Georgia Southern, but when Matthew McConaughey can hold some crazy bash down in Austin, and all the proceeds for that can go to the football program for Texas,
Kenny
right?
Chesney can, at Tennessee, he can be like, hey, Peyton, come on, we're just going to have a big old concert. Let's see what happens here. Bam, money in pockets like that. Who's the most famous college person who's now famous?
What?
Who's, they went to college, graduated from college, musician. Let's say musician or actor.
Taylor Swift.
She didn't go to
She didn't go to
college.
school.
How do you?
She's a fan of every NFL
How do you
team.
know?
Oh.
How do I know she didn't go to college? Because she was 17 when she was going on tour with Kenny Chesney, and it didn't happen. But even still, she doesn't have time for college. Let's see, Taylor Swift college.
Okay, I don't know the answer to your question then.
They teach Taylor Swift stuff in college.
That is true. Yeah, she never received a college degree herself, although she did take several subjects at UT, Stanford, and Carnegie Mellon University.
Oh,
Carnegie Mellon's about to go crazy.
Fancy.
Oh, no, she's a subject at those schools. So there you go. My bad.
Okay, fair enough. Is Riley Leonard is transferring from Duke to Notre Dame. What do you think about Riley Leonard as a quarterback? Because I know, honestly, there's a lot of quarterbacks who are in the midst of transferring.
This seems to be Notre Dame's new strategy in the transfer portal era, is they're just going to go, the ACC schools are their farm school, and they're just going to take them for a single season.
Good strategy?
That worked for the most part this year. 9-3, Notre Dame probably wanted to be better than that, but for their first year as more of a passing offense with Sam Hartman there, who he's going to opt out of Notre Dame's bowl game and go to the draft. But I like Riley Leonard there. That was a spot that most people picked him to when he entered the portal. But Notre Dame has the old Michigan coach, Carr. His grandson is a highly rated quarterback recruit coming in this year.
Oh.
So they could probably have Leonard for 1 year, then he'll leave, and then Carr will come in.
I think it has to be Garth Brooks because back-to-back people texted in Garth Brooks.
Oh, at OU.
No.
OSU.
Oklahoma
State, that's right.
I've driven down Garth Brooks Boulevard in Yukon.
Oh.
It is a street.
Do you think that you could have skipped the pain, but then you had to skip driving down that street?
Is that a Garth
He
Brooks
was standing
lyric?
outside the fire.
Anyways, I think I know the answer. But do you think being the linebacker coach at USC is an elevation over being the head coach at multiple-time championship-winning North Dakota State?
This is crazy when I saw that he was leaving.
Yeah, to be the linebacker coach at USC.
I do. I mean, I think, Kevin, we've talked about North Dakota.
We have.
The weather is not, it's aggressive there. The weather at USC, quality.
Not aggressive.
Very quality. So I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not just saying just going to California like changes that, but I do think it gets him in front of other people. And there are probably a lot of people that are like, yeah, dude, but it's North Dakota State. Like, come on, man.
TCU also fired their defensive coordinator, probably in part because of the way the season ended against Oklahoma.
Sorry.
So that's a tough turn of events. Well, I guess maybe the way last season ended too was probably a tough
Yeah,
turn of
and
events.
Gillespie went from being the hottest name in defensive coordinating in college football last season to fired this year. Like, what a quick downfall for him.
Now, Carter, is there anything else that we need to have on our college football radar or college football things you would like to discuss?
Well, gosh, I don't think we've talked about OU's Dylan Gabriel is going to go to Oregon next year. I think that's a perfect fit. We've seen a couple more quarterbacks enter the portal, and a lot of them are taking visits this week. Like Washington State's Cam Ward. He played at Incarnate Word for a couple of years, lit it up down there, lit it up at Washington State for a few years. So I believe he's got at least one more year left. He's going to visit Miami. He's been pegged maybe to Ohio State. Kansas State's Will Howard, DJ Uyunglele at Oregon State. He's potentially going to visit Florida State. So wouldn't it be really funny if he goes to Florida State, beats Clemson next year, and takes them to the playoff? I just think that'd be a great storyline.
That would be freaking awesome.
Maybe for next week, if Quinn Ewers wins these 2 games, becomes national champ, and he throws for, let's say, 800 yards and 7 touchdowns total in these 2 games, would he reconsider, and would teams go, dude, I just saw him. Washington's a bad defense, but Michigan or Alabama, I'm just wondering, like.
I could see him reconsidering.
I mean, teams like the Raiders exist who would make a, quick judgment like that.
If he puts up a field goal a game, it'll be better than the crap they got now.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, as always, Carter Freeman.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate your insight on this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL on the ice.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. Eric, how is you today? Oh, interesting.
Hey, you don't have to call Eric out, dude. He's busy doing something right
How's
now.
it going, man?
He's recording a spot, damn it.
Hey, guys.
I'm just giving you a hard time, man.
We're terrific. How are you, Hagee?
I'm doing very well indeed. Now, I was curious. We had this conversation. It can be broken down a variety of different ways. Do you feel like Dak is the same quarterback this year as he's been in previous years? Because there seems to be a pretty strong contingent of people who are like, he's the same, you just switch the offense. And I don't believe that is accurate at all.
No, it's not accurate, considering that I think up until right now, before he had the injury, he was running around, right? He has the ankle injury, and you could tell he was timid. This wasn't a guy that wanted to take off. And I think that's totally understandable. Human nature. You're going to remember that. That was a catastrophic ankle injury that he had.
That's gross.
But now, and he's talked about it, since the San Francisco game, he realizes I need to use my legs more. And you're seeing that with him extending plays. So
and smartly.
Absolutely. I think all of that, to say that he's always been the same guy, like you're always evolving and improving and getting better, in my opinion, at the quarterback position. But now I think he's fully healthy, and you're starting to see him using his legs again.
Route combinations and him seeing the field has really improved. And when he makes a mistake, it's usually one that it's not him getting fooled. It's like he just didn't see the guy right then and there. And so, but overall, I think the biggest difference from this year, from last year to this year, is what you've seen with the routes and their ability to get people open for him. And I think that's something that you look at and you're saying, okay, it's beneficial when you can see those routes open up and those guys are there, and then you have to make the throw. So I think they're helping him in that way, but I think the cerebral part of the game has been better for him this year too.
Yeah, I mean it in a good way. I think he's always been this amazing, and finally the coaching staff is putting him in better positions. So
Can I ask a specific question about that?
Yeah.
How much credit does Mike McCarthy get for that? Because in the other crosstalk we do, the answer is not a lot.
We talked about this last night, as a matter of fact, I think in the 5 o'clock hour. My point was, my question for the Joneses is, do you understand how important it is? Whoever's idea that is can't leave, because you finally figured it out. This has been going on in the NFL for a half decade. You've had 4 different OCs look at it. Something happened in the bye week. That person is the most important member of the coaching staff.
To continue the conversation, here's kind of my thought question. I think that, I know I'm going to go to basketball and then compare it to what Dak's doing. Jason Kidd was awesome as a point guard. And when he saw Dirk was hot or Jason Terry was hot, he's like, guess what? I'm riding this. I'm not going away from this guy. I don't need Rick Carlisle right now. I know who to give the ball to in this situation. And I look at Dak this season, and for the most part, after the San Francisco game and CeeDee Lamb was like, I hate all of this right now. Dak's like, if he's my guy and he's the one that I can consistently see getting open and he's my best guy, I'm going to keep feeding him. And I'm just wondering, was that Dak? Was that who decided for the first time, it feels like in Dak's career, he's like, I'm looking at the best guy first.
I wonder if that's CeeDee Lamb just playing so much better now that he's getting open more. I think it was Collinsworth the other night that said he's cracked the code as far as what it takes.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mentioned the sack fumble yesterday that resulted in the Eagles' only touchdown. They set that thing up perfectly where Lamb took basically 4 guys with him. That's how much they thought of dealing with Lamb, and that left Cooks one-on-one on the outside, and he just ran by his guy. Unfortunately, Dak just, beautiful. Dak drifted a little bit, but if that ball gets out, Dak's right. He addressed that on the podium. That's going to be a touchdown. Those are the kinds of things that I think that CeeDee Lamb is playing so well that defensive coordinators now are like, we got to stop Lamb, but damn, they got this guy Ferguson too,
right?
That we're having to deal with, and all of a sudden, so wait a minute, now they get Cooks involved with a combination routes with Tolbert, Ferguson, Cooks, and we're trying to take care of Lamb over here. They're creating a lot of chaos for their coverage schemes that they're having to play, because if one of those breaks down, Dak's doing a good enough job of finding the breakdown in your defense.
Yeah, I think that it was interesting when Sean and RJ asked Jerry about this today, that San Francisco loss, ultimately, that ended up kind of saving your season. Because you saw body language from CeeDee Lamb. And I agree. Because you listen to how all of them have talked about it and the complete difference this offense looks. CeeDee Lamb wasn't getting peppered with targets, to your point, Mike, previously. Post-bye week, now you're seeing that. It's my belief you had CeeDee Lamb go to Dak Prescott. You had offensive players go to Coach McCarthy and say, this isn't working. And they do the cross-the-hall meetings, as you talked about, Brian. That was important.
Yeah, I think cross-the-hall is what saved your season.
But I think all of that, McCarthy does deserve credit. Yeah. Because how many coaches do you see are so stubborn, they're stuck in their ways, they're just going to say, nope, I'm going to run my offense, my scheme, we're going to figure this out. Coach McCarthy made changes. And whoever it was, whether it was Dan Quinn, whether it was Dak, whether it was CeeDee Lamb, whoever, McCarthy still is willing to adapt and change. And he deserves credit for that.
Yeah. Like Jimbo wouldn't. That's why he's gone at A&M. He still gets a lot of money, but right?
Well, even Petrino admitted that when he left, when he got to Arkansas. He says, I had to they wouldn't change the terminology. So he says, I spent a lot of nights trying to figure out how to marry my terminology with what Jimbo needed to know. And he goes, that in itself was not going to work. So, yeah, I do. I really, Mike, the one thing with Mike is that I think that we've learned about him is he's willing to listen. And I think that's the most important thing. You know, Mike didn't come in here and want to do his own offense initially. It was Kellen Moore. And then all of a sudden he's like, okay, well, let's do something I feel comfortable with. And then it got to the point like, well, maybe we have to make some changes here. So he was, to his credit, he started out with his plan, and then he was willing to probably Dan Quinn walked in there and said, hey, listen, if you keep running this offense, you're easy to cover. You know, the proof was in the pudding. The analytics told you that. Dak Prescott, when it came to air yards, was near the bottom of the league. And now he's one of the tops in the league. You know, somebody, Dan Quinn, whoever, told him, is like, you've got this thing. It's too simplistic. We can cover you. This is how we would cover you. And to his credit, Mike said, okay, I don't have all the answers here. Let's find out. Brian Schottenheimer, I think, had a huge play in this. Brian Schottenheimer sat there last year and looked at every single Cowboy opponent offensively for Dan Quinn. He was a big part of what Dan Quinn did defensively. McAdoo did it before that. So that coach, looking at everyone else's tape is like, we could do things differently here. We don't have to do it this way.
I was a little surprised to see 26.3 million viewers for this biggest Sunday Night Football game in December in 7 years, and 10 million more than it was the previous week, despite the fact that this game was not particularly close after the first quarter.
I guess, it's just the draw of the Cowboys, and it was a huge game. I mean, it was hyped up
for sure
in a monster way, and kudos to Philly in this standpoint as well, because I think they got quite a few people that are trying to watch them. But this was supposed to be two potential MVPs going toe to toe, division on the line. Like there was a lot of underlying storylines above the fact that it is Cowboys Eagles.
Yeah. And Dallas created turnovers, which made that game not interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
That's and if you watch the game, if Philadelphia has those turnovers, we might have a Seattle game on our hands.
And the thing I keep thinking about is, you're right, we created turnovers, but the Cowboys in CeeDee Lamb dropped a for-sure touchdown pass. He got sacked, Dak got sacked, they gave up a touchdown. They gave up a fake punt and won by 20 points.
Yeah. Can I disagree a little bit on the touchdown pass? That's the one on the hip where he okay, so I don't think that's a touchdown pass. I think what CeeDee needed to do there, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a professional wide receiver at all, but a lot of my training was catching, like running sprints and catching balls. When the ball's thrown a little bit short and it's on your hip, it's not easy to catch. I think what CeeDee needed to do there, slow down and almost sit down and catch that ball, which is still a huge completion. But I think he wanted to keep stride to try to make it a touchdown. But I think when that ball's on your hip there, it's not easy as you're running forward to then reach back and catch it and then try to pull it into you.
Yeah, I don't think
I couldn't tell if on the tape, you can't tell if Sidney Brown got his hand in there too.
I don't think he touched the ball.
It was like it was a contested play. But I couldn't, by the film, I kept running it back, and I couldn't tell if it was Lamb just lost concentration there on the moment, or that he actually his arm got tugged a little bit.
I think it's all opinion on this one, but my opinion is I think it was a completed pass if CeeDee decides to just slow down just a hair and almost sit down and fall backwards to catch the ball. But he ran stride for stride, and the ball's not out in front of him. It's kind of on his side a little bit
Brown had
behind.
one of those catches in that game.
A.J. Brown on the other side of the field.
Yeah, Brown had one.
It's a great. It would have been a great catch, great play. But I heard you yesterday say that. And I'm like, I'm not disagreeing that it wasn't a bad pass.
It's okay if you do.
I think it's all opinion on those, but I don't think that was the easiest catch to make.
If you're the Dolphins, what happens next? The Titans are the first NFL team ever to be down 14 points or more with less than 3 minutes to go and win without overtime. That's a staggering defeat right there.
Yeah, I mean, as a coaching staff, you got to look yourself in the mirror and say, how did we allow this to happen? Like, the way you managed that game at the end was pretty poor, for sure. And I know you wanted to run the ball, but Tyreek Hill needs to at least be on the field, even if you're going to run it.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Aggie. Thanks for asking. It is a Brian Broaddus birthday show. Woo-hoo! We'll have a special guest for him at 4 o'clock.
Oh,
do you know who the special guest is?
No, I don't.
I think it's Jaden Daniels.
Surprise.
If it's Jaden Daniels, I'd be really happy
that
about
would be awesome.
Wow. Working on it.
It's Coach O.
Stay tuned.
Coach O would be great, too.
For the surprise.
Al Davis from the grave, maybe, would be good, too.
Oh, my goodness.
From the grave.
The surprise Brian Broaddus.
You were the best. I love you.
Roll home with the Gag Nation. Celebrate Brian Broaddus. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come and see us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great little day here on this Toxic Tuesday. We'll try to keep you entertained with 5 hours of sports. General at your service. There's Broadus on a birthday trip around the sun. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the well wishes.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you.
Birthday, pal.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
A lot of people reaching out on social media.
They are. Thank you.
At
Means a
Brian
lot.
Broadus.
Yeah, means a lot.
It's your 1 day reprieve from the firestorm that is Twitter X.
Thank you. Yeah,
All love today.
everybody's saying happy birthday, you MFer. Yeah.
Well, I know the feeling. You know, it's a lawless land out there on social media. Yes,
as the enemy within.
But the enemy within. That's us.
He is at Brian Broadus. If you would like to jump on the Twitter X and follow him, he is the #1 influencer in Cowboys social media. And it is his birthday. So if you'd like to send him some of his favorite gifts and things, maybe a Whopper Plopper, you know, maybe a brisket sandwich. I don't know what you send Broadus for his birthday, but you know where we are. You know how to find us.
There's Jambalaya,
Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. That's Wycheck, Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation, gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Wonderful, man. There's something about when it's your friend's birthday, it kind of feels like it's your birthday a little bit.
It does.
Huh.
I just don't know that I'm going to get the same birthday spankings that Broadus is.
Whoa!
Yeah, you volunteered to go first.
I did, as just trying to be a leader. Lead from the front.
back in the 60s and 70s when we did that was like a real thing. Like the birthday, you were going
to get chased down by your friends, like your buddies,
Were you
your bros.
Yeah, it was weird. It was like in elementary school in the 70s. That was like
you're like, crap, it's my birthday today.
Yeah, you got to go through the spanking line or something like that.
How about it, man?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Man,
sounds.
Those are the days we rode around with no seatbelt and smoked cigarettes on a plane.
There you go.
So it was painful spankings.
It wasn't easy.
Yeah.
No, the birthday spankings were usually not violent,
lovable.
Oh no, you had to go through. You had to go through
the gauntlet.
The gauntlet. Yeah.
Wow.
So
every classmate got a little spanky.
Everybody got one. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I mean, that was back in the day when they most teachers would have a paddle. And they would taunt you with it. There was violence that was normalized.
Some would drill holes in their paddle so it get a little more aerodynamic to it.
Yeah,
they kept that up into the 90s.
Yeah.
Miss McBeth used to go ahead and spank us one time for maybe, how old you turning? You're turning like 8, 9, 10, something like that? Yeah, she'll hook you up.
Yeah, it's just
she got pure enjoyment out of that.
In front of the whole class. You have to face the class. And she's like getting after it. I'm pretty sure it couldn't happen nowadays, but yeah, Miss McBeth used to hook us up.
And Miss McBeth runs a dominatrix club.
Yeah, and she rocked the beehive and everything, man. She was back in them days.
That is crazy.
Here's the safe word.
So how many members of the G-Bag Nation, 3/5 of the G-Bag Nation, have been spanked by their teacher?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got mine in third grade.
And then for being late, you get real spankings. Real swats.
Woo!
By the gym coach.
It was. I mean, like your parents were like encouraging. I remember my dad one time was like, "Hey, if he's bad, you do what you have to do.
Don't be shy."
Yeah, I'm looking at my dad like, "What the?"
And then you get another one for getting in trouble at school.
In trouble at school.
So you get 2 spankings that day.
Just beat the crap out of him. It's okay, teacher.
I used to get my rain jacket on when that was the case. I knew Dad was. We had this game called Jacari, which was like a paddleball game.
Okay.
And then the Jacari game broke. And so the paddles became part of the punishment situation.
Added to the arsenal.
So for Christmas you get like Jacari, the paddle game, and it breaks, and now Dad's, we can find some use for these.
That's right.
Wow. Like, and that became
Yeah. My father called that the Board of Education.
Board of Education. Question.
Well, the Cowboys flying high into an off day here. We will have quite a bit of Cowboys content as we talk about what the next 3 games have in store.
Big.
With Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. It's huge.
Yeah.
What would you be your prediction, or can this continue for the next 3 games? Could we be in for one of the greatest runs in Cowboys history here by running these 3 games in a row? Is that doable?
It's after watching Miami deal with what they had to deal with last night, not so much the game being lost for them, but the injuries that they suffered. Is this something that maybe there will be a little bit more long term? Their offensive line looks like a mess right now.
Yeah.
With all what they're dealing with, and then with Hill getting pulled down the way he did, and just the psychological aspect of losing the game the way that could that be a carryover for the Dolphins? There's a lot of Buffalo's a desperate team. I mean, they're one of those teams. Now, they just got encouragement by Miami losing last night.
Yeah, it's a shot in the arm.
But they're the team, when you always look at the playoff standings, it says in the hunt. That's Buffalo right now. And so, yeah, I mean.
But we all know they're better than the in the hunt as well. Like, they're the desperate team that's also legitimately a good team.
That could win the conference possibly if they get in there.
I completely worry about Buffalo right now more than Miami.
Good. I'm glad that you finally came over to the correct side on that. I do think the Buffalo is the most challenging of these three. If you beat Buffalo, I think you win all three of them.
It goes in order, I think, level of difficulty, and we'll see the status of the Dolphins health-wise, because I think that is a huge factor. I mean, last night they were down to one starting offensive lineman. Gosh. Our old friend Connor Williams early in that game goes down, and then they fumble far to snap like 3 plays later. Yeah. It's like, oh my gosh. But like, they got one starter on the offensive line right now, and I mean, it's a pretty quick turnaround. We're talking about less than 2 weeks till the Cowboys see him. There's a real chance you're talking about multiple starters on their offensive line being out, and then who knows what the deal is with Tyreek Hill. I mean, he came back in and played, but if he's not quite himself, that adds a huge dimension to the game,
the
which
hip
is
tackle.
Yeah, I think these games, like Buffalo is the toughest, and then a little less difficult probably with Miami, and then a little bit less difficult, I would say, even with Detroit.
I just thought dealing with all of Miami's speed on offense.
No, 100%.
But if their offensive line is caving in,
no, that's what I'm saying though. Before this, I was kind of like thinking that Miami was going to be the team that you were going to be really, really worried about. Buffalo, to me,
the quarterback that can run too.
Who knows what Buffalo's going to do? Buffalo could look like the team that could beat anybody at any time, and then they could also play like a bag of ass.
Absolutely.
They could do that. They're very capable of that. Their quarterback's capable of a lot of turnovers.
Their defense is flawed.
What does Dallas do? Dallas makes you turn the ball over.
Yeah. It's definitely a winnable game, but I mean, Josh Allen to me is just one of those quarterbacks that is the Cowboys type of kryptonite. They're going to have to be on their A.
Oh, there's no question. You're right.
And he'll be willing to go all out because they have 2 winnable games after Cowboys and then Miami to end the season. And if Miami's healthy, they could lose that game. If they lose to the Cowboys, then it's probably going to come down to week 18 if they get in. And I would be going balls to the wall, all or nothing already. I think the Bills have to be in playoff mode, and that means Josh Allen rumbling and stumbling and breaking tackles and dragging 3 dudes into the end zone if you have to.
Yeah, and that's a huge factor versus this Cowboys defense that is not a factor when you're facing Tua, not a factor when you're facing Goff.
Well, okay, so on the Miami side, they're broken down. We'll have to see how they recover. On the Detroit side, they are getting healthy. They've been going without linebackers. Multiple guys injured. They tried to bring in Bruce Irvin, who's 36 years old and can barely run anymore, and they played him for like 1 snap. But this team is getting healthy with Ragnow coming back, I think. And then James Houston and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson were hurt in week 2, and they're planning to come back between now and the 20th. The Cowboys play them on like the 28th.
That's big.
So there's a lot of guys coming back for Detroit. It'll be really interesting to see who these teams are. And if the Cowboys can continue on a very great run of good health, to just lose Jonathan Hankins, it seems like it's been a month since we've talked about anybody resembling a rotation player.
No, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, and hopefully that's more short term, but just from the information I was gathering yesterday, that was looking like a couple of games.
So I want to know if you're cynical out there. I've joined you recently, and I'm in the Cowboys Cynical Club. We're still fans. It just like the last 3 Niners games took it out of me, and maybe I'll build back up and be confident and optimistic with you. But I know there's a lot of folks out there who are like me that are like, the Cowboys are fun. We watch them. We hope they do well. There's a lot of guys out there that on the team that you can pull for. And it's awesome to have such a great group of guys led by, Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, and whatnot. But, I think Cowboy Cynic is out. What if they win these next 3 games?
I mean, to me, it doesn't really change anything because I still don't know that you're going to be able to beat San Francisco. But I think right now you're the second best team in the NFL.
If you would win 5 in a row against teams that could be playoff clubs, considering this team's history, like after the Eagles game, they moved to 7-19. The stat was 7-18 against playoff teams outside their conference. And this is a long time back. If you go ahead and win out of conference, out of division against quality teams, I think you have to look at that and say, this is evidence that they're different. Is it different enough to beat San Francisco?
That I don't know. And I would still lean towards no, but 100%. It would be this is a different Cowboys team. And if somehow you're able to dodge San Francisco, I really believe you can go to the Super Bowl. And it will make you a little more optimistic with the changes we've seen offensively that they could beat the Niners. And really with that team, It's all about how healthy is San Francisco when you play them, because we've seen injuries are so important, and for them, they're really not able to overcome a loss of a Debo or a Trent Williams. So it's going to matter, who's available when those two teams play.
These next 3 games, I feel like, though, the Detroit game being at home, I'll take out of the mix, but you go and play really good offensive football against Buffalo and Miami and show that you're not going to get just stonewalled and not be able to run the ball a little bit, and the quarterback's kind of all over the place. And you show me that, then I'll take my chances going to San Francisco thinking this offense is fixed.
Would you pick the Cowboys to win?
I would. I would say that if I've told you this when this all started, I'm a believer in this offense.
Yeah.
So I've got to stick to my word. If I'm a believer in this offense and it does what I'm talking about it's going to do, yes, I'll pick them against San Francisco.
I'm a believer in this offense. I don't know that I would pick them versus San Francisco, but I absolutely could see them going toe-to-toe.
You worry about Dallas's defense against San Francisco, do you?
100%.
I'm worried about both.
I'll tell you the crazy thing is they've just gone all year without having to play a team that has a good defense and good offense. So, you look at their opponents, and it's a head-scratcher. How have they not played a defense in the top half of the league, right?
Yeah.
Jets, Patriots, Niners is it. Now Jets, Patriots, they don't have an offense. You get to intercept them and set yourself up in short fields, and it's like, hey, we're going to kick your ass by 30 today because of our defense against your quarterback. But other than that, we don't have the evidence. And will the next 3 weeks do it? The last 2 haven't. Seattle's defense played putrid. I'm told they have a good secondary. Sure as hell didn't look like it. The Eagles, something weird happened to them where their defense is pathetic and out of position.
They don't.
We haven't seen it.
There. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah.
So I'm getting texts "Shut up! How dare you say that?" That's a very immature perspective. I think it's a mature perspective to include everybody. You're obviously very close-minded and don't have room in your circle for people that don't agree with everything you say. So it's fine in the world of sports.
Yeah.
I sympathize for your family members. Seriously, sir. Shake yourself. It's pathetic. But, I understand the sentiment. How dare you say that? I'm a real Cowboy fan. You're not. And I'm I really want this team to win. I've just seen so much negativity over the last 25 years. I'm conditioned to expect bad. And I'm asking you honestly, with vulnerability, sir.
Right.
At 877-881-1053, should I look myself in the mirror after these next 3 games? Now, if that makes you so offended you have to insult me on the text, have at it.
You could look at it and say, though, if they don't play well, that you're right about that. To me, it's really about this. It's about this offense. Can this offense go the next 2 weeks and find a way to win games against, I think, good teams?
Mm-hmm.
That would give me. I'm buying the offense.
Same.
I'm buying it right now. So I've got to ride with it. But at the next 2 weeks, you show me you're going to turn the ball over. You're not going to block up front. You're going to give up a bunch of sacks. All those things happen. Then I'll be proven wrong. I've been proven wrong before, but I'm buying it right now.
Yeah, I'm buying it right now as well. And it's fair to say, you haven't really seen the Cowboys get to go up against a team with good offense, good defense, other than the Niners, and you got shellacked. The thing is when you see the way it's laid out, and you don't know how teams are going to be playing at the time, but you're not going to see a team that, oh wow, I really am worried about their offense and their defense. You just look at the playoff run that you're going to go on. You're not going to be worried about any team. Oh my gosh, your offense and your defense scares me. There's just not. Maybe the Lions get it together defensively a little bit, adding a couple of guys, and their offense comes back. But who are you going to face if it's not the Eagles? Hey, the Vikings defense is playing out of their mind right now. I don't care about their offense. Right. Who are you going to see where it's not going to be until hopefully the NFC Championship game versus the Niners. That'll be the ultimate truth serum.
Really new information. We had this exact same conversation a month ago, right? So they can win the 3, and it's going to be awesome, and we're going to be excited. But what it's going to come down to is, can you beat San Francisco unless you have to avoid them?
Even the Rams, I think, are a really good team offensively. Their defense, you got Aaron Donald, but your defense doesn't scare me. Not at this point.
Not good.
I think Buffalo's a great test for that because their defense can play really good. Their offense is going to put pressure on you, and the Buffalo defense is better than most of the teams you faced this year by a significant amount, even though it's not very good. It's just average.
You're going to have to play San Francisco one way or another.
Yeah, unless they hit tragedy like they did last year in the NFC title game. That would be very unfortunate.
Don't you think?
Most likely that is going to happen.
There's no way to avoid San Francisco.
And you know what?
The
people in that, the players in that locker room, they're not scared of that. they're welcome to that. You want to go beat the best, and you want to go and accomplish that.
Well, I think they wanted to go beat the best the last time they played.
Of course they did. That's why.
And they pooped in the bed.
That's
They
why
had a terrible
afterwards
plan, though.
They were stunned.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying.
And now the offense is very different, and I don't know that ultimately that result is going to change. I kind of just think matchup-wise, that is a bad matchup for you, and it might be closer, and the offense might look
Definitely
much better.
be closer.
Their linebackers affect the way you play offense.
It's Fred Warner and Trey Greenlaw.
Absolutely.
That's what sets them apart.
Yep.
Great stuff, guys. We're off and running here. It is going to be a great conversation here over the next 5 hours. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Krusty's Corner at 2:40. The Ohtani story and what we want the Rangers to do to keep up in the arms race. It's next here. The G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yeah, fun stuff happening with the basketball team last night as they beat the Grizzlies 120-113. They're 14-8 now when they host the Lakers tonight, 6:30. Lakers are 14-9. They've won 3 in a row as well. So it's a matchup of 3-game winning streaks. We have Mavs trade chatter coming up at 4:40. I'm looking forward to that. Lakers coming off their season in-season tournament win. So I'd expect maybe them to be a little worn out. They really went for it.
Yeah, but it's a nice measuring stick for the Mavericks to go up against a champion like that, you know?
Oh, for sure.
Battle-tested team like the Lakers.
Absolutely, man. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Let's go beat the champs.
And apparently Luka's like one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time at this point in his career. I saw this from Followill last night. He's made 1,000 three-pointers in his career. He needed 351 games to do that. The second fastest in league history, behind a guy you wouldn't guess. Maybe you would. Went to OU.
Blake Griffin?
No, not a three-point specialist, but I like the guess.
Trae Young?
Trae Young?
Not Trae Young.
Oh, Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield.
Oh, yeah, Buddy, of course.
Buddy needed 350 games. Luka 351. Donovan Mitchell actually 355. Then Steph Curry, who was hurt a lot. Wow. Maybe and the three-point revolution hadn't totally taken off. Like the volume, he was one of the guys that convinced the league that we need to shoot more. He took him 366 games and Klay Thompson 372. Nice job by the Stars last night. Another big offensive game, 6-3 over Detroit. They're still 5-6 in their last 11 games. What do you make of the Stars right now?
I'll tell you what, it's been a little bit of a journey. They played some really good teams. Detroit was a little banged up last night. We're missing some of their guys, but the Stars have got to find a way. They there's times where they give up goals very early and then they have to rally. You got to give them credit for that, but just try to keep doing what you're doing, though. I don't know about you there, Zach, when you with Otter. I don't know always if I'm feeling really great about what's going on with the goaltending. I know you're playing some really good teams, and it looks like he's always under siege when they play these games. But, man, some of these goals, I just don't know.
Sometimes I worry, is he seeing the puck?
Yeah.
And I get it, like, defensively, he needs
Sometimes,
some help in
yeah,
front of him.
sure.
And there's a lot of screens that are being allowed in front of the cage. But there's times where he's allowing some goals almost similar to the issues we had with Kari Lehtinen, where it's like, dude, that's got to be a save.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a point-blank opportunity. You should be able to see that visibly, and it's going right over the shoulder.
Yeah.
So,
Slow reacting
he's
a little bit,
not he's not having a great start to the season. Very streaky.
Very streaky, right?
But this team is a defenseman away, in my opinion, from being a legit contender.
Yeah, me too. I think this is a fine stretch to go on. If this can be low points, it can be lower than this, and I just think hockey can be streaky, and I do have a lot of confidence that this front office is going to make some decisions here at the trade deadline.
Bitching about a 6-3 win, right?
Yeah, it's great.
Well, and the defense actually scored a bunch last night. Like Esa Lindell was very good. Miro was fantastic. But, hey, you can bitch about whatever you want because it is your birthday. Yeah.
So the Ohtani story actually is old now. I think this story itself is maybe 36 hours or more old, but I think the sports world's really starting to get a handle on exactly what has happened. And I think what we need to have happen now is for the Rangers to embrace this approach, especially with the TV money being funny right now with Diamond Sports and Bally's going bankrupt. They're losing out on like $110 million. I think the deferred compensation's the way to go. This gives the Dodgers a huge advantage. But so much of this $700 million is going to be paid off well into the future. So if I'm the Rangers, I'd be on a lookout for an opportunity like this.
I had a club executive in Major League Baseball tell me on the way to work today, he thinks that the Dodgers are going to sell before they have to pay that money.
Wow.
That their consortium, is that the word I used? Consortium?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
I like that word.
Consortium.
Consort?
Either
I
one
like
works.
what Brian said there.
Consortium.
Yeah. I thought that was like a group of people.
It's either or.
Okay.
I'm on it. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if consortium's a real word or not.
It is.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. I had a guy tell me this, that he felt like that by the time this contract became where they have to start making those deferred payments, that the Dodgers will be sold.
See, this
part
is the
of
way.
the group will be sold.
This is the way right here. If that's what the Dodgers want to do, then I think it's incumbent upon. That's the new game right there. And it's genius if you can find players who are willing to do it.
Right. That's the thing. I don't know how many players are going to be as inclined as Shohei. I really don't know.
This is all about, this guy was telling me, this is all about California tax. This is all it is, because he's not going to live in California when this deal kicks in, where it starts to be the payments after that.
Oh, genius.
He is going to establish. So this guy also told me this deal is really not a $700 million deal. It's more like $460 million. Is what it is.
What? Is it interest that makes it 700?
Bingo. The value of the deal.
They're going to invest that in some very secure investments. And over time, so he'll be paid out the accrued value instead of the initial investment.
So it's really like a $460 million deal. Because I asked the question, I'm like, man, it's amazing. How does somebody pay? He goes, the deal is really worth about $460 million. He goes, though, in the rules though of the collective bargaining though, everything that the Dodgers have done with the deferred payments all is totally above board. He goes, now, the next time around, the next collective bargaining agreement, you might see something different.
See, and that's why you have to take advantage and do it now before the loophole is closed.
Yeah.
You know, after MLB can't step in now. The Dodgers have done it.
Yeah.
They can't stop other teams from doing it now.
This guy also told me, man, I learned a lot driving into work today.
Nice.
And
good conversation, it sounds like.
I learned that when you look at Ohtani, when they were negotiating this deal, it was all his idea and his people's idea. Every team that was part of the you're going here, going there, this was the idea. This wasn't something just for the Dodgers. Wherever he was going to go,
this was his plan.
This was his plan.
Okay, so if he did offer that to Toronto as well, because I know Toronto offered a similar type of deal, but I didn't know if this was part of that.
Yeah, everybody that got involved with this deal was offered the Dodger deal.
I heard the Oakland A's offered him $1 per year for 700 million years.
It was 50 cents.
Somebody put that on Twitter and it was amazing.
It's hilarious. I think the biggest thing right now the Rangers need to do is figure out a way to trade for Emmanuel Clase. I also think it's time for the G-Bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. Here we go. Here's Lucius.
Hey, man, that's some smart dealing right there by Shohei and his people, man.
Yeah.
And then think about it, 10 years after you retire, they're just going to be raining money on you. He's going to have a 10-year run. It's going to be amazing. And you still get to build like a prospect team around you? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Falling out of control, bro.
They're going after Yamamoto now.
Yamamoto.
Get some new money.
I heard he's a $300 million player.
Well, they'll probably defer it or do whatever the hell they're going to do.
Smart.
Come on, Ray.
I'm smart. All right, G-Bag the day. We do it every day on the fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there on social media, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius, PLUCIOUS. Lucius Alexander. Or you can go to Twitter and follow G-Bag Nation, and we're all right there. You can follow us all there too. Our winner right here is a man that pulled up to the wrong house with that smoke.
Great knock.
Yeah,
really was.
It's like the police.
It was very much.
Where did just got off their phone, bro?
What?
Where they just got off their phone?
I'm here.
What phone? What are you talking about?
Bro, stop playing me stupid, bro. Where they just got off their phone, bro? He just told me pull up. So where the he at? I'm right here. So where he at? You talking about? I'm right here at your mama house. Where he at?
You at the wrong door.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
All right.
You're kind of cute, though, honey. I like it when you get angry.
Now he's got to go find that door and knock on it all over again and bring that same type of energy all over again.
Hopefully he catches that second wind.
Yeah.
I would just drive on home.
Yeah.
I just think
he probably got that Matt Barnes energy though, man. I can, go 2 hours before I can kick your behind.
Matt Barnes story is nuts.
Yeah, 2-hour road trip just to beat you up. That's crazy. Shout out to Bobby Belt over here jocking Eric Chiafalo's style. Totally jocking your style. Swagger jacking, as they call it.
That's right.
Listen to Bobby right here.
Jerry, there was a lot of discussion when Dak Prescott got his last contract that, oh, wow, he was able to get all the way to the end of that contract. They weren't able to take advantage of the last year of his rookie deal where they could structure some things differently. And you've headed, you're entering the final year of his deal next year as well. And there's sort of been this discussion point that have they waited too long on quarterback? Are they allowing him to up his market value, and then ultimately you're having to pay more than you would have had you just got it done earlier? What do you have to say to that line of thinking or that question about should you try to take care of the quarterback's contract as early as possible?
Yeah, and you started your question. It's a long one.
Jerry's answer is really the gold in that.
Hey, you started your question. It's a long one now. Give me a minute. Hell, I was writing notes. Shout out to Joey. Remember Joey used to work here?
Yeah.
Joey Jackson.
Yeah, now he's doing like a hockey play-by-play calls and everything. Nice. He sent me this via Carter. This is amazing right here. This is one of the best. This is the funniest sports call I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm 100%.
From Joey?
Not capping. No, it's not. It's not Joey, but he made sure it was on my radar.
Okay.
We're going to Manitoba. It's a junior hockey league in Canada. Listen to this call right here.
Joey Bielak has it. He turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. With the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting a roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Here we go. Wow. That's amazing, bro.
Did his pants go flying off in the middle of that?
Amazing. Hold on one more time.
Yes, at least one more time.
I was just like 30 times today already.
This is the height of pleasure for this guy.
Come on.
Joey Bielak has it. He turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. With the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting a roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Look at this. Look at that.
Roof Daddy. He shoots it Roof Daddy.
Splits the D.
For a meaningless junior hockey league
That's
game.
fantastic, bro.
It's phenomenal.
Holy crap,
That
that's
is
your winner.
fantastic.
That's your 5-time G-Bag of the day.
Man,
With the D. Oh.
Billy Cassidy brings you to ecstasy.
You're about to
right
make me.
there.
Here we go.
I know time is of the essence, Lucius, but could I hear that again, please?
Yes.
Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. With the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting a roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Look at this. Look at that.
With the D, bro. He said with the D. All right, let me finish up real quick. That's really, really good. That's really, really good. Remember Steve Kerr was complaining about the music in the arena? It's too loud.
Yeah.
Sounds like a darn club. Well, Suns DJ trolled him. Listen to this.
You know what? In this building, you can't hear anything because it's like a club. It's like a South Beach club. It's just this thumping techno club music. Thumping.
Got him.
Techno club music.
Got him.
Thumping.
What?
Techno club music.
Yeah.
Thumping. Techno club music.
Yeah, he got his ass.
That's so good, dude.
Crow used to work
We'll
there,
put you in the
too.
song.
Yeah.
That playing during timeout? Could you imagine? That's epic trolling right there.
That is
Yeah, look like he was on the darn court at the time.
Oh.
Yeah, they made it a spotlight here. Shut all the lights out. Put the spotlight on me. This is for Kerr.
Man, I love it. I feel like
That's a tough
They're
one.
like, cancel the spinning plates lady at halftime. We're going with this.
Running this back.
We're having the club.
I don't even know who to vote for. I want
Yes,
to
you
vote for
do.
them all.
Oh, you know.
I feel like all three nominees could go to just instant honorary 5-time.
Hell yeah,
Really could.
They should be. Every one of these should be eligible for G-Bag of the Year, Chief.
Hell
Would you like
yeah.
to start the voting?
It must be a broadest toxic TD Tuesday up in here.
Yeah.
Birthday. I'm going with our hockey gentleman.
Manitoba Junior Hockey League, call Lucius.
Yeah, for he's a jolly good fellow. Happy birthday, brothers.
Thank you, sir.
Happy birthday. How old are you now, sir?
60.
It's the big 6-0.
You're missing a 0 or 1 or something in there.
No, it's
Ain't no
60.
damn way it's just 60. There's a 1 missing. Stop lying.
60.
Nah, happy birthday, man.
Thank you, man.
I'm going with the hockey guy for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the hockey guy.
Ryan,
I got to vote for the DJ, though.
Yeah.
I mean, just to give him a vote.
you vote for Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
I'll vote for Bobby Belt's epic question. I can't wait to replay that and laugh at that. Break that thing down. Holy cow.
Whose was longer with Eric's, even though I know Eric's was longer.
Oh, yeah. He can't go stamina for stamina.
No,
Word
no,
is
you
he's
got
still
the-
answering the question.
They waited too long on quarterback. Are they allowed?
Yeah, he's still going.
Congratulations to the Manitoba Junior Hockey League announcer, and best of luck in his second game of his career. Looking forward to what that guy can develop into. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we taking it, Brian?
You've headed, you're
Bobby, he got it. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna play a game, a little game that I came up on my birthday. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on
From 10 to 2 with the KNC Masterpiece and have a blast. We'll see you there. Plus, tickets to Cowboys Lions courtesy of Miller Lite.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for the birthday boy, Mr. Broadus. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. One of the gifts I got this morning was a double fry basket thing, fry cooker.
Cool.
Be like with the like you see like a you have the two baskets. I mean, I can't wait to do like fried shrimp and catfish and all this. My poor boy game is gonna just elevate.
And a boy.
This thing. So I'll make sure my teammates be a part of that as well.
Thank you.
All right. I told you I was going to play a game. This is not sports related. You know me, I have fun with real names, real company names. You know, we're going to go through this. We're going to play.
Ooh.
Guess if it's really a company or not.
Ooh, okay, so it's a twist on the bowl name.
Yes, it's a twist on the bowl names. I thought I had fun. I had
fun.
Did too.
We all had a blast. The listeners had a blast.
And I'm sorry, folks. So just indulge me for the next 12 minutes or so here. We're going to play some company names. Dawson, I'm going to start with you.
Bring it.
Is there really? Oh man, I love this.
So good.
I love this guy. All right, Dawson.
Yeah.
Is there really a company called Wong, Duty, Crandall, and Wiener?
Hell no, there isn't. No self-respecting lawyer would agree to that, much less four of them at the same time.
Chief?
Is there commas in there?
Wong, Duty, Crandall, and Wiener.
See, that's an attention getter when you got a wiener in there. I think that's a no-brainer. That's a company.
Lucius, Wong, Duty, Crandall, Wiener.
That Duty is the one that stands out for me. I remember a Wiener guy, Anthony Wiener.
Yeah.
Caught himself up in a sexual situation.
A lot of wieners out there. They're members of the
There's
tribe.
a lot of wieners. I'm going to say yes.
Chinooka.
I just feel bad for this Crandall guy, man. He's really
Duty, bro.
Yeah, which one doesn't belong? Which one isn't like the others?
Let's get this Crandall guy out of here.
How about you there, Zachary?
Man, I think anything with Wong Duty Wiener in it is real.
It's a real business.
Heck yeah, it is.
They actually go by WDCW.
I bet they
That's
do.
the name of their
Yeah.
company. That's what they go by.
I bet they do.
I bet they do.
The D's capitalized.
Yeah.
Oh, Robert Duty. Dick Duty.
All right, Chieftain.
Yeah.
Chieftain.
Yes, sir.
Is there a business called Frying Nemo?
You know what? That's a brilliant.
That's
a
so
brilliant. But it's brilliant.
It is brilliant.
Yeah.
But gosh, the kids would be like, hell no.
It's so good that it has to be, and if it's not, somebody's going to take that idea and run with it. I think that's a restaurant where I can go in there and eat delicious fried fish.
Lucius.
No.
Frying Nemo.
No. It's awful. We don't eat clownfish, do we?
No, I would hope not.
No.
No, it doesn't look very appetizing.
Saying no?
I'm going to say no. I think the kids would be very off put by that.
Since when did we
This
start caring about the
this
kids?
is an adult spot.
I
It's
just
probably
started.
a bar, 21 and over. They serve great catfish, Brian. Of course it is.
It actually is a fish place.
Yes, dude, it's got to be. That's brilliant.
They probably serve good catfish. I like.
It's probably delicious.
I like what you're going there. All right. How about this company? Let's go with Lucius. How about this one? Globex Corporation. Globex.
Yeah, that sounds real evil.
Globex Corporation.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah.
They definitely fire employees to boost their stock price.
Yeah, I'll lean Globex is real.
Globex.
It's probably the one that's not because it just sounds real.
You can trust us.
Oh, yeah.
But you can't.
They're definitely in charge of a robot AI, so they're going to torture us.
Dang, don't know so much here.
I'm going to say yes.
Yes? Okay, how about you?
I'm going to say this is like a villainous movie corporation that's not actually real.
It's a corporation on The Simpsons.
That's why it sounds all evil, bro.
Nailed it, Chief.
That's why it
Yeah,
sounds
dude.
evil.
Look at that.
Did you know it was from The Simpsons?
No, I wish I had a Simpsons knowledge.
Yeah.
I need to
Been
go
a
back.
long time, Simpsons, man. Long time. All right. How about this one for you, Zachary?
Let's do it.
Hooker Furniture.
Hooker Furniture. I'm going to say no. Hooker Furniture is not real.
Gavin.
Absolutely is real. I've seen it before, actually. I think that's where I got my kitchen table. Yeah.
Damn it. I've never seen a Hooker Furniture.
Yeah, but we know how many hookers there are just in the sports world. I mean,
a lot of hookers.
Hooker is a prominent last name, and there's a prominent hooker out there that's slinging couches.
That's not even counting the Jones Boys Black Book. You know.
You got to relax, bro.
Sorry, my bad.
A lot of
First
hookers.
hour.
And I thought I was the one that was going to get in trouble
That's for
today.
after 6.
You're going to get a spanking alongside Broadus today, Dawson.
Where's he at?
Get ready for the call in.
Are you the one with the Black Book joke?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Broadus.
Line on up.
Happy birthday.
That's pretty
Getting
funny.
fired.
The best jokes are true, and that one was
I
hilarious.
got the good stuff for you.
Chieftain, Hooker Furniture.
Yeah, I'm saying that's a real deal.
Yep, I'm with it.
Did you already say?
He already said
I
fart.
went with no.
That's a real furniture place.
Are you a big fat Ofer? You got a bagel right now?
No, I got the first two right.
Okay, good.
All right, here's another one. Tell me if you think there is a Passmore gas and propane.
Passmore.
Yes, dude.
Oh, I hope this is real.
Yes.
Passmore gas and propane. That's awesome.
That sounds Simpson-esque to me. That's Bart Simpson calling up to the bar at Moe's Tavern saying, "Tell my dad I'm at Passmore Gas."
This is like the lawn care guy who's like the weed guy, driving around the Metroplex.
Feed your lawn. Feed it.
This is real. This is fantastic.
Passmore gas and propane. You're saying it's real?
I'm not farting on that one.
No, you're not farting on that one?
I don't think you can get any investors with Passmore gas. I don't know. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I think it's fun.
It's actually an oil and gas company.
Damn.
Let's go.
Successful one?
Honey, I got a great
Actually,
idea.
the name Passmore, it's all together. Passmore. And it's a name.
Oh, it's the Passmores? Do you think it's the Passmores?
Yeah, it's like a Passmore.
Family owned?
Yeah, Passmore family owned gas.
Some of these guys that end up wildcatting and getting rich. I should have thought about that. They're basically the Beverly Hillbillies. They think that stuff's funny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, guy gets out of work, out of high school. He's like, I don't know what am I going to do? I don't know what job I'm going to do. He ends up out there.
Yeah.
He's buddies with the foreman. Next thing you know, they're talking to the owner. Next thing you know, they got an oil empire.
Yeah.
That's how this thing goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Passmore gas and propane.
And they're making fart jokes along the way.
And then Beavis and Butthead, are on the NASDAQ with Passmore gas. Sorry. I love you guys. You know it's true, though.
We know it's true. All right, General.
Mm-hmm.
Buns of Steel Bakery.
Ooh,
Buns
yes.
of Steel Bakery.
She wants soft buns?
Yeah, I was actually going to say no here because I think that is not a good marketing. Like, I don't want steel buns.
I want pillowy buns.
It's one of these crappy bakeries that's healthy, right? It's gluten-free. It's low sugar. You don't want to eat anything there. They're only going to be in business for like 3 or 4 months.
Leaning into the disgusting taste, but hey, it's healthier.
Yeah, trick yourself that you're actually eating a cinnamon roll.
Yeah, I think it's bad marketing. I'm going to go fart on that.
Lucius. Buns of
It's
Steel.
real. Passmore gas can be real.
It'd be a good maybe like a gym, like a local gym.
Whoa, Jim.
Potentially.
Yeah, I don't like this name for a bun place.
Oh, God, it's so good.
You don't like it?
I don't like it.
It's fake.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice job, Brian.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Did you just Google like fake business names, or are you just coming up with Buns of Steel?
I actually do more research on this than anything else I do.
I can tell, man.
He's skipping watching the
You're
college
dialed
games.
on these.
I didn't watch those games last night. I was like going through.
And it's the cell. The cell job is pretty impressive.
I always like when Dawson comes up with like a reason why. Like he kind of gives you, well, no, that's a bad name because you don't want soft buns. And
He's trying to convince himself.
He kind of convinced himself. All right. How about this one? I'm gone funeral home. I am gone funeral home.
Yes. Yeah, a little irony. It's a stuffy situation when you're dealing with that, but you try to break the ice just from the jump. I think that's true, man. I think that's the real McCoy.
Gavin? I'm gone.
I know the answer. I'm not gonna guess until these guys are
it's
done.
just
He knows that means he knows
where
it's
this
real.
is from, or you have experience with this and you've seen it somewhere. I'm going to say it's real.
Lucius?
Don't ever send me there. By the way, if I end up passing, the creek rises on me. I don't want everybody to meet it. I'm gone to go say bye to Lucius. Yeah. I'm going to say it's a real place, though.
I'm gonna say it's fake. It's fake.
You have a reason why you say it's fake?
Oh, you got to tell.
Is it from a movie?
Oh, you can just tell by the way he sold it.
Yeah.
I can't see him anymore because Zach is standing right there. I used to be able to read your face, man.
I'll move over.
I've been striking out.
It's a real place.
What?
It's a real funeral home.
Real?
AMIGONE. I'm gone funeral home.
It's a drive-through.
It's wonderful, dude.
I need to look for a new tell, apparently.
The final one. Is there a business called Juan in a Million?
Absolutely. Yeah, Juan's a handyman.
Juan
He'll do anything
in a
you
million.
need.
1 in a million. I love this. 1 in a million.
It's just him and his immediate family.
Gosh, I'm just going to say yes because I hope it is. And if it's not Juan out there, you know what to do.
I think this is real, man. I do. On the heels of it's the most wonderful time of the year.
Okay.
In New York with Soto coming to town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with that. And I think if it's not real, we need to copyright it now.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations, boys. It's a real place. It's actually a restaurant.
Ooh, it sounds delicious.
Sandwich shop.
Ooh,
is what it is.
that,
Yeah, it is. So
that's good stuff.
Gentlemen, thank you for humoring me today. Appreciate
You got it,
you.
Broadus.
That's wonderful.
Thanks for the content. Okay, Cowboys back to practice tomorrow. Broadus is going to start previewing on film tomorrow,
Yes, we
right?
got Buffalo offense tomorrow there at 240 at the Krusty's Corner.
NFL News of the Day coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
It was a historic Monday night, a text from the wife, and would this wide receiver even play for the Cowboys? That's next.
I would love to tell you about my friends at Twin Peaks, though. This is the place to go for Eats, Drink, Scenic Views. And, no matter what day of the week it is, Twin Peaks is going to be a home away from home. Now,
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Zach Wolchuk's NFL news of the day. Another big day in pro football. Here's Zach.
Yeah, we did just get some news with the Cowboys' future opponent in the Miami Dolphins. That former Cowboys center and current Miami Dolphin Connor Williams does have a torn ACL. He is done for the season. Mike McDaniel announcing that Tyreek Hill will be day-to-day with an ankle injury. So as you start to project ahead, obviously you got to play Buffalo, and then you go to Miami, but that is a pretty broken offensive line right now there for the Fins.
Yeah, man, you might be catching teams like, I mean, Buffalo seems to be on the upswing a little bit for sure, but you might catch Miami, you might catch Detroit at a great time. You know, a month ago you catch Detroit, you're thinking, okay, this is a legit situation. We'll see here in a few weeks when you see them, but
they've been struggling.
They've been a different team in Miami. I mean, that offensive line, like it might just be just a night to feast there on Christmas Eve for Micah and company.
Yeah, I mean, according to Next Gen Stats, last night, Tua pressured on 39% of his dropbacks, sacked 5 times, and when facing pressure, he was 4 of 11 for 27 yards. Without pressure, 19 of 22 for 213.
Yeah.
So made a huge impact.
And I was impressed with the ability of the Titans secondary. I mean, some of those where it's just like, is anybody open here? Like, he's not being able to like he's not able to find anybody. And Tua, like he's got a nice skill set for the things that he does well, but it needs to be within the structure of the boom, boom, out, read, out. He's not like we've seen here of late from Dak, a guy who can, okay, things aren't working. Let me break the pocket. Let me scramble, find somebody down the field, go steal a first down with my legs. Like Tua is not doing any of that. And it was extremely apparent last night.
Yeah, and another quarterback will be done for the season. That looks like Justin Herbert, as he's going to have surgery on his injured right finger, and he is going to be shut down. So the Chargers quarterback will miss the rest of 2023. So obviously Thursday night, they've got their matchup, I believe, against the Raiders. Easton Stick will probably be their starting quarterback. They did sign former TCU quarterback Max Duggan, though, to the practice squad. So maybe we get some Max Duggan action in the final few weeks of the season.
A lot of people have been dug out, but I've been dug in.
We've always been dug in, guys.
That'd be
100%.
sweet.
It'll be fun, right?
Easton Stick versus Aiden O'Connell.
Woo!
Congratulations, Al Michaels.
The matchup we never thought we'd get. Jedrick Wills also is going to be done for the season, the left tackle for the Cleveland Browns, as he is having arthroscopic surgery this morning on his knee. And the Browns, of course, in playoff contention as well. You bring up Al Michaels. Al, and I think the network's telling him, you might be done, buddy. As NBC last year, NBC runs multiple wildcard games, and they had Al and Kirk Herbstreit do one of their wildcard matchups. Well, this year,
it was actually Tony Dungy.
It was Tony Dungy and Al.
Yeah, and they everybody was complaining that it was an exciting game.
It was a
Chargers game.
Maybe the best game of wildcard weekend.
Yeah.
Well, the network told Al, we're not going to have you back to do the wildcard weekend. They're going to go with Noah Eagle instead, Ian's son. So,
gosh,
I said it a couple of weeks ago when he had been openly complaining, like they're not going to let this continue. He's hit rock bottom where he does not care and he's annoyed with stuff. He's not the same announcer that he was, and instead of like going gracefully, like a lot of announcers do, like I'm just going to slow down and maybe you don't want me on the national call anymore, but here I am on the local call. I'm doing a great job in my 80s. He's like, dang it, this is stupid. This game sucks. And it's obvious his attitude shifted from being an iconic dude to like a bitter man.
He could probably pivot to baseball. And, most people wouldn't even care.
Bob Costas
slow
route.
it down.
Bob Costas gets a lot of crap.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how energized Vin Scully was till his final broadcast, but he was getting still all the love, and I'm sure that was just a slow tempo situation. Maybe he was grandfathered in with just the fact that he was Vin Scully, but yeah, you can tell the lack of excitement from him, and it's a bummer because I grew up. He was like my Monday Night Football voice, he was that guy for me.
It was Pat Summerall, and then it was Al Michaels.
Yeah, and so
Keith Jackson in the mix.
I just missed most of that Summerall stuff. So like Al Michaels, like me and my dad, we loved Al Michaels, but you can tell there's not much in the way of enthusiasm when he's on these calls.
It seems like he doesn't want to be there. And if that's the case, then retire. I mean, 817, I support this. Bye, Al.
Dude,
but it's sad.
Noah Eagle, and I get the
Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge, by the way. That'll be your team working that wild card game.
I understand like his dad, Ian, and so he might have gotten some favors along the way. But at 26 years old,
no, he's
to be
really good.
and he's really good. He's
good.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I know people will do the nepotism thing.
Sure, I mean they did it with Joe Buck as well, but Joe's turned out to be really good.
But Noah Eagle is the real deal, and at 26 years old, to be calling NFL playoff games on NBC is one of the coolest things.
Well, Blackledge did their Big Ten game on NBC every week, right? That was his responsibility.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, we had a historic Monday Night Football, really two games at the same time, of course, but Tommy Cutlets, who is the new Linsanity of 2023, he became the first undrafted rookie quarterback in NFL history to win 3 straight starts without an interception, first undrafted rookie quarterback with 100-plus passer rating in 3 straight starts, most rushing yards by an undrafted rookie quarterback in a game with 71, first Giants quarterback to win 3 straight starts with 100-plus passer rating and 0 interceptions since
Tony Romo.
Fran Tarkenton in 1970, and the third rookie quarterback since 1970 to win 3 straight starts with 100-plus rating and 0 interceptions, and the first since Dak Prescott. So what a run for Tommy Cutlets and the entire DeVito family and his agent, who's been making the rounds.
Dude, his agent stole the show last night.
Really did.
Actually, I think that what stole the show. Did you see the spread they threw in the parking lot?
Yes,
for the tailgate?
I actually have some stats on that for football's finest.
I know his cousin made
special.
like 100+ handmade sandwiches, and his cousin's name is Danny DeVito.
It's pretty amazing.
It's crazy. The Titans, of course, stunning the Colts, one of the most improbable comebacks we've seen. In the last 20 seasons, teams were previously 3 in 2074, went down 14-plus points in the final 3 minutes. And the Titans became one of those now 4 teams as they came back to win it.
Their win probability, I think, was the second lowest in that history of next-gen sport stats. I think it was at 4%. The number one I read.
I think it was 0.4.
0.4. That's what I meant. I'm sorry, 0.4%. And that was when the score was 27-13 with 3:08 left in regulation. It's the second most statistically improbable comeback in this era of the next-gen stats. Number one, by the way, was when the Jets came back over the Browns, and that one was at 0.285%. That was week 2 in 2022.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and this is the first time a team has done that. You mentioned 3 teams have done that out of like a few thousand opportunities.
Yeah.
This is the first one to do it just in regulation, not needing overtime to win.
amazing.
And shout out to Mike Vrabel getting ahead of things with a 2-point conversion there when a lot of people were probably like, wow, he doesn't necessarily need to. What's the deal? Well, that put him over the top right there to say, okay, we're actually going to win the game when we score the touchdown with an extra point here, and instead of tie it and then go to overtime and see what happens
He
kind
did
of deal.
what Riverboat Ron would not do, and they were able to overcome the special teams woes. It continues to be an issue. Mike McDaniel, of course, asked about why are you throwing the football instead of running it, and he said, well, I thought throwing it would work, and it didn't. So hindsight, obviously, I look like an idiot.
He is funny with the way he answers some of that. But, I mean, he ran it on 1st and 2nd down. And then on 3rd down, now you have to throw it. I would argue you should have thrown it beforehand. And if you were going to run it on 1st and 2nd down, at least have Tyreek Hill on the field as a threat to maybe they will throw the football.
Yes. And it's funny. So Tyreek Hill, of course, had an injury to his ankle. And now I mentioned he's day-to-day. So he initially walks across the field, and he's saying, man, my his ankle's really hurt. When it happened, my first reaction was like, my ankle's gone. My adrenaline kicked in, ran off the field. Then I sat for a while, got stiff, and I was going through a lot of pain. Then I just made up my mind. I came in at halftime. I texted my wife. I was like, this bleep hurt. I need an ankle massage tonight. And she replies, you'd better get your ass back in the game, dog. I was like, all right.
Gosh, I hope that's a direct quote from the wife right there.
Man, you think that's football or ball sack?
I'm going football here.
I think it's football.
I think that's legit, dude, because he's married to the former Texas Longhorn and New Orleans Saint Kenny Vaccaro's sister. So she's like a football family.
Yes.
She's seen her brother go through tough things. So she's probably got, not much in the way of sympathy when football injuries take place.
Background, imagine those kids, the speed that they will have.
It's a good call.
That is amazing genetics right there.
I guarantee he said that, I mean, he's amazing. And I think that's the encouragement that every wife needs to give a husband.
Get
when
your
he
ass
calls
back
in.
out on the field,
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah.
You're like, you know what? Okay.
Such an amazing response.
You're right, honey.
Absolutely. All right, Patrick Mahomes.
She's thinking about the playoff money. The MVP money. She knows that's an extra kick in the
Yeah, she needs that 2,000 yards, that record.
You get the MVP there. She gets like a $500,000 bonus.
Yeah. Plus, she's bragging to her friends about you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's sitting in the stands like,
I can't have you sitting out, honey.
It's Monday Night Football.
You're making me look bad right now. Everybody's watching.
Could you see her like sitting in the box? She's just texting away like
she's angry, texting,
like,
calling them P words.
Exactly.
Yeah. Get your ass on the field.
She goes down waiting for him in the tunnel,
Well,
Get your ass
speaking
back on
of the
field.
P word, a lot of people were referring to Patrick Mahomes as that after his outburst on Sunday. After
Give the dude a break. Have you never been upset before?
Yeah.
I mean, I know no one listening here has ever actually been at the height of competition and done or said things that maybe they wouldn't have said.
Intense beer pong matches
in a rational moment. Has anyone here in their entire lives been irrationally mad?
Yeah,
and looking back afterwards, you said, yeah, I was probably misplaced my anger there, which he did. Everything he said after that game and during that game was perfect if it had only been directed at Kadarius Toney and not the referees.
Absolutely. Well, he went on local radio there in Kansas City, the flagship home of the Chiefs, and he has since apologized.
Well, I think there's some carryover from the previous weeks. the previous.
Yes, dude, this is pent up.
Well, they
no doubt.
The
This has
Packer
been
game,
built
the
up.
Non-pass interference call in that game. I mean, he was kind of like, all right, I was nice last week.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be nice this time
Well,
around.
so here's Mahomes' apology. This is what he said.
Obviously, you don't want to react that way. I care, man. I love it. I love this game. I love my teammates, and I want to go out there and put everything on the line to win. But obviously, can't do that. I mean, can't be that way towards officials or really anybody in life. So I probably regret acting like that. But more than anything, I mean, I regretted the way I acted towards Josh after the game because he had nothing to do with it. And so I was still hot and emotional. But you can't do that, man. It's not a great example for kids watching the game. So that I was more upset about that than I was about me on the sideline.
You're emotional in the moment.
Yeah.
And then now you've had time to let it kind of sink in, and you
he saw the tape, and he clearly saw the guy was offsides.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, he sat down and watched. Goes,
Tony really bleeped this one up for us.
He is offsides. Okay,
it's part of why he's so successful. When you find the greats, oftentimes like something is just wrong with the universe when they win. They expect it so completely that from time to time they freak out when they don't win. Especially a guy like Mahomes that's had so much success. He has not had any practice at all being in this spot where suddenly your teammates just aren't enough and the league has answers for you now.
Yeah, no doubt. Going back to Tommy Cutlets, they're actually re-showing the Packers-Giants game where the Giants did win last night. Here was Brian Daboll's reaction, what he said post-game to Tommy DeVito on the game-winning drive.
What was the conversation like with Tommy, on the last drive, trying to keep his composure and stuff?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. He keeps his composure. There was really nothing. Here's a couple plays we like. Go out there and rip that son of a bitch. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple. It's amazing. Like, this team just seemed like, all right, they were dead in the water with Daniel Jones. And all of a sudden, here comes this kid that nobody had heard of unless you were a fan of Illinois football. And they're all rallying.
Syracuse, too. He played
Syracuse.
Both,
there you go. Both orange squads.
Both orange squads.
You're a fan of the orange. You knew DeVito. And here he is. And really, they got a chance to make the postseason. It's unbelievable. I mean, do we think they will? No. But they're alive.
Yeah, they are. They got a heartbeat, and it's exciting that they're going to get 2 cracks at the Eagles.
That's what I'm saying. You want them playing hard against Philadelphia.
Maybe they can steal one of those.
Yeah. I mean,
that'd be amazing.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Speaking of Philadelphia, Deshaun Jackson was on Up and Adams' show yesterday after the Cowboys' 20-point victory. Kay asked
He loves himself.
He loves himself. And, of course, Deshaun Jackson was a Cowboy killer throughout the majority of his career. I think he's still wanting to try and get back into the league. He just had his retirement as an Eagle. He's a little upset and offended that people are still wearing his jersey there in Philadelphia. But Kay asked him, would you ever play for the Cowboys?
The Cowboys a team that you would never play for?
I got a lot of friends that are like diehard Cowboys fans, and they like, D, just tell Jerry. I'm going to call Jerry up and go.
Do you have Jerry's phone number?
No, my boys be saying they don't have it, but I'm like, they be like, I'm going to call them up and get you signed. I'm like, that's one team I don't really think I could play for. But, like, if they called and, have some money for me, some money, we got the money. I don't know, man.
I think if you go back to the Eagles, you have to take that number 10 from the punter. The punter's wearing your number.
Man, do you see that?
Talk to me.
Come on. That's low-key disrespectful. That's low-key. You got a punter wearing D-Jack's number. Like, oh, my gosh. But, I mean, I guess I'm not as special as I thought I was, man. God dang.
You think it's just that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. And, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. No disrespect to the punter, whose name evades me right now. What is it? I forget the name of the punter, but
they had a few guys in my number though. They had Minshew in my jersey. I mean, it's like, come on, when you see Philly Eagle 10, like it's only supposed to be.
I don't know. You're here saying you go play for Jerry Jones. I don't think they're ever giving you that 10 back.
Oh my God, I know. Shoot, now I might consider going to play for them now, right?
Oh my gosh.
I think a 10 for the Eagles. I think a Coy Detmer.
There you go. I mean, that's not something that I even thought
Won me
of.
a couple of fantasy games back in the day,
2001.
Yeah. Let's go to Deshaun Jackson. You don't need your number retired, bro. You're thinking a little too highly of yourself.
I don't think they've
there.
retired Harold Carmichael's number.
Yeah.
And he's like
Stop.
Yeah. Okay.
Stop. Now, I would, if I was the Chiefs, I might give him a call. He might be able to help Kansas City.
How old is my guy now? Is he
37?
Is he up there? Because can he still motor?
He can still run.
Yeah.
Of course he can. I mean, he's got to be better than what
he's
they're
37.
trotting out there for the Chiefs right now.
Just turned 37.
I'd call T.O.
Man.
I'd call T.O. before I called Deshaun Jackson.
They got to do something. Now, they are getting Justin Ross back off of suspension, so maybe he can help.
That would be so epic
People
to
were
watch
pretty hyped about
50-year-old
him.
T.O. jog out there in his Hall of Fame jacket.
Make catches from
It's the real
Mahomes.
one this time.
Woo! Come on, Patty, throw me the ball.
Right on. Thank you, Wycheck. NFL News today, most afternoons, 3 o'clock. C-Note, why Cowboys fans need to show a little more respect for the sport of soccer. It's not just the kicker, it's somebody else. That's next year. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, check it out right now.
sports game. You never forget the way some things taste. Taste like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We'll deliver the C-note here, the Cowboys news of the evening. Man, NBA trade chatter coming up at 4:40, and this thing's starting to get interesting. Okay, you have Toronto talking about Siakam and Anunoby being available. And you want to talk about wing players. Now, I think you need one wing and one big. This team could win the championship. I really believe it's there for the taking pretty dang soon for the Mavericks if they make the right trades, if they make the right moves. I think both of those, for me to be sure they will pull them off, is probably going to take this trade deadline and next summer. But I think going into next year, this team's going to look like champions on paper. You guys buying or selling? It's time for that Vegas money to go to work. You know what I'm saying?
I'm buying that.
Yeah, I'm buying. I am.
I'm buying that.
Because this is already a good spot. Now you're just looking at, okay, what are the finishing touches to what is already a pretty nice situation that you have going on here with young guys that are continuing to develop. And Derek Lively, I think he's on pace to potentially have the highest field goal percentage in all of basketball history with the way he's rocking right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you on that, dude. There are one or two pieces, and it probably will take this deadline and the summer to really get it all together. But I still think we're in store for a really fun, second half of the NBA season when it comes to football's put to bed. The Mavs are going to keep us alive for a while.
Yeah, I mean, their win last night I thought was really impressive. I mean, Luka and Derek Lively, to your point, but you're super hurt. You got a lot of guys out, and then you got Lively going 16 for 16. Luka early in that game kind of settles everybody down. They have that huddle. They have that moment. I mean, I thought that was a pretty impressive victory, statement type of win last night, shorthanded.
Indeed it was. And now I think Grant Williams, Derek Lively, they go in with Luka and Kyrie like, hey, here are your championship players that can stay healthy, can play extended minutes, and can keep up with the other championship level role players and starters on other teams. That's really what it's about, I believe. And it's a multi-year process to transition from what they were with Luka and the cast-offs from a tank team. That's what it was. And I think they let that go on way too long into Luka's career, but to me, that's part of why I was so happy when Mark Cuban decided to sell. Okay, segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Got a little Cowboy stock report here. Coming off that Eagles win. A lot of this stock is flying high, including Stephon Gilmore, that we're going to find out more about. MVP of the game, even though Brandon Aubrey hit 3 from 50+, including 58 and 60. Gilmore had great career before coming to the Cowboys. How much more of this can we expect of Gilmore? An older player. We see it from LeBron elevating himself in the biggest moments. Is that a preview of playoff Gilmore?
I think so. I mean, I think you started to see the trust that they have in him where DK Metcalf on Deron Bland was clearly a matchup that was not good for Bland. And DQ says, all right, I need to change this up. I'm going to put Gilmore on Metcalf. And all of a sudden now DK is not having those same results. And then last week they decided, all right, the bigger receiver, go ahead and take A.J. Brown, who's the number one there for Philadelphia statistically, even though as Brian watches the tape and he knows, hey, in trouble situations, Jalen Hurts wants to go to Devontae Smith. Yeah. But that proved to be a great matchup for Deron Bland, who shut down Devontae Smith. So I think you can trust Gilmore. I think that he is such a cerebral, high IQ player that even though he doesn't run as well at this stage in his career, his body positioning, his strength, that's something where later in his career, he's showing that that's not going to be a detriment for him. I don't know that you sign him to a super long-term deal, but if he's willing to do 1-year deals, I would love to bring him back.
I think you're going to have to think about something because what we've seen from the Cowboys when these players come off injuries, especially major injuries, it takes them time. And we saw it with Pollard. We've seen it with Steele. I don't think you can. I think you have to protect yourself. If you think well, we can get by, we'll go get somebody else, and then we'll have we'll do Bland and we'll do I just don't feel like that they want to do that because you just don't know what's going to happen with Diggs coming back off that knee. It could take him some time. and you just don't want to put yourself in a bad spot, just having to wait for him to play back to the level he once was and then have to get somebody else ready. I would try to see if you can get Gilmore one more time around, and maybe that'll be the bridge that allows you to have, to get Diggs, ready as you need to get him ready.
Well, Gilmore's quite a story, and to see him play at that level has me excited. I know it's kind of matchup dependent, but man, when you can have your way with, the protection for the quarterback and you have guys having to throw early, I think it really plays into Gilmore's hands. And maybe in those kind of environments, he can still very much be an elite player. There was an interview that Blogging the Boys is kind of recapping because everybody's excited about Gilmore. It's from an interview with a gentleman named Tom Joyce, founder of Built Not Born, and he's trained athletes of all kinds in the United Kingdom for years. So it was the trainer in England talking about how Stephon Gilmore came over there in the off season to watch Wimbledon, needed a workout, and somebody recommended that he go work out with Tom Joyce. So the training methods inside that, anyway, really interesting read. But the training methods that he went through, getting an opportunity to work with a world-class trainer who usually works soccer players, was kind of the theme of the story. And I think the two sports are incredibly similar. Obviously they're both named football, and I think the football evolved from soccer. And there's quite a lot of cross training, I think, that applies as far as things you can learn with footwork, especially in the world of soccer, that translate incredibly well to football and basketball. And I think I'd encourage pretty much every young athlete of any kind to also train soccer, just because of the coordination and the dexterity that it takes to develop to work that ball and also keep moving in the same direction. It's applicable to a lot of different sports. Elsewhere here in the stock report there, after that little interlude, there over to Stephon Gilmore. Brian, we have Donovan Wilson up. Every defense needs an enforcer. The Cowboys appear to have a few, but Donovan Wilson set the tone on Sunday night in dominating fashion. Blogging the Boys give Donovan Wilson a stock up. We need him to get back to playing his best football.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all the safeties were really stock up. And when you looked at them, they needed these guys to play well with all the crossing routes and things, the underneath stuff that the Eagles like to do, the pick routes, things. They navigated that game really well. They tackled well. They were in position to make plays. They weren't out of, that's the thing you always worry about. We've seen it the last couple of weeks with Donovan Wilson, though, the pass that went inside to Metcalf, what were his eyes telling him to do? Why did he step up? But they were on the screws. Malik Hooker, the play he made on really like a little corner route that Smith, he just ripped it out of his hands on the way down. Blandis beat on the play, but Hooker saw it the whole way, got in position. That's how they're going to have to play down the stretch. They're going to need those guys when they get into position to try and save a play. They need to go up and make it, and they did a great job of helping with the turnovers, helping with the coverages, and then tackling well in space.
Yeah, if you get the Donovan Wilson of old for the rest of the way, that is really, really exciting for the defense, because I do think he is, when it comes to like the tone setter, the dog, the physical mentality, he's always just smacking people. And he's been throughout his career with the Cowboys, he's a splash play dude.
Yeah. He forces a lot of turnovers.
Like big hits that result in some kind of turnovers or just get the defense going. And he has not been himself this year. And that's hindered the defense. Still been a really good defense, but it's guys like Donovan Wilson that take it to another level. And so it was amazing. What a total bright spot to see him the other night.
Another guy who flashed this past week after struggling at times was Michael Gallup. He gets a stock up, had the touchdown, had the big play at the end of the game as well. A couple of good highlights there. At this point, I'm sort of convinced that he is not going to be back with the Cowboys next year. I think this has really been a struggle type of year, and I do not believe he is going to have many more of these kind of games. That's really a great pick play, and then kind of I'm going to run and catch one behind the defense. We're not seeing any of the old Michael Gallup stuff. This guy used to be able to come across the field, use his body to shield it, yak after the catch, and it's just not there anymore.
He's just doing the dirty work now, really. That was a great play to see. That was kind of a glimpse, and we've seen some flashes this year, but consistently, you're right.
He's basically Noah Brown.
The receiving aspect of it, he's now that's exactly the role that he's filling right now, because he's become an outstanding blocker. And it's something where, Christy Scales, when she was in for Brad Sham on the Cowboys Hour, and they had Gavante Turpin on, some of the plays that get them most hyped on the sideline is the little things like that. It's not necessarily the catch that Gallup made. It's the seal block that he has on the side on a cracked toss that ends up allowing Pollard to go for 20.
Jet sweeps.
Absolutely. The one on Turpin, man.
Yeah.
Him, I think Tolbert, you saw really getting after it from a blocking standpoint. It's not the sexiest thing when it comes to the receivers, but it's something that's hugely important in San Francisco, hugely important in Miami. I saw like a little coaches breakdown, like their favorite play of a game, and it was Mike McDaniel a few weeks ago, and it was like it was a fireworks show. Dolphins do their thing, and it wasn't one of those huge sexy plays. It was just watch Jalen Waddle here blocking on the outside as a wide receiver, and it just got his coach fired up. And it's a huge point of emphasis with the Niners offense. It is in Miami as well. And if the Cowboys have gotten that as a part of their, identity, where the receivers are sitting there loving each other, blocking down the field, that goes such a long way for an offense.
Yeah, this is absolutely those are the things in a film room when they're all watching. It's even more important than Lamb and those guys making catches. They stop the film and acknowledge the fact that these guys on the edge, the play has success because of some of these blocks and Gallup has done it. If they were given helmet stickers, he might not have many helmet stickers for catches, but he'd have some helmet stickers for some blocks that he's thrown down the field.
The last stock up is Jake Ferguson, and I only do this because I want a prediction from you guys. Like, how farther up can this go?
That could be a Pro Bowl tight end right there. That could be one of the top tight ends in the league. When you watch athletic ability, you watch the ability with him run after catch, the toughness he plays with, the way he goes and gets the football. He makes highlight plays as a tight end. When you watch him at Wisconsin, you're kind of like going, wow, they kind of holding him back here maybe? I don't know. Just kind of looks like a pretty normal guy. But then with the Cowboys, they found ways to get him involved, and he makes a ton of big plays. We all see that.
Yeah, he's probably my favorite player on the team this year, just for the energy that he's brought to the team. And there's a difference. We all know what a little security blanket tight end is. We've seen it for years here. But this is a weapon at the tight end position. And like he's legit. Like I'm thinking a ceiling of like top 5 tight end in the NFL for sure.
Yeah, top 3 even. I mean, there's not a ton of good ones. You see Travis Kelce, how much longer is she going to play? Brandon Laurie, who does an excellent job of blocking the boys. First in targets over the last 2 weeks. Third in yards.
Is this for tight ends?
Second in receptions among all tight ends.
All tight ends, okay.
First in yards after catch with 109. I mean, the dude's been absolutely incredible.
Hurdled a guy again, and I think it was a George Kittle play as he's bouncing off dudes like a pinball up the middle, like punishing multiple guys as he just keeps staying on his feet. I'd say multiple Pro Bowls and maybe an All-Pro or 2. Yeah. Like, that would be the ceiling right now. But who knows how we could change in year 3. Who knows how much more muscle he can add to his body as well, especially as he moves into his 20s. Time now for football's finest, Chief. Where are you taking us?
The NFL's evil Santa Claus and a college football recruiting tactic that'll put a smile on your face next year in the nation.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content.
We have a special birthday guest joining the show here in honor of Brian Broaddus turning 60. Time now for football's finest. Here's the Chief.
We really did see the greatest tailgate spread in football history, maybe sports history, last night for Monday Night Football. We're sitting here doing the show, and we're seeing videos surfacing online from MetLife Stadium where it was just, I mean, a ridiculous amount of Italian food.
Like Tony Soprano's family showed up to watch the Giants.
Yes, dude. And I couldn't tell if they were selling like chicken cutlet sandwiches to Giants fans walking by, or if it was just like free handouts.
I think it was a giveaway.
It was giveaway.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it was Tommy DeVito's family.
Wow.
Just bunch of tables, just tables lined up. And it reminded me of the Thanksgiving G-Bag of the Day Italian Thanksgiving that we played after Thanksgiving just a couple of weeks ago, where they're just going down and it's just an endless amount of food.
No potatoes.
And
we forgot the mashed potatoes.
Somebody forgot the effing mashed potatoes.
Some Chinese rice that my sister brought.
Yeah, and it wasn't. This was just straight Italian last night. They weren't coloring outside the lines with a bunch of different stuff. It was really just looked like there was a handful of pastas. But
now, what's a chicken cutlet sandwich? Is that like a chicken parm sandwich?
It very much so is. Very
With
much
cheese
so
on
is.
it and sauce.
Yeah, you got the cheese, the sauce. I mean,
I love how that sauce soaks into the bread.
Dude, it's phenomenal.
Sets it off.
It's phenomenal. I mean, it's like a meatball sub, but instead it's like fried chicken.
Fried chicken. Fried
you want one of
chicken.
those for your birthday, Brian?
It's fried chicken.
I tell you what, I'd rather a veal parmesan is what I would.
All right, 4131 North Central Expressway.
It's really good.
Let's get Brian a veal parmesan.
And I am a meat guy through and through, as you guys know. But if you get a really dialed in eggplant parmesan, oh my gosh.
I've been too nervous to try an eggplant
As you
parmesan.
should be. You should be skeptical every
Should
time
I?
you see it.
Should I
unless
broaden
you're
my
in my
horizons?
mom's kitchen.
All right.
Okay. Because that's the only good one
wait,
I've actually
I'll wait
had.
to taste your mom's.
Yes. I'll make sure that happens because it's really, really good. But I'm seeing the numbers come out on this tailgate. It looks like it was 300 chicken cutlet sandwiches, personally handcrafted by Tommy's cousin, who of course goes by the name Danny DeVito. That's real. It's not the same Danny DeVito, but my dear God.
They've got to be cousins.
They
though,
are
right?
just aggressively
Somehow.
Italian,
Yeah.
this DeVito family. And I'm here for it. But it's perfect. Like it's right there. It's New York. It's his hometown. Like they are feeding off of this. And I don't know how long this is going to last for Tommy and his family, but they are appreciating every moment.
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh, they're like, hey, we might get a handful more games of our guys starting here.
Yeah.
Let's ride this out. And if we're going to be handing out chicken cutlet sandwiches on Monday Night Football, so damn be it.
I mean, if you really want to be a legend, you got to beat the Eagles, right?
Yes.
They'll always be
Just
talking
beat the
about
Eagles one time, please, Tommy Cutlets.
The year that Tommy Cutlets made the Eagles a wild card one and done playoff
What if
team.
I told you a kid from South Jersey knocked off the Dirty Birds to give the Cowboys the one seed?
And then it propelled Tommy DeVito for a game-winning drive and ending the perfect resume of the Green Bay Packer head coach Matt
15-0,
LaFleur.
16-0 in December.
I think he was 16-0.
16-0?
LaFleur,
Yeah.
16-0 in December as a head coach.
Yeah.
Make it 16-1.
Is he more Kurt Warner, Vincent Papali, or Jeremy Lin?
Oh my gosh! I think
Probably-
he's Lin and Papali.
Yeah, he's Lennon Papali. Because it's not going to last long.
Yeah,
but he's also like the hometown hero right now.
We're not doing greatest show on turf stuff.
Yeah.
I don't
Probably
think
not a Hall of Famer.
Probably not a Hall of Famer. Probably not the guy that's going to be trolling Bobby Belt for all of the football world to see about sluggos and whatnot. So I don't think he's a Kurt Warner guy, but it's pretty special, and it's been fun to watch him, especially since like there's the Giants aren't a real threat to really do anything. I know they're technically still in the playoff hunt, but right now it's like it's like okay,
just keep playing hard. That's all I ask.
Yes.
Just keep playing hard.
Now we saw DK Metcalf on Sunday get ejected. And it was basically Metcalf. He's upset. Drew Lock throws an interception, the inevitable Drew Lock interception, and Metcalf is smashing his helmet on the sidelines and whatnot. Then the next drive, Metcalf, who's a superhuman physically, suplexes the Niners linebacker Fred Warner. And then all of a sudden you get the brawls, it's going, and unsportsmanlike conduct. He's ejected. Okay. Well, Michael Silver, Broaddus's guy, chopping up with him in Oxnard from time to time, San Francisco Chronicle. Apparently that's exactly what Kyle Shanahan dialed up in the week leading up to the game. he showed and told his players before the game that he expected Metcalf's going to blow his lid here. Like, we can see it. And so in the week leading up to the game, he showed the team video of past incidents and said, like, we'll get to 14 and we'll make sure he loses his mind.
Let's go.
And then Shanahan made a promise, the evil Christmas Santa genius that he is, a Christmas present for whoever gets him. So Fred Warner will be gifted, I don't know what it's going to be. He's going to have a nice surprise under that Christmas tree, courtesy of Mr. Evil Santa, Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I suppose DK Metcalf has an offseason project on his hands then. We got to get a handle of this. We can't be this predictable. I'm surprised Niners talking about it. That's something you want to put in the back pocket for the rest of the decade, the rest of Metcalf's career, right?
The Niners are playing with such confidence right now. Nick Bosa steps up. He's like, that's the blueprint for the Eagles. We just gave it to you. I hope the Cowboys, like, everybody knows this is what we're going to do when we play the Eagles. We see them again. This is how you do it. They don't seem to be.
Maybe he's tipping off Metcalf. Like, bro, you're out of control. You got the Eagles coming up.
Reel it in.
We're going to need you to be disciplined.
Ooh, I like that idea.
Dude, that's double evil genius, isn't it?
Let this be rock bottom for you, DK.
That's smart.
Yeah.
There really isn't a more crotch-first team, though, than the Niners. Like, when they're winning, I mean, listening to the pregame show before the Cowboy game, they thought they were God's gift to football. And then they go on the 3-game losing streak. I was so happy. But when they're winning, they are crotch-first.
You see when they come out with their boom box?
They
get that big boom box that they come out. I tell you what, that is a crotch-first team right there.
Well, I mean, and they have every right to be with how dominant they've been, so I totally understand. It'll make it that much sweeter when somebody, hopefully the Cowboys, ends that season a little bit early. That'd be pretty fun. Steven Ruiz, football guy at the Ringer, is like the one guy who is extremely anti-Purdy when it comes to like him being a super top flight quarterback and being the MVP. And he's got like this whole Twitter thread today of just going through different advanced metrics to show you why Brock Purdy really isn't all that great, and he's being helped by so many things. But one of them that I saw from Ben Solak that was interesting when it comes to Purdy and the Niners is the explosive play rate, 20 or more yards, is second to only the 2013 version of Michael Vick for the single season explosive play rate dating back to 2000. So like we're seeing extremely high and often explosive plays out of Brock Purdy in this passing game. But on the explosive plays, Purdy is averaging a slightly over 15 air yards per attempt, which puts him like towards the very back of quarterbacks when it comes to explosive plays. So like they're getting the explosive plays, but it's not because they're just airmailing it in a huge way. It's so much of what the design allows for players to be open, and then the great skill set of all these guys with the ball in their hands doing so much for them. So there's a lot of things that illustrate like, hey, Purdy, you definitely do things well, and you are better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but are you actually the MVP? Are you doing more than what like a Dak Prescott's doing, or whatever MVP candidate quarterbacks out there right now? Probably not. So I thought that was an interesting one there on Purdy. And then I think this is probably one of the coolest recruiting tactics I've seen, where you have Deion and the Colorado Buffaloes losing their main recruiter guy, and he's gone to Syracuse.
Yes.
And so they had Colorado had this 5-star.
Tim Brewster's the man's name.
Tim Brewster is the recruiter?
Yeah, Tim Brewster, yeah.
That seems to be a pretty big loss for Deion right there.
Everywhere he's been, he's done a pretty nice job of recruiting. He's one of the best in the country.
Well, Deion and this guy at Colorado had this 4-star prospect, one of the best edge rushers in the country, who's getting ready to declare. He's got scholarship offers from basically anybody. He can go anywhere, but Syracuse just hosted him because now that recruiter is at Syracuse. Right. And so he's like, hey, you liked me in Colorado, you might like me in Syracuse. And so this kid, King Joseph Edwards, I believe that's actually his name, King Joseph Edwards.
Good name.
And he tweeted out a video being inside the dome, the Syracuse football dome, and it's a 5-star hibachi setup. And it's just a hibachi for you and yours right there in front of them inside of the stadium. And I've never seen that before. And this kid, he tweeted out so much about it. Like, I can't believe they treated me this awesome. Hibachi in the dome. What an experience. I'll never forget it. And I love it. And this is the lengths that these guys are going to have to go, these programs in this transfer portal. Yeah. Everybody's trying to figure out how to get some talent here. You got to really start to crank up the creativity on the recruiting. A hibachi. for you and your family inside the dome. I mean, that's getting it done for you, Broadus. I know for sure.
Yeah, I'm committing on the spot.
I think Wycheck, yes, he's trying to figure out how he can get back in some eligibility.
Woo! I think I'd be the guy that give the guy a 20 and say, just make the shrimp fried rice and let's go.
Yeah,
that's it. You have done that before.
I don't need the volcano thing. I don't need you flipping the shrimp tails into your hat.
That's what you're paying for, man. The presentation, the bells and whistles.
I don't need the clackety clack of the cookware.
I want to see him flipping,
I just want to,
his utensils in the air. I want him flipping shrimp into my mouth.
I don't want him spinning the egg and cutting it in half. Just get it together and let's go.
Get it together. Oh man, the hibachi is about the experience. Did you see the video of the guy that went viral last week who brought his own tortillas to the hibachi?
Yes. And I love that.
He's like getting them warmed up and toasted.
Put it in front of him.
And then he's eating hibachi as you know it, but as like a taco.
Yeah,
wow. Like he brought his own tortillas. Is brilliant.
That's next level. That is next level right there. The things you can do with a tortilla, outstanding, and you want to perfect those things. David Hellman of Fox Sports, formerly Brian's editor. The mystery guest is next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say. live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. It is a special day here on 105.3 The Fan as we are celebrating the 60th birthday of our beloved Brian Broaddus, the former NFL scout. Started his radio career across the street, 103.3 ESPN for years.
RIP.
And then he moved to DallasCowboys.com 4 years, about 8 years there, right?
Yeah.
10, something like that. And along the way, he met our next guest who turned Brian Broaddus's reckless scribbling into literary gold.
Can I also
Won
say
you an
something?
Emmy.
Can I say something, though?
Yeah.
Today is the 32nd anniversary of me starting in the National Football League.
Oh, that's killer.
Yeah, it started on my 27th birthday.
Well,
So it was-
congratulations,
it was
sir.
33rd.
That was the
33rd,
day you-
right?
yeah.
The 33rd. I do the math wrong. Yeah. So it was December 12th, 1991.
Look at that.
The day you officially gave up recreational drugs as well.
Yes.
Had to.
That and drinking. Yes.
Yeah, I had to.
For a little bit until I got
till the
work.
parade.
So I
Till the
started.
parade.
I started work with you guys.
I'll be the
and I got
non-drinker
back-
here, guys.
Yeah.
No, we appreciate all the well wishes you've been sending on the text, the
Yeah,
social
thank you.
media,
Thank you,
and
everybody.
the
Seriously.
gifts flooding in here to 4131 North Central Expressway. As your main man, David Hellman.
How about this?
Fellow LSU alum.
He's got a birthday coming up too.
Go Tigers.
2 days. If you want to wish him a
Well,
happy
happy
birthday.
early birthday, Dave.
Thanks, y'all. But no, happy big 6-0, my guy. Brian, what's up, man?
Not much, Davey. I miss you, buddy.
I'm glad you corrected them because you're like, oh, that's when I gave up drinking, and I was like, not the Brian Broaddus I know. Like maybe not as often as other people, but
yeah, you should see
you
me
know
at
how
this.
to throw it down.
You should see me at this parade, Dave. You'd have been proud.
Mm.
It was.
Oh,
I was Bourbon
buddy.
Street Brian is what I was.
I was getting updates about the Rangers parade from people all over town that were like, your man BB is cutting loose. And I was like, you know what? If you can't cut loose during a championship parade, when can you?
Dave, I needed the sweaty, that tiger hat you wear. You know, when you go out, they're just like for Mardi Gras for those 5 days, you just never take it off. That sweaty hat you wear. That's what I needed at that parade. That's a drinking hat right there.
I would have. Oh man, I wish I could have celebrated that with y'all. I'm
Thanks,
sure it was
man.
a blast.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Dave, everybody wants to know if this is different, if the Cowboys are going to get it done this year.
Man, can't we just enjoy football season? Like, isn't that?
Of course not, Dave.
That's the fun of the. I get it. It's a valid question, but like, it just feels like a joyless way to go through life when like nothing matters until you do that. And yeah, like that is important at the end of the day. That's why you do this. That's why it's all worth so much money. I don't know, man. I mean, part of me is like, yes, this is a badass team. I really think the Cowboys, if they're not the second best team in the league, they're top 3. I mean, I really think they're right there with anybody. But how can you have complete confidence when the team that's really running the league right now has beaten them up so thoroughly every time they've played over the last 2 years? So unless they get crazy lucky and somebody takes care of San Francisco for them, I don't think you can definitively say that. And if I had to guess, if this team's going to be different, they're going to have to slay that dragon. So I can't say with complete certainty that this year is different if you're only going to be satisfied by getting to a Super Bowl. But like I said, I mean, this is fun, man. They're playing good football. They're doing it against good teams. The quarterback of the Cowboys is the MVP frontrunner, which for all the stuff they won, Roger and Troy never did it. Tony Romo never did it. Like, the fact that Dak Prescott is in that conversation, it's just really, really fun. And, I know it'll be disappointing if they don't get over the hump, but that doesn't make this any less enjoyable what they're doing right now.
No, I hear you, and I am having fun, especially watching this new offense. But I am nearly as crusty as Brian, and I'm getting pretty cynical. But I've kind of said it today, and I think I'm going to hold myself to it. If they do go win these next 3, that will be very convincing, won't it?
I'll even look, and that's, I've been saying this ever, like from the time they played the Giants the second time, right after they lost to Philly. and you were like, it's going to be about December. This is how they're going to prove it. And it's fascinating how each week is a slightly different challenge, right? Like first it was a so-so Seattle team. Then you get Philly, the division leader. Now it's arguably the best quarterback in the NFL. Like I know the numbers don't reflect that with Josh Allen, but my God, is he playing good football? Yeah. And so what I was going to say is, yes, it would be so convincing if they were to win all three of these. But even this one game, going on the road, and it sounds like the weather's not going to be too terrible for Buffalo in December, but going on the road in that environment and knocking off Josh Allen, who I think damn near everybody would agree is one of the three best quarterbacks walking on earth right now. I mean, that's the type of win the Cowboys haven't gotten. Brian, we've been doing this for 10 years together at this point. That's never been the type of win that they've gotten where they go and knock off a guy like that who is at the top of the league. You know, like a couple years ago, they went up to Arrowhead and played Mahomes, and they played him tough, but they couldn't get in the end zone. Dak threw that bad pick and right before halftime. Then that's typically how it's gone when they've played the Mahomeses and the Allens of the world. So even just winning this game would say so much to me about the caliber of team that they are.
I love what you're saying, Dave, because preseason, I feel like myself, I penciled that in as an L. That seemed like a game going to Buffalo. Weather would be bad. Cowboys would win that. Dak hasn't played great in cold weather. And Jerry talked earlier with Sean and RJ. He thought the McCarthy win over the Eagles was his signature win so far as the Cowboys head coach. Would this be Dak's signature win going to Buffalo and beating Josh Allen?
I was thinking about that this morning, and I felt silly. But, yeah, I think this would be the best win of Dak's career. And like a couple people, I said it on, a couple people pushed back on me on Twitter.
Green Bay 16, Pittsburgh 16.
A couple people brought that up, but I'm going to tell you right now what I think the difference is that was a loaded team. Like, I mean, sure, Dak was pulling the strings. It's very similar, and Brock Purdy's playing at a higher level than Dak was. Don't get me wrong, but it's very similar, in my opinion, to what we're talking about with Brock Purdy. You know, how much credit does he deserve? How much credit does he get for what he's done? I don't think there's a debate right now. Like, Dak is what the Dallas Cowboys do best. Dak is the engine of all of this. So yeah, like he had some nice wins as a rookie, but they were very team wins, very loaded rosters. And not to say that this roster isn't good either, but you get my point. Like it's all running through the quarterback right now. And so yeah, a couple of those games in 2016 come to mind, and he's had some huge wins in the division, but we know he owns the NFC East. He's been great against the NFC East his entire career. So this would be way outside his comfort zone. An uncommon opponent, an MVP caliber quarterback on the other side of the ball. I do think if it's not the best win of his career, it would be on the very, very short list, in my opinion.
It's David Hellman with you here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, what do you make of the defense? Everything coming along here now as it comes down the stretch. Without Hankins, though, how much can that impact their ability to stop the run?
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the challenge. I keep hearing. It's funny how the reports that came out on Sunday night mirrored Stephen Jones's answer on the radio with y'all exactly. I was like, oh, gee, I wonder where those reports are coming from if Stephen's saying the same stuff. So hopefully he's back in time for the playoffs. Specifically, yeah, I mean, I think the Bills have gotten their ground game. They've gotten their running backs involved a lot over the last, month of the season or so. I think James Cook as a runner, but also what they do, getting him out on the perimeter, I think that's going to be a huge challenge for them. I was encouraged, though. I mean, it was easy to be concerned about how dominant the Seahawks were offensively in that Thursday nighter. And I know the Eagles are searching for some answers right now, but holding that offense without a touchdown, that was the first time they hadn't scored a touchdown since I think I read it was the 2019 playoffs. Wow. So, I mean, you're talking 4 years in between shutouts, offensive shutouts anyway. So all of that considered, and then the biggest ace in the hole, in my opinion, is you've got a quarterback that can go down the field and give you a lead, and every defense is going to be better with a lead, particularly one with a pass rush like this. So, yeah, if I had to guess, they'll miss Hankins, but as long as their offense is humming, I think they're designed to take advantage of that.
It's David Hellman here with you. A terrific football mind. Gives you great answers, even if you give him a crap question. Now,
the best, man.
Let me ask you this, though, Dave. From your perspective, Detroit getting healthy, how's that matchup? If you were going to plot out a path to the Super Bowl, right, you got to beat the 49ers. Let's take that out, right, because that's what everybody wants to talk about with the playoffs. How do you like the path through in the divisional round? And then AFC matchups, which one of those teams would be the best that we'd want to see there in Vegas?
Oh, God. So you start the interview by being like, is this year any different? Why should I believe? And now it's like, all right, let's talk about this Super Bowl matchup.
Yeah.
Man, that's a good question. I mean, barring a miracle, I'm going to go ahead and assume that the Cowboys probably wind up as the 5 seed. Okay. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility that changes, but for the purposes of the question, that would be my guess. So I think if there was a team that you could want, I mean, really, I think any of the teams in the NFC South are a pretty favorable matchup for Dallas. And then where do you go from there? I mean, obviously, maybe it sounds weird to say about a team with 10 wins, but clearly the Cowboys match up well with what Philly does. Like, that's been obvious for a couple of years at this point. Even last year when they didn't have Dak in the first game, they gave Philly a game for 3 or so quarters. So, I mean, playing Philly again, I'm not saying it would be easy. I think for a divisional round matchup, a common opponent that you've proven you can have a lot of success against, yeah, I'll take Philly. As opposed to playing San Francisco again, I'm absolutely okay with that. And then, like I said, I assume you're going to have to find a way to slay the beast in the NFC title game. As far as Super Bowl opponents, man, it feels blasphemous to even talk about that. But of the AFC contenders, man, I think the Cowboys could beat the Miami Dolphins. Maybe that sounds crazy, but yeah, I think they.
How about
match
the
up
Ravens?
Well
how about the Ravens?
The
Ravens remind me of 49ers.
It's Lamar, right? You don't want to see Lamar.
Yeah.
The teams in the AFC that would scare me the most as a Cowboys fan are the Bills and the Ravens. And I know maybe that sounds weird because the Bills aren't even in the playoffs right now, but I can't wait to see this game against Buffalo on Sunday to see how they match up. The Bills and the Ravens, I think, would be tough. You're never going to feel good going against Patrick Mahomes, but Kansas City's flaws are pretty obvious at this point. Really, I think I like the Cowboys' chances. Not saying they would win, but I like their chances against anybody not named Buffalo or Baltimore. I cannot believe we're projecting a Super Bowl matchup 5 weeks out.
Hey, Dave, I was going to ask you something. Give us your best guess, or maybe what was said in that meeting during the bye week that got this offense going in a different direction. If you had to just project, or maybe maybe you talked to somebody that said, hey, this is what was said and this is what Mike did. I give him credit for listening to somebody.
I'll be honest, I don't know, but I hope that somebody, whether Mike came to that conclusion on his own or whether maybe the Joneses had something to do with it, given the amount of money that they're paying the guy. Mm-hmm. Or maybe Dak Prescott himself was like, what the F are we doing?
Yeah.
Why are we taking the ball out of my hands? Why, when I'm capable of doing this, are we not running the show through me? And, Dak is so diplomatic with us in the media, but, it's not hard for me to imagine Dak Prescott behind closed doors having some real S in his neck and having something to say about how conservative and not quarterback oriented the offense was over the first 5 weeks. So, like I said, I can't assign credit, but that would be my guess, is that there was some real come to Jesus talks along the lines of the quarterback is what gives us the best chance to pull this off. This ain't cutting it. This 3 yards in a cloud of dust stuff is for the birds. We need to open things up a little bit more. And I would guess it's probably a little bit of everybody. As usual, there's usually a few sides to the story. And I don't know, maybe if this season goes somewhere really special, we'll hear some more about that, that would be really, really fun to hear about. Maybe in Indianapolis over a stiff drink or two.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be a blast. I mean, we could talk Cowboys with you all day, but it is, of course, our guy Brian Broaddus' birthday, Dave. For someone that got to work with him and has spent so much time with him as you have, I would love for you to share some of your favorite Brian Broaddus moments with us.
Oh God! I mean, I could go all
roast
day.
him. Roast him is what we really want.
No, I'm not going to roast Brian Broaddus. I mean, you're asking for funny stories, but man, I owe so much to Broaddus for teaching me about like the business of the NFL, the way it works, just the nuts and bolts. You guys know this as well as I do. Like, just the best teammate you could ask for in terms of like not only showing you the ropes, but helping you to look good while you figure out what the hell you're doing. I can't say enough about that. Jesus. I mean,
Dave, tell them the story about when you and I used to pick against the team and get on the plane together.
Oh, I mean,
and then the looks that we got walking through first class.
How awkward was that?
And then on the way home after they got beat, then you and I would make that same walk going through, crotch first, right?
That's the thing with Brian is like, there's no one story because it was just a lived experience for like a decade where, like on Friday, this game's a great example where like, Friday we're sitting around, it's the Bills. We're going up to Buffalo. The Bills are a great team. Like, this is the type of game that the Cowboys often find a way to lose. And like on a Friday afternoon, Brian would look at me and say something along the lines of like, screw it, I'm doing it. And I'd be like, you're doing what? He's like, you know what I'm doing. And sure enough, he makes the pick that Dallas is going to lose the game. And I'm like, oh God, you know what you're signing us up for, right? And yeah, for the rest of the weekend, we're getting looked at sideways and told how mean we are.
Yeah.
And,
we're not team players. And yeah.
Wait, actually, no, this is a great Brian Broaddus story. Tell me if I don't have time, but I don't care.
You got time. You got the floor.
It actually fits because the Cowboys are going up to Buffalo. It's the first time.
Last time I went on a road trip with you, yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. 2015, worst season ever. Obviously, Romo gets hurt. Dak's not there, Zeke's not there. Like, none of those guys are there yet, and it's just a nightmare of a season. Everything goes wrong, and I'm telling you right now, like, it's an amazing job. It's a fun job. It sucks when the team is bad. It sucks so bad. Like, everybody's unhappy. Everybody is negative. Anything you say, you make the fans mad, you make the team mad, you make the coaches mad. It is a miserable place to be when the team you work for is like multiple games under 500. So anyway, it's like December. The season is such a joke. Like, Kellen Moore's going to get the start. Like, that's where we're at, is Kellen Moore. They're like, screw it. Let's see what this guy's got. And we go up to Buffalo, miserable game, rainy game. I think Bryce Butler dropped like a slant that would have gone for a touchdown. They don't score a touchdown in the game. So as if all of this wasn't bad enough, we get on the plane, we get back to Texas, and all of a sudden Mickey Spagnola just notices that we've been circling. He's like, we've circled Dallas like 4 times. Like, we should be on the ground by now. And Brian doesn't like flying. So at that point, like, Brian is very upset and very concerned, and everybody's freaking out because, like, A, what's going on with the plane? B, like, we don't have service. Like, my family doesn't know why I'm late. My family probably thinks something went wrong. And Brian, meanwhile, is like in the back of the plane hatching a plot to, like, they divert us to Houston.
Yeah.
They divert us to Houston because I think we needed gas or like we needed a different part or something. I don't know. But Brian's in the back. He's like, I swear to God, right now, if they open the door to this plane, I am getting off and I will drive back. I'm driving back to Dallas tonight. I don't give a damn. Like, if they open this, and he must have said that like 95 times. And I'm like, Brian, I don't think they're gonna open the door, dude. I think they're just gonna gas us up and like get us back in the air. He's like, I don't care. I'll talk to somebody. I'll talk to anybody. And like, apparently half of our staff hates flying.
Yeah.
So we've got like 6 people that are willing to go with him. They're like, yeah, Brian, like, lead the charge. Let's get the door open, man. And Brian's like, yeah, we'll get like a Ford Explorer, and let's just get like, I don't care if we get home after sunup. Like, I'm not getting back on this damn plane. And so sure, but of course none of that happened. They gassed the plane back up, and we flew back to Dallas, and I mean, it was a noon game, so like we should have been home by like 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
It was way late.
And oh no, we got home at like 2 a.m. And Brian, the next day, Brian walked into the office and told everybody, he was like, "I'm done. I'm not getting back on a plane." And he's never traveled for a game ever since.
Never went again.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't want to put you on the spot, Dave, but you sound like you were warming up there for an epic Broadus impression. One of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Do it, Dave. You could do it.
I mean, God, it's
if they
so
open this damn if they open this damn door, I'm jumping down.
If they open this, no. My favorite thing, Brian called me the other day. You guys will appreciate this. I don't know if it comes over the radio, but I'll catch up with Brian about like life and the Cowboys. And then when it comes time to get off, he's like, "All right, man, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yep.
Really, really proud of you, man. All right, okay, I gotta go now, but take care. Bye now. Okay, see you later. All right, now goodbye." The man says goodbye about 6 times, and I'm meanwhile just like I'm like, "Oh, okay," I'm trying to say bye myself.
Yep.
And I can't get a word in.
He just hangs up.
Freaking nailed it.
Hey,
congrats on all your success.
He skips the hellos on the phone,
Yeah,
but he
he's right
really
into what he
drags
wants.
out the buys.
Thanks, David. Love you, man.
Hey, happy birthday, brother. I love you. I hope y'all have a good one.
Thank
you. The best, Dave.
There he goes, David Hellman with you here. On 105.3 The Fan. We got to run. Top 10's next, Zach. Where are we going?
After yesterday's prime rib discussion, I found the top 10 most popular cuts of steak at fine dining restaurants. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you, though, before we do that, because if you want or need a new vehicle right now, it's coming up on the holidays. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Let's get to it. Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com, and here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. Yesterday we had the prime rib conversation, like it's prime rib a steak. So went down the rabbit hole, found a list of the top 10 most popular cuts of steak ranked. When you go, you decide, man, I want to get myself a nice steak, whether you're going to buy it and cook it for yourself at home or you go to a steakhouse, what usually is the cut of steak that you're going for?
The New York.
The New York strip?
I like the New York strip.
Yeah, I mean, the strip's fantastic. I'm not really hating on any of them, but I prime rib. Or, I mean, excuse me, ribeye.
Ribeye? Yeah. Ribeye, absolutely.
I was going back and forth in my head.
Ribeye's delicious.
Yeah,
It's got flavor.
Yeah,
You can't
ribeye
lose.
is amazing.
Yeah.
I like
Can't
that. Ribeye and T-bone.
Dude, T-bones, I like
that.
That was my dad's go-to.
I like that fattiness on there, man.
Yes. We'd be growing up on the T-bones at home, man.
Yeah, anytime we had steaks at home, it would have been a T-bone.
I'm a fan of the porterhouse because you get
Little
the
bit of
best,
everything?
the best of both worlds there. I'm really more of the bone-in guy. Pause. For that, because I think there's so much flavor in that. I think Lucius is right because of that, the fattiness that you get, the marbling you get in those. I think that's the most important thing. If you're looking for a good steak, make sure that thing's got some good marbling in it. That gives you all the flavor, right?
Yes, dude, and that like inch or two of meat that is off the bone is the single.
How about you at the game the other night?
Right there.
You just with the big dinosaur,
You're
with
waving
the tomahawk.
That's true.
You had
Yeah,
the tomahawk bone going at it, man.
it was wonderful. Yeah, same with like a pork chop. Like the portion of the pork chop that's off that bone is just freaking amazing, dude.
Absolutely. So the two honorable mentions, the tri-tip, which we used to have. There was that tri-tip restaurant right by the Star.
Tri-Tip Grill.
Tri-Tip Grill, yeah.
And it closed down, but it was delicious. We went when we were doing Friday Night Stars, that high school football show. We used to go there before the show.
It's amazing how much Texas loves beef, and they have not fallen for the tri-tip. It's a very popular cut in California. Maybe it's just the California thing.
It's good.
But I mean, if you love brisket, you can do a tri-tip in like 45 minutes, and it's a lot of the same flavor.
Keep preaching,
and
brother.
texture.
You know exactly what you're talking about.
We hammered it every day in Oxnard. That was the meat of choice for all the cowboy people.
Yeah,
and
sandwich.
The hotel, so good,
so amazing. And then they had that like creamy horseradish with it.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, dude! I'm a big tri-tip guy.
Tri-tip's good.
Thank you, Oxnard.
And then the T-bone is number 11. Just comes out on the outside looking in. I know. I'm a big T-bone fan. Number 10, most popular cuts of meat, is the skirt steak.
That's only one of those.
That's fantastic for fajitas, I believe.
High fat content, and that's probably
Marinated.
and they write there. If you've ever had Mexican fajitas, you've probably had the skirt steak.
There's only one of those in the cow, I believe. That comes from the throat. The skirt steak does.
Really?
So, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the flat iron. And flat irons are available in rectangular shapes, familiar to flank steaks, but their thickness is uniform. Makes for a better even cook, and it's suited for like backyard grills. So I think a lot of people that are grilling at home, that's what they'll buy.
Yeah, it's a cheaper steak, but it's just tough.
It is tough.
Not tender.
I'm not a fan. Number 8, and I don't know if I've had this cut, is the Denver steak. Apparently, it's very similar to the flat iron.
Yes, the Denver cut, from what I understand, is let's see here. I was just reading about it.
There's two I've never had. There's one called a baseball steak too. Denver and baseball. I've never had either one of them, so I can't even comment.
It's cut out of the eye of the chuck, which runs along the front shoulder, but it's typically the Denver is located in the center, so it's marbled like a strip without all the excess fat.
Yeah.
And the high price tag.
More fat marbling, despite not having.
I think I want a Denver steak.
This Denver steak sounds really good.
It's kind of like a loophole there.
Yeah. Number 7 is the New York strip.
Good call.
At 7, huh?
7. I thought it'd be easy top 5, maybe top 3.
Yeah, because I don't know.
Wow.
What are we doing?
What are they going to come up with here?
Number 6 is the top sirloin. Comes in at 6.
Better than the strip?
Just more popular.
Maybe more popular.
Oh,
more
okay.
volume.
Okay. Maybe it's the price of these, so it's selling more. Number 5, and I don't know that I've heard of this, the bavette.
How do you spell that?
Bavette. Apparently, the bavette
have a portion
and
of
the
something
flank steak are commonly mistaken for one another.
Yeah.
But
Kind of looks like a tri-tip, too.
Yeah, the bavette steak can most likely be found at a butcher shop, just as long as they haven't already reserved it for themselves. I guess it's very popular. A lot of the butchers will take it. It's very flavorful with good texture, and it can be quite pricey. Number 4 is the hanger steak.
Hanger.
The hanger. Local grocer. A lot of this is probably one as well. People are buying and they're cooking it for themselves at home.
Yep.
Number 3 is filet mignon. And that's usually if I'm going to a steakhouse, if it's not one that I know, hey, I'm confident I'll get the ribeye, but I feel like you can never go wrong with the filet mignon.
The only problem with the filet mignon is it's usually like the smaller portion.
6 to 8 ounces.
That's where the baseball cut comes in here. Yeah. That's where you get the thicker fillets.
The thicker, The thing, do you do it with the bacon?
I'll definitely do it with the bacon.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not rocking the kosher stuff. I'm not a very good Jewish individual.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to get the bacon.
Bacon wrapped steak, dude.
It's the best.
It's fantastic.
A buddy of mine once sold me, he owned a restaurant. He sold me cases of filet mignons because I loved his filet mignon, and he gave me a seasoning. He was like, you can make them by yourself at home.
Yeah.
I ate so many of these over like a 2-month period. I actually got sick of it for a little bit.
Really? I wish we were neighbors back then.
It was. I was like, dang.
That's how you know you're living bougie.
we were like, if we were neighbors, I'd have given you crab legs as a
you want to come over for some fillets? No, I really don't.
Let's combine on a little surf and turf.
Yeah,
man.
absolutely. Yeah.
Number 2 is the porterhouse.
There you go.
Which is delicious, higher price, but quality and size
You get
make up
both.
for it.
You get both.
Is that
rich, dense in flavor, lean and tender?
Would we say that's similar to the T-bone?
Yeah, but you get like it's 2 sides. It's like you get the sirloin on one side, and then I think the ribeye on the other.
Yep,
is what it is. Yeah.
So it's like the perfect combination.
You're getting each.
You're getting New York strip on the one side of the bone, and then the succulent, tender filet
It's a
mignon
great
on
one
the
to
other.
share with somebody. I know you, Eric. You're not going to share that, but
No,
I mean, if you're with somebody and you say for 2, it's a porterhouse for 2. You're getting a pretty good.
Okay, so the porterhouse differs from the T-bone. It's cut farther back.
Further back. Yep.
Which includes more tenderloin steak.
There you go.
Boom. It's quote the king of the steakhouse, according to this article.
Usually when you go for
it's the best T-bone.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the best T-bone on the cow.
Usually when you go for we're going for a record man versus food kind of a thing, it's like the porterhouse.
The porterhouse. It's a big dog.
Yeah, you're gonna 72 ounces. It's the that's
See
what
that a 72 ounce, like hammering home a 72 ounce
I saw Andy
steak.
Reid do that one night.
Really?
That's impressive. Talk about those meat sweats.
Andy just punished that thing. Had the potato and the salad with the toast.
Bring another one.
Yeah.
He said yes to dessert that night.
Oh, Andy loves to eat.
How long did it take him to hammer that home? Do you remember?
Not long. Him and Steve Mariucci, we were all at the Prime Quarter Steakhouse in Green Bay. Andy's first night in town, he's on the wall. He's got his picture. He's wearing a chef hat. He does look like Chef Boyardee with the red mustache and all
yes,
that.
he
really young
does.
face, But if you ever go to the Prime Quarter there in Green Bay.
So Mooch could eat too?
No, Mooch was a wuss.
Okay.
No, he didn't.
He doesn't seem like a big
He looks like he was trying to keep up, but he's just not man
He
enough.
can't.
No.
Him and Andy.
Not
Yeah,
man
Andy
enough.
Andy didn't talk the whole time. He just kept eating like a surgeon working on that meal.
But number 1 most popular cut of steak is indeed the ribeye.
The ribeye, yeah.
It's terrific.
Yeah.
You know?
Nothing wrong with that steak at all.
Okay, nothing wrong with a proper afternoon rim session as well. We have quite a bit of news on potential Mavs trades, and we'll discuss those and everything going into tonight's contest here coming up in the nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning. Hot take on the college football playoff committee and whether they got it right or wrong.
And I wouldn't touch that with yours.
Jerry Jones, Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Sean and RJ. And Friday mornings at 10:30 with the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
All right, NBA trade chatter starting to heat up. Mavs and Lakers tonight. Let's do this, Chief.
Yes, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Raindance! I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Derek Lively's on pace to break the record for the highest field goal percentage in a season in NBA history. Not just for a rookie, highest field goal percentage for any player ever. How about that, Dawson?
Man, let's go. Lively's a big part of why I'm super bullish on this team. I think we are in the final weeks, months, possibly as much as 1 year is the longest I'm going to put this on. But I think we're about to watch the Mavs be champions, or at least championship contenders again. It is definitely time to let that casino money go to work. And what I believe we're going to get is the best version of Mark Cuban here in this window of time where he's still basically running the team, but the Vegas money's kicking in. This deal's going to be closed before Christmas. Now, what you got from Mark Cuban when he first took over the team in the 2000s was a very aggressive owner. He made more trades than anybody for about, I don't know, the first decade or so. And a lot of them were ill-fated, like bringing in Antoine Walker. That's just not going to happen now because of what analytics could have told you about Antoine Walker while you were busy trading for him. It was a stupid move. And Antoine Jameson wasn't that much better. But I think what we got over the years is Mark Cuban pulled back from being aggressive. With age comes, more wisdom, but also it can take your cojones from you.
Yeah.
And I think that happened as he became much more interested in the bottom line. But still mysteriously would give money to players that he liked. But if he didn't like you, dude, he would not go into luxury tax territory for you. And I think it really started to have an impact on my faith that the Mavs would have that killer instinct, that when you're close, go ahead, spend into luxury tax threshold. And now that you got this casino money in, I think you're going to get the best of both worlds because Mark Cuban is now experienced. You have Dennis Lindsey, Nico Harrison working well. We've seen this Mavs front office execute a lot of good decisions since the end of last season. So I'm excited about where this is going, and I'm excited about the players that are becoming available. Wycheck has 3 trades every team should make. Yes. I want to start with what Shams had today for you.
Give it to us.
Pascal Siakam being made available in Toronto, along with OG Anunoby. They're going to build around Scotty Barnes, but these are the kind of very versatile, very athletic perimeter defenders with size that also have perimeter offensive game as well. I think those two dudes are the secret ingredient to contending, and every team is going to put in offers for them. I don't know if you can get an offer done, but that's where I would start right now. You put those two guys or one of those two guys with Grant Williams, you'll go get a veteran center to be there with Lively. And now I'm taking Kleba and giving him like 12 to 15 minutes a night. Dwight Powell's completely out of the rotation. And, some young, inexperienced guys can go do what they should, which is maybe learn in the G League, learn in practice, while like guys in their prime who have figured out this game are, I believe, ready to take this team to championship level. Like their playmaking right now is next level. Like when you get Luka and Kyrie doing their thing and the size element that Lively provides, we're starting to see the early signs of a team that could dominate. They're just depending on too many inexperienced players right now, Zach.
They are, and with Omax, a guy that they were forced to rely on last night being so shorthanded, I mean, you're seeing the bright spots from his game as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they've drafted well. I mean, to your point, I think OG Anunoby would be a dream scenario.
Same here,
and he
dude.
is listed, like the Smoking Cuban had him as the dream target, 6'7", can score. I mean, the open looks he's going to get when you have Luka and Kyrie creating for him, but also as a wing defender. So now it's not just Derek Jones out there.
Big athletic guys catching who can put it on the floor and go to the hoop in this space. They would be undefendable.
Dude, and with the way that they're playing with such great pace and getting active in transition, he's one of the best transition players in the sport this year when it comes to just, field goal percentage in transition, the amount of points he's put up there. He's been like the best version of himself, I think, this year.
I know, and that's why I wonder, do they Mavs have enough to acquire a guy like him? That's why he's probably listed as a dream target.
I mean, how willing are you guys to move on from like Green and Hardy?
I'm very willing. I think we've seen Josh Green is not very consistent. I think last year, looking back at it, hindsight, it might have been the time to move on from that.
It's very promising.
Or in the off season.
They re-upped him.
They did. But even Hardy, I just don't know when this team's fully healthy. Doesn't seem like there's enough minutes for him. So I would be very open to moving those guys. If that's what you had to do.
You have to think like Denver, who were really good, and they're like, let's go get Aaron Gordon. And now when all their guys are healthy, the size and athleticism they can put out there is stupid. And it creates so many mismatches. And on any given night, especially when you get into these playoff series, like sometimes they're going to have an answer for this dude or that dude. And you need about 6 dudes who, if they led their own team, could be one of the better starters, or potential all-star type of year in a career year. Like guys like Andre Iguodala, who led the 76ers, end up as role players on championship teams.
Yeah.
You've heard of 5 guys, but how about 6 dudes?
6 dudes. Man, that sounds delicious. So of course, what else, Wycheck?
Clint Capella is listed on this.
What did I do?
You walked right into that one, man. You did a good job there, unwillingly. But Clint Capella is certainly listed. A reunion, I should say, with Dorian Finney-Smith is listed as you talk about wing defenders. But they say Alex Caruso from the Chicago Bulls, not Bills. We're playing the Bills this week, so they're on top of the mind. But defense first player like Caruso, he's relentless on the ball, 6'5", 186. You wouldn't think like that type of frame. He's as good of a defender as he is, but he certainly would help out. But here's a name, and I wonder if you can help us with this one because it's with the Portland Trail Blazers. I know you've got an eye on them a little bit, Gavin. Jeremy Grant.
Oh, jeez.
Jeremy Grant, like an expensive contract, but he checks a lot of boxes that the Mavericks would like. When it comes to being a catch-and-shoot type of guy, can space the floor, he certainly would be a big-time help. Now, He signed, he's at the start of a 5-year, $106 million contract.
106 is all?
$160 million contract.
Okay.
So, I mean, you look at that might be tough
I
to
put him
move.
in that category with Siakam, though, as far as a guy with incredible size and skills. His length is just incredible. He's going to be good in transition.
He could be amazing.
Yeah,
as a fit.
He's a guy that you can run offense through too.
Yes.
If you got a bad matchup with your star players, he's a difference making kind of guy. So as you can see, and the really cool thing, this is a perfect storm. Over the last 5 years, so many of the contenders have exhausted resources and thrown players, and they just don't have, the picks that it's going to take to create a really robust market. That's why it took so long to get James Harden and Damian Lillard dealt. Like, it took forever. So, you don't have time like that when the trade deadline is coming up. And if you have dry powder and you're willing to be bold and you don't fall in love with your young, talented players, sometimes you're going to accidentally give away one. But most of the time, they're flashing and they're going to fizzle and they're not going to be nearly as good as the player that's available in Grant, Anunoby, or Siakam.
No,
I don't think Green or Hardy will ever get there.
Not at all. And I
mean, those are all two-way legit players.
Right,
Yeah.
all-star caliber dudes, and I feel as though the Mavericks have fallen into that trap where they've fallen in love with their own young talent like a Green and a Hardy. Now's the time, if an opportunity presents itself to acquire those type of players, you make the move. The last name that's listed with the Mavericks, Bojan Bogdanovic with the Pistons, which they've clearly had interest in before, and he'd definitely be, I think, lower on the list of options for me compared to some of those other names.
Yeah, not quite as much firepower, older and injured more, but I mean, that would be a nice upgrade as well. What do you have in mind next, Eric?
The laziest take going right now when it comes to our Cowboys. If you've heard one, let me know. I think I'm going to go all in. You won't be able to beat the laziest take that I have in my back pocket. But 877-881-1053, a little Cowboys conversation next here in the nation. We will
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the Gag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
We have highlights from Jerry from Sean and RJ coming up at 5:20 when we hit the expressway. It is hour number 4 now of the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And Eric Chiafone is going to pick up the Cowboys conversation right here. The tease, the laziest Cowboys take going. I'm curious what you got, Chief.
Yes, sir. And shout out to Sean, RJ, and Sean this morning. It was one of the best Jerry interviews of the season. Really was. It was special. I'm looking forward to reliving some of those highlights. The laziest take going on in Cowboy land right now. There's always plenty of lazy takes when it comes to the Cowboys. What's the worst one that's just sticking with you? Because I've heard this one now for at least a month, and today I woke up and I said, I've had enough of this.
Here we go.
That the Cowboys, after the bye week, this new look offense was just going and picking up Kellen Moore's playbook.
What?
They're just getting back to what they did with Kellen Moore.
What?
It's
that's a take out there.
McCarthy just said, forget it, man. We gotta get back to what made us successful with Kellen Moore all those years. And I have heard
Who's doing that
in far too many places.
Oh my
far
goodness.
and close. We are surrounded by folks that are just lobbing up they're doing the Kellen Moore thing, man.
Who's told you this?
I'm not putting names.
I need to hear names.
I'm not putting
I want
names.
receipts.
But the idea that you would look at this Cowboy offense and think you're watching the Cowboy offense of years past, and all of a sudden Dak has just had an epiphany and is just playing the best football of his career just because we've never seen Dak play like this. Not under Kellen Moore, not in 2016 when he had the just ridiculous talent around him and with Jason Garrett and Scott Linehan. We've never seen this version of Dak. We've never seen an offense ran like this with the Cowboys.
I'll tell you what it could be. Like, Kellen Moore would occasionally have a really great play with motion, misdirection, and good routes. And if you cherry-picked like his best plays that he would run over the years and then started to build an offense around the best ones. See, Kellen Moore's problem was Jason Garrett's problem is they looked at the modern concepts as a change-up that you would give once or twice a game.
It's a good way to phrase
get
it.
the team like, oh my goodness, what are they doing now? They didn't imagine that you could do that like 50 or 70% of the time.
Yeah, what you got with the Kellen Moore offense was just middle of the road in terms of motion usage. You're sitting there right there, 16th, 17th in the league with how often you would use that. Very, very little. Bottom of the league when it comes to motion at the snap. Middle of the road in terms of play action usage. These are two things that you're seeing this new look Cowboy offense post bye week being at top near the tops of the league in terms of play action usage and motion usage. Okay, the other things that you would see in a Kellen Moore offense is just loving the first down run, the second down run, the early down runs, which you're not seeing from Mike McCarthy. He is throwing the ball early and often. He's throwing to sort of set up the run as opposed to what Kellen Moore and company would do, which is run. Let's see if our quarterback can bail us out on 3rd and long. We'll run some comeback routes, and against the bad defenses, we'll be able to do it, and it'll give us hope that maybe we can do it versus good teams. Inevitably, we never could. You're starting to see the signs that the Cowboys can hang with some of these good teams. You just saw it on Sunday night. Not something you saw from a Cowboy offense. Hey, Kellen Moore didn't know how to use Kevontae Turpin. He's like, hey, here's this super electric fast guy, and
you could say about Pollard.
You can just sit him down. That's in my notes as well. How years to work in Pollard. I'll give some criticism to the front office because I think it starts there when you pay Zeke all that money, and it's like I got to see Zeke on the field. But ultimately, you're the play caller, you're the play designer. They've entrusted you. You're the young kid wizard, Kellen Moore. You can't find a way to use Kevontae Turpin. It takes you multiple years to find a way to use Tony Pollard, and I don't remember seeing a rub route with stars on the helmet of the players running the routes. Absolutely not. So those are just a handful of things. But if you're using the argument of they're just going back to the Kellen Moore way of doing things, you're missing the boat by a large mile.
And it's also probably someone that doesn't want to give Coach McCarthy any credit, I would assume as well. But, I mean, in terms of being able to create separation with your route combinations, that's something that certainly is being done that was never done under Kellen Moore. When it comes to the variety of bunch formations and plays that they're running out of personnel groupings, that is something that was never done under Kellen Moore. And I think Kellen did the same crap that he did this year with the Chargers that he was doing with the Cowboys, to your point, Gavin, where we saw for like 3 weeks at the beginning of the season, oh, here's some of the motion. You know, you're seeing some of the positives. The numbers were up. When we look back at it, we were comparing like the red zone success, the motion. All of a sudden, oh, Kellen Moore's doing this way more with the Chargers. And then that completely went away. And you're seeing their offense is completely not any good anymore. So to me, that's a completely terrible take.
The 682, Kellen Moore had literally the number one offense in the NFL. This offense isn't even on Kellen's level yet. See, I like that 682.
That is
and
good.
and there's many that feel that way, and you're wrong, and it's okay. But
it is okay.
The other thing, I mean, I saw, how about just this quote in the Football Morning in America, Peter King talking to Prescott. This is Prescott talking to Peter King 70 minutes after the game on Sunday night, talking about his confidence. Where does my confidence come from? Dak says, well, I credit for one, the footwork of Mike McCarthy. The way that he's been consistent in the footwork. I hit that back foot, and I've got the confidence to let it go because of the work we've put in the QB school going back to the offseason. Those receivers understand that I'm going to give them opportunities. Go balls, I'm putting the ball in the air and trusting them. It's their job to run underneath it. That's what we're doing, and I'm enjoying it. So, I mean, that's just one little example of a quote there from, I mean, he's not talking about, well, we started mixing in some things that we used to do, and now all of a sudden we're clicking. No, it has nothing to do with things you used to do. You're seeing the empty formations. CeeDee Lamb's always been a beast out of the slot. He still is, but he's also a beast on the outside now. Like one of the best outside receivers in the league this year. You weren't seeing that with Kellen Moore. You weren't seeing the empty. You weren't seeing the multiple personnel groupings. Like, there's so much about this Cowboy offense that Kellen Moore couldn't dream of.
No. And now we're in a spot here where we can really see where the Cowboys can go, actually. You know, I think for a long time in their drought, they've had some issues with team building. They had issues with the communication between the coaches and the scouts that led to the Sharif Floyd, Travis Frederick, really controversy about a decade ago, right? They cleaned that up with Will McClay quite a bit. They have had some mistakes made with paying running backs too much, and I don't know if they've cleaned that up. But they've also had a huge issue, I believe, since Bill Parcells, with not having a championship coaching staff, and I believe they have that now. I believe that the coaches are really, holding their water here, and that's huge. And now it just comes down to, did the front office do enough? I think significantly less talented rosters have won the Super Bowl, and now when we go into these final 3 games, they'll have a chance to really test themselves. I think the take that's bothering me right now, Chief, it'll be interesting to see what the truckwreck.com fan text has to say, by the way. I'll see if I can pick out a couple of those. But the one that is weird to me is, well, if you don't think the Cowboys can beat the Niners, that's a miserable way to go through life as a Cowboys fan. And I don't know if that's lazy or just weird. David Hellman, is the latest to say it. And I get, why you would say it. But I just think like it's discounting my ability to still enjoy it. I'm still enjoying having fun. I'm just accepting the reality. I think that take is from people who know the Cowboys aren't going to have a great chance to beat the 49ers, but don't want to say it because they feel like there's an obligation to be positive, right? I don't feel that obligation. I don't feel like, hey, I have to say optimistic things about the Cowboys' chances to be like heading in the direction of enjoying a football season. Part of the enjoyment of a football season to me is being able to accurately determine how good the football team is. I wouldn't want to be in a spot, because I've been there too many times, where the year has gone on, we've gotten sufficient evidence, and I'm saying no to that evidence. And anybody that wants to say yes to that evidence, you're being a wrong fan. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, and I can certainly understand that. I mean, if you don't feel like it's a relative long shot that the Cowboys can finally beat the Niners, I mean, I don't know how to help you there. I'm certainly more optimistic with what we've seen from the coaching staff, and because I think that's been the number one thing holding this team back over the years for a very long time. And so now you're starting to see the makings. You've had it defensively, constantly evolving, adapting defensive coordinator who's trying his best week in, week out to put his guys in positions to succeed. And now you have that offensively. And so that gives me the confidence that they can go toe-to-toe. I am very confident that when it comes to San Francisco, whether it's at AT&T Stadium or in San Francisco, I think it's a legit football game.
Hey,
I think they go toe-to-toe, and I think they hang, but I wouldn't sit here and say I'm picking them to win. But that's the only team I would be picking against the Cowboys to win in a game right now.
And you know, if you just want to say, I think the Cowboys are that great, I couldn't really, fight you too hard if that's just your opinion. My issue is when you start to say, no, it's not reality that we differ on. It's that you're being the wrong kind of fan, and that's how you came to that conclusion.
Well, first off, I mean, who the hell is anybody to tell anybody else how to fan?
That's right. That's right.
You fan how you want to.
Thank you.
Because I've been on, certainly, I'm the hopium guy, but also the reality of, yes, I don't think they match up well with San Francisco. Do I think that they could beat them? I think anybody can beat anybody any given Sunday. If San Francisco shows up and they turn the football over, which is how they've lost their 3 games this year in a row, Cowboys can beat them. Absolutely. And the Cowboys play a clean game, and offensively, all of these changes, they execute better. But I think for me, the take is like Dak is the same player as he's always been. To me, that's discrediting your quarterback. He hasn't improved since he came in as a rookie in 2016. It's not the same Dak Prescott. One, yes, absolutely, the offense is improved and he's getting help where he never has, and I agree with you 100%.
And that's changed more so than Dak.
Yes, but in terms of his pre-snap recognition and post-snap recognition and football IQ and being able to read and being comfortable in the footwork, I think all of these things he's evolved as a player.
Yeah.
And I think quarterbacks do over the course of your career. You're not the same player when you come in as a rookie to the player you are now when you're 8. It's a stupid comment.
Tony finally got the code totally cracked, I think, around 32, 33 years old. He's right on schedule, and we shouldn't be surprised that a guy like Mike McCarthy, who's a legit quarterback guru, has helped spell this stuff out. Mike McCarthy needed help getting the scheme right. But the footwork, that execution stuff, like eliminating Kellen Moore and putting Mike McCarthy closer working with Dak Prescott, I think is paying off.
It absolutely is. And I mean, McCarthy deserves plenty of credit. And I just gave you the quote of Dak giving McCarthy plenty of that credit because he's at least executing it. I don't know whose initial idea it was is probably collaborative on, hey, let's pivot from what we were doing. But like, I do 100% feel like, yes, these players, especially quarterbacks, as they get into, the 30-year-old range, he's now in year 8 this is, like your level of understanding and all of that, but it's not like Dak. I mean, what are we talking about here? How much growth has Dak had himself from the night you just got blasted in San Francisco, ain't that long ago, to all of a sudden playing what's changed with Dak there? I will say his willingness to play off script, use his legs, run a little bit. But the thing that's changed, not so much Dak, it's the offense and everything around him.
But that's a huge thing. His willingness to use his legs and extend plays.
But that's also a massive part of this. But that's also like pre-injury Dak. That was Dak.
But now he's got the mental side of it also to where it's all coming together.
And I guess the mental side happened after the San Francisco game. Something happened in his brain to where he just
not necessarily true.
Completely fast-tracked.
I would say the play caller didn't trust him. And they went ahead and had a come to Jesus meeting after the bye. And it's like, bro, you got to let me go out here and play my game. We got to open this thing up because I can do it. And I know when to take risks and I know when not to. And you need to stop being so damn scared that I'm going to throw interceptions.
And Mike's willingness to change all that is probably the most important thing that a head coach could do. I think him being open-minded to just going across the hall, Brian, opens you up to even the possibility of getting a solution.
Well, the fact that he's going to listen to somebody tell him, like, you keep running that offense you're running right now, we're not going to win another game.
So many coaches would get defensive.
Yes, it's like, but see, Mike didn't come in here with the idea of putting his offense in the first place.
No.
Remember, he Kellen Moore. He was open to like, oh, wait, the Jones is like Kellen Moore? I'm open to the idea. I don't want to change anything.
So he probably knew that the old stuff was starting to fade out.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to put in the work to learn it.
Exactly. What I found is
Kellen, you do it.
Yeah. I think there's something to it.
Agree. Yeah.
I think, and it might be something too with Brian Schottenheimer. Like
I
Brian,
think Shoddy deserves credit
like
too.
Brian, okay, help me with this. If
Yeah.
we're going to do this, help, because it is a completely different looking offense. I was just looking up something real quick. Do you know that the Chargers are in motion fourth most of anybody in the league? That's 66%. Dallas is 15th at 55%. Pre-snap motion and motions that they use.
Well, and
The
I would
Chargers-
love to get the snapshot of post-bye week, because you're being heavily influenced by the first 5-6 games of the season where the Cowboys were not doing the motion.
I was surprised because I thought Dallas would be in the top 10 at least.
They are if you look at post-bye week.
Post-bye week, but
Even number one in some.
But overall it's 15th, and then the Chargers are 4th.
It doesn't surprise me, though, and that's why yesterday I said Brandon Staley would be an option for me if he becomes available. I don't know exactly what role, but you talk about going across the hall. He comes from McVay. The reason the Chargers wanted him was because of this adaptive mindset of where are the schemes going. He has failed, I think, because Herbert's overrated and their defense sucks.
Yeah, and what was one of the words that we kept hearing in this offseason about the Cowboys moving on from Kellen Moore? The details.
Yeah.
If Kellen Moore is being told by Brandon Staley, hey, you need to do some things like this in order to succeed in the new age football, as a defensive mind, I can tell you need to be doing these things. Kellen Moore's like, okay, I'm going to do these things, but he doesn't really know how to dial in and make sure everybody's on the same page.
Yes.
He's not how to teach it, make sure everybody's on the same page here. He doesn't.
That was the big issue with Kellen, is the teaching aspect of it, the communication aspect of it.
I think
the lack
that's
of
the
experience
thing.
as a real coach. He just jumped right into coordinating.
Yeah. And the ability for this Cowboy coaching staff to make the pivot they made post-bye week, and we talked about this last week, and just seamlessly go from one design and philosophy offensively to an entire another one that has a lot more moving parts and hit all the right notes and no one's off key and everything looks smooth like we've been doing this for years, man. Orchestrator, kudos to you, your coaches. Maybe it wasn't there. I don't know whose idea it was, but they got the idea and they have executed it very impressively. Kellen Moore could have never done that.
Never.
Man, what's a huge game coming up now? Buffalo, can the streak continue? We'll talk a lot more about it throughout the week. Tomorrow at 2:40, Brian Broaddus will have Krusty's Corner, and he'll start to preview. What are you going to look at tonight first?
Buffalo's offense.
Buffalo's offense tomorrow at 2:40. He'll give you the scouting report on how much things have changed since the former LSU national champion Joe Brady got to take over the reins there and is helping Josh Allen get this offense figured out. Okay, like a lot of people are thinking maybe Buffalo's the most dangerous team in the AFC playoffs if they get in, and they're in a must-win situation. Okay, they have the Cowboys, they have Denver, they have Miami remaining on the schedule, so you're definitely going to get a hell of an effort from them. Okay, the Expressway, everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day, including Jerry Jones on with Sean and RJ. We'll give you the top takeaways from Jer next year. It's the Gag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though.